This is a true story shared in 2012 on a forum dedicated to Bigfoot. It started as a joke. Ethan and Mark, lifelong friends since high school, were sitting around a campfire in Ethan's backyard, sipping beers and swapping stories. Mark had just finished recounting an old urban legend about a trucker who claimed to see Bigfoot in the forests of the Pacific Northwest. "You know, it's always the same," Ethan said, shaking his head. "Someone hears a noise, sees some footprints, and suddenly it's Bigfoot. No real proof." "Maybe there's no proof because people don't look hard enough," Mark shot back with a grin. "We could do better." Ethan laughed. "Yeah, right. Two guys from Minnesota are going to find the creature that's eluded scientists for decades?" But the idea stuck with them. Mark had always been fascinated by cryptids and the supernatural, and Ethan, though skeptical, loved an adventure. Over the next few weeks, their casual banter turned into serious discussions. They researched reported sightings, mapped out potential hotspots, and gathered gear for camping deep in the woods. "We'll head to Mount Rainier," Mark decided one evening, spreading a map across Ethan's kitchen table. "There's been a bunch of sightings up there in the last 20 years. Plenty of dense forest, remote trails, and wildlife to draw something like Bigfoot." "You mean if it even exists?" Ethan said, smirking. "But sure, I'm in. Let's go find your monster." A month later, they were ready. They packed Mark's Jeep with camping gear, food, and a few basic tools for gathering evidence. An old camcorder, a thermal scope Mark had borrowed from his cousin, and a digital audio recorder. It wasn't professional equipment, but it was enough for their purposes. As they drove west toward Washington, their excitement was palpable. Ethan, ever the realist, mostly looked forward to the hike and the chance to disconnect from their daily lives. Mark, on the other hand, buzzed with anticipation, convinced they were on the verge of something extraordinary. "Think about it," Mark said during one stretch of the drive. "If we actually see it, capture proof, it'll change everything. People will have to believe us." Ethan snorted. "People will think we're nuts." "They already do," Mark replied with a grin. They reached the forest at dusk. The air was cool and smelled of pine, and the faint sounds of wildlife echoed in the distance. The trailhead was deserted, just as they'd hoped. With their packs slung over their shoulders, they set off into the trees, the shadows growing longer as night fell. Neither of them spoke much as they walked. The forest had a way of swallowing sound, leaving only the crunch of their boots on the dirt and the occasional rustle of leaves. The deeper they went, the more the weight of the wilderness pressed down on them, a reminder of how far they were from civilization. By the time they made camp, the sun had fully set. Their small fire cast flickering light across the clearing, but beyond its glow, the darkness seemed impenetrable. Ethan leaned back against his pack, staring up at the stars. "You know," he said after a while, "if nothing else, this place is worth the trip." Mark nodded, but said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the tree line, scanning the shadows as if expecting something to step into view. And then, somewhere in the distance, a low, guttural sound echoed through the forest. The sound was faint at first, a low, guttural rumble, like a mix between a growl and a distant hum. It echoed through the forest, bouncing off the trees and making it impossible to pinpoint its source. Both men froze, their conversation forgotten. Ethan glanced at Mark. "What the hell was that?" Mark didn't respond immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the tree line, his body tense. "I don't know," he finally said, "but it didn't sound like anything I've heard before." They sat in silence, straining to hear the sound again. The fire crackled softly, its warm light doing little to pierce the oppressive darkness that surrounded them. The woods were eerily quiet now. No rustling leaves, no chirping crickets, just the occasional pop of the burning logs. Minutes passed, and the sound didn't return. Ethan let out a nervous laugh. "Probably just an animal, a bear or something." Mark nodded, but he didn't look convinced. "Maybe." As the tension eased, they turned their attention back to the fire. Ethan poked at the embers with a stick, trying to keep his mind occupied, while Mark kept glancing toward the woods, his curiosity outweighing his fear. Eventually, they decided to call it a night. The fire was reduced to glowing embers, and the temperature had dropped sharply. They climbed into their tent, their flashlights casting long shadows against the fabric. Ethan fell asleep quickly, his soft snores blending into the ambient sounds of the forest. Mark, however, lay awake. The strange sound from earlier replayed in his mind, and his imagination began to wander. What if it wasn't just an animal? What if they had already stumbled into Bigfoot's territory without realizing it? Sometime after midnight, a sharp snap echoed through the woods, jolting Mark upright. His heart raced as he strained to listen. Another snap, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on dry leaves. "Ethan," Mark hissed, shaking his friend awake. "What?" Ethan groaned, sitting up groggily. "What's wrong?" "Listen." They both fell silent, ears tuned to the noises outside. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, moving just beyond their tent. Something, or someone, was circling them. Ethan grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward the noise. "Probably a deer," he whispered, though his voice lacked confidence. Mark shook his head. "Deer don't walk like that. It's too heavy." The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, all they could hear was the pounding of their own hearts. Then, the faint sound of breathing, low and guttural, reached their ears, sending chills down their spines. Ethan's grip on the flashlight tightened. "What do we do?" "Nothing," Mark whispered. "Don't make a sound." They sat in tense silence as the breathing grew louder, closer. The fabric of the tent seemed to thin under the weight of their fear, every noise amplified in the stillness of the night. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the breathing stopped. The footsteps retreated, fading into the distance until there was nothing but silence once more. Ethan let out a shaky breath. "We're not alone out here." Mark didn't respond. He lay back down, his mind racing. Whatever was out there, it wasn't normal. And they were just getting started. The dawn brought little comfort. Ethan and Mark emerged from their tent, their faces pale and drawn from a sleepless night. The forest was quiet, the morning sun filtering through the dense canopy and casting long shadows across the ground. Ethan rubbed his face, still trying to shake the tension from the night before. "Whatever was out there is gone now, right?" Mark didn't answer. Instead, he crouched near the edge of the clearing, examining the soft dirt. His heart sank when he saw it, an enormous footprint, larger than anything he'd ever seen. It was deep, with toes that splayed out wide and a faint outline of a heel pressed into the earth. "Ethan," Mark called, his voice tight, "you need to see this." Ethan walked over and stopped short, staring down at the print. That can't be real." Mark nodded slowly. "It's real. All right. And it's not a bear. Look at the toes. They're too spread out." Ethan crouched down, running his hand over the edges of the print. It was nearly twice the size of his own boot. "It's huge," he muttered. "What could leave a print like this?" Mark stood up, scanning the tree line. Whatever it is, it was right here, maybe even watching us. The thought made Ethan's stomach turn. He glanced back at their tent, suddenly feeling exposed. "We should pack up and move. I don't like staying in the same place after what happened last night." Mark agreed. They quickly broke down their camp, stuffing their gear into their packs. All the while, Mark kept an eye on the surrounding woods, half expecting to see something emerge from the shadows. As they walked, they found more tracks. Some were faint, barely impressions in the dirt, while others were fresh, as if the creature had been pacing around the area. The path led deeper into the forest, toward a stretch of trees so thick they seemed to swallow the light. Ethan hesitated. "You really want to follow this thing?" Mark turned to him, his expression serious. "We came out here to find Bigfoot. What if this is our chance?" Ethan sighed, shifting his pack on his shoulders. "Fine. But the second it feels too dangerous, we're out." They pressed on, the air growing cooler and the trees closing in around them. The forest floor was littered with fallen leaves and broken branches, making every step a challenge. The tracks continued, leading them deeper into the wilderness. By midday, they reached a small clearing with a creek running through it. The tracks stopped abruptly at the water's edge. Mark crouched down, studying the area. "Maybe it crossed the creek," he said, his voice low. Ethan looked upstream, where the water disappeared into a dense thicket. "Or maybe it's hiding, watching us." Mark shook his head. "We're not turning back now. Let's eat something and keep going." As they sat by the creek, eating granola bars and sipping water, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The sound of birdsong and rustling leaves filled the air, a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the night before. But as they prepared to move on, a sudden crack echoed through the woods. Both men froze, their eyes darting toward the source of the noise. It came again, louder this time, followed by a low, guttural sound that sent chills down their spines. Mark grabbed the camcorder from his pack, his hands shaking as he turned it on. "Get ready," he whispered. "This could be it." Ethan didn't reply. He was staring into the trees, his heart pounding as the sound grew closer. Whatever was out there, it wasn't trying to hide anymore. Mark gripped the camcorder tightly, his eyes fixed on the tree line where the sound had come from. Ethan stood beside him, clutching the flashlight from his pack despite the daylight filtering through the canopy. The guttural sound came again, deeper and more resonant, vibrating through the stillness of the forest. It wasn't an animal call they recognized. Too low, too deliberate. It sent a wave of unease rippling through both men. Mark hit the record button on the camcorder, aiming it toward the trees. "If it shows itself, we'll have proof," he whispered, more to himself than to Ethan. But the forest ahead was still, the dense foliage masking whatever was hiding within. A sharp crack followed by a rustling noise broke the silence. Something large was moving, but they couldn't see it. "Should we go closer?" Mark asked, glancing at Ethan. Ethan shook his head, his voice firm. "No, we don't know what we're dealing with. Let's stay put." They waited, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Every sound, the crunch of leaves, the snap of a branch, made their hearts race. Minutes passed like hours, their nerves fraying as the noise grew louder, more erratic. Then a shadow shifted. It was subtle at first, just a flicker of movement among the trees. Mark zoomed in with the camcorder, trying to focus on the spot. "There," he whispered. "Do you see it?" Ethan squinted. "I don't." He stopped mid-sentence as a figure emerged, partially obscured by the underbrush. It was tall, impossibly tall, with a hulking silhouette that didn't match any known animal. The figure stood still as if watching them, its massive form blending into the shadows. Mark's breath caught. Oh my God! The camcorder trembled in his hands as he tried to steady the shot. The figure moved slightly, the shifting light revealing hints of dark, matted fur. It was just far enough away to be indistinct, but its sheer size was unmistakable. Ethan grabbed Mark's arm. "We need to go. Now." Mark hesitated, his eyes glued to the figure. "But this is it. This is what we came for." "Mark," Ethan said sharply, his voice trembling. "We're not ready for this." The figure stepped forward, its movement slow and deliberate. The ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with each step, and the guttural sound returned, louder this time, reverberating through the clearing. Mark lowered the camcorder, his resolve faltering. "Okay, let's go." They turned and hurried back the way they'd come, their footsteps loud against the forest floor. The sound of movement behind them, branches snapping, leaves crunching, spurred them on, adrenaline pumping through their veins. Neither of them spoke as they ran, their focus solely on putting distance between themselves and the creature. It wasn't until they reached the creek again that the noises stopped. The forest fell silent, as if whatever had been following them had disappeared. Ethan doubled over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. "What was that?" Mark didn't answer immediately. He stared back at the way they'd come, the camcorder still clutched in his hands. "I don't know," he said finally, his voice barely audible. "But we got something on tape." Ethan straightened, his face pale. "Do you really think anyone's going to believe us?" Mark looked down at the camcorder, his thumb hovering over the playback button. "They don't have to believe us," he said. "We'll show them." But deep down, neither of them felt the confidence they tried to project. The image of the hulking figure stayed with them, an unsettling reminder that some things are better left unseen. They didn't stop until they reached a more open area of the forest where sunlight pierced through the treetops, breaking the heavy sense of claustrophobia they'd felt earlier. Ethan slumped against a tree, his breath still ragged from their hurried retreat. Mark sat on a nearby rock, holding the camcorder as if it were a lifeline. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The forest was alive with its usual daytime sounds, chirping birds, rustling leaves, but both men knew what they'd experienced was anything but ordinary. Ethan finally broke the silence. "Play it," he said, nodding toward the camcorder. "Let's see what we got." Mark hesitated, his thumb hovering over the playback button. Part of him didn't want to see the footage, afraid it might confirm, or worse, deny what they'd witnessed. But curiosity won out. He pressed the button, and the tiny screen flickered to life. The video started with a shaky view of the trees, the sounds of the forest punctuated by Mark's whispered commentary. Do you hear that? His recorded voice asked, barely audible over the distant guttural noises. Then came the shadow. It was faint at first, blending into the background, but as Mark zoomed in, the figure became more defined. Even on the small screen, the creature's sheer size was apparent. The dark fur, the broad shoulders, the way it moved, slow and deliberate, like it was fully aware of their presence. Ethan leaned closer, his eyes wide. That's it. That's what we saw. Mark paused the video, the creature frozen on the screen. It's not as clear as I hoped, he admitted, but it's enough to prove we weren't imagining things. Ethan shook his head. You know how people are. They'll say it's a guy in a costume or the footage is doctored. Mark sighed. Maybe, but we know the truth. And if we can find more evidence, maybe others will believe us too. Ethan frowned. You want to keep going? We didn't come all this way just to turn back now, Mark said. If we stop, we'll always wonder what we might have found. This is the closest anyone's ever gotten to real proof. Ethan glanced at the forest around them, his unease evident. I don't know, Mark. That thing, whatever it is, it's big and it's smart. I don't think it wants us here. Mark stood, tucking the camcorder into his bag. All the more reason to keep going. We stick to the plan. Stay cautious. If it gets too dangerous, we'll back off. Ethan hesitated, but eventually nodded. Fine. But we stay together, and we don't take unnecessary risks. Mark clapped him on the shoulder. Deal? They spent the rest of the afternoon carefully retracing their steps, following the tracks they'd seen earlier. The forest seemed different now, quieter, as if holding its breath. Every rustle of leaves and crack of a branch put them on edge. By evening, they'd set up a new camp in a small clearing near a rocky outcrop. The location offered better visibility, and the rocks gave them a sense of security. As they sat by the fire, eating canned beans and granola bars, the weight of the day's events settled over them. What do you think it is? Ethan asked, staring into the flames. If it's not Bigfoot, I mean. Mark shrugged. I don't know. But it's not just some animal. It's too aware, too deliberate. Ethan nodded, his expression troubled. I just hope we're not pushing our luck. Mark didn't respond. He stared into the darkness beyond the firelight, wondering if the creature was out there, watching them. As the night deepened, the familiar sounds of the forest gave way to an eerie stillness. Both men lay in their sleeping bags, unable to sleep, their thoughts racing. And then, just as Mark was starting to drift off, a low, guttural growl echoed through the night. It was closer than before. The growl froze Mark in place. His heart raced as he slowly turned his head toward Ethan, who was already sitting upright in his sleeping bag, his wide eyes reflecting the faint glow of the dying campfire. Did you hear that? Ethan whispered, his voice trembling. Mark nodded, slowly reaching for the camcorder beside him. Stay quiet, he mouthed. The forest around them was eerily silent, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps, deliberate, measured, and unnervingly close. The ground seemed to vibrate with each step, and Mark realized that whatever was out there was massive. He turned the camcorder on, the faint hum of its startup screen feeling far too loud in the tense quiet. Ethan grabbed the flashlight, gripping it tightly, but he didn't turn it on. Both men strained their ears, trying to pinpoint the creature's location. A branch snapped, followed by a deep, guttural exhale that sent shivers down their spines. The sound came from just beyond the edge of the firelight, where the shadows of the forest swallowed everything. Mark raised the camcorder, pointing it toward the noise. The small screen showed nothing but darkness, the camera's night vision struggling to pick up any details. I think it's circling us, Ethan whispered, barely audible. Mark adjusted his grip on the camcorder, his palms slick with sweat. Stay calm, he whispered back. We need to stay calm. The footsteps stopped, replaced by a long, low growl that seemed to reverberate through the clearing. Both men froze, their breath hitching as the sound grew louder, more menacing. And then, out of the corner of his eye, Mark saw movement. A hulking shadow shifted just beyond the reach of the firelight. He swung the camcorder toward it, his hand trembling as he tried to focus. The creature stepped closer, its massive form partially illuminated by the faint glow of the fire. Dark, matted fur covered its body, and its sheer size was staggering, easily over 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and long, powerful limbs. But it was the eyes that stopped Mark cold. They glinted in the dim light, two glowing orbs that seemed to pierce through him. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still as Mark and the creature locked eyes. Ethan, unable to contain his fear, switched on the flashlight. The sudden beam of light cut through the darkness, landing squarely on the creature. It recoiled, letting out a deafening roar that made the ground tremble. The sound was unlike anything they'd ever heard, primal, raw, and filled with fury. "Run!" Mark shouted, dropping the camcorder into his bag as he scrambled to his feet. Ethan didn't need to be told twice. He bolted, the flashlight bouncing wildly in his hand as he sprinted toward the rocky outcrop. Mark was right behind him, his heart pounding in his chest. Behind them, the creature's footsteps thundered through the clearing. It wasn't chasing them outright, but it was following, its presence a constant reminder that they were intruding on its territory. They reached the outcrop and scrambled up the rocks, their hands slipping on the rough surface in their panic. When they finally reached the top, they turned to look back. The creature stood at the base of the outcrop, its massive form barely visible in the shadows. It stared up at them, its glowing eyes cutting through the darkness like twin beacons. For a moment, it didn't move, as if deciding whether they were worth the effort. Then, with a low growl, it turned and disappeared into the forest, its massive frame blending seamlessly into the shadows. Mark and Ethan sat in stunned silence, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Did you get it?" Ethan asked finally, his voice shaking. Mark nodded, pulling the camcorder from his bag. "I think so." They didn't dare climb down that night. Instead, they stayed on the outcrop, their backs pressed against the cool stone, their eyes scanning the forest below. Sleep was out of the question. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the trees, they both felt a small sense of relief. But neither of them could shake the feeling that the creature was still out there, watching, waiting. The sun rose slowly, casting golden beams across the forest. Mark and Ethan descended from the rocky outcrop cautiously, their bodies stiff from a sleepless night. The fear from their close encounter still clung to them like a shadow. Mark powered up the camcorder again, eager yet apprehensive to review the footage. He steadied it on a flat rock, angling the small screen so both he and Ethan could see. The video played back with sharp audio, their panicked breaths, the guttural growls, and the roar that had chilled them to the core. The camera's shaky lens caught glimpses of the creature, the massive silhouette, its glinting eyes, and the brief moment the flashlight illuminated its form. Ethan leaned closer, his face pale. That's it," he stammered. Mark nodded, his hands trembling. "This is real evidence. We actually caught it on tape." But the footage, while undeniable to them, wasn't perfect. The shaky angles and the darkness left room for skeptics to dismiss it as a hoax. "People are going to say it's fake," Ethan said, voicing Mark's unspoken thought. "They'll say it's just shadows or someone in a suit." "Let them," Mark replied. "We know the truth, and this isn't over. We need more. Better footage, clearer evidence." Ethan rubbed his face, exhaustion etched into his features. "Mark, I don't know if I can do this anymore. That thing was too close. What if it's not just warning us? What if next time it attacks?" Mark didn't answer immediately. Instead, he packed the camcorder away and stood up, staring into the forest. "If we leave now, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. We're closer to proving this than anyone has ever been. We just need to be smarter about it." Ethan hesitated, then sighed. "Fine, but if it comes after us again, I'm out." Mark nodded. "Deal." They spent the morning cautiously exploring the area where they'd camped the night before. The ground was littered with signs of the creature's presence. Massive footprints pressed deep into the soil, snapped branches that bore the weight of something heavy, and a pungent, musky odor that hung in the air. Mark carefully filmed everything, narrating as he documented the tracks and broken branches. "These prints are at least 18 inches long," he said into the camera. "No animal we know of could leave tracks like this." Ethan pointed to a tree where a large claw mark gouged through the bark. "Look at this. Whatever did this had claws like a bear, but it's way too high up." Mark zoomed in, capturing the gouges in detail. "It's like it's marking its territory," he said. As they followed the tracks deeper into the forest, they became more aware of the unnatural quiet. The usual sounds of birds and insects were absent, replaced by an oppressive stillness that set them both on edge. They stopped near a stream where the footprints seemed to disappear into the water. Ethan knelt down, inspecting the area. It must have crossed here, he said, glancing upstream. Mark filmed the stream bed, then looked around. Do you feel that? Ethan frowned. Feel what? Like we're being watched, Mark said, his voice barely above a whisper. Ethan's eyes darted to the surrounding trees. I thought we agreed not to say stuff like that. But he felt it too, that prickling sensation on the back of his neck, the unmistakable feeling that they weren't alone. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the forest. Both men froze, their eyes snapping to the source of the noise. A tree branch swayed unnaturally, as if something large had brushed past it. Mark raised the camcorder, recording the movement. Did you see that? Ethan nodded, his hand instinctively reaching for the flashlight. It's here. The silence that followed was deafening. Mark and Ethan stood motionless, straining to hear any sign of the creature. Then, from somewhere deeper in the woods came a low, rumbling growl. Ethan's grip tightened on the flashlight. Mark, he whispered, his voice laced with fear. We need to go. Mark hesitated, torn between his drive to capture more evidence and the very real danger they faced. The growl came again, louder this time, and Mark made his decision. Let's move, he said, slinging the camcorder over his shoulder. They retreated quickly but carefully, their eyes scanning the forest for any sign of the creature. Every rustle of leaves and crack of a branch set their nerves on edge. When they finally reached a more open part of the forest, Ethan let out a shaky breath. That's it. No more following tracks. If it wants us gone, I say we listen. Mark nodded reluctantly. We'll regroup, but this isn't over. As they set up camp for the night, neither of them could shake the feeling that the creature was still nearby, watching, waiting. Night fell quickly, the forest around Mark and Ethan shrouded in darkness once more. They had chosen a spot closer to a small clearing, hoping the open space would give them a better vantage point. The fire crackled weakly as they sat in tense silence, listening to the distant sounds of the woods. Mark adjusted the camcorder on a makeshift tripod, its lens pointed toward the forest edge. If it comes back tonight, we'll be ready, he said, his voice steadier than he felt. Ethan poked at the fire with a stick, the glow illuminating the deep lines of worry on his face. Ready for what? To film it? What if it decides it doesn't want to just scare us this time? Mark glanced at his friend. It hasn't attacked us yet. I think it's more curious than aggressive. Maybe it's testing us. Ethan shook his head. Curious or not, that thing is huge, Mark. If it wants to, it could tear through this camp like it's nothing. A loud snap from the woods made both men jump. They turned toward the sound, their eyes straining to see through the flickering shadows beyond the firelight. Mark grabbed the camcorder, peering through the night vision. The green-tinted screen revealed little, a few swaying branches, the faint outline of trees. I don't see anything, he whispered. Maybe it's just an animal, Ethan said, though his tone lacked conviction. The forest fell silent again, the kind of silence that seemed to hum with tension. Mark kept the camcorder trained on the trees, his finger hovering over the zoom button. Then came the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, and much too large to belong to any ordinary animal. They were slow at first, then quickened, circling the edge of the clearing. Ethan stood, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. It's back, he said, his voice barely audible. Mark followed the sound with the camcorder, his hands trembling. He caught a glimpse of movement, a massive shadow darting between the trees, too fast and too far to make out any details. Stay calm, Mark said, more to himself than Ethan. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and the stillness that followed was suffocating. Mark and Ethan exchanged a glance, their faces pale in the firelight. And then, from the darkness, came a sound that sent chills down their spines, a low, guttural growl, followed by a strange, almost human-like grunt. Ethan took a step back, his eyes wide. What the hell was that? Mark didn't answer. His heart pounded as he adjusted the camcorder's zoom, trying to focus on the direction of the noise. For a brief moment, he thought he saw two glowing eyes staring back at him from the shadows. The creature stepped into the edge of the clearing, just far enough for them to make out its massive silhouette. Its fur was dark and matted, blending almost seamlessly with the night. It stood tall, its broad shoulders hunched slightly as it surveyed the camp. Ethan froze, his flashlight aimed but unlit. Don't move, he whispered. Mark kept the camcorder trained on the creature, his breath shallow. This is it, he whispered back. This is what we came for. The creature tilted its head slightly, as if studying them. Its glowing eyes flicked toward the fire, then back to the men. For a moment, it seemed almost curious, its posture less threatening than before. Then, with a sudden, guttural roar, it lunged forward, stopping just short of the firelight. Both men stumbled back, their instincts screaming at them to run. The creature let out another roar, louder this time, before retreating into the shadows. The sound of its footsteps faded quickly, leaving the clearing eerily silent once more. Ethan collapsed onto the ground, his hands shaking. "That's it. I'm done. I can't do this anymore." Mark lowered the camcorder, his heart still racing. "It didn't attack us," he said, his voice unsteady. "Yet," Ethan snapped. "Mark, that thing isn't curious. It's warning us. It doesn't want us here." Mark looked at the camcorder, replaying the footage. The creature's form was clearer this time, its eyes and movements unmistakable. But even with the evidence, he knew Ethan was right. "We'll leave tomorrow," Mark said finally, his voice heavy with reluctance. "But I'm not giving up. We'll regroup, come back better prepared." Ethan didn't respond. He simply stared at the fire, his expression a mix of fear and exhaustion. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence, both men too afraid to sleep. Morning arrived like a reluctant visitor, casting long, pale shadows across the clearing. Mark and Ethan sat by the dwindling embers of their fire, their nerves still frayed from the night before. Neither had slept, their eyes darting to every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig. Ethan broke the silence. "We need to leave. Today. No more waiting." Mark nodded, though his reluctance was clear. He glanced at the camcorder resting beside him. The footage they'd captured could be the most significant evidence of Bigfoot's existence, but it came at a steep cost, one Ethan was no longer willing to pay. They packed their gear quickly, keeping their movements quiet and deliberate. Every sound seemed amplified in the morning stillness, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. As they began their trek back toward the main trail, the weight of their decision hung heavy between them. Mark kept his camcorder in hand, filming their surroundings out of habit. The forest felt different now, less inviting, more oppressive. Ethan broke the silence again, his voice low. "Do you think it's watching us?" Mark didn't answer immediately. He scanned the trees, his eyes searching for any sign of movement. "Maybe," he admitted. "But if it wanted to hurt us, it had plenty of chances." "That's not exactly comforting," Ethan muttered. They walked in tense silence for hours, the forest stretching endlessly before them. Every so often, Mark would stop to inspect a footprint or broken branch, but Ethan urged him to keep moving. By midday, they reached a narrow stream. Ethan knelt to refill his water bottle, his eyes constantly flicking to the tree line. Mark crouched nearby, filming the surrounding area. "Let's take a quick break," Mark said, though he didn't seem relaxed. Ethan nodded, but his unease was evident. He leaned against a tree, his shoulders slumping with exhaustion. "I'm never going camping again after this," he said with a weak chuckle. Mark gave a half smile. "You'll be telling this story for the rest of your life, though." "Yeah, assuming we make it out," Ethan replied grimly. The faint sound of a branch snapping made them both freeze. They exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting from exhaustion to alarm. Mark raised the camcorder, aiming it toward the source of the noise. The forest seemed to close in around them, the trees casting long, menacing shadows. "Do you see anything?" Ethan whispered, his voice barely audible. Mark shook his head. "No. But—" Another snap, this time closer. Mark's hands trembled as he adjusted the zoom, scanning the area. For a brief moment, he thought he saw a dark shape move between the trees, but it disappeared before he could focus on it. "Let's go," Ethan said urgently, already shouldering his pack. Mark hesitated, torn between the desire to capture more evidence and the very real fear creeping up his spine. The low, guttural growl that followed made the decision for him. They moved quickly, their pace just shy of a run. The growl came again, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, as if the creature was following them but keeping its distance. "Mark, it's behind us," Ethan said, his voice shaking. "I know," Mark replied, his breath coming in short gasps. They didn't stop until the trees began to thin, the faint outline of the trailhead visible in the distance. The sounds of pursuit had ceased, but the tension lingered, a heavy weight pressing down on them. When they finally reached the trailhead, Ethan collapsed onto a nearby rock, his face pale and drawn. "We're alive," he muttered, almost in disbelief. Mark sat beside him, the camcorder still clutched in his hand. "For now," he said quietly. Ethan shot him a glare. "Don't even joke about going back." Mark didn't respond. His thoughts were already turning to the footage they'd captured and the story they would tell. But deep down, he knew the truth. The forest wasn't done with them. The drive home was long and quiet. Ethan stared out the window, his fingers nervously tapping the armrest. Mark, seated beside him, periodically glanced at the camcorder resting in his lap. The weight of their experience hung heavily in the air, unspoken but undeniable. When they finally pulled into Ethan's driveway, the late afternoon sun cast warm golden hues across the neighborhood, a stark contrast to the dark, foreboding forest they had left behind. Ethan broke the silence. "What now?" Mark sighed, powering on the camcorder. "First, we look at the footage. Then, we figure out what to do with it." Inside Ethan's modest living room, the two men huddled around the television. Mark connected the camcorder, the screen flickering to life with grainy images of the forest. They watched in silence as the events of the past few days played out on the screen. The dense woods, the footprints, the distant sounds. Then came the moment they had both been dreading, the footage from the previous night. Mark paused the video, rewinding to the brief glimpse of the creature in the clearing. He played it back in slow motion, the screen revealing the massive, shadowy figure with its glowing eyes and hulking form. Ethan leaned forward, his face pale. "That's it. That's what we saw." Mark nodded, his eyes fixed on the screen. "It's real," he said quietly. Ethan sat back, running a hand through his hair. "Do you think anyone will believe us?" Mark hesitated, then shook his head. "Probably not. But this is the best evidence we've got." Over the next few hours, they reviewed the footage repeatedly, analyzing every detail. The sound of the growls, the heavy footsteps, the glimpses of the creature, all of it was undeniable to them, but they knew others would be skeptical. As the evening wore on, Ethan finally spoke up. "We need to be careful about this, Mark. If we go public, people will think we're crazy, or worse, they'll come looking for it." Mark frowned. "So, what do we do? Just sit on this?" Ethan nodded. "For now, at least until we figure out how to present it." Mark reluctantly agreed, though a part of him felt an itch to share their story. The next few days were uneventful, but both men remained on edge. Ethan avoided the woods entirely, while Mark spent hours poring over the footage and researching sightings of Bigfoot. He found forums, articles, and accounts from people claiming to have seen the creature, but most were met with ridicule or disbelief. One night, Mark decided to test the waters. He posted a short clip from their footage on an online forum dedicated to cryptids, keeping the location vague. The response was immediate and divided. Some commenters praised the clip as the best evidence they had seen, while others dismissed it as a hoax. Ethan called him the next morning, his tone angry. "What were you thinking, posting that video?" "I kept it anonymous," Mark argued. "But people need to know, Ethan. This thing is out there." Ethan sighed. "Just don't let this consume you, okay? We made it out alive. Let's leave it at that." Mark promised, but deep down, he wasn't sure he could. The experience had changed him in ways he couldn't fully articulate. In the months that followed, the memory of their encounter lingered like a shadow. Mark continued to quietly research, while Ethan tried to move on. They spoke less frequently, their friendship strained by the weight of their shared secret. One evening, as Mark sat alone in his apartment, he received an email from an anonymous sender. The subject line read, "I believe you." Curious, he opened it. The message was brief. "I've seen it too. Be careful. You're not the only one looking." Mark's heart raced as he reread the message. He glanced at the camcorder on his desk, its battery light blinking faintly. The forest wasn't done with him after all. The end of part 1. The days turned into weeks, but the experience in the forest refused to release its grip on Mark. Every creak of his apartment floorboards, every shadow cast by the streetlights outside, felt like an echo of that oppressive forest. Ethan, on the other hand, had thrown himself into work, determined to distract himself. He avoided conversations about the encounter and didn't answer when Mark brought it up. One evening, Mark sat alone, scrolling through online forums. The email from the anonymous sender still gnawed at his thoughts. Who else had seen it? Were they in danger too? His phone buzzed, breaking his concentration. It was Ethan. "Mark," Ethan said, his voice tense. You need to stop whatever you're doing. I got a call today. Some guy asking about the footage. Mark's stomach dropped. What did you tell him? Nothing. But he knew too much. He mentioned the clearing, the growls, even the fire we lit that night. Mark frowned. Did he say who he was? No, Ethan replied. He just kept saying he wanted to confirm the story. I hung up, but now I'm freaked out. Mark stood and began pacing. This isn't just about us anymore. Someone else knows, Ethan, and if they've seen it too. Ethan cut him off. Mark, listen to me. Drop this. Forget the forums, the video, all of it. We barely made it out alive. Do you really want to poke the bear? Mark didn't answer. Ethan sighed heavily. Just think about it, okay? The call ended, leaving Mark with a gnawing sense of unease. The next morning, Mark decided to check the footage again, searching for anything he might have missed. As the video played, he froze. There, in the background of a frame he had reviewed a dozen times, was something new, a faint but unmistakable outline of a figure standing among the trees, partially obscured by shadows. He rewound and paused the video, zooming in. The figure was massive, its shoulders broad, its stance unnervingly still. Mark's pulse quickened. How had he missed this before? Before he could think further, his phone buzzed again. It was another email, this time from a different anonymous sender. The subject line read, "They know you saw it." Mark hesitated before opening it. Stop sharing the footage. Stop looking. It's not just about the creature. There's more going on than you realize. Mark's blood ran cold. He closed the laptop and leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. That evening, Ethan showed up at Mark's apartment unannounced, his face pale and drawn. I couldn't stay home, he admitted, stepping inside. I kept hearing things, footsteps outside my window, but no one was there. Mark gestured for him to sit. I think there's more to this than we thought, he said, showing Ethan the paused video. Ethan stared at the screen, his expression grim. That's it, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. That's what followed us. Mark nodded. And someone doesn't want us looking into it. I got another email today. Ethan stood abruptly. We need to delete the footage. All of it. Mark hesitated, his instinct to preserve the evidence clashing with the growing sense of danger. What if this is our only proof? Ethan shook his head. What's more important, Mark? Proof or staying alive? The two spent the night debating their next move. By morning, the footage was still intact, but both men knew time was running out. The forest's secrets had followed them home, and whatever forces were at play weren't finished with them yet. The decision was made. Mark and Ethan agreed to erase the footage. They couldn't risk it getting into the wrong hands, especially with the mysterious emails and unsettling calls they had received. But even as they deleted the files from Mark's laptop, both men knew it wouldn't be enough to erase what they had seen. The forest had left its mark on them. Ethan was the first to speak after the deletion. That's it then. No more. We need to pretend it never happened. Mark nodded, though he didn't feel any relief. The weight of the creature's presence still loomed in the back of his mind. What was it? Why was it following them? The strange events didn't stop after the footage was gone. Over the next few days, Mark and Ethan each began to notice things they hadn't before. Ethan started hearing noises outside his apartment at night, scratching sounds like claws on wood, faint whispers just beyond the window. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but it happened too often. One night, he got out of bed to check, his flashlight casting weak beams into the empty street. There was nothing, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching him from the shadows. Mark, too, felt it. He was walking to his car when he thought he saw something move in the corner of his eye, a dark figure standing still in the alley. When he turned, there was nothing there, just the empty space between buildings. He dismissed it at first as paranoia, but the nagging feeling remained. Then came the phone calls. It started with one at 3 a.m., a number they didn't recognize. The voice on the other end was distorted, as if the caller was speaking through a broken speaker. I know you saw it. I know you're still looking. Mark had hung up before the voice could say more. But it wasn't the last time. The calls continued, each one more urgent than the last. No matter how many times they changed their phone numbers, the calls persisted. The same distorted voice, the same chilling message. One night, after another call ended in the same eerie silence, Mark called Ethan. We can't ignore this anymore. Someone else knows. Ethan was quiet for a long time before he spoke. Mark, this is getting out of hand. What if we're not the only ones who've seen it? What if this thing has been watching us this whole time? Mark shivered at the thought. It's not just Bigfoot, Ethan. There's something else going on here. Something bigger. Ethan was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, I can't keep living like this. I don't know what's real anymore. Mark didn't know what to say. He didn't have the answers, and he knew Ethan was right. They had stepped into something they couldn't control. The next day, they received a visit, an unexpected one. A man in a dark suit appeared at their door, his expression stern and unreadable. He introduced himself simply as Agent Foster and said he worked for an unnamed government agency. We know what you've been through, he said, his voice low and serious. And we need to talk. Mark and Ethan exchanged a look. This was it. Mark and Ethan sat across from Agent Foster in Mark's small living room, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The man's sharp, calculating eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail before resting on the two friends. You've attracted some attention, he began, his voice calm but commanding. Mark leaned forward, trying to keep his voice steady. Who are you, and how do you know about what happened to us? Foster reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out a small folder. He opened it, revealing grainy photos of the forest clearing where they had encountered the creature. There were footprints, snapped branches, and even blurry shots of what appeared to be the creature itself. We've been monitoring that area for years, Foster said. You two just happened to stumble into something you weren't supposed to. Ethan shifted uncomfortably. What do you mean? Are you saying this thing, Bigfoot, it's real? Foster nodded slowly. It's real, but it's not what you think, and you're not the first to encounter it. Mark's heart raced. Then what is it? Foster closed the folder and leaned forward, his tone darkening. Let me make this clear. What you saw is classified. Sharing your story or the evidence you gathered puts not only you, but others in danger. Ethan frowned, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Danger from what? The creature or from you? Foster's gaze hardened. Both. The room fell silent as the weight of his words settled over them. Mark finally broke the silence. If it's so dangerous, why not contain it? Why let it roam free? Foster hesitated, his expression unreadable. It's not that simple. The creature is part of something bigger, an ecosystem, if you will. Removing it could have consequences we can't predict. That's why we monitor, but we don't interfere unless absolutely necessary. Ethan shook his head, disbelief etched across his face. So you just let it terrorize people? Foster's jaw tightened. We minimize exposure. But you two, you've drawn too much attention. People are asking questions, and the more attention this gets, the more difficult it becomes to maintain control. Mark leaned back, his mind racing. So what do you want from us? Foster's expression softened slightly. We need your cooperation. Stay quiet. Forget what you saw. If anyone asks, you were on a camping trip, and nothing unusual happened. Ethan scoffed. And if we don't? Foster's gaze sharpened again. Then you'll be putting yourselves, your families, and anyone who listens to you at risk. These things don't just disappear, Mr. Carter, and they don't like being disturbed. The weight of his words hung in the air. Mark and Ethan exchanged a glance, their unspoken fears mirrored in each other's eyes. Foster stood, adjusting his suit. This is your only warning. Don't make us come back. Without another word, he turned and walked out the door, leaving the two friends alone with their thoughts. That night, neither of them slept. Mark lay awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying Foster's words in his mind. The creature wasn't just an anomaly. It was part of something much bigger, something he couldn't begin to comprehend. Ethan, on the other hand, paced his apartment, paranoia creeping into every corner of his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that even now the creature, or worse, the people monitoring it, were keeping tabs on them. As dawn broke, Mark made a decision. He picked up the phone and called Ethan. We need to figure this out, he said, his voice firm. They're not telling us everything. And if they think we're going to stay quiet, they're wrong. Ethan hesitated before replying. This is bigger than us, Mark. We could get in serious trouble. Mark's grip tightened on the phone. We're already in trouble, Ethan. We can't just sit back and pretend this didn't happen. Ethan sighed. What do you have in mind? Mark glanced at the folder Foster had accidentally left behind. A single clue that might lead them closer to the truth. We find out what they're hiding. Mark sat at his kitchen table, the folder Foster had left behind spread out in front of him. The man's words echoed in his head. These things don't just disappear. He flipped through the pages again, scanning the blurry photos and cryptic notes. Most of it was indecipherable, jargon and abbreviations that meant nothing to him. But one detail stood out, a hand-drawn map. The map showed the forest they had camped in, but it marked areas that weren't on any official guide. Strange symbols were scattered across it, triangles, X's, and circles, none of which were explained in the notes. Mark quickly grabbed his phone and called Ethan. "Hey," Ethan answered, his voice groggy. "Get over here," Mark said. "I found something." An hour later, Ethan arrived, looking both irritated and exhausted. "You said we were done with this," he said, dropping into a chair. Mark slid the map across the table. "Look at this. Foster left it behind. It's a map of the forest." Ethan frowned, examining the paper. "What are these symbols?" "I don't know," Mark admitted, "but they're marking something. And look, this one here," he pointed to a large X near the center of the map, "is exactly where we saw the creature." Ethan's eyes widened slightly, but he shook his head. "Mark, no, we're not going back there." Mark leaned forward, his voice urgent. "Think about it. Why would they map this area so thoroughly if there wasn't something important going on? Foster said there's an ecosystem, something bigger than just Bigfoot. Don't you want to know what it is?" Ethan hesitated, the fear in his eyes giving way to reluctant curiosity. "And what if we find something we can't handle?" Mark shrugged. "We already have. What's the difference now?" The next day, armed with copies of the map and supplies, Mark and Ethan returned to the forest. The journey felt surreal, as if they were retracing their steps into a nightmare they had barely escaped. The woods were eerily quiet as they followed the map. It led them deeper than they had gone before, into parts of the forest untouched by trails or signs of human activity. After hours of hiking, they reached a clearing marked by one of the symbols on the map, a circle. In the center stood a tree, its trunk carved with strange markings. Ethan stepped closer, running his fingers over the grooves. "These look ancient," he muttered. Mark took photos, his heart pounding. "This isn't just Bigfoot," he said. "This is something older, something no one's supposed to see." The air grew heavy, and both men froze as a low growl rumbled from the shadows. Mark turned slowly, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. For a moment, he thought he saw movement, a massive figure slipping between the trees. "It's here," Ethan whispered, his voice trembling. The growl came again, closer this time. The friends backed away, their instincts screaming at them to run. As they stumbled out of the clearing, Mark glanced back. The tree stood still, its carvings illuminated by the fading light. But the forest around it seemed alive, watching, waiting. They didn't stop running until they reached the edge of the forest. Breathless and shaken, they collapsed against a fallen log. Ethan looked at Mark, his face pale. "We can't do this, man. Whatever this is, it's not for us to figure out." Mark didn't respond. His mind was racing, trying to piece together the fragments of the mystery. The map, the markings, the creature, they were all connected. And he couldn't shake the feeling that they were closer to the truth than ever before. But at what cost? Mark and Ethan sat in silence for what felt like hours, the distant growl still echoing in their minds. The forest's eerie stillness had followed them to the edge, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. "We need to go back," Mark finally said, breaking the silence. Ethan shot him a look of disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? We barely made it out of there. Whatever that thing is, it's not messing around, Mark." Mark clenched his fists. "But we're so close, Ethan. That tree, those markings, they mean something. And this map." He held it up, the paper now crumpled from their frantic escape. "This isn't just about Bigfoot. There's something bigger here. Don't you want to know what it is?" Ethan rubbed his temples, the stress etched into his face. "Mark, sometimes not knowing is better. Foster warned us, remember? He said this thing doesn't like being disturbed. What if we push too far?" Mark stared at the map, his determination unwavering. "I can't just walk away. Not now." Ethan sighed heavily but didn't argue further. "If we're doing this, we need a better plan and more supplies." The next morning, they returned to the forest, this time with a stronger resolve. They carried heavier backpacks filled with extra batteries, stronger flashlights, a first aid kit, and even a small recording device. The trek to the tree took longer than before. Out, the air seemed denser, the shadows darker. The forest felt alive, as if it were aware of their presence. When they reached the clearing, the tree stood as they had left it, towering and ancient, its carvings almost glowing in the dim light. Ethan approached cautiously, his flashlight scanning the bark. "What do you think these mean?" he asked, tracing one of the symbols. Mark snapped more photos. "It looks like a language, or maybe a warning. Whatever it is, it's not random." A sudden noise made them both freeze, a snapping branch, followed by heavy footsteps. Mark turned toward the sound, his flashlight trembling in his hand. The beam caught something, a fleeting glimpse of fur, a massive shape disappearing into the shadows. "It's here," he whispered. Ethan pulled out the recording device, his hands shaking. Do we try to follow it?" Mark hesitated. Every instinct told him to run, but his curiosity was stronger. "We follow it, carefully." The creature led them deeper into the forest, the path becoming more treacherous with every step. The map provided little guidance now, the markings growing sparser as they moved away from the tree. The footsteps grew fainter, and for a moment they thought they had lost it. But then they stumbled upon another clearing. In the center stood a massive stone structure, partially hidden by moss and vines. It looked ancient, its surface covered in the same carvings as the tree. "What the hell is this?" Ethan whispered, his voice barely audible. Mark approached the structure cautiously, his flashlight revealing more details. It wasn't just a stone, it was an entrance, a dark, narrow passage leading underground. Ethan backed away. "No, absolutely not. There's no way I'm going in there." Mark stared at the opening, his pulse racing. "This is it, Ethan. This is what the map was leading us to." Ethan grabbed his arm. "Mark, think about this. We don't know what's down there. We barely know what's out here." Mark looked at him, his expression torn. "We can't turn back now." Before Ethan could respond, a deep guttural growl came from the passage. The sound was unlike anything they had heard before, primal, terrifying, and close. Both men froze, their flashlights trained on the darkness. Then, slowly, a pair of glowing eyes appeared in the shadows. Mark and Ethan stood paralyzed, their flashlights fixed on the glowing eyes emerging from the darkness of the stone passage. The air seemed to thicken around them, making it hard to breathe. The growl came again, low and menacing, reverberating through their chests. The creature didn't move closer, but its presence filled the clearing, a silent warning not to proceed. Ethan gripped Mark's arm tightly. "We have to leave, now." Mark's mind raced. Every part of him screamed to run, but his curiosity tethered him to the spot. "It's guarding something," he whispered, his voice trembling. "This passage, it's important." Ethan shook his head, panic flashing in his eyes. "I don't care what it's guarding, Mark. If we stay here, we're dead." The creature shifted slightly, its massive silhouette becoming clearer in the faint light. It was taller than any man, its fur matted and dark, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Mark swallowed hard, taking a cautious step back. "Okay, let's go." Slowly. They began to retreat, their flashlights still trained on the creature. It didn't follow but remained at the entrance, its glowing eyes never leaving them. When they were far enough away, Ethan broke into a full sprint, dragging Mark with him. They didn't stop until they were well beyond the clearing, their lungs burning from exertion. Back at their campsite, they sat in silence, their faces pale and their hands trembling. "That thing, it wasn't just an animal," Ethan finally said, breaking the silence. "It looked intelligent, like it knew exactly what we were doing." Mark nodded slowly. "It was protecting the entrance. That passage, there's something down there, something it doesn't want us to see." Ethan ran a hand through his hair, his frustration boiling over. "Why are you still thinking about this? We barely made it out of there alive, and you're already planning to go back." Mark looked at him, his determination unwavering. "Because we're closer than we've ever been, Ethan. That structure, the creature, it's all connected. If we can figure out what's down there, we'll have the answers we've been searching for." Ethan shook his head, his voice rising. "And what if those answers get us killed, Mark? What if Foster was right? Maybe this isn't something we're supposed to know." Mark stared into the fire, the flames reflecting in his eyes. "Maybe. But if we don't try, we'll never know." That night, Mark stayed awake, going over the map again and again. His mind was a whirlwind of fear and curiosity. He knew Ethan was right. They were in over their heads. But the thought of turning back now, of leaving the mystery unsolved, was unbearable. As dawn broke, Mark made a decision. He would go back to the structure, with or without Ethan. When his friend woke up, Mark was already packing his gear. Ethan groaned, rubbing his eyes. "You're not seriously doing this." Mark glanced at him, his face set with resolve. "I have to. You don't have to come, but I can't leave this unfinished." Ethan stared at him for a long moment before letting out a defeated sigh. "You're going to get us killed, you know that?" Mark managed a small smile. "Probably. But at least we'll know the truth." With their supplies in tow, the two friends set out once more, the tension between them palpable. The journey to the clearing felt even heavier this time, the forest silence pressing down on them like a physical weight. When they arrived, the structure loomed before them, unchanged. The creature was nowhere to be seen, but its presence lingered, a chilling reminder of the danger they faced. Mark approached the entrance cautiously, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. "If it comes back, we'll run," he said, more to himself than to Ethan. Ethan sighed, gripping his flashlight tightly. "Let's just get this over with." They stepped into the passage, the air growing colder with every step. The walls were lined with more carvings, their meanings as mysterious as ever. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The passage seemed to stretch on forever, the light from their flashlights barely penetrating the darkness ahead. Then they heard it, a sound that stopped them in their tracks. A deep, resonant hum, almost like chanting, echoing from somewhere up ahead. Mark exchanged a nervous glance with Ethan. "What the hell is that?" Ethan shook his head, his face pale. "I don't know, but I don't think we should find out." Despite his fear, Mark pressed on, his curiosity outweighing his better judgment. As they rounded a corner, the passage opened into a massive chamber, its walls covered in glowing symbols. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, its surface etched with the same carvings they had seen on the tree and the structure above. But what caught their attention was what stood behind the altar, a figure shrouded in shadow, its glowing eyes fixed on them. The chamber's eerie glow cast long dancing shadows on the walls as Mark and Ethan froze in place. The figure behind the altar didn't move, but its glowing eyes burned with an intensity that seemed to pierce their very souls. "What is that?" Ethan whispered, his voice trembling. Mark swallowed hard, his hands gripping the flashlight so tightly his knuckles turned white. "I don't know, but it's watching us." The figure let out a low, guttural growl, its massive silhouette shifting slightly. Though its features remained obscured, the sheer size and presence of the creature made it clear they were trespassing on something ancient and powerful. Mark took a cautious step forward, his curiosity warring with his fear. "We're not here to hurt you," he said, his voice shaking. We want to understand." Ethan grabbed his arm, his eyes wide with panic. "Are you insane? You don't talk to it. You run." The creature tilted its head slightly, as if it were studying them. Then it raised one massive arm and pointed toward the altar. Mark and Ethan exchanged a stunned glance. "Did it just gesture?" Ethan whispered. Mark nodded slowly. "It wants us to look at the altar." Ethan shook his head furiously. "No way. This is a trap, Mark. Let's get out of here while we still can." But Mark's curiosity was too strong to ignore. "If it wanted to hurt us, it could have already," he reasoned. I think it's showing us something." With trembling hands, Mark stepped closer to the altar. The carvings glowed brighter as he approached, their intricate patterns pulsing with a strange, rhythmic light. Ethan stayed a few steps behind, his flashlight darting between the creature and the altar. "This is a terrible idea," he muttered under his breath. As Mark reached the altar, he noticed a circular indentation in its center, surrounded by symbols. It looked like it was designed to hold something. "What do you think this is for?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Before Ethan could respond, the creature growled again, louder this time. It stepped closer, its massive form illuminated by the glowing carvings. Mark's breath caught in his throat. Up close, the creature was even more imposing. Its fur dark and matted, its features primal yet intelligent. Its glowing eyes locked onto Mark's, and for a moment, He felt a strange sense of connection, as if the creature were trying to communicate with him. Then it pointed to the map in Mark's hand. Mark hesitated, then unfolded the map. The creature's growl softened, and it gestured again, this time toward a specific symbol on the altar. Ethan stepped closer, his fear giving way to a reluctant curiosity. "It's pointing to that symbol," he said. "What does it mean?" Mark studied the symbol, his mind racing. "It's the same one that was on the tree," he said. "Maybe it's a key or a marker of some kind." Before they could decipher its meaning, the creature let out a sharp, guttural sound and turned abruptly. It moved toward the far end of the chamber, disappearing into the shadows. Mark and Ethan stood in stunned silence, the weight of what they had just experienced sinking in. "Do we follow it?" Mark asked. Ethan looked at him like he'd lost his mind. "Follow it? Are you kidding me? We're lucky it didn't rip us apart." Mark sighed, his gaze lingering on the shadowy passage where the creature had vanished. "There's more to this, Ethan. It's trying to tell us something." Ethan grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the exit. "I don't care what it's trying to tell us. We've seen enough. Let's get out of here before it changes its mind." Reluctantly, Mark allowed himself to be led back through the passage. But as they emerged into the forest, his mind was already racing with questions, and the unshakable feeling that their encounter was only the beginning. The morning sun filtered through the dense canopy as Mark and Ethan sat at their campsite, silent and shaken from the events of the previous night. The encounter with the creature and the glowing altar had left them with more questions than answers. Ethan poked at the campfire with a stick, his brow furrowed. "You know, we could pack up right now. Forget this ever happened. Go home and pretend none of it was real." Mark stared at the map spread out before him, his finger tracing the symbol the creature had pointed to. "You really think we can just walk away from this? We've seen too much." Ethan let out a frustrated sigh. "And what exactly have we seen? A giant creature, some creepy glowing carvings? None of it makes any sense, Mark. People are going to think we're crazy." Mark looked up at him, his eyes filled with determination. "Maybe, but what if we're not? What if this is the key to proving everything we've been searching for?" Ethan shook his head, exasperated. "I don't even know what this is." "And neither do you." Mark held up the map, pointing to the marked locations. "Look at this. The symbol it showed us, it's connected to these other spots. If we can figure out what they mean, maybe we'll understand why it's guarding that altar." Ethan hesitated, his resolve wavering. He hated to admit it, but Mark's curiosity was infectious. "Fine," he said reluctantly. "But if we run into that thing again, I'm out." "I mean it, Mark." Mark nodded, folding the map carefully. "Deal. Let's start with the closest marker. It's only a few miles from here." The hike was grueling, the terrain growing steeper and more treacherous as they neared their destination. The forest seemed eerily quiet, the usual sounds of birds and insects replaced by an oppressive silence. "Does it feel off to you?" Ethan asked, his voice hushed. Mark nodded. "Yeah, like we're being watched." They pressed on, their unease growing with every step. When they finally reached the marker, they found themselves standing before a massive stone monolith, its surface covered in carvings identical to those on the altar. Mark approached it cautiously, running his fingers over the grooves. "It's the same style," he said, "but these symbols are different." Ethan hung back, his eyes scanning the surrounding forest. "Do you think it's another piece of the puzzle?" Mark nodded, studying the carvings intently. "It has to be. Look at this. It's pointing toward another location." He traced a line in the carvings, which seemed to form a crude map. "This could be the next marker." Ethan groaned. "More hiking? Great." Before Mark could respond, a branch snapped nearby, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the stillness. Both men froze, their eyes darting toward the source of the noise. The shadows between the trees seemed to shift, as if something massive were moving just out of sight. Mark whispered, "Do you see it?" Ethan shook his head, his hand tightening on the flashlight. "No, but it's there. I can feel it." The tension was unbearable, every second dragging out like an eternity. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the movement stopped. The forest fell silent once more. Ethan exhaled shakily. "We need to leave. Now." Mark hesitated, torn between his fear and his curiosity. But the memory of the creature's glowing eyes was enough to convince him. "Okay," he said, "let's go." They hurried back the way they had come, the sense of being followed never leaving them. By the time they reached the safety of their campsite, both men were on edge, their nerves frayed. Ethan dropped his pack and collapsed onto a log. "I told you this was a bad idea." Mark sat beside him, staring at the map. "We're close, Ethan. I can feel it. Whatever's out there, it's trying to lead us somewhere." Ethan shook his head, his expression grim. "Or it's trying to warn us to stay away." Night had fallen by the time Mark and Ethan decided to rest. The fire crackled softly, its warm glow offering a fragile sense of security against the dark wilderness. Despite their exhaustion, neither man could sleep. The oppressive feeling of being watched hung heavy in the air. Ethan poked at the fire with a stick, his face tense. "We can't keep doing this, Mark. I don't know what's out there, but it's not just some animal. It's something else." Mark sat across from him, his flashlight in hand. "I know, but it's not attacking us, Ethan. If it wanted to, it would have done it by now." Ethan shook his head. "That doesn't mean it's safe. Maybe it's waiting for the right moment." The woods were eerily silent, the usual nighttime sounds of crickets and owls absent. It was as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Then a sound broke the stillness, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from all around them. Mark and Ethan froze, their eyes darting toward the shadows beyond the firelight. The growl grew louder, more distinct, until it was clear that something massive was circling their camp. Ethan grabbed his flashlight and shone it into the darkness, his hand trembling. "Do you see anything?" Mark squinted into the trees, his heart pounding. "No, but it's close." The growling stopped, replaced by the sound of heavy footsteps. The ground seemed to tremble with each step, the weight of the creature unmistakable. Mark and Ethan stood, their backs to the fire as they scanned the shadows. "Stay calm," Mark whispered, though his own voice betrayed his fear. The footsteps stopped just beyond the edge of the firelight. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, two glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. Ethan gasped, his flashlight shaking as he pointed it toward the creature. But the beam barely penetrated the shadows, revealing only a hulking silhouette. Mark took a cautious step forward, his hands raised. "We don't want to hurt you," he said, his voice steady despite the terror coursing through him. The creature growled again, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the air. It stepped closer, its massive form partially illuminated by the firelight. Ethan took a step back, his voice barely above a whisper. "Mark, don't. Just stay back." But Mark held his ground, his gaze locked on the creature. "I think it's trying to tell us something," he said. The creature tilted its head, its glowing eyes narrowing. Then, to their astonishment, it reached down and picked up a fallen branch. "What the?" Ethan began, but he stopped as the creature began drawing in the dirt with the branch. Mark and Ethan watched in stunned silence as the creature scratched out a crude symbol, a circle with intersecting lines. "It's the same symbol from the altar," Mark whispered. The creature pointed to the drawing, then gestured toward the woods. Mark turned to Ethan, his eyes wide. "It wants us to follow it." Ethan's jaw dropped. "You can't be serious. We're not following that thing." Mark looked back at the creature, his mind racing. What if it's leading us to answers? To the truth about all of this? Ethan shook his head vehemently. Or to our deaths? Before they could decide, the creature let out a low grunt and began walking into the forest. It paused at the edge of the firelight, turning to look back at them. Mark took a step forward, his heart pounding. "I'm going," he said. Ethan grabbed his arm, his voice desperate. "Mark, please, don't do this." Mark hesitated, then gently pulled free. "I have to. This might be our only chance to understand." He followed the creature into the darkness, his flashlight cutting a narrow path through the trees. Ethan stood frozen, torn between his fear and his loyalty to his friend. After a moment of agonizing indecision, he let out a frustrated sigh and grabbed his pack. "Wait up," he called, running to catch up with Mark. "If you're going, I'm not letting you do it alone." Unknown Mark, and Ethan followed the creature deeper into the forest, their flashlights casting long, flickering shadows across the trees. The creature moved with surprising agility for its massive size, its glowing eyes occasionally turning back to ensure they were still following. Ethan muttered under his breath, "I can't believe I'm doing this. This is insane." Mark glanced at him. "We've come this far, Ethan. Whatever this thing is, it's trying to show us something. We have to see it through." The path grew narrower, the trees pressing in around them. The air was heavy and damp, carrying a faint, earthy scent that seemed oddly out of place. After what felt like an eternity, the creature stopped at the edge of a clearing. It turned to face them, its glowing eyes flickering as it gestured toward the open space ahead. Mark and Ethan stepped forward cautiously, their flashlights illuminating a sight that took their breath away. The clearing was dominated by a massive stone structure, half buried in the earth and covered in moss and vines. Strange symbols were etched into the surface, glowing faintly in the darkness. At the center of the structure was an opening, a dark, yawning hole that seemed to lead underground. Ethan took a step back, his voice trembling. "What is this place?" Mark stared at the structure, awe and curiosity battling with fear. "It's incredible. It looks ancient." The creature let out a low growl and pointed to the opening. Mark hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back, but his curiosity won out. "It wants us to go inside." Ethan grabbed his arm. "No way, Mark. This is where we draw the line. We don't know what's down there." Mark looked at him, his expression resolute. "That's exactly why we need to go. This could be the key to everything. The symbols, the sightings, the creature itself. We can't stop now." Ethan shook his head, his fear evident. "This isn't curiosity anymore, Mark. This is suicide." The creature growled again, its glowing eyes narrowing as it pointed more insistently toward the opening. Mark turned back to the structure, taking a deep breath. "You don't have to come with me, Ethan, but I'm going in." Ethan stared at him, torn between his fear and his loyalty. After a moment, he sighed heavily. "Fine, but if we die down there, I'm haunting you." Mark smiled faintly. "Deal." The descent into the structure was steep and treacherous, the narrow tunnel forcing them to move single file. The air grew colder and heavier with each step, and the faint glow of the symbols provided just enough light to guide their way. Ethan muttered, "This is a terrible idea. I just want to state that for the record." Mark didn't respond, his focus entirely on the path ahead. The tunnel eventually opened into a cavernous chamber, the walls covered in more of the glowing symbols. At the center of the chamber was a raised platform, surrounded by what appeared to be crude stone carvings of the creature itself. Mark and Ethan approached the platform cautiously, their flashlights sweeping across the chamber. This is a shrine," Mark whispered. Ethan frowned. "A shrine? To what? The creature?" Mark nodded, his mind racing. "It must be. This whole place, it's like a temple. But why?" Before they could speculate further, the creature entered the chamber, its massive form casting long shadows across the walls. It moved to the platform and placed a hand on the carvings, letting out a low, mournful sound. Mark stepped closer, his voice soft. "It's protecting this place. That's why it's been so aggressive. It's guarding something." Ethan crossed his arms, his skepticism returning. "Guarding what exactly? There's nothing here but rocks and symbols." The creature turned to face them, its glowing eyes filled with an intensity that made both men take a step back. It raised its hand, pointing to the ceiling of the chamber. Mark and Ethan followed its gaze, their flashlights revealing a massive symbol etched into the stone above them. It was the same circle and line design from the map, but more intricate, with additional markings that seemed to tell a story. Mark's breath caught in his throat. "This is it. This is what it's been trying to show us." Ethan frowned, his unease growing. "What does it mean?" Mark shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's important." End of part 2. The chamber was eerily silent, save for the faint hum emanating from the glowing symbols on the walls. Mark and Ethan stood in awe, their flashlights pointed at the intricate symbol carved into the ceiling. Mark traced the design with his eyes, trying to make sense of its meaning. "This has to be some kind of message," he muttered. "Something ancient. But why would the creature lead us here?" Ethan crossed his arms, his unease evident. "Maybe it's not leading us. It's trapping us. Ever think about that?" Before Mark could respond, the creature stepped onto the platform and placed its massive hand against the largest stone carving. A low rumble echoed through the chamber as the floor beneath them began to shift. "Mark, what's happening?" Ethan shouted, stumbling backward as the ground trembled. Mark steadied himself, his heart pounding. "I don't know, but stay close." The platform descended like an ancient elevator, revealing a staircase spiraling deeper into the earth. The creature stepped off the platform and gestured for them to follow. Ethan hesitated, his flashlight shaking in his hand. This is insane. We should turn back while we still can. Mark turned to him, his voice calm but firm. We've come this far, Ethan. Whatever's down there, it's the reason for everything. The sightings, the symbols, the fear. Don't you want to know the truth? Ethan hesitated, then sighed heavily. Fine, but if I get eaten by some ancient monster, I'm blaming you. The two men followed the creature down the staircase, the air growing colder with each step. The walls were lined with more symbols, their glow pulsating faintly as if alive. At the bottom of the staircase, they entered a vast underground cavern. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen. Towering stone pillars reached toward the ceiling, and a massive pool of water lay at the center, its surface glowing with an otherworldly light. Ethan stared in disbelief. What is this place? Mark stepped forward, his eyes wide. It's like an underground sanctuary. But for what? The creature moved to the edge of the glowing pool and gestured for them to approach. Mark and Ethan exchanged a nervous glance before cautiously stepping closer. As they neared the pool, they saw their reflections shimmer and distort on its surface. Suddenly, the water began to ripple, and an image formed, a scene of dense forests and snowy peaks. Mark's breath caught. It's showing us something. The image shifted, revealing glimpses of other creatures, some resembling the ones standing before them, others entirely alien in form. They moved through the forests, their massive frames blending seamlessly with the landscape. Ethan's voice was barely above a whisper. They're not just one creature, there are more of them. Mark nodded, his mind racing. This isn't just a sanctuary, it's a gateway, a connection to their world. The creature growled softly, drawing their attention. It pointed to the pool, then to the symbol on the ceiling, as if urging them to understand. Mark furrowed his brow, piecing together the fragments of the mystery. The symbols, the sightings, everything. It's all tied to this place. They've been protecting it, keeping it hidden from the world. Ethan shook his head, his fear replaced by a growing sense of wonder. But why? What are they afraid of? Before Mark could respond, a distant sound echoed through the cavern, the faint hum of engines. Ethan froze. Do you hear that? Mark nodded, his stomach sinking. It's a helicopter. The creature let out a low growl, its glowing eyes narrowing as it turned toward the entrance. It crouched low, its muscles tensed as if preparing for a fight. Ethan grabbed Mark's arm. They found us. We have to get out of here. But Mark shook his head, his gaze fixed on the creature. No, this place isn't safe anymore. They'll destroy it if they find it. The creature growled again, more urgently this time. It gestured toward the pool, then to Mark and Ethan, as if urging them to make a decision. Mark took a deep breath, his mind racing. We have to help it protect this place. If they find it, everything we've seen, everything we've learned, it'll be lost forever. Ethan stared at him, his expression torn. And what if we can't stop them? Mark's jaw tightened. Then we'll go down fighting. The faint hum of engines grew louder, reverberating through the cavern. Mark and Ethan exchanged a tense glance, their hearts pounding. The creature crouched low, its glowing eyes fixed on the staircase leading back to the surface. It growled deeply, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. Mark grabbed Ethan's shoulder. We need to move. If the rescue team finds this place, they'll report it, and who knows what will happen after that. Ethan hesitated, his voice shaky. And do what? Fight them off? There's no way we can take on a team of trained professionals. The creature let out a sharp, guttural sound, cutting through their argument. It gestured toward the pool, then pointed to the staircase. Mark's eyes widened as he realized what it was trying to say. It's telling us to lead them away, to buy it time to protect this place. Ethan's face paled. You're kidding, right? You want us to be bait? Mark nodded grimly. It's the only way. We've seen too much, Ethan. If we don't help, this place will be exposed. Ethan swallowed hard, the fear evident in his eyes. But after a moment, he nodded reluctantly. Fine. Let's do this. The two men sprinted up the staircase, their flashlights bouncing wildly. The engine's hum grew louder as they emerged from the structure into the dense forest. A spotlight swept through the trees, illuminating their surroundings in harsh white light. Mark and Ethan dove into the underbrush, their breathing ragged. Ethan whispered, They're already here. What now? Mark peered through the foliage, spotting the faint outline of a helicopter hovering above the treetops. He pointed to the left. "We head that way. Make noise, draw their attention." Ethan's expression was a mix of fear and disbelief. "You're insane." Mark gave him a faint smile. "Maybe, but it'll work." The two friends began running through the forest, deliberately snapping branches and shouting. The sound of boots hitting the ground told them their plan was working. "Over here!" one of the voices called out. "I heard something!" Mark and Ethan pushed themselves harder, adrenaline surging through their veins. The spotlight from the helicopter swung in their direction, forcing them to dive behind a fallen log. Ethan gasped for breath. "This is the worst idea you've ever had." Mark peeked over the log, his heart racing. "It's working. They're following us. We just need to keep them away from the cavern." Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the forest. A tranquilizer dart embedded itself in the log inches from Mark's head. "They're armed," Ethan hissed, panic creeping into his voice. Mark grabbed his arm. "Then we don't stop moving. Come on!" The chase continued deeper into the forest, the search team closing in. Mark and Ethan's lungs burned, their legs aching as they pushed themselves to the limit. Just as they thought they couldn't go any further, a deafening roar echoed through the trees. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the creature burst into view, its massive form barreling toward the search team. The men shouted in alarm, their flashlights and weapons turning toward the creature. But it was too fast, too powerful. It knocked them aside effortlessly, its guttural growl filling the air. Mark and Ethan watched in awe as the creature defended its territory. Ethan whispered, "It's protecting us." Mark nodded, his voice filled with wonder. "No, it's protecting the secret." The search team retreated, their shouts fading into the distance. The creature stood at the edge of the clearing, its glowing eyes scanning the forest. Mark and Ethan approached cautiously, their breaths still labored. "Thank you," Mark said softly. The creature turned to them, its expression unreadable. It gestured toward the forest, a silent command to leave. Ethan frowned. "It wants us to go." Mark nodded. "Our part is done. It's up to us to make sure this stays buried." Reluctantly, they turned and began their journey back to the edge of the forest, the weight of what they'd witnessed pressing heavily on their shoulders. Mark and Ethan trudged through the dense forest, their bodies aching and minds reeling from the night's events. The creature's roar still echoed faintly in their ears, a haunting reminder of the powerful force they had encountered. Ethan broke the silence, his voice shaky. "We should have stayed, helped it more." Mark shook his head. "We did what we could. If we stayed any longer, we'd have been captured. Or worse." Ethan sighed, kicking at the underbrush. "I just can't believe it. That thing protected us. It could have left us to deal with those guys, but it didn't." Mark glanced at his friend, his expression solemn. It wasn't just protecting us. It was protecting its home, its world. We were just a small part of something much bigger. As they walked, the forest began to thin, revealing the faint outlines of a dirt road. Mark pulled out his compass, checking their direction. "We're close to where we parked?" he said, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Ethan groaned. "Finally, I feel like I've aged 10 years in one night." When they reached the road, the sight of their dusty pickup truck brought a wave of relief. They climbed in, slamming the doors behind them. Ethan leaned back in his seat, staring at the ceiling. "What now? Do we just go back to our lives and pretend none of this happened?" Mark started the engine, the truck rumbling to life. "We can't tell anyone, Ethan. You saw what they were willing to do to find that place. If word gets out, it'll be chaos." Ethan frowned. "But what about the truth? People deserve to know what's out there." Mark gripped the steering wheel tightly. "And then what? Scientists, governments, treasure hunters, they'd all descend on that forest. They'd destroy it. That creature, its home, everything. Gone. Is that what you want?" Ethan was silent for a long moment. Finally, he sighed. "No, I don't want that." Mark nodded, his expression resolute. "Then we keep this between us. No one else can know." The drive back to their small town was quiet, the weight of their secret hanging heavy in the air. When they arrived, the first rays of dawn were breaking over the horizon, casting the streets in a soft, golden light. Ethan turned to Mark as they pulled into his driveway. "So, we just act like nothing happened? Go back to work? Hang out like usual?" Mark forced a small smile. "Something like that. But we'll always know, Ethan. We'll always know what's out there. Ethan nodded, stepping out of the truck. Take care, man. And thanks for not letting me lose it out there. Mark gave him a nod. Same to you. As Mark drove home, his mind raced with thoughts of the cavern, the glowing pool, and the creature that had saved them. He knew their lives would never truly be the same, but he also knew they had made the right choice. The secret would stay with them, hidden deep in the forests where it belonged. But deep down, Mark couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end of the story. Days turned into weeks, but the events of that fateful night stayed vivid in Mark and Ethan's minds. They returned to their routine, work, coffee meetups, and the occasional weekend fishing trip, but an unspoken tension lingered between them. Ethan couldn't stop replaying the encounter in his head. The glowing eyes of the creature, the roar that shook the earth, the way it seemed to understand their intentions. He'd lie awake at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering if the creature was still out there, protecting its home. Mark, on the other hand, had thrown himself into work, trying to bury his thoughts under a pile of projects. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the memories. He found himself scanning the news, searching for any mention of strange happenings in the forest, half hoping and half dreading to see something. One evening, as they sat on Mark's back porch with beers in hand, Ethan broke the silence. Have you thought about going back? He asked hesitantly. Mark stiffened. We agreed not to, Ethan. It's too dangerous. I know, Ethan said quickly. But don't you want to check? To make sure it's okay? Mark shook his head, taking a long sip of his beer. The less we interfere, the better. That creature knows how to handle itself. We'd just be putting it and ourselves at risk. Ethan looked unconvinced, but didn't push the issue. Instead, he leaned back and stared at the stars. It just feels wrong, like we left something unfinished. Mark sighed, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Sometimes the best thing you can do is leave things as they are. Later that night, as Mark lay in bed, he heard a faint rustling outside his window. Sitting up, he strained his ears, his heart pounding. The sound came again, soft, deliberate, like someone, or something, moving through the yard. He grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, the cool night air sending a shiver down his spine. Hello? He called out, his voice barely above a whisper. The yard was empty, the trees casting long, eerie shadows under the moonlight. But as he turned to go back inside, he spotted something on the ground near the edge of the forest. A footprint. Not human. Mark's breath caught in his throat. The print was massive, with claw-like impressions at the toes. He crouched down, his mind racing. Was it the creature? Had it come to find him? Or was it something else entirely? The next morning, Mark showed the footprint to Ethan, who immediately grew pale. That's it, isn't it? Ethan said, his voice barely above a whisper. The creature. Mark nodded grimly. I think so. But why would it come here? We're miles away from the forest. Ethan frowned, his mind working through the possibilities. Maybe it's trying to warn us, or maybe it needs our help. Mark ran a hand through his hair, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. If it's here, it's not good news. We need to be careful. Ethan nodded, his expression serious. So what do we do? Mark looked out toward the forest, a sense of foreboding settling over him. We wait, and if it shows itself, we'll figure it out then. The following days were marked by a growing unease. Mark and Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. At night, faint sounds drifted through the air, branches snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional low growl that set their nerves on edge. Mark became increasingly vigilant, keeping a flashlight and a makeshift weapon, a sturdy metal bat by his side at all times. Ethan, on the other hand, began leaving out scraps of food near the edge of the forest, hoping to coax the creature closer. It's not a dog, Ethan, Mark said one evening, watching his friend place an apple and a slice of bread on the ground. I know that, Ethan replied, glancing into the trees. But if it's here, it's for a reason. Maybe this will show we mean no harm. Mark sighed, skeptical but too tired to argue. The next morning, the food was gone. In its place was a small, carefully arranged stack of sticks, forming a rudimentary symbol. Mark stared at it, his jaw tightening. It's communicating. Ethan crouched beside the symbol, tracing it with his finger. But what does it mean? Mark shook his head. No idea. But this is more than just instinct. It's intelligent. Ethan looked up at him, his eyes wide. So what do we do now? Mark thought for a moment before responding. We leave another message. Something simple. Let's see if it responds. They spent the afternoon arranging rocks into a basic arrow shape pointing toward the forest. The act felt almost absurd, but they were desperate for answers. That night, as they sat on Mark's porch, the atmosphere was tense. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow more ominous. Around midnight, a distant howl broke the silence. It was low and guttural, unlike anything they'd ever heard before. Mark and Ethan exchanged a glance, their hearts racing. "That's not it," Mark whispered. Ethan swallowed hard. "Then what is it?" The following morning, the rocks were rearranged into a new symbol, a circle with a line slashed through it. Mark stared at the symbol, his mind racing. "It's warning us. Something's coming." Ethan's face paled. "You think it's the search team? Or something worse?" Mark didn't answer. He scanned the forest, his instincts screaming at him to leave, but he knew they were in too deep now. "We need to be ready," he said finally. "Whatever's out there, we're not running this time." The morning fog hung thick in the air as Mark and Ethan prepared for what felt like an inevitable confrontation. They gathered what little supplies they had, flashlights, a hunting knife, a bat, and a small first aid kit, and stayed close to the edge of the forest, their nerves frayed. Ethan couldn't stop glancing at the rearranged rocks. A circle with a line through it. It feels like a warning, but against what? Mark didn't reply immediately. He was too focused on scanning the trees, looking for any movement. Whatever it's warning us about, it's something we don't want to meet. As the day wore on, the woods seemed to grow darker, despite the rising sun. The air felt heavier, charged with an almost electric energy. Birds and small animals were conspicuously absent, leaving an eerie silence that set Mark and Ethan further on edge. By mid-afternoon, the two friends had retreated to Mark's porch, keeping a wary eye on the forest. "We can't just sit here," Ethan said, his voice barely above a whisper. "If it's out there, we need to figure out what it is." Mark hesitated, weighing the risks. "We'll go, but only as far as the first clearing. If we see anything or hear anything, we turn back." Ethan nodded, though his expression betrayed his growing fear. The hike into the forest was slow and deliberate, each step measured to avoid breaking twigs or rustling leaves. Mark led the way, his flashlight in hand, even though the sun was still up. They reached the clearing in less than 10 minutes, but what they found stopped them in their tracks. The ground was disturbed, as if something massive had been pacing back and forth. Deep claw marks gouged the trees, and the faint metallic tang of blood hung in the air. Ethan's hand tightened around the hilt of the hunting knife. This wasn't here before. Mark crouched beside one of the claw marks, his brow furrowed. "It's fresh. Whatever did this was here recently." Before they could process further, a low growl rumbled from the trees ahead. It was deep and guttural, vibrating in their chests. Ethan froze. "That's not the creature we saw before." Mark slowly stood, his eyes locked on the dense undergrowth. "No, it's not." The growl grew louder, closer, until a massive figure emerged from the shadows. It was larger than the creature they had encountered before, with glowing red eyes and a body covered in matted black fur. Its teeth gleamed as it bared them, letting out a roar that sent birds scattering from the treetops. Ethan took a step back, his breathing ragged. "What do we do, Mark?" Mark tightened his grip on the bat, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "We don't run. We stand our ground." The creature stepped closer, its movements deliberate and predatory. Mark and Ethan braced themselves, knowing this confrontation could end very badly. And then, from the shadows behind them, another figure appeared. It was the original creature, the one they had encountered in the cavern. Its glowing blue eyes locked onto the red-eyed beast, and it let out a roar of its own. Ethan's voice trembled as he whispered, "They're not alone." Mark and Ethan stood frozen as the two creatures faced off. The air seemed to crackle with tension, their guttural growls reverberating through the forest like a warning. The red-eyed beast crouched low, its massive frame shifting with raw power. Its claws dug into the earth as it snarled, saliva dripping from its gaping maw. The blue-eyed creature, smaller but no less intimidating, stood its ground. Its posture was defensive but resolute, its piercing gaze locked on its opponent. Mark whispered, "It's protecting us." Ethan's grip on the knife trembled. "What do? We can't just stand here." Mark didn't answer. He knew that any sudden movement could provoke the red-eyed beast, and their best chance of survival lay in staying as still as possible. The red-eyed creature lunged first, its roar splitting the air. The blue-eyed protector met it head-on, their bodies colliding with a force that shook the ground beneath Mark and Ethan's feet. The two creatures grappled, claws slashing and teeth snapping, their growls and roars echoing through the forest. Branches broke and dirt flew as they thrashed, their struggle primal and ferocious. Mark grabbed Ethan's arm. "We need to move. Now." Ethan hesitated, his eyes glued to the battle. What if it loses? That thing will come for us next. Mark pulled him harder. "We can't help it. We'll only get in the way. Come on!" Reluctantly, Ethan followed as they retreated deeper into the trees, their hearts pounding. The sounds of the fight grew fainter as they put distance between themselves and the creatures. Mark led them to a small rocky outcrop, where they crouched, catching their breath. Ethan wiped sweat from his brow. "Do you think it can win?" Mark shook his head, his expression grim. "I don't know, but if it doesn't, we'll need to be far away from here." As they waited, the forest fell eerily silent. The absence of sound was almost more unnerving than the fight itself. And then a deep, pained roar shattered the quiet. Ethan's eyes widened. That didn't sound good. Mark's jaw tightened. "We need to keep moving. If the red-eyed one wins, it'll track us. And if the blue-eyed one wins," he hesitated, "it might still come after us." Suddenly, a familiar rustling sound came from the trees behind them. Both men whipped around, their weapons at the ready. The blue-eyed creature emerged, its fur matted with blood, but its posture steady. It regarded them with an intense, almost knowing look. Mark lowered the bat slightly. It won. Ethan took a cautious step forward. "Is it hurt?" The creature didn't move closer. Instead, it let out a low rumble, not a growl, but something softer. Its gaze lingered on them for a moment longer before it turned and disappeared into the forest. Mark exhaled shakily. "It saved us. Again." Ethan nodded, his voice hushed. "But why? Why protect us?" Mark didn't have an answer. All he knew was that their encounter with these creatures was far from over. Mark and Ethan stood in silence, staring into the forest where the blue-eyed creature had vanished. The weight of the encounter pressed heavily on their minds. Ethan broke the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. "It could have attacked us. It didn't. Why?" Mark shook his head, his grip tightening on the bat. "Maybe it's smarter than we think. Maybe it knows we're not a threat. But it's more than that, Mark." Ethan's eyes flicked back to the clearing. "It's like it understands us." Mark sighed, his gaze scanning the darkened trees. "Whatever the reason, we're alive. Let's not waste that." They returned to the campsite cautiously, their senses heightened with every step. When they arrived, they found the area untouched, except for one unsettling detail. The symbol of the circle with the line through it had been altered. A smaller circle had been added inside, creating a target-like shape. Mark frowned as he crouched to inspect it. "It's a message, but is it from the red-eyed one or the blue-eyed one?" Ethan knelt beside him, his hand hovering over the ground. "It's almost like it's watching us, wherever we go." Mark stood abruptly, his jaw set. "We can't stay here. We've been too exposed for too long." Ethan glanced at him, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Where would we go? Back to the car? Or deeper into the forest?" Mark hesitated. Both options carried risks, but staying in one place was no longer viable. "The car. It's our best shot at getting out of here if things go south." As they packed up their gear, the forest seemed alive with unseen eyes. Every crackle of a branch and rustle of leaves set their nerves on edge. Ethan paused mid-pack, his gaze fixed on a nearby tree. "Mark, look." Carved into the bark was another symbol, an arrow pointing north. Mark clenched his teeth. "It's hurting us." Ethan's voice wavered. "Her or them?" Mark didn't answer. He grabbed his pack, slinging it over his shoulder. "We follow it, but we stay sharp. This could be a trap." The trek north was grueling, the forest growing denser with each step. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows across their path. Finally, they reached a small clearing where an ancient-looking tree stood at its center. Its roots twisted like claws into the earth, and its gnarled branches stretched toward the darkening sky. At the base of the tree was another symbol, this one larger and more intricate, a spiral with jagged lines radiating outward. Ethan stepped closer, his breath catching. "What is this place?" Mark's stomach churned. I don't know, but we were brought here for a reason. As they examined the symbol, a low growl echoed through the clearing. Both men froze, their eyes darting toward the sound. Emerging from the shadows was a smaller creature, its fur matted and its eyes a dull yellow. It was different from the others, smaller, weaker, but no less threatening. Mark raised the bat, his knuckles white. Stay behind me. The creature snarled, its movements erratic as it circled them. Ethan whispered, It's not alone. From the opposite side of the clearing, another figure emerged, and then another. Mark's heart raced as he counted them. 4 in total, their glowing eyes fixed on the 2 intruders. We're surrounded, Ethan muttered, his voice trembling. Mark tightened his grip on the bat, his mind racing. If we go down fighting. Mark and Ethan stood back to back, their breaths shallow as the creatures circled them. The forest seemed to close in, the trees like looming specters. The 4 beasts moved in unison, their glowing yellow eyes narrowing as they bared jagged teeth. Mark, Ethan whispered, his voice barely audible. I don't think we can fight them off. Mark's grip on the bat tightened. We don't have a choice. Stay calm, and if they charge, aim for the head. One of the creatures lunged forward but stopped short, snapping its teeth in a clear warning. They're testing us, Mark muttered, trying to see if we'll break. Ethan's eyes darted around the clearing, searching for anything that could help. His gaze fell on the ancient tree with the strange symbol at its base. Mark? The tree. There's something about it. What about it? Ethan didn't answer. Instead, he stepped toward the tree, keeping his movements slow and deliberate. The creatures growled, their heads lowering, but they didn't attack. Mark followed, his bat raised, ready to swing at the slightest movement. The closer they got to the tree, the more the air seemed to hum with energy. The spiral symbol carved into the bark pulsed faintly, as if alive. Ethan reached out, his hand trembling, and touched the symbol. The moment his fingers made contact, the clearing was flooded with an intense, blinding light. The creatures howled, their cries filled with rage and fear as they stumbled backward, retreating into the shadows. What's happening? Mark shouted, shielding his eyes. Ethan's voice was strained. I don't know, but it's driving them away. The light grew brighter, enveloping the entire area. Mark grabbed Ethan's arm and pulled him back, away from the tree. When the light finally faded, the creatures were gone, leaving only silence in their wake. The clearing felt different now, calmer, as though the oppressive weight of the forest had been lifted. Mark and Ethan stared at the tree, its once pulsing symbol now dull and lifeless. What was that? Ethan asked, his voice shaking. Mark shook his head. I don't know, but whatever it was, it saved us. Ethan glanced around nervously. Do you think they'll come back? Mark exhaled slowly. I don't know, but I think we need to keep moving, just in case. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to guide them, the oppressive atmosphere replaced by an almost surreal calm. Ethan looked over his shoulder one last time. That light, it wasn't natural, Mark. It felt like something was protecting us. Mark didn't respond. He couldn't shake the feeling that the forest wasn't done with them yet. The forest grew less dense as Mark and Ethan pushed forward, their exhaustion palpable, but overridden by the need to keep moving. The strange calm that had followed the light persisted, almost as if the forest was leading them somewhere. I think we're close to the car, Ethan said, his voice tinged with relief. Mark nodded, though his expression remained tense. Let's not get too comfortable. We don't know if they're still out there. The underbrush began to thin, and soon the familiar sight of the gravel parking lot came into view. Their car sat where they had left it, untouched and waiting like a lifeline. Ethan let out a laugh, part disbelief and part joy. We made it. We're actually out of there. Mark didn't share his relief. His eyes scanned the tree line, half expecting a pair of glowing eyes to emerge. Get in the car. Now. Ethan didn't argue. They scrambled into the vehicle, slamming the doors shut. As the engine roared to life, the weight of their ordeal began to settle in. Ethan slumped in his seat, his hands trembling. Do you think anyone will believe us? Mark's grip on the steering wheel tightened. No, but that doesn't matter. We know what we saw. Ethan nodded slowly. Yeah, we do. Mark pulled onto the gravel road, the tires crunching against the rocks. As they drove away, he couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching them leave. When they returned to their small town, the story spread quickly. Mark and Ethan told friends, family, and even local authorities about their harrowing encounter. As expected, no one believed them. "You were just tired," one friend said. "Probably saw some animals, and your imagination ran wild." "Or maybe you guys were just messing with each other out there," another joked. Even the authorities dismissed their claims. "There's no evidence of anything unusual," the sheriff said. "You're lucky you didn't get lost for good." Weeks turned into months, and Mark and Ethan stopped talking about what had happened. It wasn't worth the ridicule or the doubts. But the memories lingered, vivid and haunting. Ethan moved out of town shortly after, needing distance from the forest that had nearly consumed them. Mark stayed, though he never returned to the woods. Some nights he would wake in a cold sweat, his dreams filled with glowing eyes and shadowy figures. One day, while cleaning out his truck, Mark found the notebook Ethan had been using during their trip. He flipped through the pages, stopping at a rough sketch Ethan had made, the spiral symbol from the ancient tree. Beneath it, Ethan had written a single word. Why? Mark stared at the page, the question echoing in his mind. Why had they been spared? Why had the creatures let them leave? And what was the purpose of the light that had saved them? He didn't have the answers. But one thing was certain, the forest held secrets that weren't meant to be uncovered. And so, their story ended the way it began, with two friends who dared to seek the truth, only to discover that some mysteries are better left unsolved. The end. Subscribe to the channel if you want more stories. This is a true story shared in 2014 on a forum dedicated to cave explorers. For Matt, Ryan, and Corey, cave exploration wasn't just a hobby, it was an obsession. Every year, they took time off from their mundane jobs to venture into uncharted caverns, armed with little more than headlamps, ropes, and a shared thirst for adventure. This summer, their target was a little-known cave system deep in the Ozark Mountains. Its name was nowhere to be found on maps, and it was spoken of only in hushed tones by the few locals willing to acknowledge its existence. "I found a reference to it in an old forum thread," Corey had said weeks earlier, excitement lighting up his face. "They called it the Hollow Gate. No one seems to know much about it, but it's supposed to be massive and untouched." Ryan had frowned. "If no one knows much about it, maybe there's a reason for that." "Exactly." Corey had exclaimed, "It could be our big find!" On a misty morning, the three friends parked their truck at the edge of a forest trail. They unloaded their gear, the crisp mountain air tingling with anticipation. Ryan, ever the cautious one, hesitated as they stood before the dense woods. "You sure this is a good idea?" he asked, adjusting his pack. Matt smirked. "Come on, Ryan. You're always looking for a reason to back out. Let's just find the entrance and see where it takes us." Corey pointed to the GPS coordinates on his phone. The forum thread said the entrance is marked by a split boulder, about 2 miles in. "Let's get moving." The hike was uneventful, save for the occasional crow cawing in the distance. The forest felt unusually quiet, as if it were holding its breath. "Anyone else think it's too still out here?" Ryan asked, breaking the silence. Corey rolled his eyes. "It's a forest, not a highway. What do you expect?" But even Matt couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping over him. He glanced at the map in his hand, trying to focus on the task at hand. When they finally reached the split boulder, the entrance to the cave was unmistakable. A dark, jagged opening yawned at the base of a rocky outcrop, as if the earth itself were inviting them in. "Wow," Corey whispered, his voice tinged with awe. Ryan shivered. "It looks wrong." Matt clapped him on the shoulder. "It's just a hole in the ground, man. Let's gear up." The first hour inside the cave was thrilling. The walls glistened with moisture, their headlamps casting eerie shadows across the uneven surfaces. Stalactites hung like jagged teeth, and the air was cool and damp. But as they ventured deeper, the atmosphere began to shift. It started with a faint sound, a rhythmic dripping that seemed to echo far too loudly. "Is it me, or does that sound off?" Ryan asked, stopping to listen. Matt tilted his head. "Just water. Let's keep going." Corey, who was leading the way, suddenly froze. "Wait, did you hear that?" "What now?" Matt asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Corey turned slowly, his face pale. "I thought I heard footsteps behind us." They all stood still, straining to hear, but the cave was silent. Shaking off the unease, they continued onward, their nerves fraying with each step. The tunnel narrowed, forcing them to crawl on their hands and knees. As they moved through the tight space, Ryan felt a sudden tug on his boot. "Hey!" he shouted, twisting around. "What?" Matt asked, his headlamp illuminating Ryan's panicked face. "Something grabbed me," Ryan stammered, his voice trembling. "Probably got caught on a rock," Corey said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. But as they pressed forward, the sense of being watched became impossible to ignore. The whispers began soon after. Soft, unintelligible murmurs echoed through the cavern, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. "I don't like this," Ryan said, his voice shaking. "We should go back." "Not yet," Corey insisted, though even he sounded uncertain. "We've come this far. Let's see where this leads." But none of them could shake the feeling that they weren't alone, and that whatever was in the cave didn't want them there. The air inside the cave seemed heavier the further they ventured, as if the weight of the earth above them was pressing down on their lungs. The soft murmurs they'd heard earlier had faded, replaced by an unsettling silence that seemed to stretch endlessly. Ryan clutched his flashlight tightly, his knuckles pale. "I don't care what you say, Corey. Something doesn't feel right about this place." Corey, leading the group with his usual bravado, didn't turn around. "That's just your imagination. Caves do that. They play tricks on your senses." But even Matt, who usually sided with Corey, couldn't help but feel the oppressive tension in the air. "Let's just keep moving and see if we can find anything interesting. Then we'll head back." The passageway widened suddenly, opening into a vast chamber. Their headlamps flickered against the towering walls, illuminating stalagmites rising like jagged spears from the floor. The ceiling soared above them, disappearing into darkness. "Whoa!" Corey breathed. "This is incredible! Look at the size of this place!" Ryan, however, was less impressed. "It's big, sure, but why does it feel so off?" Matt walked toward the center of the chamber, his boots crunching on loose gravel. He shone his flashlight around, the beam cutting through the gloom. "Over here!" he called. The others joined him, their lights converging on a peculiar rock formation. It looked almost sculpted, rows of smooth, curved ridges that seemed too deliberate to be natural. "What do you think it is?" Matt asked, crouching to get a closer look. Corey squinted, his curiosity piqued. "Maybe erosion?" Or he trailed off, unable to explain the strange pattern. Ryan stepped back, uneasy. "I don't like this. Let's get out of here." As they debated their next move, a faint sound echoed through the chamber, a high-pitched, almost melodic whistle. "Did you hear that?" Corey asked, his voice hushed. Matt nodded, his eyes scanned it. "It came from that tunnel," he said, pointing toward a narrow passage on the far side of the chamber. Ryan shook his head vehemently. "No way. We're not going in there." But Corey was already moving toward the tunnel, his flashlight cutting through the shadows. "We've come this far. We can't just stop now." Reluctantly, Matt followed. Ryan lingered behind, his heart pounding. "This is a bad idea," he muttered, before jogging to catch up. The tunnel was narrower than they'd anticipated, forcing them to crouch as they moved through. The whistle grew louder, though its source remained elusive. "Does anyone else think that sounds alive?" Ryan asked, his voice trembling. Corey laughed nervously. "It's probably just the wind. These caves can do weird things with sound." But as they rounded a bend, the whistling abruptly stopped. "What the?" Corey muttered, his voice trailing off. Ahead of them, the tunnel opened into another chamber, smaller but more foreboding. The walls were lined with strange, claw-like markings, as if something or someone had carved them with deliberate intent. Ryan stepped back, panic flashing across his face. "This isn't normal. We need to go. Now." Before anyone could respond, a soft scraping noise echoed from behind them. They spun around, their flashlights darting across the narrow tunnel. "Did you see that?" Corey whispered, his voice barely audible. Matt shook his head, his grip tightening on his flashlight. "See what?" "I thought I saw a shadow, something moving." Ryan was already retreating toward the exit. "I'm not staying here to find out what it was. Let's go." But as they turned to leave, the scraping sound came again, closer this time. They froze, their breath caught in their throats. And then, from the darkness, came the faintest hint of movement, a small silhouette darting across the edge of their light. The three friends stood frozen, their flashlights fixed on the spot where the shadow had disappeared. The silence in the tunnel seemed to press against their ears, amplifying the pounding of their hearts. "Did you see that?" Ryan whispered, his voice trembling. Corey nodded slowly, gripping his flashlight like a weapon. "Yeah, I saw it." Matt's eyes darted nervously around the chamber. "It could have been an animal? Maybe a bat?" Ryan shook his head. "No, that was on the ground. It wasn't flying, and it looked too small to be anything normal." The scraping sound came again, echoing faintly from deeper within the tunnel. It was rhythmic now, almost deliberate, like claws against stone. "We need to leave," Ryan said, his voice firm. Corey hesitated, torn between curiosity and caution. "It's probably just some wildlife. We've dealt with weird noises in caves before." "This isn't the same," Ryan snapped. "You know it isn't." Matt stepped between them, trying to diffuse the tension. "Let's backtrack to the main chamber and regroup. If it's nothing, we can keep exploring. But if it's something, we're not prepared for this." Reluctantly, Corey agreed, and the three began retracing their steps through the narrow tunnel. The air felt colder now, each breath misting in the beam of their flashlights. But as they moved, the sound followed them. The scraping grew louder, accompanied by faint whispers that seemed to emanate from the very walls. Ryan stopped abruptly, his flashlight shaking. "Do you hear that? The whispers?" Matt nodded, his face pale. "It's like they're coming from everywhere." Corey's bravado was starting to crack. "Okay, I admit it. This is freaking me out." As they reached the larger chamber, they felt a wave of relief. The open space seemed less suffocating, and for a moment the noises stopped. But their relief was short-lived. Matt pointed to the ground near the strange rock formation they'd examined earlier. That wasn't there before. The others followed his gaze. Small footprints, no larger than a child's, were imprinted in the soft dirt. They formed a trail that led from the tunnel they had just exited to another dark passageway on the opposite side of the chamber. Ryan's face twisted in fear. "Tell me those aren't footprints." "They are," Corey admitted, his voice barely a whisper. Before they could decide what to do next, the faint whistle returned, this time echoing from the new passageway. It was accompanied by a faint glow, like the flicker of a distant flame. Ryan took a step back, panic overtaking him. "I'm done. I'm not going any further." Matt, however, seemed transfixed by the glow. "It's like someone's down there. Maybe another group?" "Another group wouldn't be leaving footprints like that," Ryan said sharply. Corey glanced between the two, his internal debate visible on his face. "We can't just ignore it. What if someone needs help?" "No one needs help," Ryan shouted. "Whatever this is, it's not normal." As they argued, the glow began to move, growing brighter as it drifted toward them. "Okay, that's it. I'm out," Ryan declared, turning toward the entrance. But before he could take another step, the glow disappeared, and the chamber was plunged into silence. "What the hell is going on?" Corey muttered, his bravado now completely gone. Matt was about to respond when a new sound echoed through the chamber, a low, guttural growl that sent chills down their spines. Ryan grabbed Corey's arm, his eyes wide with terror. "We need to go. Now." Corey didn't argue this time. The three of them bolted for the entrance, their footsteps echoing wildly in the cavernous space. As they ran, the growl followed them, growing louder with each step. Shadows danced on the walls, as if something was chasing them. By the time they reached the cave entrance, they were gasping for breath, their hearts racing. They didn't stop until they were back at their car, the cave entrance now a distant speck in the darkening landscape. Slamming the car door shut, Ryan leaned back, his chest heaving. "We are never going back there." But Corey stared out the window, his expression unreadable. "We have to. We need to know what we saw." Matt said nothing, but deep down, he agreed. They couldn't leave the mystery unsolved. The drive back to town was a silent one. Ryan gripped the wheel tightly, his knuckles white, while Corey stared out the window, lost in thought. Matt sat in the back seat, replaying the events in his mind, every strange sound, every fleeting shadow. When they finally pulled into Corey's driveway, no one moved to get out. The silence hung heavy in the air until Ryan finally spoke. "That was messed up," he said, his voice hoarse. "I don't care what you two think, but I'm done with that cave." Corey turned to face him, his expression serious. "You can't just pretend this didn't happen. We all saw the footprints, heard the noises. Something's in there, and we need to figure out what." Ryan shook his head firmly. "You're insane. Whatever's in there isn't something we're meant to mess with. You saw how it followed us. It wanted us out. Or it wanted us to come back, Matt muttered, almost to himself. Ryan shot him a look in the rearview mirror. What's that supposed to mean? Matt hesitated before answering. The glow, the whispers, it was like it was leading us somewhere. It didn't feel random. Corey nodded. Exactly. It's like the cave is hiding something. Something important. Ryan let out a bitter laugh. Or something dangerous. Over the next few days, the cave was all any of them could think about. Ryan tried to push the memory aside, throwing himself into work and ignoring calls from the others. But Corey and Matt were relentless, poring over maps and online forums, searching for any mention of strange activity in the area. Finally, they found something, a post on an obscure caving forum. It was vague, but the author described a series of tunnels in the same region that seemed alive. The post mentioned strange noises, sudden temperature drops, and the feeling of being watched. That's it, Corey said, showing the post to Matt. It matches everything we experienced. Matt frowned. But the post doesn't say where the tunnels are exactly, just that they're near the ridge. Corey leaned back in his chair, frustrated. If we could just get Ryan on board, we'd have a better chance of finding it again. It took hours of convincing, but eventually Ryan agreed to meet them for coffee. He sat across from Corey and Matt, arms crossed and a scowl on his face. This better be good, he said. Corey slid the forum post across the table. Look at this. Someone else has experienced the same thing. We're not crazy. Ryan skimmed the post, his expression softening slightly. Okay, so someone else heard noises in a cave. Big deal. That doesn't mean we should go back. But what if it's more than that? Matt pressed. What if there's something in there no one's ever discovered before? Something that could change everything? Ryan sighed, rubbing his temples. And what if it's something that gets us killed? We barely made it out last time. Corey leaned forward, his voice low. Don't you want answers, Ryan? Don't you want to know what we saw? For a long moment, Ryan said nothing. Then, finally, he nodded. Fine. But if we're doing this, we're going prepared. No more stumbling around in the dark. Over the next week, they gathered supplies, better flashlights, climbing gear, and even a handheld camera to document their findings. They studied the map carefully, marking potential routes and exits. On the day of their return, the mood was tense but determined. They stood at the base of the ridge, staring at the cave entrance. It looked different now, smaller somehow, less inviting. You sure about this? Ryan asked, glancing at Corey. Corey adjusted his pack. No, but we're doing it anyway. With that, they stepped into the darkness once more. The cave was eerily quiet as they ventured deeper, the faint hum from their equipment echoing off the walls. Unlike their first visit, there was no casual banter to fill the silence, just the sound of boots scraping against the rocky floor and the occasional drip of water. Ryan led the way, his new high-powered flashlight sweeping across the tunnel walls. Corey followed close behind, holding the map they'd marked up from memory, while Matt brought up the rear, the camera strapped to his chest. As they walked, Corey pointed to a fork ahead. Left. This should take us back toward the chamber with the glowing rocks. Ryan hesitated at the intersection, glancing down the other tunnel. And what if it doesn't? What if we get lost again? Corey's jaw tightened. We won't. Just trust me. Reluctantly, Ryan turned left, his flashlight illuminating the narrow passage ahead. The further they went, the colder it got. Their breath became visible, misting in the light. Matt stopped briefly to adjust his camera, his fingers numb and clumsy. Why is it so cold? He muttered. Caves can have temperature drops, Corey said, though he didn't sound convinced. Ryan glanced over his shoulder. Yeah, but this feels unnatural. As if on cue, a faint sound echoed through the tunnel, a soft, almost rhythmic tapping. They froze. What was that? Matt whispered, his voice barely audible. Ryan slowly scanned the flashlight beam across the walls. Probably water dripping. Let's keep moving. But as they continued, the tapping grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't water, it was something knocking against the stone. When they reached the chamber with the glowing rocks, Corey let out a shaky breath. Here it is. We're on the right track. Ryan crouched beside one of the rocks, examining it closely. The glow was faint but undeniable, like embers that refused to die out. He reached out to touch it, but Corey grabbed his wrist. Don't, Corey said. We don't know what it is. Ryan pulled his hand back, standing up. Fine, but we should collect some samples. If we can prove these are real, maybe people will take us seriously. Matt knelt beside the rock, positioning his camera to capture the faint luminescence. I'm getting this on tape. No one can say we made it up now. As he filmed, the tapping sound returned, closer this time. It seemed to be coming from the tunnel they'd just come through. Corey's grip on the map tightened. We're not alone. Ryan swung his flashlight toward the tunnel entrance, his heart pounding. Whatever's in here better stay back. The beam landed on a shadow, a small, humanoid figure darting out of sight. Did you see that? Matt hissed, scrambling to his feet. Yeah, Ryan said, his voice grim. I saw it. They backed away from the tunnel entrance, their eyes darting around the chamber. The tapping grew louder, joined by a faint whispering sound like wind moving through narrow crevices. What do we do? Matt asked, panic creeping into his voice. We stick together, Corey said firmly, and we don't run. That's how people get hurt in caves. Ryan nodded, though his hands were shaking. Right, no running. But let's not stay here either. They turned toward another tunnel, one that Corey had marked on the map as a potential exit route. As they moved, the shadows seemed to shift around them, the faint glow of the rocks casting eerie patterns on the walls. The whispering followed them, growing louder with each step. Matt glanced back, his camera still rolling. It's like they're hurting us. Corey shot him a warning look. Don't think about it. Just keep moving. When they finally emerged into another chamber, the whispering stopped abruptly. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by their ragged breathing. Ryan collapsed onto a rock, wiping sweat from his brow despite the cold. What the hell are those things? Corey shook his head. I don't know, but they're smart. They're organized. Matt adjusted the camera strap, his face pale. Do you think they're trying to protect something? Like the rocks? Maybe, Corey said. Or maybe we're just in their territory, and they don't want us here. Ryan stood up, his expression grim. Either way, we need to get out of here. Now. Corey studied the map, tracing their route with his finger. There's another exit tunnel about a mile from here. If we're lucky, it'll take us outside. Ryan snorted. When have we ever been lucky in this cave? Corey ignored the comment, folding the map. Let's move. As they entered the next tunnel, the air grew warmer, almost suffocating. The walls seemed to close in around them, and the ground felt uneven, like it was shifting beneath their feet. The tapping started again, louder and more frantic than before. Ryan turned to Corey, his voice trembling. Are you sure this is the right way? Corey hesitated, then nodded. It has to be, but the doubt in his voice was impossible to miss. The tunnel narrowed as they pressed onward, the walls squeezing tighter until they were forced to walk single file. The air was damp and heavy, carrying an earthy smell that clung to their clothes. The tapping sound persisted, echoing off the walls, and with each step, it seemed to grow closer. Ryan glanced over his shoulder at Matt, who was walking behind him. Keep that camera rolling. If anything happens to us, someone needs to know what went down here. Not helping Ryan, Corey snapped from the front. Matt nodded, his grip tightening on the camera. It's already rolling. The path ahead sloped downward, the footing growing treacherous. Loose rocks tumbled under their boots, the echoes blending with the persistent tapping. Suddenly, Corey stopped, holding up a hand. What is it? His voice hushed. Corey pointed ahead, where the tunnel widened into another chamber. The faint glow of the rocks was visible again. But this time, it wasn't the only source of light. Small, flickering shadows danced along the walls as if cast by a fire. What's making that light? Matt whispered. Corey didn't answer. He crouched low, creeping toward the chamber's edge. The others followed, their movements careful and silent. As they peeked inside, all three froze. The chamber was larger than any they'd seen so far, with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness. Wrapped in the center stood a cluster of the glowing rocks, arranged in a crude circle. Surrounding the circle were small humanoid figures, at least a dozen of them. The creatures were no taller than children, their bodies thin and wiry. Their skin was pale and mottled, blending with the stone around them. They moved with an unsettling grace, their long fingers gently tapping against the glowing rocks. Ryan's breath caught in his throat. What are they? Corey shook his head slowly. I don't know, but they're not just animals. They're doing something. Matt's camera whirred softly as he zoomed in, capturing the scene. "This is insane. No one's going to believe this." One of the creatures paused, its head snapping up. Large, reflective eyes scanned the chamber before locking onto the tunnel entrance. "They see us," Corey hissed. The creatures let out a low, guttural sound, almost like a warning growl. One by one, they turned toward the tunnel, their movements unnervingly synchronized. "Back up," Corey whispered, his voice tense. Ryan didn't need to be told twice. He began retreating, his flashlight shaking in his hand. The creatures didn't move at first. They simply watched, their glowing eyes fixed on the intruders. Then, as if responding to some silent command, they started toward the tunnel, their movements quick and fluid. "Run," Corey said, his voice rising. They bolted, the sound of their boots pounding against the rocky floor echoing in the narrow tunnel. The tapping had turned into a frantic clattering, the creature's pursuit unmistakable. "Don't stop," Corey shouted over his shoulder. Matt stumbled but caught himself, clutching the camera to his chest. "They're right behind us!" Ryan risked a glance back, his flashlight beam catching the pale forms scrambling over the rocks. They moved like spiders, their limbs bending in unnatural ways as they gained on the group. "This way!" Corey yelled, veering into a side tunnel. The new tunnel was even narrower, forcing them to duck and squeeze through tight spaces. The creatures followed relentlessly, their guttural sounds echoing closer with each passing moment. Ryan's chest burned as he gasped for air. "We're not going to make it!" "Yes, we will," Corey snapped, determination blazing in his eyes. "Just keep moving." The tunnel opened up into another chamber, this one smaller and featureless. Corey scanned the walls, searching for another exit. "There!" he said, pointing to a narrow crevice in the far wall. Without hesitation, they squeezed through, the rocks scraping against their clothes and skin. The creatures reached the chamber just as they disappeared into the crevice. One of them let out a shrill, piercing sound like a scream, and the others joined in. The noise was deafening, reverberating through the tunnel as the three friends crawled as fast as they could. "Don't stop," Corey urged, his voice barely audible over the din. They emerged into another tunnel, this one sloping upward. The air was fresher, carrying a faint breeze. "Up ahead!" Ryan shouted, spotting a faint glimmer of light. They sprinted toward it, their legs burning with exhaustion. The creatures' screams faded behind them, but none of them dared to slow down. When they finally burst out into the open air, the sun was setting, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. For a moment, none of them spoke. The only sounds were their ragged breathing and the distant rustle of leaves. Ryan sat up, his face pale. What the hell just happened? Corey shook his head, staring back at the cave entrance. "I don't know, but whatever's down there, it's not natural." Matt adjusted the camera, checking the footage. "I got it all on tape. People have to see this." Corey's gaze hardened. "We need to go back. With more people, better equipment. We need to figure out what's really down there." Ryan's stomach churned at the thought. "You're insane if you think I'm going back in there." But as the three of them sat in the fading light, they all knew one thing for certain. This wasn't over. The journey back to the motel was marked by an eerie silence. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts, the adrenaline of their escape still coursing through their veins. Ryan drove, his knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel. Corey sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window, while Matt was in the back, reviewing the footage on his camera. The glowing eyes, the humanoid creatures, their synchronized movements. It was all there. "Do you think anyone's going to believe this?" Matt finally asked, breaking the silence. Ryan snorted, his voice tinged with frustration. "No. And honestly, I'm not sure I even believe it." "It happened," Corey said firmly. "We all saw it. This isn't something we can just forget about." When they arrived at the motel, exhaustion hit them like a wave. But despite their fatigue, none of them could sleep. Instead, they gathered around Matt's camera, watching the footage again. The images were even more unsettling in the cold clarity of the screen. The creatures' pale, wiry forms moved with an unnatural fluidity, their reflective eyes glinting in the dim light. The shrill scream that had echoed through the tunnel sent shivers down their spines. "This has to be worth something," Matt said, his voice a mix of excitement and trepidation. "If we show this to the right people, it could blow the lid off everything we know about these caves." Corey nodded, but his expression was grim. Or it could get us laughed out of the room. You know how people are. They'll call it a hoax, say we faked it. Ryan leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his hair. So what do we do? Go back? Prove it wasn't a one-time thing. The room fell silent as the question hung in the air. Finally, Corey spoke, his voice steady. We need a plan. We can't just charge back in there without knowing what we're dealing with. And we definitely can't do it alone. Matt hesitated. What if the cave isn't there anymore? What if we can't find it again? Corey frowned. It'll be there. It has to be. We marked the spot on the map. Ryan's gaze shifted toward the window, where the first light of dawn was creeping over the horizon. If we're doing this, we need to be smart about it. Supplies, equipment, and people who know what they're doing. But I'll tell you right now, I'm not setting foot back in there unless we're ready. Over the next few hours, they made a list of everything they'd need. Flashlights, helmets, ropes, food, water. Everything for a longer, safer expedition. Matt uploaded the footage to a secure drive, ensuring they wouldn't lose it. As the sun rose higher, they packed up their belongings and checked out of the motel, their minds already focused on what lay ahead. We'll get to the bottom of this, Corey said as they loaded their gear into the car. No matter what it takes. Ryan sighed. Let's just hope we're not making the biggest mistake of our lives. The drive back to the cave's location was uneventful, but tension hung heavy in the air. When they arrived, they parked the car and began the hike toward the marked spot. The forest was quiet, the sunlight filtering through the trees in golden beams. But as they neared the spot where the cave entrance should have been, all three of them stopped in their tracks. The entrance was gone. The three friends stood in stunned silence, staring at the patch of forest where the cave entrance had been. The air felt heavier here, and the shadows seemed unnaturally deep despite the midday sun. It was here, Corey said, his voice breaking the tense quiet. He scanned the area, his eyes darting to every tree, every patch of moss-covered ground. I marked it on the map. I know this is the spot. Ryan walked forward, his brow furrowed in frustration. It doesn't make any sense. It's not like a cave can just disappear. He knelt, brushing aside leaves and dirt in a desperate attempt to uncover some trace of the entrance. Matt joined in, his camera slung over his shoulder. It was right here, he muttered, pulling out his phone to compare the GPS coordinates to the map. The numbers matched perfectly, but the ground was undisturbed. No opening, no fissure, no sign that there had ever been a cave. They searched for hours, expanding their search radius, but the results were the same. The forest seemed to close in around them, the trees whispering in a language they couldn't understand. We didn't imagine it, Corey said firmly, wiping sweat from his brow. All three of us saw it. We went inside. We have footage to prove it. Matt hesitated. What if it's not gone? What if we just can't see it? Ryan turned to him, his expression a mix of skepticism and unease. What are you saying? That it's invisible now? Matt shrugged helplessly. I don't know. Maybe the cave wasn't normal. Maybe it was some kind of anomaly, something we weren't supposed to find. Corey shook his head. That's crazy. Is it? Matt shot back. After everything we saw in there, can you really say that? As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, they were forced to admit defeat. The cave was gone, vanished without a trace. Defeated, they returned to the car. The ride back to town was silent, each of them lost in their thoughts. At the motel that evening, they reviewed the footage again, hoping to find some clue they'd missed. But the images were the same. The eerie creatures, the dark corridors, the glowing eyes. It was all there, proof of what they'd experienced. Yet without the cave, the footage felt hollow. They couldn't lead anyone back to the site. They couldn't verify their story. People are going to think we're insane, Corey said finally, his voice heavy with resignation. Let them, Ryan said. We know what happened. That's all that matters. The days that followed were filled with doubt and frustration. They shared their story with a few fellow enthusiasts, hoping for support or advice, but the response was lukewarm at best. Most dismissed their tale as a fabrication, a poorly executed prank. But the three friends knew better, Powell, and despite the ridicule and disbelief, they couldn't shake the feeling that the cave was still out there, waiting. The ridicule began almost immediately after they shared their story online. Forums dedicated to caving and amateur spelunking lit up with threads mocking their tale. The footage they posted was scrutinized and picked apart, with most accusing them of using special effects or simply staging the entire thing. Matt slammed his laptop shut after reading yet another dismissive comment. They're calling us liars. Fraudsters. Corey leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. What did you expect? We can't even prove the cave exists. Of course, they think we're making it up. Ryan, who had been quietly pacing the room, stopped and turned to face them. Maybe it's time we stop trying to convince anyone else. Let them think what they want. We know the truth. Matt sighed, running a hand through his hair. But what's the point of knowing if we can't do anything about it? We can't find the cave. We can't prove it's real. It's like it never existed. Corey sat forward, his expression resolute. Then we find it. Just us. No forums, no teams, no outside help. If it's still out there, we'll find it. The next few days were spent planning their next move. They pored over maps, studied geological surveys, and scoured every resource they could find about the area. There has to be something, Matt said, his finger tracing the contours of a topographical map. Some clue, some landmark we missed. Maybe the cave entrance was a fluke, Ryan suggested, a sinkhole that opened and then closed again. Corey shook his head. No, this was different. It wasn't just a hole in the ground. It was something else, and we're going to find it. The three friends returned to the forest the following weekend, armed with fresh determination and better equipment. They retraced their steps, using every detail they could remember to guide them. But the forest seemed to have changed. Landmarks they'd relied on before were either gone or unrecognizable. Trails that should have led them to the cave twisted and turned in unfamiliar ways. It's like the whole place is working against us, Matt muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Ryan nodded, scanning the dense undergrowth. It's almost like it doesn't want to be found. Hours turned into days as they combed the area, but the cave remained elusive. By the end of their search, they were exhausted and no closer to the truth. As they packed up their gear to leave, Corey paused, looking back at the forest. I'm not giving up, he said quietly. I don't care how long it takes. We'll find it. Ryan clapped a hand on his shoulder. We're with you, no matter what. Though the cave had vanished, their bond as friends grew stronger in their shared determination. And while the world dismissed their story as fiction, the three of them knew the truth. The cave was out there, waiting. The weeks passed in a blur of maps, forest hikes, and quiet determination. The ridicule from others had grown louder, but the three friends refused to let it shake them. They continued their search for the mysterious cave, even though it seemed to slip further away with each failed attempt. Every lead turned cold. Every clue evaporated. They couldn't even find the exact spot where the entrance had once stood. It was as if the earth itself had swallowed the cave whole, leaving no trace behind. Yet they couldn't give up. Ryan, Corey, and Matt had become obsessed, their lives revolving around the elusive cave and the strange creatures they'd encountered within it. They pushed forward, day after day, trying to retrace their steps with little to no success. The days turned into months, and still, the cave was nowhere to be found. One morning, Corey stood in front of the old map they'd used to mark the cave's location. His eyes scanned the lines of the topography, the tiny details that seemed so insignificant before. Something caught his eye. A small ridge in the map, just a few miles from where they had last searched. What if we missed something? He asked aloud, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and doubt. Ryan, who had been sitting at the table, looked up. Missed something? You've been through every inch of that forest. Corey shook his head. I don't know. This one spot. Matt leaned in, squinting at the map. What about it? I don't know. It's just, there's something about it. I think we've been looking in the wrong area. Ryan stood up, grabbing his jacket. Let's check it out. What do we have to lose? They set out early the next morning, driving to the new location that Corey had found. It was a more remote part of the forest, a place they hadn't ventured into before. The trees grew thicker here, their gnarled branches intertwining above to block out the sun, casting everything in a dull greenish haze. As they hiked deeper into the forest, an unsettling quiet settled around them. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of their footsteps crunching on the forest floor. Something feels off, Matt murmured. It's too quiet. Corey nodded, his gaze scanning the area. We're getting closer. After a few hours of hiking, they came to a small ridge, the ground sloping steeply downward into a dark hollow. At the bottom of the ridge, something caught their eye, an odd outcrop of rocks that seemed to form a natural arch. That's it, Corey whispered, his heart racing. That's where it was. I'm sure of it. Ryan and Matt exchanged glances, and they began to make their way down the slope. As they neared the arch, they noticed something else, a faint, unnatural glow emanating from behind the rocks. This isn't normal, Ryan said, his voice low. Corey's hand trembled as he reached for his flashlight, and they moved forward cautiously, unsure of what to expect. Suddenly, as they neared the arch, the ground beneath their feet shifted. A loud crack echoed through the air, and before they could react, the earth gave way. They fell, falling, tumbling into the darkness below. Corey, Ryan, and Matt lay still for a moment, stunned by the sudden drop. They had fallen into a large chamber, the walls of the cave curving around them like a giant bowl. The faint glow that had caught their attention earlier illuminated the walls, revealing strange symbols carved into the rock. Is this it? Matt gasped, his voice shaky as he got to his feet. Corey stood slowly, scanning the chamber. It has to be. Look at the markings. Ryan's flashlight swept over the walls, and as it caught the light in a certain way, something moved in the shadows. There, in the far corner of the chamber, they saw it, a figure. A creature, half hidden in the dark, watching them with glowing eyes. The realization hit them all at once. They had found the cave again. And this time, there was no turning back. The end of Part 1. Part 2. The silence in the cave was deafening. For a moment, it felt as though the creature, whatever it was waiting for them to make the first move. The only sound was their breathing, shallow and quick as they stood frozen in the dark chamber. Corey, unable to contain his curiosity, took a cautious step forward. His heart hammered in his chest as he flicked his flashlight toward the creature's glowing eyes. The beam of light hit it for a brief second, and for that instant, he could see its shape. A tall, thin figure with elongated limbs and a twisted posture, almost humanoid, but not quite. Is it moving? Ryan whispered, his voice tight with unease. Corey barely managed to nod. I think it is. Slowly. The creature didn't seem to react to their presence immediately, as if it were studying them just as they were studying it. They could feel its gaze, but it never moved toward them. Matt's voice broke through the tension. What the hell is it? We need to get out of here. Corey hesitated. We can't leave now. We've found something. Something real. Ryan clenched his jaw. It's real, but so is the danger. We need to get back to the surface, and we need to do it now. But Corey wasn't ready to give up so easily. Wait. Let's just see what it does. We might learn something. The creature finally stirred, slowly turning its head toward them. The movement was so unnatural, almost like it was stiff, like an old machine waking up. The more Corey stared, the more details became clear. Its skin was pale and almost translucent in places, its face elongated with sharp features, and the eyes, those glowing eyes, stared back at them with an intensity that felt almost human. Ryan stepped back, unease overtaking him. I don't care what it is, Corey. I'm not sticking around to find out. But before anyone could respond, a new sound filled the air, a low, rumbling growl, like the earth itself was groaning. It came from deep within the cave, a sound they had never heard before. Corey, frozen in place, could feel the temperature drop. A cold sweat ran down his back as the creature took a step forward, its eyes never leaving them. We need to go, Ryan repeated, his voice desperate. Corey looked at Matt, who nodded grimly. The creature's slow approach had made it clear that they were no longer welcome in this strange part of the cave. Without another word, they turned and began to move back toward the narrow tunnel they had entered through. But as they walked, they heard a rustle behind them. It wasn't the creature. It was something else. Out of the shadows, several more figures emerged, similar creatures with the same glowing eyes, moving with unnerving silence. The creatures surrounded them, creating a circle that seemed to close in with each step. Run! Corey shouted. The three of them bolted down the narrow tunnel, not daring to look behind. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the cave, mingling with the growls and shrieks of the creatures. They pushed forward, their hearts pounding as the creatures' cries grew louder behind them. Their path felt like it was closing in on them, like the cave itself was alive, constricting and pressing in. They were trapped. But then, as if by some miracle, they saw the faint light of the cave entrance up ahead. "Almost there!" Ryan yelled, his voice full of raw panic. With one last burst of energy, they reached the entrance and scrambled out into the open air. They didn't stop running until they reached the safety of their truck, breathing heavily and covered in dirt, sweat and fear. The three friends sat in their truck, trying to process what had just happened. The cave, the creatures, the terrifying growls, everything felt surreal, as if their minds couldn't fully grasp what they had witnessed. Corey was the first to speak, his voice shaky. What the hell were those things?" Matt shook his head. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. This isn't something we should have messed with." Ryan remained silent for a moment, staring out the windshield at the forest that surrounded them. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the events that had just unfolded. "I never should have let you talk me into going back in. It was stupid. We almost didn't make it out alive." "Stop it, Ryan," Corey snapped. "You can't blame yourself. We all went in together." But Matt wasn't as quick to defend the trip. "Yeah, well, that doesn't mean we should have gone back in. The cave? It was different this time. Those creatures were waiting for us. It was like they knew we were coming." Ryan clenched his fists. "I don't care what it was. I don't ever want to see it again. We should have left the moment we found the entrance." Corey stared at the map spread out in his lap, the familiar markings of the cave drawn in with a red pen. "We were so close, though. We couldn't turn back now. We have to know what that was, what's going on in there." Matt groaned in frustration. "Corey, there's nothing there. We saw it with our own eyes. Those creatures, whatever they were, are real. There's something we don't understand." Corey's expression darkened as he looked at the map. "Maybe they're not the only thing in there. Maybe there's something even worse." The thought lingered in the air between them like a heavy weight. Ryan couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right about the cave. It wasn't just the creatures. They were part of something bigger. There was a presence there, something dark and ancient that had been waiting for them. "We can't go back," Ryan said firmly, his voice filled with finality. "We're done with that cave. It's over." Matt nodded in agreement. "I'm with Ryan. We should just forget about it." But Corey wasn't so easily swayed. He folded the map and stuffed it into his backpack, his eyes still focused on the empty road ahead. "We may never find another cave like it," he muttered. "I can't just walk away from this." Ryan and Matt exchanged a glance, but neither of them argued further. Deep down, they both knew that Corey would keep pushing, no matter what. The drive back was silent, the weight of their experience hanging heavily in the air. As they left the forest behind, the shadows of the trees seemed to follow them, as if the creatures in the cave were still watching, waiting for their next move. The next few weeks were filled with uncertainty. The three friends tried to go back to their normal lives, but they couldn't shake the memory of the cave, the creatures, and the strange, oppressive feeling that had followed them out. They tried to talk to other diggers, other explorers, but no one believed them. The ridicule and disbelief were overwhelming. "Are you sure you didn't just hallucinate?" one of their friends had asked. "I mean, those creatures. Come on, guys, that sounds like something out of a movie." "Do you think we'd make this up?" Corey had snapped back. But the more they explained, the more they were met with skepticism. The cave had become a joke to everyone but them, and the creatures they had seen were written off as a figment of their imaginations. The three of them gathered again, weeks later, sitting in the same truck that had brought them to safety. The map lay between them, the cave marked with a red X. "We've got to find it again," Corey said quietly. Matt shook his head. "No, we've been through this." "We can't just let it go," Corey insisted. "There's something there, something we have to figure out. It's not just a story, it's real." Ryan looked at Corey, his face hardening. "Corey, I'm done. I'm done with this. I don't care what's in that cave. I'm not going back." Matt nodded. "I'm with Ryan. This has gone too far." Corey looked at them both, his eyes filled with a quiet determination. "You may be done, but I'm not." The trio's bond had been strained, and after that day, they didn't speak much about the cave or the creatures that had haunted them. But Corey couldn't let it go. He spent sleepless nights searching for information, trying to connect the dots, trying to find the cave again. He went back to the forest alone, hoping for answers. But every time he thought he was close, he found nothing. The entrance, it seemed, had disappeared. They never found it again. The cave was gone, and no one would ever believe what had happened to them. Weeks passed, and Corey couldn't shake the feeling that the cave was still out there, hidden somewhere in the dense forest. Every time he drove through the woods, he'd find himself looking for any sign of the entrance, any hint of the mysterious place that had nearly cost them their lives. But it was as though the forest had swallowed it up, as if the cave had never existed. Ryan and Matt had gone back to their usual routines, their lives returning to normal. But Corey wasn't ready to give up. He kept obsessing over the cave, poring over old maps and notes, trying to find any clue that might lead him back. He even contacted other amateur diggers, but no one seemed to know anything about the cave. The more he searched, the more frustrated he became. One evening, as Corey sat alone in his garage, going over his notes once again, he felt a strange unease. The memories of the cave, the creatures, the growing sense of danger, came rushing back, filling him with a chilling feeling. It was as if something was calling him back to that place, pulling him toward it despite everything that had happened. He couldn't explain it, but it felt as if the cave was still waiting for him, like it was alive in some way, watching him from the shadows. Corey made up his mind. He reached out to Ryan and Matt, hoping they would join him again, but neither of them seemed willing to face the cave. They had moved on, dismissing it as a terrifying experience that they didn't want to relive. Ryan had been clear. Corey, it's gone. It's over. You need to let it go. But Corey couldn't. Not yet. He spent several more days driving through the forest, mapping out every possible route, retracing his steps. He brought a few other friends who were also into amateur caving, people who hadn't been there the first time. They all thought he was crazy, but they agreed to go along, hoping to get some answers. The group trekked into the woods, and for hours they searched, going deeper and deeper into the dense forest, past the places Corey thought he remembered. As the sun began to set, and with no sign of the cave in sight, the group was ready to call it quits. But Corey couldn't bring himself to leave. Not yet. Wait, he said, his voice urgent. Let's just check one more area. The others hesitated, but finally agreed, unsure whether to humor him or just get it over with. They followed Corey through the dense brush, and after what felt like hours, they stumbled upon an overgrown path. I think this is it, Corey said, his pulse quickening. His instincts were screaming that they were close. As they walked further, they noticed something strange. The air grew colder, and the forest grew quieter, as though they had crossed some invisible threshold. The hairs on the back of Corey's neck stood up, and then they saw it. An opening in the ground, barely visible, covered by tangled roots and dense foliage. It's the entrance, Corey whispered, his voice barely audible. They cleared the overgrowth and stood in front of the opening. Corey's heart raced. He felt the same uneasy sense of dread he had felt that first time, but this time it was different. This time it was even more intense. The group stood there, staring at the dark opening that led into the cave they thought was lost forever. We shouldn't go in, one of the others said, his voice shaky. This place is dangerous. But Corey was already stepping forward, unable to stop himself. He wasn't going to let the cave slip away again. He had to know what was in there. As they ventured inside, the atmosphere felt thicker than before, heavier, colder. The air was filled with an odd, musty smell that made it hard to breathe. The passageways twisted and turned, and the deeper they went, the darker it became. Corey felt as though the cave was drawing them in, as though it knew they had returned. After what seemed like an eternity, they reached a familiar chamber, the one where they had first encountered the creatures. But now everything was different. The walls were slick with moisture, the floor uneven and slippery. The air felt wrong, charged with an unseen presence. And then they saw it. The creatures. They were watching from the shadows again, their glowing eyes visible in the dark. This time, though, they didn't remain still. They moved, slowly creeping toward them, their limbs unnaturally long, their twisted forms blending with the darkness. Corey froze. The others behind him looked just as terrified. The creatures made no sound, but Corey could feel their presence all around him. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. In the blink of an eye, one of the creatures lunged at the group. The others screamed and scrambled to get away, but Corey was frozen in place, watching as the creature disappeared back into the shadow. Corey didn't dare look back. He pushed through another narrow passage, his mind racing. What had happened to the other two? Where were Danny and Tom? They had all been so close to each other, and yet Corey hadn't seen or heard them since the descent into the darkness. Were they still alive? Or had they already fallen victim to whatever lurked in these caves? Finally, after what felt like an eternity of running, Corey burst into a large cavern. He stopped, panting, sweat pouring down his face, the flashlight shaking in his hand. He could hear nothing now, just the pounding of his own heart in his ears. He turned slowly in a circle, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The cavern was eerily quiet, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. And then, from the darkness, came a sound that sent a chill straight through him. A soft, dragging footstep. He wasn't alone. The creatures were here. Corey swallowed hard, clutching the flashlight tighter as he prepared to face whatever was coming. He had to find his way out, but he had no idea which direction to go. He had no map, no guide. Only the overwhelming feeling that something was watching him. Something just beyond the reach of his flashlight. Another step, closer. The sound of the dragging footstep grew closer, sending a fresh wave of panic through Corey. His flashlight flickered again, casting erratic beams of light across the walls of the cavern, illuminating jagged rocks and strange, unrecognizable marks that seemed to stain the stone like something had clawed at it. No, scratched it. The hairs on his neck stood on end. His breath caught in his throat, and for a moment, all he could do was listen, straining to hear. A low, guttural growl echoed from the shadows, and Corey's heart skipped a beat. The creatures were close, too close. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, his senses sharpened in terror, but his body froze. Then, just as he thought the creature would emerge from the darkness, a whisper rang out, faint but clear. Corey? Corey's heart hammered in his chest. He knew that voice. It was Tom. Tom? Corey whispered urgently, his voice quaking. His body tensed, and he instinctively moved toward the source of the sound, hoping it was his friend, hoping it wasn't some trick of his mind. Corey, get out of here! The voice was weak, strained. You have to. The growl came again, louder this time, cutting through the air like a blade. Corey didn't wait. He spun on his heel and ran, the light flicking across the walls as he moved. The path he'd come from was no longer an option. He could feel it in his bones, the sensation of something close behind him, moving, stalking. Whatever it wasn't human. But what about Tom? What had happened to him? Corey turned the corner sharply, almost slipping on the slick, uneven floor. He didn't dare slow down. He couldn't afford to think about the voice, the warning. It was all too much. His mind felt overloaded, his body pushed to the limit, but one thought stuck in his mind. Get out. Get out now. Suddenly, a flash of movement in the darkness caught his attention. He swung the flashlight toward it, his breath catching in his throat. A shadow. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was tall, too tall for a human, its form distorted and wrong. It had elongated limbs, and its shape seemed to shimmer in and out of focus, almost like a mirage, as if the very air around it couldn't hold its shape. Corey stopped dead in his tracks. His heart raced as the creature moved, a slow, calculated step forward. It wasn't rushing, wasn't in a hurry. It was toying with him. The flashlight trembled in Corey's grip, casting wild shadows on the walls, and for a moment he swore he saw more than one shape moving just beyond the beam of light. Shadows, too many to count. Corey's mind screamed at him to move. He had to leave. The cave, whatever it was hiding, was no longer a place of discovery. It was a tomb, but his body wouldn't respond. And then, just as the creature in front of him made another step, something else broke through the silence. A shout. Danny's voice. Corey! Run! Corey's body reacted on instinct. He turned, pushed off the ground, and ran as fast as he could. His heart thundered in his chest, and the flashlight bounced wildly in his hand. The growling, the footsteps, they all seemed to close in around him. But he could hear Danny now calling from somewhere in the distance. Corey! This way! Hurry! Corey's legs burned, but he didn't stop. He followed the sound of Danny's voice, weaving through the maze of tunnels. He could barely see now. His flashlight had flickered out completely. His only hope was to follow the sounds, the footsteps of his friends. And then, finally, he saw it, a small light in the distance. Danny! But as he neared it, he realized it wasn't Danny. It was another figure, a shadow moving in the light of a small fire. Corey stopped just out of the light's reach. His breath was ragged and his eyes darted around, but there was no sign of his friends. And then it spoke. "You shouldn't have come back." The voice was low, deep, a voice Corey didn't recognize. It was coming from the shadows. It wasn't Danny. It wasn't Tom. Corey's blood ran cold. Corey's heart hammered in his chest, a constant, maddening rhythm. The voice from the shadows had sent a chill through his entire body. He could feel his legs shaking beneath him, and his mind raced, searching for any hint of logic to explain what was happening. But nothing made sense. His friends were supposed to be here. They had to be. Who are you? Corey's voice barely broke through the suffocating silence, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if the shadow even heard him. The figure in the darkness remained still, but Corey could feel its presence growing stronger, more ominous. He took a hesitant step forward, eyes straining to make out any detail, but the light from the small fire was too faint. It cast more shadows than it revealed, and every corner of the cavern seemed to hold something waiting. "Why are you here?" the voice asked again, a harsh whisper that seemed to echo off the walls. "You should have stayed away." Corey's pulse quickened. This wasn't a person. This wasn't a guide or a rescuer. It was something else. Something wrong. His instincts screamed at him to turn around, to run, but his feet wouldn't move. He couldn't leave his friends behind, not if they were still somewhere in this nightmare of a cave. "I'm looking for my friends," Corey said, trying to keep the tremor from his voice. "Tom, Danny, have you seen them? Where are they?" The figure remained silent, and for a moment, Corey thought he would get no answer. But then, the voice spoke again, this time with a hint of something darker. "They are not what they seem," it said, its tone a mix of amusement and something colder. "And neither are you." Corey's blood ran cold. What did that mean? He had to know. Had something happened to his friends? Were they still human? "I don't understand," Corey murmured, his voice breaking. "Please, tell me what's going on." A soft, mocking laugh echoed from the shadows, but it wasn't a sound Corey wanted to hear. It made his skin crawl, sending an instinctual sense of dread through him. He wasn't just talking to a person. This was something ancient, something that had lived far longer than any human being. And it didn't care about Corey or his friends. "You should never have come," the figure said again, stepping closer, just enough for the light to catch its silhouette. It wasn't human. Not at all. Corey's breath hitched as he realized it had features he couldn't understand, eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness, skin that shimmered like liquid, and long, spindly arms that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Before Corey could react, the figure retreated into the shadows once again, disappearing like smoke. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. "Corey, is that you?" It was Danny's voice. Corey's heart leaped. He spun around, relief flooding his chest at the sound of his friend's familiar call. "Danny!" Corey shouted, rushing toward the voice, not caring about the strange presence he had just encountered. "Danny, But then, as he reached the edge of the firelight, he froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. The figure standing there wasn't Danny. It wasn't even human. It had the same shimmering skin, the same glowing eyes as the creature in the shadows. It smiled at Corey. No, it grinned, showing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. The creature stepped forward, its movement graceful, yet unnervingly unnatural. "I told you to leave," it said, its voice echoing the same haunting tone from before. "But now, you will stay." Corey backed away, his mind reeling, his body paralyzed with fear. He turned his back on the creature, racing back toward the cavern. His breath came in gasps, and he stumbled over the uneven ground. The shadows were closing in again. They were everywhere. A sudden cry echoed through the cave, a scream. It sounded like Tom. Corey didn't stop to think. He ran toward the sound, his heart in his throat, praying that Tom was still alive, that they weren't too late. Corey's legs burned as he sprinted down the narrow, twisting corridors of the cave. The scream that echoed from deeper within the darkness still rang in his ears, the sound so desperate, so filled with fear, that it nearly paralyzed him. Was it Tom? Was it Danny? He had to find them. He had to get them out of here. "Tom," Corey shouted, his voice hoarse as he pushed forward, weaving through the jagged rocks and the ever-deepening gloom. The cave seemed to grow colder the farther he went, the air thick with an oppressive silence that threatened to swallow him whole. Another scream split the air, sharper this time. It sent a chill down Corey's spine, and he broke into a run, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The walls seemed to close in on him, each step feeling like it took him further away from the safety he once took for granted. He rounded a corner and froze. Ahead of him, he could see two figures standing motionless in the dark. The light from his flashlight flickered weakly, barely enough to illuminate their faces. But Corey didn't need the light to know what he was seeing. It wasn't Tom or Danny. The creatures were taller now, their forms more defined, their eyes glowing in the dim light. They were the same beings he had encountered earlier, their long limbs moving unnaturally, their skin shimmering with an iridescent sheen that sent a shiver down his spine. The air around them felt heavy, charged with a presence so wrong it made his skin crawl. Corey felt his breath catch in his throat as the figures turned their heads toward him, their glowing eyes locking onto his. The sound of a slow, rasping breath filled the air. And then, the creatures spoke, their voices overlapping in a distorted chorus. "You shouldn't be here," one of them hissed, its voice a blend of harsh whispers and guttural growls. "None of you should be here." Corey backed up, his pulse racing. This wasn't possible. None of this made sense. He had to get out. He had to find his friends. "Where are they?" he shouted, his voice desperate. "What did you do to them?" The creatures tilted their heads, their movements fluid and unnerving, like something out of a nightmare. One of them took a step closer, its eyes narrowing as it looked Corey up and down. "They are ours now," it replied coldly. "All of you are." A cold, terrible dread settled over Corey. He had to get out, but how? The ground beneath him trembled, and the air grew even colder, if that was possible. He heard a faint rustle from behind him and spun around, expecting to see something, or someone coming for him. But there was nothing. The cave was eerily silent again, the creature's whispers fading into the shadows. He took a cautious step forward, but the strange sense of dread had not lifted. The creatures were still out there, watching him, waiting. But where was Tom? Where was Danny? Corey's thoughts raced, trying to piece together what was happening. What were these things? Why had they attacked them? Was it something they disturbed in the cave? A voice, a faint, trembling voice, broke through his frantic thoughts. "Corey, help!" Corey's heart stopped. It was Danny's voice. Weak, desperate. "Danny!" Corey cried out, a surge of adrenaline flooding his body. He ran toward the sound, his legs moving on their own, carrying him deeper into the cave, toward the voice that had called his name. "Tom! Danny!" he shouted, his voice cracking in the darkness. As he moved further into the labyrinth of the cave, he caught a glimpse of something ahead, something familiar. He couldn't make it out at first, but then the light from his flashlight caught it. There, lying against the wall, was Danny. Corey rushed to his side, his heart pounding in his chest. "Danny, oh my God, are you okay?" he asked, kneeling beside him. Danny's eyes were wide with fear, his face pale. He was breathing heavily, and his clothes were torn, dirt and blood smeared across his skin. They were here. Danny gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "Corey, we have to get out. They're not human." Corey helped Danny sit up, his mind reeling with the implications of his words. "Where's Tom? What happened to him?" Danny's eyes flickered to the shadows. He shook his head, his voice trembling. "I don't know. Danny stuttered, trying to catch his breath. "There was something in the dark. It took him, Corey. We have to leave. Now." Corey's heart dropped into his stomach. The terror in Danny's eyes was enough to tell him everything. Something had happened to Tom, something horrible. Without thinking, Corey grabbed Danny's arm and pulled him to his feet. The two of them stumbled forward, desperate to escape the nightmare of the cave, but every step felt like they were walking deeper into it. And then, just as they thought they might make it out, a low growl filled the air. It was close. Too close. The growl reverberated through the cave, low and guttural, sending shivers down Corey's spine. He tightened his grip on Danny's arm, steadying his friend as they both froze, their breaths shallow and rapid. "Did you hear that?" Corey whispered, though the answer was obvious. Danny nodded, his face pale and drenched with sweat. It's one of them," Danny stammered, his voice barely audible. Corey swung his flashlight toward the sound, the beam trembling as his hands shook. The light caught nothing but jagged rocks and shadows that seemed to shift and writhe. The oppressive silence returned, heavier now, as if the cave itself was holding its breath. "Keep moving," Corey urged, his voice firm despite the panic clawing at his chest. "We need to find Tom." Danny hesitated, his eyes darting to the darkness behind them. What if he's gone?" "He's not," Corey snapped, his tone sharper than he intended. "We don't leave him behind." Danny swallowed hard and nodded, the fear in his eyes giving way to a flicker of determination. Together, they pushed forward, their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage. The growl came again, louder this time, closer. Corey spun around, shining his flashlight into the shadows, and for a brief moment he saw it. A hunched, skeletal figure with elongated limbs and glowing eyes. It moved with unnatural fluidity, its head tilting as if studying them. "Run!" Corey shouted, grabbing Danny's arm and pulling him down the tunnel. They sprinted blindly, the sound of their ragged breaths and pounding footsteps filling the air. The creature's growl grew fainter behind them, but Corey didn't dare slow down. He didn't trust the silence. It was too deceptive, too dangerous. The tunnel widened suddenly, opening into a large cavern. Corey skidded to a halt, his flashlight sweeping across the space. The walls were covered in strange markings, symbols etched into the rock that glowed faintly with an otherworldly light. What is this?" Danny whispered, his voice tinged with awe and fear. Corey didn't answer. His eyes were drawn to the center of the cavern, where a jagged rock formation jutted upward like a twisted spire. At its base, something was lying on the ground. "Tom!" Corey shouted, rushing forward. Tom was slumped against the spire, his face pale and his eyes closed. His chest rose and fell with shallow breaths, a sign that he was alive. "Tom, wake up!" Corey shook him gently, panic bubbling in his throat. Tom's eyes fluttered open and he let out a weak groan. "Corey, Danny!" "We're here," Corey said, relief flooding his voice. "We're getting you out of here." Tom's eyes widened suddenly, his hand shooting up to grab Corey's wrist. "No, you can't stay here," he gasped. It's watching us." Danny's flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows across the cavern. The temperature dropped sharply, and a chilling wind swept through the space. "Corey!" Danny's voice trembled. Corey turned, his stomach dropping as he saw them. 3 of the creatures, their glowing eyes fixed on the group. They moved slowly, their elongated limbs bending in unnatural ways as they closed in. "Get up!" Corey yelled, pulling Tom to his feet. Tom swayed unsteadily, leaning heavily on Corey for support. Danny stood frozen, his flashlight trained on the creatures as they advanced. "Danny, move!" Corey shouted. Danny snapped out of his trance, backing toward the tunnel they had come from. Corey and Tom followed, their movements slow and clumsy in the uneven terrain. The creatures didn't quicken their pace, but their presence was suffocating, their glowing eyes unblinking as they watched the 3 friends retreat. As they reached the tunnel, one of the creatures stopped and tilted its head, its mouth opening slightly. A low, guttural sound escaped its throat, a sound that sent a wave of nausea through Corey. "Go!" he urged, practically dragging Tom into the narrow passage. The 3 of them stumbled forward, the light from their flashlights bouncing wildly. The creatures didn't follow, but their presence lingered, a heavy, unshakable weight pressing down on them. When they finally stopped to catch their breath, Corey turned to Tom, his voice strained. "What happened? What did they do to you?" Tom shook his head weakly, his eyes haunted. "I don't know. I blacked out, and when I woke up, I was here. They didn't touch me, but I could feel them. In my head, like they were searching for something." Danny shivered, his eyes darting to the darkness behind them. "We need to get out of here, now." Corey nodded, his grip on Tom tightening. "We're close. We just have to keep moving." But as they continued down the tunnel, Corey couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. The creatures might have let them go, but the marks they had left, on Tom, on the walls of the cavern, on the air itself, felt permanent. The cave wasn't done with them yet. The tunnel stretched endlessly, twisting and narrowing with each step the group took. Corey and Danny struggled to help Tom along, their flashlight beams cutting through the suffocating darkness. Every sound, the scrape of their boots, the rustle of their clothing, felt amplified, echoing in the eerie silence. "How much further?" Danny whispered, his voice trembling. Corey glanced over his shoulder, though he knew there was no answer to Danny's question. "We just keep going," he replied, his tone steady despite his growing dread. Tom stumbled, nearly dragging them both down. Corey caught him, adjusting his grip under Tom's arm. "Stay with us, man. We're getting out of here." Tom nodded weakly, his face pale and slick with sweat. I can feel them," he murmured. "They're watching." Danny's flashlight flickered again, casting jagged shadows along the walls. "Stop saying that," he snapped, his nerves fraying. "We're alone." But they all knew that wasn't true. A faint noise echoed from behind them, a soft shuffling sound, like something brushing against stone. Corey froze, his heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Danny nodded, his face taut with fear. He swung his flashlight toward the sound, but the beam illuminated nothing but empty rock. "We need to move faster," Corey said, his voice low and urgent. They pressed on, the tunnel growing narrower and steeper. The air was thick and damp, making every breath a struggle. Corey's legs burned with the effort of supporting Tom, but he didn't dare stop. The shuffling sound grew louder, accompanied by an occasional faint clicking. It wasn't just one noise, it was many, a chorus of movement that seemed to come from all directions. "They're following us," Danny whispered, his voice barely audible. Corey didn't respond. He didn't need to. Suddenly, the tunnel widened into another chamber, this one smaller than the last. A faint breeze tickled their faces, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of fresh air. "We're close," Corey said, his hope rekindled. But their relief was short-lived. The clicking noises grew louder, more deliberate, as if the creatures were closing in. Danny shone his flashlight back into the tunnel they had just emerged from, his hand shaking. "I see them," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. Corey turned, his stomach dropping. In the beam of Danny's light, the creatures lurked at the edge of the tunnel, their glowing eyes fixed on the group. They didn't advance but stood there, their elongated limbs shifting unnaturally. "Go!" Corey shouted, pushing Danny toward the opposite tunnel. They scrambled forward, the fresh air growing stronger with each step. The tunnel sloped upward, and Corey could feel his heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. Behind them, the clicking noises grew louder, closer. Corey didn't dare look back. "Almost there!" Danny yelled, his voice cracking. A faint light appeared ahead, spilling into the tunnel. It was the exit, the promise of freedom. They burst out of the cave, stumbling into the open air. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale glow over the rocky landscape. The night was silent, save for the ragged breaths of the three friends. Corey turned to look at the cave entrance, not expecting to see the creatures emerging. But the darkness within was impenetrable, as if the cave itself had swallowed them whole. "They're not coming out," Danny said, his voice shaky. Tom sank to the ground, his face pale but his expression filled with relief. "We made it," he whispered. Corey didn't respond. His eyes remained fixed on the cave, his mind racing. The creatures hadn't chased them outside, but he couldn't shake the feeling that their escape was no coincidence. The cave had let them go. But why? End of Part 2. Part 3. The chill of the night air clung to the trio as they sat just outside the cave's entrance, catching their breath. The oppressive weight of the cave was gone, replaced by the stark silence of the wilderness. The moonlight illuminated their pale, dirt-streaked faces, each bearing a mix of exhaustion and disbelief. "We actually made it," Danny muttered, staring into the distance. Tom, still slumped on the ground, managed a weak laugh. I thought we were done for back there." Corey remained standing, his back to the group, his eyes fixed on the dark maw of the cave. The ominous silence emanating from it felt wrong, as though the darkness within still watched them. "We shouldn't stay here," he said finally, his voice firm. Danny looked at him, confused. "Why? They didn't follow us out? We're safe." Corey shook his head. "I don't think it's about being safe. I think they let us leave." The words hung heavy in the air, and for a moment no one spoke. "You're saying they wanted us to go?" Tom asked, his voice hoarse. "I don't know," Corey admitted, "but I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over." Danny stood and brushed the dirt off his jeans, his flashlight dangling limply in one hand. "Look, whatever it was, we're out now. That's all that matters." Corey sighed and nodded, though unease still gnawed at him. "Fine. Let's head back to the car and get out of here." The journey back through the forest was slow and quiet. The adrenaline that had kept them moving in the cave was gone, replaced by sheer exhaustion. Tom leaned heavily on Danny as they navigated the uneven terrain, their flashlights casting long, flickering shadows. When they finally reached the clearing where they had parked, relief washed over them. The sight of their car felt surreal, like a lifeline to normalcy. Danny fumbled with the keys, his hands trembling as he unlocked the doors. "Let's get out of here," he said, climbing into the driver's seat. Corey and Tom piled in, and soon they were on the road, the cave shrinking behind them with every passing mile. Hours later, they arrived back in town, the familiar streets and glowing streetlights a stark contrast to the darkness they had left behind. They parked at Corey's house, too drained to return to their own homes. Inside, they collapsed onto the couch, the silence between them heavy with unspoken thoughts. "We need to report this," Danny said finally, breaking the silence. Corey shook his head. "Report what? That we saw? What, creatures? Shadows? Who's going to believe us?" Danny frowned, but didn't argue. He knew Corey was right. "We can't just forget about it," Tom said quietly. "We need to go back, figure out what we saw." Corey turned to him, his expression grim. "We barely made it out alive, Tom? And now you want to go back?" Tom didn't respond, but the look in his eyes said he wasn't ready to let it go. Corey sighed, rubbing his temples. "We'll talk about it in the morning. Right now, we need sleep." The others nodded reluctantly, and the three friends settled in for a restless night. But even as they drifted off, the memory of the glowing eyes and the echoing clicks lingered, a haunting reminder of the darkness that still waited beneath the earth. The following morning, sunlight poured through the blinds in Corey's living room, but it did little to dispel the heaviness that hung over the trio. They sat around the table, cups of coffee untouched in front of them. No one had gotten much sleep. Danny unfolded a detailed map of the area, spreading it across the table. The creases were worn from years of use, marked with notes, circles, and paths from their previous expeditions. "This is the area," Danny said, pointing to a spot near the base of the hills. "That's where we found the cave." Corey leaned in, his brow furrowed. "You're sure?" "Positive," Danny replied. "It's about 2 miles from where we parked. The path we took should be easy to retrace." Tom stared at the map, tapping his fingers anxiously on the table. "We have to go back. If we don't, no one's going to believe us. Hell, even I'm starting to doubt what we saw." Corey shook his head. "Going back might not even be possible. Remember how unstable those passages were? What if the entrance collapsed after we got out?" "Then we'll confirm that," Danny said firmly. "But we can't just leave it like this. We owe it to ourselves to figure out what's going on." Corey hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but if we're doing this, we're not going back unprepared." Over the next few hours, the trio gathered supplies. They packed extra flashlights, batteries, helmets with mounted lights, climbing gear, and first aid kits. This time, they weren't taking any chances. By midday, they were back in the forest, retracing their steps from the night before. The sunlight filtering through the trees felt comforting, but it couldn't shake the tension that clung to the group. When they reached the clearing near where the cave entrance should have been, they stopped. Danny looked around, his brow furrowed. "It should be right here," he said, scanning the area. Corey walked over, crouching to inspect the ground. There was no sign of the cave, no disturbed earth, no rocks out of place, nothing to indicate that an entrance had ever existed. "This doesn't make sense," Corey muttered. "We were here less than 24 hours ago." Tom paced back and forth, frustration etched on his face. "We're in the right spot, aren't we? This is where we came out." Danny nodded. "It has to be. The landmarks match up. Look, there's the ridge we climbed." They searched the area for hours, combing every inch of the clearing and the surrounding woods, but no matter how hard they looked, the cave was gone. Corey finally slumped against a tree, exhaustion and defeat washing over him. It's like it was never there. Danny sat down beside him, his face pale. "What does that mean? That we imagined the whole thing?" Tom shook his head vehemently. "No, we didn't imagine those sounds, or those things." Corey looked up at him. "Then where's the proof, Tom? Where's the cave?" Tom didn't have an answer. None of them did. As the sun began to set, the three friends reluctantly made their way back to the car. The mystery of the vanished cave weighed heavily on them, but they all knew one thing for certain. They hadn't imagined it. The drive back to town was unusually silent. Each of the three friends was lost in their own thoughts, grappling with the unnerving reality of the vanished cave. The forest that had once felt like an adventurer's playground now loomed in their minds as a place of uncertainty and menace. When they reached Corey's house, Tom broke the silence. "We need to tell someone," he said abruptly. Danny, who was parking the car, gave a short, humorless laugh. "Tell who? And say what? That we found a disappearing cave full of strange noises and shadows? Yeah, I'm sure people will take us seriously." Corey sighed, leaning back in his seat. "He's right, Tom. Without proof, no one's going to believe us. Hell, I'm not even sure I believe us right now." Tom frowned, his voice rising slightly. "So what? We just forget about it? Pretend it never happened?" Danny shut off the car, turning to face him. "No, but we have to be smart. If we tell people and they laugh it off, that's the end of it. No one will listen to us again." Corey nodded. "We need to figure this out on our own first. Maybe go back again in a few days. Take more time to search." Tom seemed unconvinced, but didn't argue further. Instead, he got out of the car and headed into the house without another word. Over the next week, whispers of doubt began creeping into their group. The three friends spent their evenings rehashing every detail of their experience, trying to piece together the puzzle. "Do you think it was some kind of trick?" Corey asked one night as they sat in his living room. "Like what? An elaborate prank?" Danny replied, shaking his head. "That doesn't explain the things we saw or heard. And who would even do that?" Tom, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly spoke up. "What if it wasn't the cave that disappeared?" Corey frowned. "What do you mean?" Tom hesitated, as if unsure how to put his thoughts into words. "What if we were in a place we weren't supposed to be? And now it's gone because it wasn't meant to be found?" Danny stared at him, eyebrows raised. "You're saying it was, what, supernatural?" Tom shrugged. "I don't know. But something about this doesn't feel natural. That cave wasn't just a cave." The idea unsettled them, but none of the three could fully dismiss it. Their rational minds rejected the notion, yet the memories of the strange shadows and whispers in the darkness kept resurfacing. It wasn't long before word of their mysterious adventure began to leak out. Danny, in an attempt to make sense of it all, had confided in a coworker. By the end of the week, rumors were spreading through their small town. People began asking questions, some genuinely curious, others openly mocking. The three friends became the center of unwanted attention, their story dismissed as an elaborate fabrication or a shared delusion. One evening, as the three sat together at Corey's house, Tom slammed his fist on the table. "I can't stand this. We know what we saw. Why won't anyone believe us?" Corey sighed. "Because they weren't there. They didn't feel what we felt, hear what we heard. To them, it's just a story." Danny leaned forward, his expression grim. "Then we go back. We find something, anything, that proves we're not crazy." The determination in his voice reignited their resolve. They knew the risks, but the need for answers outweighed their fears. Despite the doubts and ridicule from others, the three friends knew they had to return. Corey, Danny, and Tom packed their gear meticulously this time, ensuring they had everything they might need: extra lights, ropes, food, and even a small camera to document anything they might find. "We're not coming back without proof," Danny said firmly as they loaded the car. Their journey back to the forest was tense, each of them haunted by memories of their previous visit. The forest, with its towering trees and dense undergrowth, felt eerily silent as they parked at the familiar spot and began their hike. Hours passed as they retraced their steps, following every landmark and trail they had memorized. But no matter how carefully they searched, the entrance to the cave remained elusive. "This doesn't make any sense," Corey muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. "It was right here. We marked the spot on the map." Tom crouched near the base of a rock formation, running his fingers over the moss-covered surface. "It's like it never existed," he said quietly. Danny shook his head. "No, it was here. We didn't imagine it." They continued their search late into the afternoon, growing more disheartened with each passing hour. The forest, once a place of adventure, now seemed like a labyrinth, hiding the truth from them. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, they decided to take a break. Sitting on a fallen log, they shared a quiet meal, their spirits dampened by the fruitless search. "What if we're looking in the wrong place?" Corey suggested. "Maybe the entrance shifts, or the landscape changes somehow." Tom shook his head. We'd still see some sign of it. An opening, disturbed ground, anything. Danny stared at the map in his hands, his jaw tight. We're missing something, something obvious. Their determination pushed them to search into the night, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The forest seemed alive with sounds, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, but none of it felt familiar or reassuring. As midnight approached, they stopped again, exhaustion overtaking them. Sitting in a small clearing, they exchanged glances, their faces pale in the moonlight. What if we can't find it? Tom asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Danny didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the trees. Corey, sensing the unease growing between them, tried to stay optimistic. We'll find it, he said. We just need more time. But deep down, all three of them felt the same creeping doubt. The cave might be gone forever. The next morning, they decided to expand their search, venturing further into the forest. They climbed rocky slopes, crossed shallow streams, and scoured every inch of the terrain. Yet, as the day wore on, their hopes dwindled. The forest, vast and unyielding, seemed to mock their efforts. By evening, they were forced to admit defeat. Standing together in the fading light, they shared a heavy silence. Maybe it's not meant to be found, Tom said finally, his voice heavy with resignation. Danny clenched his fists, his frustration palpable. No, I'm not giving up. Not yet. Corey placed a hand on his shoulder. We'll come back, but not tonight. We need rest. Reluctantly, Danny nodded, and the three began their long hike back to the car, the forest seeming darker and more forbidding than ever. The drive back to town was heavy with silence. Corey focused on the road, his knuckles tight around the wheel, while Tom stared out the window, his mind lost in thought. Danny sat in the back, flipping through his notebook filled with hastily scribbled maps and observations. There has to be something we're missing, Danny muttered, breaking the quiet. What if we aren't missing anything? Corey said without looking away from the road. What if the cave doesn't want to be found? Danny snapped his head up. What's that supposed to mean? Tom finally spoke, his voice low. You felt it too, didn't you? Back in the cave, like we weren't supposed to be there, like we were trespassing. Corey nodded slowly. Maybe whatever was in that cave closed it off for a reason. Danny slammed his notebook shut. You're both talking like it's alive or something. It's just a cave, a place. And we saw it. It's real. Back home, they reviewed every detail of their trip. Maps were spread across the table, coordinates marked and cross-referenced. They replayed their memories of the cave, piecing together every sound, every strange silhouette. But no matter how much they analyzed, nothing brought them closer to an answer. A week later, Danny called an emergency meeting. They gathered at his house, where he had pinned their maps and photos to the walls. I've been thinking, Danny began, his eyes intense. If the entrance isn't there anymore, maybe it moved. Maybe we need to look in areas nearby. Tom frowned. The forest is massive. We could spend years looking. Corey leaned forward. Do you have another plan then? Or are we just giving up? Danny's jaw tightened. We can't give up. We owe it to ourselves to keep searching, to prove we're not crazy. Over the next several weeks, they returned to the forest whenever they could. They explored new areas, searching for any sign of the cave or its strange inhabitants. They found nothing. One night, as they sat around Corey's living room, the frustration boiled over. This is pointless, Tom said, throwing his hands in the air. We're chasing shadows. Maybe the others are right. Maybe we imagined the whole thing. Danny stood abruptly. You don't believe that. Tom hesitated, his expression conflicted. I don't know what to believe anymore. Corey broke the tension with a sigh. We can't let this tear us apart. Whatever happened in that cave, it happened to all of us. We need to stick together. Despite their determination, the weeks turned into months, and their search yielded no results. The once close friends began to drift apart, their shared obsession with the cave slowly consuming them in different ways. Danny continued to pore over maps and theories late into the night, while Corey tried to move on, burying himself in work. Tom, caught between skepticism and lingering fear, avoided the subject altogether. But none of them could forget the cave or the horrors they encountered within it. Months passed, but the cave lingered in their minds like an unhealed wound. Danny, more determined than ever, continued his research. His living room had transformed into a makeshift command center, walls covered in maps, photographs, and notes. Red strings connected various points on the map, creating a chaotic web of theories. One evening, Corey visited him, standing silently as Danny furiously scribbled in his notebook. "Still at it?" Corey asked, leaning against the doorway. Danny didn't look up. "I'm close. I know I am." Corey sighed. "Danny, we've been over this. Maybe it's time to let it go." Danny finally looked at him, his eyes bloodshot and weary. "You can let it go if you want, Corey, but I can't. I need to know." Meanwhile, Tom tried to bury the memories, throwing himself into work and avoiding any conversation about the cave. Yet at night, the nightmares came. He would wake up in a cold sweat, the faint sound of those eerie whispers echoing in his ears. One night, he dreamt he was back in the cave. The narrow tunnels twisted and turned, the walls seeming to close in on him. He saw the small silhouettes darting just beyond the light of his headlamp, and when he turned, one of them was there, reaching for him. Tom jolted awake, his chest heaving. For a moment, he sat in the dark, the dream too vivid to shake. A week later, Tom decided to call Corey. "I can't stop thinking about it," Tom admitted. "The cave, the creatures, all of it. What if we really were somewhere we weren't supposed to be?" Corey paused. "You think I haven't thought about that? But what are we supposed to do? We've looked everywhere. The cave's gone." Tom's voice dropped to a whisper. "What if it's not gone? What if we're just looking in the wrong way?" Corey didn't respond right away. "What do you mean?" "I don't know," Tom said hesitantly. "But maybe it's not about maps or coordinates. Maybe it's about something else, something we don't understand." The three of them met the next day at Danny's house. It was the first time they had all been in the same room in months. Danny's walls were even more cluttered with notes and diagrams than before, and his determination was palpable. "I'm glad you're both here," Danny said, gesturing to the map on the table. "I've been following the geology reports for the area. Landslides, erosion patterns, there's been some activity near the site we marked." Corey frowned. "You think that's connected?" Danny nodded. "I think it's possible. Maybe the entrance was covered, or maybe the cave system shifted. Either way, it's worth checking out." Tom glanced at Corey. "What do you think?" Corey hesitated, then nodded. "Let's give it one more shot, together." The next weekend, the trio dragged to the forest where their nightmare had begun. The once familiar landscape now felt foreign, as though the forest itself had shifted to guard its secrets. Danny's maps and notes guided their search, leading them to the area where the entrance to the cave should have been. But when they arrived, the ground was unrecognizable, overgrown with weeds and moss, the terrain uneven as if something had moved or collapsed beneath it. "It's here," Danny said, studying his map. "Or at least it should be." Tom scanned the area, his unease growing. "It doesn't feel right. None of this looks the same." Corey crouched down, brushing away leaves and debris. "If it was buried, we'll need tools to dig. Did you bring anything?" Danny nodded, pulling a small spade and collapsible shovel from his pack. "It's not much, but it's a start." The three of them worked tirelessly, digging into the soil where they believed the entrance had been. Hours passed, and their progress was slow. "This is pointless," Tom muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. "Even if the cave's here, we're not going to find it like this." Danny's frustration boiled over. "You have a better idea, Tom? Because I'm all ears." "Guys," Corey interrupted, his tone sharp. "Knock it off. We're here to work together, remember?" Tom sighed, shaking his head. I don't know if we're meant to find it again." As the sun began to set, the forest grew eerily quiet. The once distant sounds of birds and rustling leaves faded, replaced by an oppressive stillness. Corey stood, stretching his aching back. "Maybe we should call it a day. We can come back tomorrow with better equipment." Danny hesitated but nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but I'm not giving up." Tom looked around, his unease growing with every passing moment. "Let's pack up and get out of here. It's getting dark." They gathered their tools and began the trek back to their car. As they walked, Corey paused, frowning. "Did we come this way?" he asked, turning in a slow circle. Danny stopped beside him, looking around. "Of course we did. The car's this way." Tom's voice was tense. "No, it's not. I'm sure we parked in the other direction." A chill ran through them as they realized none of the paths looked familiar. The forest, which had once been a place of adventure, now felt like a labyrinth, its shadows lengthening and twisting around them. "Let's stay calm," Corey said, his voice steady. We'll retrace our steps. But as they turned back, the unease grew. The trail they had walked earlier seemed to have disappeared entirely, swallowed by the forest. The forest seemed alive as darkness closed in around them. Shadows danced in the corners of their vision, and the trees loomed taller, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers. "We can't be lost," Danny muttered, scanning his map with trembling hands. "We followed the trail exactly. This doesn't make sense." Tom snatched the map from him, his frustration boiling over. "Your map doesn't mean anything out here. Look around. Danny, nothing looks the same." "Both of you, stop!" Corey snapped, his voice cutting through the tension. "We're not going to find our way out if we keep arguing. Let's focus." Danny took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "Okay, let's mark our path. If we keep track, we can figure out where we've been." Using scraps of cloth and small stones, they began marking trees in the ground as they walked. Yet no matter how far they went, the forest remained disorienting, every tree and clearing blending into the next. An hour later, they stumbled back into a small clearing and froze. There, tied to a tree, was one of their cloth markers. Tom's voice cracked. "No, we didn't come back this way. We didn't." Danny's breathing quickened as he stared at the marker. "It's not possible. We went straight. I know we did." Corey's face was pale, but his voice remained calm. "It doesn't matter how. We need to keep moving. Standing here isn't going to help." They pressed on, their pace quickening despite the growing darkness. The forest seemed to close in around them, the air thick and heavy. Then they heard it, a faint rustling, just beyond the trees. "Did you hear that?" Danny whispered, clutching his flashlight. Corey nodded, his grip tightening on his own light. "Probably just an animal. Don't freak out." But the rustling grew louder, accompanied by faint, almost imperceptible whispers. Tom spun around, shining his flashlight into the trees. "Who's there?" he shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. No response. The three stood frozen, their breaths shallow, as the rustling and whispers faded into silence. "Let's move," Corey said, his voice low. "Now." They walked faster, their nerves fraying with every step. The markers they had been placing were now nowhere to be found, as though the forest itself was erasing their efforts. Tom broke the silence. "What if this is like the cave? What if we're stuck in some place that isn't normal?" Danny didn't answer, his focus locked on the faint path ahead. Corey stopped suddenly, holding up a hand. "Wait, look." Ahead of them, the trees opened into a clearing. At its center stood a massive, ancient tree with a hollowed trunk. The sight was both captivating and unsettling. "What is that?" Danny asked, his voice barely a whisper. Tom took a step back. "I don't think we should go near it." Corey hesitated, his eyes fixed on the tree. "It feels wrong." But something about the tree seemed to call to them, its hollow trunk dark and inviting. Part 29. The Hollow Tree. The three friends stood at the edge of the clearing, staring at the hollow tree. The air around it felt dense, almost as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "What do you think it is?" Tom asked, his voice hushed, though a trace of fear lingered in his words. Corey eyed the tree warily. "It looks like a trap." Danny stepped forward, his curiosity overwhelming his better judgment. "What if it's a sign? Maybe it leads somewhere. Maybe it's a way out." Tom shook his head. "We've been through enough weirdness for one day. Let's not make things worse." But Danny was already moving toward the tree, and Corey reluctantly followed him. Tom hesitated, but eventually trailed behind, unable to shake the feeling that something important lay ahead. As they neared the tree, the air grew colder. A chill that cut through their clothes settled in their bones. Corey reached out, his hand trembling as he touched the rough bark. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from deep within the tree, as if something ancient had stirred from its slumber. "What the hell was that?" Tom whispered, his heart pounding. Before anyone could answer, a shadow passed over them, fleeting but unmistakable. It was large, larger than any animal they had seen in the forest. The whispering grew louder, now a chorus of unintelligible voices that seemed to come from all directions. "Run!" Corey yelled. Without a second thought, the three of them turned and sprinted back into the forest, their legs pumping as fast as they could go. The sound of their footsteps was drowned out by the whispers and the distant rustling of something large moving swiftly behind them. They ran until their lungs burned and their legs threatened to give out, but the sound of pursuit never stopped. It wasn't until they reached the edge of a steep hill that the noises finally faded, leaving only the pounding of their own hearts. Breathless and terrified, they collapsed to the ground, staring into the thick forest around them. "What was that?" Tom gasped, his chest heaving. Corey shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. "I don't know, but whatever it was, it's not something we can just walk away from." Danny looked at both of them, his face pale and sweat-soaked. "I think we need to get out of here. Now." But as they gathered their bearings and started to stand, the forest around them seemed to shift again, closing in tighter. The path they had been following was gone. "We're trapped," Danny muttered, his voice barely audible. Corey's face darkened. "No, we're not trapped. Not yet." The air felt heavier than before. The dense trees that once seemed like obstacles now seemed more like barriers, pressing in on them, as if the forest itself was intent on keeping them inside. "We have to find a way out," Danny said, his voice strained. He turned to Corey and Tom, his eyes desperate. "There's no way we're going to survive if we stay here much longer." Corey nodded, but there was a faint look of doubt in his eyes. "We don't know what's out there, but staying put isn't going to help. Let's keep moving." Tom clenched his fists. "We've been walking in circles for hours. The forest keeps changing. I don't know where we're going anymore." The panic in his voice was unmistakable, and Danny couldn't blame him. The familiar feeling of being lost, of being trapped in some bizarre nightmare, was suffocating. "Okay, we stick together," Corey said, his voice steady. "We're not splitting up. We'll keep walking and keep marking our path. We have to get out." The three friends began walking again, their steps slower now, more deliberate, but each footfall seemed to sink deeper into the earth. Every now and then they would glance behind them, half expecting to see something following. The whispers still lingered in their ears, fading in and out like an eerie memory. Hours passed, or maybe it was days. Time was becoming impossible to track in the forest's thick, unnerving quiet. But just as they began to lose hope, they saw something ahead. A break in the trees. It was faint at first, but as they drew closer, the light grew brighter. The forest started to open up, revealing a narrow path that led out. This has to be it," Danny whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. The path stretched out before them, winding through the trees and toward the distant mountains. It felt real, like a way home. "We're almost out," Corey said, his tone almost cautious, as if afraid the moment would slip away like the forest itself. They walked faster now, urgency replacing their earlier exhaustion. They could see the sunlight breaking through the trees, feel the air growing warmer as they neared the end. But when they finally reached the edge of the forest, they froze. Before them lay a familiar sight, the campsite they had set up when they first arrived. The tents, the equipment, everything was exactly where they had left it. But the sense of déjà vu was overpowering. "Did we just go in a circle?" Tom asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Corey's face went pale. "No, this can't be right." Danny reached out, touching the nearest tent. It felt real, but the unease in his stomach grew. "We were just out there, in the forest. How is this possible?" Suddenly, they heard a sound, a crackling in the distance. A figure emerged from the tree line. A man, wearing a uniform, approached them slowly. "Are you guys okay?" the man asked, his voice filled with concern. The three friends exchanged uncertain glances. They were exhausted, frightened, and unable to comprehend what had just happened. We don't know how we got here," Danny said, shaking his head. The man smiled sympathetically. "It happens sometimes. The forest can play tricks on people. You're lucky we found you. Are you lost?" Corey looked at Danny and Tom. "We weren't lost. We were in the forest. And we saw things we can't explain." But the man only smiled wider, almost patronizingly. "It's all part of the experience. Don't worry, you're safe now." As the man led them back toward the campsite, the trio exchanged one last look. There was no way to explain what had happened, what they had seen or heard in the forest. But as they walked back toward the warmth of the campfire, the feeling lingered. The feeling that this was just the beginning of something far darker and deeper than they could ever have imagined. And as they looked back at the forest one final time, the whispers began again, faint but unmistakable. The end. Subscribe to the channel if you want more stories. This is a true story that was shared on a forum dedicated to discussing werewolves in 2007. The Johnson family had been discussing the possibility of a fresh start for months. John, a 40-year-old engineer, had grown increasingly tired of the hustle and bustle of city life. His job was demanding, the city was loud and crowded, and he couldn't help but feel the weight of it all. Emma, his wife, had always dreamed of a quieter, simpler life. She longed for a place where they could escape the constant noise and fast pace, a place where the boys, Luke, their 11-year-old, and Eli, their 10-year-old, could grow up with room to play and explore. One evening, as Emma sat at the kitchen table looking over listings online, she turned to John with an excited look on her face. "Look at this, John," she said, her eyes scanning the screen. "It's a house, out in the country. It's perfect for us. A yard, space to breathe, a fresh start." John rubbed his forehead, unsure. "It seems like a good deal, but something feels off. It's too cheap." Emma smiled, as if trying to reassure him. "Maybe it's just meant to be. We've been talking about this for so long, and this place could really be what we need." John sighed and took a long look at the listing. The price seemed impossibly low for a house of that size, enough space for the boys to play, a big backyard, and located in a small town in another state. "You're right," he finally said. "It's a chance we should take. We need a change." A few days later, they packed their belongings. Rex, their loyal German shepherd, hopped into the back of the van, and the family started the long drive to their new home. John and Emma weren't sure exactly what they were expecting, but they were both ready for something different. They said their goodbyes to the life they had known, determined to embrace whatever this new chapter would bring. As they drove along the highway, Luke and Eli chattered excitedly in the back seat. The road stretched on ahead of them, wide and empty. The landscape gradually shifted from city streets to open fields and forests, making the journey feel like a transition to an entirely different world. "I can't wait to see the new house," Luke said, his voice full of excitement. "I bet it's huge," Eli added, bouncing in his seat. John glanced in the rearview mirror at his two sons, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. For the first time in months, he felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this was the right move after all. The drive was long, but the promise of a new life kept their spirits high. By the time they arrived at the small town, the sun was setting, casting a warm orange glow across the streets. The town was quieter than they had expected, no busy downtown or crowded intersections. Just a few local shops and a couple of old-fashioned diners. It felt like a place frozen in time, where nothing ever really changed. They decided to stop at a local cafe before heading to their new house. It was a small, cozy place, with wooden floors and a few old men sitting at the counter sipping coffee. The air was thick with the smell of fried food and the murmur of low conversation. As they entered, a bell above the door rang, and a couple of heads turned toward them. One of the men at the counter, a grizzled old biker with a long beard and worn leather jacket, stared at them as they made their way to a table. "Well, well," he said in a gravelly voice. "Look at the newcomers." John tried to smile, hoping to ease the tension. "Yep, just moved in. We're looking forward to a fresh start." The biker took a slow sip from his mug, his eyes narrowing. "You folks buy that old Thompson place?" "That's right," Emma replied, giving him a polite smile. It seemed like a good deal. The price was way lower than we expected. The biker let out a raspy laugh, his lips curling into a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Well, let me tell you something. That house, it's probably the worst deal you'll ever make." John raised an eyebrow, sensing a warning in the man's tone. "What do you mean?" The biker leaned back in his seat, his chair creaking under his weight. "You'll see for yourselves. People around here don't talk about that place much, but I'll tell you, it's cursed. Something bad happened there a long time ago." Emma opened her mouth to ask more, but the biker stood up before she could speak. "But hey, what do I know?" he said with a shrug. "Just an old man with a lot of time on his hands." The man left the cafe without another word, leaving the family in silence. They exchanged uneasy glances. The atmosphere in the small cafe had shifted. What had started as a friendly stop for food now felt a little more foreboding. "Well, that was strange," John muttered, trying to brush it off. "Probably just some local guy who's seen too many horror movies." "I don't know," Emma replied quietly. Something about the way he said it. The family finished their meal in silence, their minds still on the biker's warning. But they knew one thing for sure. They couldn't turn back now. The house was theirs, and they would have to face whatever came next. The sun had dipped below the horizon by the time the Johnson family pulled into the small town. The streets were quieter than they'd expected. No bustling crowds or busy intersections, just a few sleepy houses and the occasional car passing by. It was the kind of place where everyone seemed to know everyone, and nothing happened too fast. John took a deep breath as he parked the van on the side of the road. "Well, we're here," he said, glancing at Emma. His voice was tired, but there was a sense of anticipation behind it too. They'd spent the last few hours in the car, the quiet driving giving them time to think about the new life that awaited them. "This is it," Emma replied, her voice filled with a soft optimism. "The beginning of our new chapter." Luke and Eli were buzzing with excitement in the back seat, talking over each other as they stared out of the window, wide-eyed. "Look at that old diner," Luke exclaimed. "It's like something out of a movie." Eli, who always had his nose in a book, pointed to a nearby park. "I bet there's a good spot for hide and seek there." John smiled at their enthusiasm. "All right, let's grab a bite to eat, and then we'll head to the house." They made their way to the cafe the biker had pointed out earlier. The bell above the door jingled as they stepped inside, and the familiar scent of coffee and grease wafted over them. The place was exactly as John had imagined, a cozy, old-school diner with mismatched tables and a low murmur of conversation. There were a couple of older men at the counter, and the waitress, a middle-aged woman with a friendly smile, waved them to a corner booth. They sat down, the boys immediately starting to talk about their plans for the new house. "I'm going to make a treehouse in the backyard," Luke declared, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Yeah, and I'll have my own room," Eli said. "A room that's all mine." John and Emma exchanged a smile, both feeling the same excitement, but also a tinge of uncertainty. Everything was happening so fast, and they couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this move than they fully understood. While the boys were busy planning their new life, the door to the cafe opened, and the old biker from earlier stepped in. His leather jacket creaked as he walked in, and the room seemed to quiet down just a little. He scanned the room, and his eyes immediately landed on the Johnson family sitting at their booth. John tried to ignore him, but the biker's eyes seemed to follow them as he moved toward the counter. He was muttering something under his breath, but John couldn't make out the words. "Everything all right?" Emma asked, noticing the shift in John's expression. "Yeah," he replied, though his voice sounded unsure. "Just feels like something's off." Before Emma could ask more, the biker turned and looked straight at them. He didn't say anything at first, just stared. Then, with a crooked grin, he finally spoke. Well, looks like you folks made it," he said, his voice raspy. "Bought the Thompson place, huh?" John and Emma exchanged a glance, then nodded. "That's right," John said, trying to keep the conversation light. "We're looking forward to settling in." The biker didn't respond right away. Instead, he took a long drag from his cigarette, the embers glowing in the dim light. Then he slowly turned toward them again, his eyes dark and serious. "You sure you want to move in there?" he asked, his voice lowering. "That place, it's got a reputation. People around here don't talk about it much, but I'll tell you this, it's the worst deal you'll ever make." And John's brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" The biker's gaze never wavered, and the smile on his face faded into something darker. "There's a reason it's so cheap. Trust me, it's not a place you want to mess with. Some things happen there, things that can't be explained. I'd think twice if I were you." Emma leaned in, trying to get a better sense of what the man was talking about. "What happened?" The biker simply shook his head. "Like I said, people around here don't talk about it. But you'll find out soon enough. That place is cursed. I'd get out while I still could." With that, he stood up, dropped a few crumpled bills on the counter, and walked out without another word. The bell above the door jingled again, and the cafe returned to its quiet hum. John and Emma sat there for a long moment, exchanging glances as the silence stretched between them. The boys didn't notice, too busy with their plans for the house, but the tension in the air was palpable. John cleared his throat. "I don't know what that was about. he muttered, but I'm not going to let some old guy's warning ruin this. Emma nodded, though her eyes seemed distant. It was just a warning, I guess, but something about it felt off. Despite their growing unease, they finished their meal and got back into the van. The town seemed even quieter now, the streets empty as they drove toward their new home. They were still hopeful, but there was a creeping feeling settling in the pit of their stomachs, like they were walking into something they didn't fully understand. As they pulled up to the house, the sun had almost completely set. The house looked much like the listing photos, old but charming, with a large front yard and a few trees scattered around the property. It seemed peaceful enough, though a strange chill hung in the air. "Well," John said, trying to shake off the unease, "we're here. Let's see what this place is really like." The family stepped out of the van, Rex bounding out of the back and running toward the front door. They followed him up the driveway, unaware of the unsettling days ahead. The Johnson family spent the next few days unloading boxes and settling into their new home. The house, though older, had a certain charm to it. The large front porch was perfect for sitting out on cool evenings, and the backyard stretched out with plenty of room for Luke and Eli to run around. It was a peaceful place, a far cry from the crowded city they had left behind. "I can't believe this is ours," Emma said, standing in the living room, surveying their new space. It was a little musty, but it had the kind of coziness that made her feel at ease. The wallpaper was dated, and the hardwood floors creaked underfoot, but Emma didn't mind. This was the change they had dreamed of. Luke and Eli had already claimed their rooms upstairs, each one deciding where to set up their belongings. Rex had found his new favorite spot by the front door, looking out the large window as if guarding the house. As the days passed, they explored the surrounding area. The town was smaller than they had expected, with only a few local stores, a post office, and a small park. It had a quiet, almost sleepy vibe. It felt like time moved slower here, which both comforted and unsettled them. One afternoon, while John and Emma unpacked the last of the boxes in the kitchen, Luke and Eli decided to take Rex for a walk through the woods behind the house. The woods seemed peaceful at first, the trees thick and green, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. "I can't believe how quiet it is here," Eli said, his voice barely a whisper as he walked along the dirt path. "I know," Luke replied. "It's like we're in another world." Rex trotted ahead, sniffing the ground, his ears perked up. The boys followed him, taking in their new surroundings. They had only been walking for a few minutes when something caught Luke's eye. "Did you see that?" Luke whispered, pointing to the edge of the trees. Eli squinted. "What is it?" There, barely visible among the trees, was a figure, a tall shape, standing perfectly still. It was too far to make out any details, but the figure seemed off. It wasn't a person, not exactly, but it didn't look like an animal either. "Let's go check it out," Luke suggested, excitement in his voice. "No way," Eli protested. "It's probably nothing." But Luke, always the more adventurous one, was already moving forward, Rex bounding ahead of him. "Come on, it's probably just a deer or something." Eli hesitated for a moment, then followed his brother, though his steps were slower, more cautious. As they neared the spot where the figure had been, they saw nothing. The woods were still and silent, as if whatever had been there had vanished. "This is creepy," Eli muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Luke frowned. "Yeah, maybe, but it's probably just our eyes playing tricks on us." Rex barked suddenly, his ears alert. He was standing at the base of a tree, staring intently at something in the distance. The boys looked over in the same direction, but they couldn't see anything clearly. The figure had disappeared. "Let's go back," Eli said, clearly uncomfortable. Luke nodded. "Yeah, I don't like this. Let's head home." As they made their way back to the house, the unease lingered in the air. Rex trotted along behind them, still looking over his shoulder every few seconds, his fur bristling as if he sensed something they didn't. When they returned to the house, John and Emma were busy in the kitchen, unaware of the strange encounter in the woods. The boys didn't mention it to them, but both Luke and Eli couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the woods. The strange figure, the way Rex had acted, it all felt too real to ignore. The next few days passed without incident, but something was different. The atmosphere in the house seemed heavier, as if the walls themselves were holding on to secrets. Rex grew more agitated, barking at nothing and pacing the front yard at odd hours. The boys kept to themselves more than usual, preferring to stay inside rather than venture out into the woods. It was on the fifth night, as the family was getting ready for bed, that things began to take a darker turn. The first night in the house had been uneventful, but by the fifth night, the atmosphere had shifted. The house, once cozy and welcoming, now felt strangely oppressive. The air seemed to hang heavy, and the creaking of the old house in the night felt different, darker. John and Emma had just finished putting the boys to bed. Luke and Eli had settled into their new rooms upstairs, though neither of them seemed to sleep well. Rex, their German shepherd, had been pacing restlessly in the living room, his nails clicking against the wooden floors. Emma had noticed his behavior, but hadn't thought much of it. After all, Rex had always been an anxious dog, especially in unfamiliar places. But tonight was different. Emma sat in the living room, reading a book while John watched TV. The house was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves outside. Rex was lying in front of the door, but every now and then he would sit up abruptly, ears perked, and stare at the hallway that led to the stairs. "Rex, what's wrong?" Emma muttered, scratching his head. He didn't respond, but his gaze never left the darkened hall. His fur bristled, and he let out a low growl, the sound vibrating in the stillness of the room. John glanced at Emma, his eyebrows furrowed. "What's he doing?" "I don't know," she said, worry creeping into her voice. "He's been acting strange all evening." Before John could respond, a sound broke through the silence, something outside. A rustling, a movement just beyond the trees. Rex jumped to his feet, barking loudly, his tail stiff with tension. Emma's heart skipped a beat. "What was that?" "I'll check," John said, standing up and walking toward the door. He grabbed a flashlight from the table and opened the door cautiously, peering out into the yard. The wind rustled the leaves in the trees, but nothing seemed out of place. The yard was bathed in moonlight, the shadows stretching long and thin. John stepped outside, his eyes scanning the perimeter of the property. "Nothing here," he called back over his shoulder. "Just the wind." Rex, still tense, refused to settle down. He paced back and forth, his nails clicking sharply against the floor again. John closed the door and locked it, though the unsettling feeling lingered. "Maybe we're just not used to the quiet," he suggested, trying to shake off the tension in his chest. Emma nodded, though she didn't seem convinced. The house felt different now. It wasn't the same place they had moved into just days before. It was as if something was watching them, waiting. Later that night, after the family had gone to bed, the house was still. The wind had died down, and the only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Emma lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. The events of the evening, Rex's strange behavior, the noise outside, had her on edge. She turned to John, who was already asleep beside her, his breathing deep and even. A sudden thud broke the stillness, followed by another, this time louder. Emma's heart pounded in her chest as she sat up in bed, straining to hear. Rex's barking had stopped, but the thuds continued. They were coming from upstairs. She waited, frozen in place, until the sound came again. It was unmistakable, the heavy thud of something or someone moving around upstairs. "John," she whispered urgently, shaking him awake. "John, do you hear that?" John groggily sat up, his eyes wide with confusion. "What is it?" "There's something upstairs," Emma whispered, her voice trembling. John's eyes darted toward the ceiling. He was listening too now. The thuds came again, followed by a scraping sound, like something heavy was being dragged across the floor. "I'll go check," John said, his voice steady despite the knot tightening in his stomach. He grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand and stood up, moving quietly toward the door. Emma stayed in bed, her breath shallow, her mind racing. The noise was unmistakable. Someone or something was upstairs. John opened the bedroom door, peering into the dark hallway. Rex was nowhere to be seen. "Rex?" John called quietly, but there was no answer. The thuds came again, this time closer, right above them. John stepped into the hallway, holding the flashlight in front of him. His footsteps were muffled against the carpet, and the house seemed eerily still. The noise stopped. Everything was quiet for a moment. "Maybe it's just the house settling," John muttered, trying to reassure himself. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. He slowly moved toward the stairs, the light from his flashlight flickering against the walls. The steps creaked under his feet as he ascended, each step heavier than the last. He reached the landing, and the thud started again, much louder now. It was coming from the boy's room. John hesitated, his hand on the doorknob. The air felt thick, almost suffocating. "Luke? Eli?" he called, his voice tight with worry. There was no answer. With a deep breath, he opened the door. The room was empty. Everything was still, except for Rex. The dog stood in the corner, staring at the wall, his body stiff, his ears alert. His low growl echoed through the room, sending chills down John's spine. And then, out of the corner of his eye, John saw it. A shadow. Just a glimpse, but it was enough. The shadow darted across the room, disappearing into the hallway. John's heart skipped a beat. John stood frozen in the doorway of the boy's room, his eyes searching the darkness. Rex growled low and steady, his fur standing on end as he stared into the corner of the room. The shadow that John had seen, the one that darted across the room, had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. But the air felt different now, charged with an unnatural tension that was impossible to ignore. "Rex," John whispered, his voice hoarse. "What is it, boy?" The dog didn't respond, his focus unwavering. Rex's teeth were bared now, and his tail was stiff with unease. John stepped cautiously into the room, scanning the space with the flashlight. The room was still, the only sound the soft click of the dog's claws against the floor as Rex shifted his stance. John's mind raced. He couldn't explain what he had seen, what had moved across the room. There was nothing visible now, nothing out of the ordinary, but the feeling of something lurking just beyond the reach of the light was palpable. He turned toward the bed. Luke and Eli's room was small, but the beds were empty. The covers rumpled as if the boys had tossed and turned in their sleep. The window was slightly open, the curtains billowing in the cool night air. He moved toward the window, his heart pounding in his chest. Maybe it was just his imagination, maybe the house settling, but there was no mistaking the eerie chill that had taken hold of the room. He reached out and pulled the curtain aside. The yard outside was bathed in moonlight, and the trees were swaying gently in the breeze. Nothing moved. John let out a slow breath, trying to calm himself. It was just the house, he told himself. It was old, creaky. It played tricks on the mind, especially at night. But then he heard it. A soft, scuffling sound from the hallway, followed by the faintest creak of the stairs. John turned to Rex, who was still growling, his focus fixed on the door. The air felt thick, heavy with anticipation. Something was out there, something that wasn't supposed to be. Without thinking, John rushed toward the door, opening it just enough to peer into the hallway. The house was silent again, the oppressive quiet that had settled over everything making his skin crawl. Rex's growls had stopped, but his body remained tense, and his eyes never left the hallway. John stepped into the hall, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. He could feel the presence, that nagging sense of being watched, but he saw nothing. The air was colder now, and every creak of the floorboards beneath his feet made his heart skip a beat. As he made his way toward the stairs, the sound of heavy breathing filled the air, a low, raspy exhale like someone, or something, was hiding just out of view. "Luke? Eli?" John called, trying to keep his voice steady, though his throat was dry with fear. There was no response. He moved slowly down the stairs, his flashlight beam flickering. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, pulling away from the light like they were alive. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he felt it, an almost tangible presence behind him. He spun around quickly, but nothing was there. "Emma!" he called out, his voice rising in panic. "Emma, get up!" There was no answer from the living room, no sound except the distant thud of his own heartbeat in his ears. Rex had fallen silent, his eyes wide, his tail tucked between his legs as he stared at the front door. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of scratching came from behind the door, sharp, clawed, and deliberate. John froze. It wasn't the wind. Rex barked frantically, his fur bristling. The scratching continued, growing louder and more frantic, as though something was trying to get in. John rushed to the door, grabbing the handle, his hands slick with sweat. "Emma!" he shouted again. "Get the boys! Get them out of here!" Emma appeared in the doorway of the living room, her face pale with fear. "John, what's going on? What is that sound?" "I don't know, but it's not good," John said, his voice low and filled with dread. He opened the door, shining his flashlight into the yard. The yard was empty. The moon hung high in the sky, casting long shadows across the grass. But something was wrong. The air felt thick and stagnant, and there was a sense of unease hanging over everything. The scratching had stopped, but Rex was still barking, his fur standing on end. "John, what are we going to do?" Emma asked, her voice trembling as she clutched the doorframe. "We need to get out of here," John said firmly, his mind racing. "Now." Before Emma could respond, the sound of rustling from the woods behind the house made both of them turn. It was too quiet, too deliberate, and it wasn't the wind. Something was out there. John's heart raced. He quickly grabbed Emma's arm, pulling her inside. "Stay close. Stay quiet," he ordered. "We're leaving. We need to get the boys and get out of here now." Emma nodded, her face a mix of fear and confusion. She turned to run upstairs, but before she could take a step, the scratching noise started again, louder now, echoing through the house. It was coming from the walls. John's breath caught in his throat. Something was inside the house. Something that had been there all along. The walls seemed to pulse with the scratching sound, like something was clawing from the inside, desperate to get out. John's heart was pounding in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears as he stood in the living room, frozen in place. "John, what's happening?" Emma whispered, her voice barely a breath. She was at the bottom of the stairs, her hand gripping the railing tightly. Rex was still by the door, growling low and menacingly, his eyes fixed on the empty darkness outside. The scratching stopped for a moment, and for a brief second, the house felt eerily silent. But the peace was short-lived. A loud bang came from upstairs, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy moving across the floor. "Luke! Eli!" John shouted, his voice breaking the silence. "Stay in your room. Lock the door and don't come out." Emma looked at him, wide-eyed, as she hurried to the stairs. "What's going on, John? What is it?" "I don't know," John said, swallowing hard. "But we need to move fast." They needed to get out, now. John could feel it in his bones, the oppressive, suffocating sense that something was lurking, waiting, just beyond their sight. He turned toward the door again, and Rex's barking grew more frantic, more desperate. "It's like he's trying to warn us," Emma whispered. John didn't need another reminder. His instincts were screaming at him to get his family out of the house. But the thought of what was in those walls, what had been lurking in the dark, was enough to freeze him in place for a moment longer. Then the window shattered. The glass splintered, falling to the floor in a rain of shards. John whipped his flashlight toward the sound and saw the shadow move, fast, almost too fast for the human eye to follow. Rex bolted toward the front door, barking furiously, and for a moment, John thought he might have gone mad, thinking he could stop whatever was out there. But the dog wasn't done. He ran in circles in the yard, staring into the trees as though the very earth itself were alive and watching them. "John," Emma cried. "What is happening? What's out there?" John opened the door quickly, just enough to peer outside. He saw nothing, but the air was thick with something unseen, something that made his skin crawl. The darkness in the trees felt like it was closing in. "We need to leave," John repeated, his voice firm now, despite the dread bubbling in his chest. "Now." Emma nodded, her face pale with fear. She ran up the stairs to the boys' room, her footsteps quick and urgent. "Luke! Eli!" she called. "We're leaving. Get your things." John was right behind her, taking the stairs two at a time, but the moment he reached the top, he saw something that made his blood run cold. The boys' room door was wide open. The room was empty. "Luke? Eli?" John called out, his voice shaking. No answer. He rushed inside, scanning every corner of the room. There was no sign of either of them. The scratching had resumed, louder now. It was almost rhythmic, as if something was dragging itself through the walls, moving closer to them. "Where are they?" Her voice cracking as she grabbed John's arm. "I don't know. I don't know," John stammered. Panic surged through him. He pushed past Emma and moved down the hall, calling their names. "Luke! Eli!" When he reached the next room, his eyes landed on something that stopped him cold. The window was wide open, and outside, standing in the yard, was a figure. It was tall, too tall for any human. Its shape was vaguely human, but distorted, wrong. It was as if something was trying to be human, but it wasn't quite able to pull it off. The shadow moved, its long limbs shifting with unnatural speed, its head turning toward the house, locking eyes with John. The figure didn't approach. It just stood there, watching. John's breath caught in his throat. He knew, deep down, that whatever was out there wasn't just any creature. It was something far worse. The kind of thing that belonged to the nightmares, not the real world. Emma grabbed his arm. "John, what do we do?" John didn't answer. His mind was racing. The shadow outside had to be connected to the strange happenings in the house. The scratching, the movements in the walls, it was all connected to this thing. And Luke and Eli, where were they? John backed away from the window, his eyes never leaving the figure. It stayed there, motionless, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. "We need to find them," John said finally, his voice low and determined. "Now." John's heart pounded in his chest as he pulled Emma closer to him. The shadow outside was still, unmoving, as if it were waiting for them to make the next move. The air felt thick with tension, and the scratching sound from the walls had intensified once again, now echoing throughout the entire house. It was as if the house itself were alive, groaning under the weight of something far darker than any of them could comprehend. "Where are they, John?" Emma's voice was barely a whisper, trembling with fear. "Where are Luke and Eli?" John gritted his teeth. He had no answers, no explanations, only a gnawing feeling deep in his gut telling him that time was running out. "We need to get out of here," John said urgently. "We can't stay here another minute." He motioned toward the stairs, his hand gripping Emma's wrist tightly as they descended quickly. The house felt oppressive now, as though the very walls were pressing in on them. The air was colder, and every step seemed to echo louder than the last. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Rex's frantic barking filled the air once again, but this time it was different. The dog was barking toward the back door. John hesitated, looking toward the door. The shadow in the yard had disappeared. But that didn't mean they were safe. No, not yet. John had a horrible feeling that something was out there, waiting for them to make a move. "Stay close," John ordered. He grabbed Emma's hand, pulling her toward the kitchen. "We need to find Luke and Eli. Now." The kitchen was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon through the window. The floorboards creaked beneath their feet as they moved quickly, but the stillness of the house made it feel like they were walking in slow motion. Every sound felt amplified. John motioned toward the back door. "We have to check the yard." Emma hesitated, fear flashing across her face. "John, no, we can't." "We have no choice," John interrupted, his voice hard. "We need to find them. I'm not leaving here without them." They moved toward the door. Rex, still growling, was pacing back and forth, his eyes darting toward the yard and then back to the door. John opened the door slowly, the cold night air rushing in with a gust of wind. He stepped outside cautiously, scanning the yard, but it was empty. The moonlight cast long shadows across the ground, but nothing moved. "Luke, Eli!" John called out, his voice filled with desperation. There was no answer. John's breath came faster as he moved farther into the yard. His eyes scanned the trees, the dark, looming shapes that seemed to reach out toward him. Somewhere in the distance, he thought he heard a faint rustling, but it was too far away to make out any details. Then, a sharp yelp broke through the silence. John turned quickly, his heart leaping into his throat. "Rex!" he shouted, but the dog was already running toward the edge of the yard. Without thinking, John sprinted after him, Emma close behind. The sound of Rex barking grew louder, and as John reached the edge of the trees, he saw the dog stop suddenly. Rex was staring intently at something in the woods, his body rigid and tense. John's breath caught in his throat as he followed Rex's gaze. There, standing between the trees, was a figure. It was tall, its form outlined by the dim light of the moon, but it was not human. It was far too tall, too thin. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, and its skin, if it could even be called skin, was pale and ashen. The figure's face was hidden in the shadows, but John could see its eyes. They glowed faintly, an eerie, unnatural light. "John?" Emma whispered from behind him, her voice shaking. "What is that?" "I don't know," John replied, his voice barely a whisper. "But we need to get back to the house, now." Without warning, the figure moved. It didn't walk, it glided, shifting through the trees with terrifying speed. John's mind barely registered the movement before the creature was gone, fast swallowed up by the darkness. But before John could react, a faint cry echoed from the woods. Luke's voice. "Dad! Eli, help!" John's blood ran cold. Without a second thought, he turned and ran toward the sound, pushing himself harder, faster. Emma called his name, but he couldn't stop. His legs burned as he sprinted deeper into the woods, Rex right behind him, barking furiously. The woods were dense, the trees thick and tangled, but John's focus was razor sharp. The voice had come from somewhere nearby. He knew it. He had to find his sons. Luke! Eli! John shouted, his voice hoarse as panic set in. The cry came again, louder this time. Dad! John's heart nearly stopped. That was Luke. He was close. John pushed through the underbrush, his flashlight darting across the trees. And then he saw them. Luke and Eli, huddled together at the base of a tree, their faces pale and terrified. Rex bounded toward them, his tail wagging frantically. Dad! Help! Luke cried as John rushed to his sons. John knelt beside them, his heart pounding. What happened? Are you okay? What did you see? Eli's eyes were wide with terror. It was out there. Before Eli could finish, a low growl filled the air. Rex's hackles were raised, and the dog was staring toward the trees with a deep, guttural growl. John stood up slowly, his mind racing. He knew what that growl meant. It was coming for them. The growl from the trees grew louder, more menacing. John's breath quickened as he grabbed Luke and Eli by the shoulders, pulling them close. Rex was still growling, his body low to the ground, his eyes locked onto the darkness that seemed to close in on them from every side. We need to get out of here, John hissed, trying to keep his voice steady despite the terror rising inside him. He looked around, but the woods were thick with shadows, and the only light came from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the canopy above. Luke grabbed his father's arm, his eyes wide with fear. What is it, Dad? What's out there? John didn't have an answer. He didn't know what it was. He only knew that it wasn't something human, and it wasn't something that would stop until it got what it wanted. Stay close, John said, his voice grim. We're getting back to the house now. He turned quickly, guiding his sons through the trees, his mind racing. He could feel the presence behind them, following them, but he dared not look back. He had to keep moving. As they reached the edge of the trees, John saw the silhouette of the house in the distance. His legs burned from the sprint, but he pushed on, urging his sons to move faster. Come on, just a little further, he muttered, his voice tight with panic. The growl was closer now, the sound vibrating in the air, like the earth itself was shaking in fear. Rex was still at the rear, barking furiously, his body tense as if every fiber of him was aware of the danger approaching. They were almost there. So close, when suddenly there was a loud snap, like a branch breaking under a heavy weight. John's heart stopped. Something was in the woods, something much larger than he had imagined. Then, without warning, the creature emerged from the trees. It was faster than anything John had ever seen, its long, twisted limbs carrying it through the underbrush with unnatural speed. The creature's body was covered in a patchy, mottled fur, but its face was the worst part. The eyes glowed with a feral intensity, and its mouth was filled with jagged, razor-sharp teeth. It stood upright, but its movements were erratic, like a twisted parody of a human. John's stomach dropped. This was no animal. This was something else entirely. And it was coming for them. Run! John shouted, pushing Luke and Eli ahead of him. Rex was already ahead of them, his barking frantic as he ran toward the house. John looked over his shoulder just in time to see the creature launch itself forward, its claws outstretched toward them. It was faster than anything should be, too fast to outrun. John's mind screamed at him to move, but his legs were frozen, his body paralyzed with fear. Suddenly there was a roar, a deafening, guttural sound, and the creature stopped in its tracks. John didn't hesitate. He grabbed Luke and Eli by the shoulders and yanked them toward the house. They ran, all three of them stumbling, nearly tripping in their haste. But the creature was still too close. He could feel its presence, smell its rancid, earthy stench in the air. As they neared the house, John's heart pounded with the thought that they might not make it. The back door was open, a sliver of light spilling out into the darkness. But the creature was still coming, its growl growing louder and louder. Then Rex turned around. The dog was growling, his teeth bared as he faced the creature. John's heart sank as he realized what Rex was doing. The dog was trying to protect them. No, Rex, John shouted, but it was too late. In a flash, the creature lunged at Rex, its claws slashing through the air. The dog yelped in pain, but it wasn't enough to stop the creature. The beast's claws dug into Rex's side, and with one swift motion, it knocked him to the ground. "Rex!" Eli screamed, his voice breaking with terror. John reached the back door and threw it open, pushing his sons inside. "Get inside now!" John shouted, his voice hoarse. He shoved Luke and Eli into the house, but he hesitated. He had to go back for Rex. He couldn't leave him out there. But just as he was about to turn, the door slammed shut behind him. Emma stood in the doorway, her face pale and wide-eyed. "John, no!" she cried, but it was too late. The door was already locked. John stood there, breathing heavily, his heart racing. He had seen the creature tear into Rex. The thought of his dog, his loyal friend, out there alone, hurt and vulnerable, made his stomach twist. "Dad," Luke said quietly, his voice shaking. "What was that thing?" John looked at his sons, and for the first time, he didn't have an answer. He couldn't explain what they had seen. What was happening? All he knew was that they were in danger. And no matter how fast they ran, no matter how far they went, they would never be safe. The house seemed colder now, the shadows stretching longer, as if the darkness had entered with them. "We have to leave," John said finally, his voice breaking the silence. "Tomorrow, we're getting out of here. We'll figure out what to do then." But deep down, John knew. No matter where they went, they could never escape what was out there. The house was eerily quiet now, but the silence was far from comforting. John sat on the couch, his head in his hands, his mind racing. He couldn't stop replaying the image of Rex being dragged away by that creature, the way the dog's body went limp as it was tossed aside like a rag doll. Emma stood by the window, peering into the dark yard, her face pale with worry. She didn't speak, but John knew she was thinking the same thing. Could they really leave tomorrow? Could they really just walk away from whatever had attached itself to this place? "Mom, where's Rex?" Luke asked, his voice trembling. He was standing near the door, his eyes wide and fearful. Emma turned to him, her face softening, but the look in her eyes was one of helplessness. "I don't know, sweetie," she whispered, "but we'll find him tomorrow, okay? We just need to stick together tonight." Eli was sitting next to her, his head resting against her arm. The 10-year-old looked as if he was about to break down any second. "What was that thing, Mom?" he asked in a whisper, barely audible. Emma swallowed hard, trying to keep the fear from her voice. "I don't know, Eli, but we're going to be okay. We're together, and that's what matters." John stood up suddenly, pacing the room, unable to sit still. The windows were locked, the doors too, but it felt like the walls were closing in on them. The pressure of knowing something, someone was out there, watching them, was nearly unbearable. "I'm going to check on the perimeter," John said, his voice low and grim. "John, please," Emma pleaded, her hand reaching out. "Don't go out there. It's too dangerous." John looked at her, his expression softening, but only for a moment. He couldn't explain it to her. It wasn't just the creature outside that scared him. It was the helplessness. He had to do something, anything, to protect them. "I'll be quick," he said, his voice firm, but he wasn't sure he believed it himself. "I just need to make sure we're secure." With a final, lingering look at his family, John grabbed the flashlight from the table and moved toward the door. The cold air hit him immediately as he stepped outside, the stillness of the night making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The yard was empty, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the wind. John took slow, careful steps, his flashlight sweeping across the yard. He could feel the creature's presence lingering in the air, its gaze fixed somewhere in the dark. Every corner, every shadow seemed to hide a threat. As he moved toward the edge of the property, he froze. In the distance, he saw something. A figure just beyond the tree line, standing motionless in the dark. The glow from its eyes reflected the light from his flashlight, and for a moment, John couldn't move. The creature was back. John's pulse quickened as he stepped back, trying to make as little noise as possible. His heart hammered in his chest as the figure slowly moved toward him. He couldn't see it clearly, but he could feel its malice, like the air itself was charged with dread. Without thinking, John turned and sprinted back to the house. His breath came in ragged gasps as he reached the door and slammed it shut behind him. He locked it quickly, but he knew it wouldn't hold forever. Inside, Emma was standing by the window, her eyes wide with fear. Luke and Eli were both huddled together on the couch, looking terrified. "What happened?" Emma asked, her voice shaky. John didn't answer right away. He was too out of breath, too rattled. He looked toward the front door, knowing that whatever it was out there, it was still watching, waiting. "We're not safe here," John said finally, his voice low and tense. "That thing, whatever it is, it's close. We need to leave. Now." Emma's face went pale. "Leave in the middle of the night?" John nodded grimly. "We don't have a choice. We're not staying here another minute. We have to go back to our old state. We have to get away from here." Eli, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. "But what about Rex?" His voice cracked with emotion. "What if we can't find him?" John's heart ached at the question, but he pushed the pain aside. They couldn't afford to stay. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. "We'll find Rex, Eli," John said, trying to sound reassuring. "We'll get him back, but right now, we have to get out of here." John moved toward the stairs. "Grab whatever you can, whatever's important. We're leaving in 5 minutes." Emma nodded, though her expression was filled with hesitation. She didn't want to believe what John was saying, but she could see the fear in his eyes, the same fear she felt in her own heart. Luke was the first to move, grabbing his backpack and shoving his things inside. Eli followed his lead, and even Emma started to gather her things, though she moved slowly, as if in disbelief. John looked out the window one last time, his eyes scanning the yard for any movement. The creature was gone, but John knew it wasn't finished with them. The front door creaked open, and John's heart skipped a beat. They had only seconds to get to the car. John's heart pounded as he glanced over his shoulder. The car was just outside, but the night was still thick with an eerie silence. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the creature was somewhere out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating, as if the whole world was holding its breath. "John, we need to hurry," Emma said, her voice tight with anxiety. She was already by the door, Luke and Eli right behind her, but her eyes were darting nervously around the room. "I know," John replied, his voice strained. He grabbed his jacket from the coat hook by the door and threw it on, trying to steady his nerves. They couldn't afford to hesitate. They couldn't afford to stay another minute. "Where's Rex?" Eli asked quietly, his voice trembling with worry. John hesitated. He didn't want to say it. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew they needed to face the truth. They couldn't leave without Rex, but they couldn't wait any longer. If the creature was as close as he thought, every second counted. "We'll find him, Eli," John said, his voice firm. "We'll come back for him, I promise." Eli didn't say anything, but his face fell. Luke placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder, trying to comfort him. "Let's go," John said, his voice breaking the tense silence. "Stay close to me." They moved quickly, stepping outside into the cold night air. The gravel of the driveway crunched under their feet as they walked toward the car. Every sound seemed amplified in the stillness, making John's nerves itch. As they reached the car, John quickly unlocked the doors and ushered his family inside. Luke and Eli climbed into the back seat, their faces pale with fear. Emma sat beside John in the front, her eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. "Drive, John. Drive fast," Emma urged, her hands gripping the seat as if she could feel the danger closing in. John started the engine with a low growl, and they pulled out of the driveway, their headlights cutting through the night. The gravel road leading away from the house seemed endless, winding through the woods as if trying to trap them in its grip. John kept his eyes on the road, his knuckles white from gripping the wheel too tightly. He didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. He didn't want to see if the creature was following them. They drove for what felt like hours, the silence inside the car only broken by the hum of the engine and the occasional nervous breath. Luke and Eli were both staring out the windows, their eyes wide with fear, but neither of them said a word. "Dad, what was that thing?" Luke finally whispered. John glanced at Emma. She was staring straight ahead, her hands clenched in her lap. "I don't know," John replied, his voice low. "But I think it was a werewolf." Luke's eyes widened. "A werewolf?" He looked over at Eli, who was staring at him with wide, terrified eyes. "I don't know what it is, Luke," John said, trying to keep his voice steady. "But I do know one thing. We need to get as far away from here as possible." Emma sighed, her breath catching in her throat. "We can't just leave Rex behind, John. We can't." John's heart clenched. He knew Emma was right. They couldn't just leave their dog, their loyal companion, out there. But what if it was too late? What if the creature had already taken him? He could only imagine what Rex had gone through. "I know, Emma," John said, his voice filled with guilt. "But right now, our priority is getting out of here. We can't risk staying in that house any longer." Emma nodded, though her face remained tight with worry. She glanced back at Luke and Eli, then looked out the window again, packed as if hoping to spot Rex out there somewhere in the dark. But all they saw was the dense forest, stretching on for miles. As they drove, John couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. It wasn't just paranoia. Every so often, he would hear something, footsteps, a rustle in the trees, and his heart would race. He would glance in the rearview mirror, but all he ever saw was the empty stretch of road behind them. It wasn't until they had driven a good distance away from the house that John began to relax. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly, but the gnawing worry in his gut remained. They were far enough away now. Surely they were safe. But even then, the thought of Rex lingered. It was an ache he couldn't shake. "Do you think Rex is still out there?" Eli asked quietly from the back seat. John didn't look back at him. Instead, he kept his eyes on the road, his grip tightening on the wheel again. He wasn't sure what to say. He didn't want to give Eli false hope, but he couldn't bear to tell him the truth. "I don't know, Eli," he said, his voice hoarse. "But we'll come back for him. I swear we will." The end of part 1. Part 2. The night stretched on, each mile bringing them farther from the house, but John's unease never left him. He kept his eyes locked on the road, the headlights illuminating the dark path ahead. His mind was racing, replaying the events over and over. Rex, the creature, the fear that had gripped their hearts. The farther they drove, the more the weight of their escape pressed down on him. Luke sat quietly in the back seat, staring out the window, his brow furrowed with worry. Eli, too, hadn't said much since they left. His eyes were glassy, as if he was trying to hold it all together. But John knew the pain of leaving Rex behind was too much for him. It was too much for all of them. "We're almost there," John said, breaking the silence. He didn't know who he was trying to reassure, Emma, the boys, or himself. They had driven for hours, and he could already see the lights of a small town up ahead. "Where are we going?" Emma asked softly, her voice almost lost in the sound of the car's engine. John took a deep breath before answering. "We'll stop in this town, get some rest, and then head back to our old state first thing in the morning. We need to regroup, figure out what to do next." Emma didn't respond, but John could feel her eyes on him. She was worried, just like he was. They hadn't talked about what happened, not in detail, but they both knew the gravity of their situation. The creature, whatever it was, had shown them no mercy, and they still didn't know what it wanted. As they drove into the town, John saw a small motel off the side of the road. He turned the car into the parking lot and pulled to a stop. The building looked run down, the lights flickering above the entrance. But it didn't matter. It was a place to rest, to breathe, and maybe, just maybe, a place to figure out their next move. "Stay in the car. I'll check us in," John said, already opening the door. Emma nodded, her eyes full of fatigue and worry. "Hurry, John. Please." John walked inside the motel's office, the bell above the door ringing softly as he entered. The woman behind the counter barely glanced up at him as he approached. She was older, her graying hair pulled back into a bun, and she looked tired, as if she'd seen too many weary travelers pass through her doors. "Just a room for the night," John said, trying to keep his voice steady. "A room for 4. The woman handed him a key without a word, and John thanked her before heading back to the car. He felt an odd chill in the air as he walked back, and when he reached the door, he glanced over his shoulder. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something was watching him. "Everything okay?" Emma asked when he got back into the car. "Yeah, we're good," John replied, trying to sound normal. "We've got a room for the night. Let's get some rest. We'll figure it out tomorrow." As they checked into the room, John tried to push the thought of Rex from his mind, but it was difficult. The image of the creature dragging the dog away was burned into his memory, a haunting reminder of the danger they had barely escaped. They all settled into the room, the boys collapsing onto the bed, exhausted from the day's events. Emma was still quiet, lost in her own thoughts, but John could tell she was just as haunted by the night's horrors as he was. The room was small, but it would have to do for now. John locked the door, checking the locks twice. Then he sat in the chair by the window, his gaze fixed on the empty road outside. The shadows seemed to stretch endlessly, just like the unknown that lay ahead of them. "John?" Emma said quietly from the bed. "Do you think it's over?" John hesitated before answering. "I don't know, Emma. I wish I could say yes, but I don't think it's over. I think it's just the beginning." The morning after they left the motel, John drove his family back toward the small town they'd moved to, a town that was still unfamiliar, still haunted by the strange events they had faced. The distance from the house hadn't eased the sense of dread. It followed them like an invisible shadow, heavy and unshakable. "Dad," Luke said quietly from the back seat, his voice tired. "Are we going back to the house?" John glanced at the rearview mirror, catching the worried expression on his son's face. "Yes, Luke. We need to go back." The drive felt long. With every mile, John's mind raced through the nightmarish events they'd experienced. The creature, Rex gone, the fear that gripped them all. He couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't just running from the house. They were running from something much darker, something that had attached itself to them. As they pulled into the town, Emma, sitting beside him in the front seat, broke the silence. "Do you think we'll find Rex?" Her voice trembled, but John knew she wasn't just talking about the dog. She was asking if they could find anything at all that made sense in this nightmare. "I don't know, Emma," John replied, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. "But we can't leave him. We have to go back." They reached the house, and the familiar sight of it did nothing to ease the tension building inside John. The house loomed ahead, isolated and eerie against the backdrop of the thick forest surrounding it. The windows stared at them like empty eyes, and a chill swept through him. "We're here," John said, his voice low as he turned off the engine. They all got out of the car in silence. The air felt thick, as though it was holding its breath, waiting. The house that had seemed so perfect when they'd first seen it was now just a shell of a home, empty and menacing. John moved toward the door, but as soon as he touched the handle, he froze. A soft growl came from the trees nearby, followed by a rustling noise, something large moving through the brush. His heart pounded in his chest. They weren't alone. "Did you hear that?" Eli whispered, his voice barely audible. John nodded. He had heard it. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was something else. Something watching them. "Stay close," John said, his voice tight. The fear he'd been trying to suppress was creeping up his spine, threatening to overwhelm him. "We need to get inside." The family moved quickly, but before they could make it inside the house, something caught their attention. A dark figure moving in the edge of the trees. It was large, but not like a bear, not like a person. It was hunched over, almost crawling on all fours, its eyes gleaming in the shadows. "Stay inside," John told Emma, his voice sharp. He could feel his heart racing in his chest as he pushed her toward the door. "Lock it. Don't open it for anyone." The rest of them, John, Luke, and Eli, stood frozen in place, staring at the figure. The creature didn't move for a moment, its eyes fixed on them. And then, in a flash, it disappeared into the trees. "I don't like this," Luke said, his voice trembling. He stood next to John, but his eyes were wide with fear. John's mind was spinning. They had barely made it through the night before, and now it was happening again. He couldn't let the creature get any closer. Not now. Not after everything they had been through. "We have to find Rex," John said, his voice low and steady, though he felt the panic rising again. "We can't leave him here. We have to go after him." The thought of returning into the woods, into the unknown, was terrifying, but John knew there was no other option. They couldn't leave their dog behind, and they couldn't run from whatever was lurking in the forest. "Stay close, and don't make a sound," John ordered. They made their way into the trees, the shadows growing darker as they moved deeper into the woods. Every sound seemed amplified in the silence, twigs snapping underfoot, the faint rustle of leaves. As they ventured deeper, they found nothing. No signs of Rex, no sign of the creature. It was as if the forest had swallowed them whole. But John knew they couldn't stop. They couldn't give up. "We'll find him," John said to his sons, though his voice lacked the confidence he hoped to convey. They all knew they were walking into danger, but they didn't have a choice. Rex had to be out here somewhere. John, Luke, and Eli moved cautiously through the dense woods, their feet crunching on dry leaves and twigs. The trees around them seemed to loom taller, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The chill in the air made it harder to breathe, and every time a branch rustled or the wind howled, they jumped, afraid it was the creature returning. "Where do you think he could be?" Eli asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His wide eyes scanned the darkness, and John could see the fear reflected in them. "I don't know," John replied, trying to sound calm, though his nerves were fraying. He wanted to believe they would find Rex, but the longer they searched, the more hopeless it seemed. "We just have to keep looking." Luke stayed close to his father, his eyes darting from tree to tree. "Do you think the creature took him?" he asked, his voice trembling with fear. "I mean, what if Rex is?" John held up a hand, silencing him. "We don't know that. We're not going to jump to conclusions." But even as he said it, doubt crept into his mind. What else could it have been? What other creature could move like that, like it wasn't even human? Suddenly, a soft whine broke the tense silence. The sound was distant but unmistakable. "Rex?" Luke said, his voice urgent. He pushed forward, his feet stumbling in his hurry to follow the sound. "That's him! I hear him!" John's heart raced as he motioned for the boys to stay close. They quickened their pace, moving toward the sound, each step feeling heavier than the last. The closer they got, the more intense the growls of the creature from the previous night seemed to echo in his mind. Could it be watching them now, waiting for them to get closer? The whine grew louder, followed by a faint bark. John's pulse quickened. They were close. He could feel it. They pushed through the underbrush and came to a clearing. In the center of it, lying on the ground, was Rex. The dog looked weak and disoriented, his fur matted with dirt and blood. He whined again as they approached, but didn't try to run. "Rex!" Eli called out, rushing toward the dog. He knelt beside him, running his hands through Rex's fur. "What happened to you, boy?" John's eyes scanned the area, his nerves on high alert. He felt like they were being watched, but there was no sign of the creature. No movement, no sounds. Just the eerie stillness of the forest surrounding them. "What do you think happened to him?" Luke asked, crouching down beside his brother. "I don't know," John replied, "but we need to get him back to the house. He's not safe here." Eli gently helped Rex stand, though the dog seemed weak and unsteady. He leaned into Eli's side, trusting him for support. "We're going to get you home, Rex," Eli whispered, his voice full of concern. But as they began to turn back toward the house, something shifted in the shadows. A movement, fast, fleeting, and just out of sight. John froze, his heart pounding. The creature was close. He could feel it. It was just waiting for them to make a mistake. "Stay close," John said in a low voice, his hand tightening around the handle of the flashlight he carried. "Don't stray from me." They moved quickly but carefully, trying to make as little noise as possible. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig underfoot made John's pulse spike. It wasn't just the fear of the creature that haunted him now. It was the feeling that something was always just behind them, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the edge of the woods and saw the outline of the house in the distance. John breathed a sigh of relief. But as they approached the door, the fear remained. "Emma," John called, his voice strained. "We found him. We're back." Emma rushed to the door, relief flooding her face when she saw Rex in Eli's arms. She ran forward, kneeling to check on the dog. "Oh, Rex," Emma whispered, her hands shaking as she gently petted the dog's fur. "What happened to you?" John's eyes searched the woods behind them, his heart still racing. The creature hadn't followed them, at least not yet, but he knew they weren't out of danger. "Let's get inside," John said firmly, ushering everyone into the house. Once they were inside, he locked the door, his back pressed against it as he took a deep breath. They were safe, for now. Once inside, John made sure the doors and windows were securely locked. He didn't speak, but his mind raced, replaying the last few hours. The feeling of being watched still clung to him like a weight, and he couldn't shake the image of the creature lurking just beyond their reach. Emma sat with Rex, gently rubbing his back as Eli and Luke gathered around him. The dog's body trembled, and his eyes were wide with fear. He clearly wasn't the same dog that had left the house with them that morning. Something had happened to him in the woods, something terrible. "Rex will be okay," Emma murmured, though her voice lacked the conviction she tried to project. He just needs rest. But John knew better. This wasn't just about the dog. There was something far worse at play here, something far more dangerous than they could comprehend. "We're not safe here," John said, breaking the silence. His voice was heavy with the weight of the truth he couldn't ignore any longer. Emma looked up at him, her face drawn with exhaustion and worry. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we've only been here a few days, and already—" "This," John said, gesturing to the still, silent house, the forest beyond, and the creature that seemed to be waiting just outside their door. "I don't know how long we can stay here." Emma stood up, her brow furrowed. "But where would we go, John?" "We don't have anywhere else. We already left everything behind to start fresh here." John ran a hand through his hair, pacing back and forth. "I know, but this isn't a fresh start. This place, it's cursed. There's something wrong with it." Luke stood up from where he'd been sitting with Eli and Rex. "Maybe we should just leave. Get in the car and go back to the old house, or even somewhere else. We can't stay here." John turned to his son, the fear evident in his eyes. "I wish it was that easy, Luke, but every time I try to leave, something pulls me back here. I can't explain it, but I can feel it. The house, it doesn't want us to leave." Eli, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Maybe it's not the house. Maybe it's the forest. It's something in there, isn't it?" John's heart skipped a beat. Eli's words were like a cold breath against his neck. He didn't want to acknowledge what his son had just said, but deep down, he knew Eli was right. "Yeah," John said softly. "I think it's the forest." Rex whined again from where he lay on the floor, his body twitching with every sound. He was clearly shaken, and though he had made it back with them, the creature that had taken him, or whatever had happened in those woods, had left an indelible mark on him. "We have to stay alert," John said, his voice steady but filled with an underlying urgency. "Tonight, we sleep in shifts. We can't let our guard down, not until we figure out what we're dealing with." The rest of the family nodded, though none of them felt truly safe. They huddled together, keeping the lights dim and the house quiet. They couldn't afford to be heard, not with whatever was out there, lurking in the dark. As night fell, the atmosphere in the house grew thick with tension. The wind outside howled like a distant warning, and the trees seemed to sway ominously, as though they were alive, listening, waiting for something. John stayed by the door, watching the shadows. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind sent his heart into overdrive. He wasn't sure what they were up against, but he knew one thing for certain. Whatever it was far from over. Suddenly, there was a soft scratching sound at the window, faint but unmistakable. John's heart jumped in his chest. He motioned for everyone to be silent, and they froze, listening. There was nothing, only the wind. And then, the scratching came again, louder this time, followed by a low growl. Something was out there. Something was circling the house. John's eyes darted to the window. The creature was close. He could feel it. "Stay quiet," John whispered, his voice a strained rasp. "Don't make a sound." The scratching continued, and then it stopped. The house fell into an eerie silence. But John knew it wasn't over. Whatever it wasn't going to stop until it had them. And as he stood there, watching the darkened window, he could feel the weight of the danger pressing in on them from all sides. The scratching at the door had stopped, but the feeling of dread lingered in the air like a suffocating cloud. John stood at the door, eyes fixed on the darkness outside, his heart pounding in his chest. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there, and he wasn't about to risk his family's safety. "We need to leave," John said suddenly, his voice hoarse but determined. Emma turned to him, her face pale. "What? Where will we go?" "We can't stay here, John. We've barely been here a few days." "I don't care," John said, his words coming out in a rush. "We can't stay here another night. Whatever is out there, it's not going to stop until it has us." Luke and Eli both looked up at their father, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. "But we just got here," Luke said, his voice trembling. "Why can't we just stay?" "Because it's not safe," John snapped. "We're not staying here, Luke. We're leaving. Now." The urgency in John's voice left no room for argument. He quickly moved to pack up a few things, and Emma followed him, pulling Eli close as she hurried to gather their belongings. Rex, sensing the panic, whimpered softly from where he lay, still visibly shaken from the earlier events. Within minutes, the family was ready to go. John grabbed the keys, and without another word, they piled into the car. The engine roared to life, and they sped away from the house, leaving the small town behind them. As they drove down the empty road, the weight of the situation pressed on them. They had left their new home, their fresh start, behind. But John didn't care anymore. They were going back to their old life, to the familiarity and safety of their previous home. The road stretched ahead of them, the familiar trees and fields of the old state, comforting them as they drove further away from the town that had become a nightmare. The tension in the car slowly started to ease, but no one spoke. They all knew that they couldn't forget what had happened in that small town. After a long drive, they finally arrived at a gas station in a sleepy little town. John pulled over to fuel up, trying to ignore the creeping feeling that still hadn't left him. As he filled the tank, Emma and the boys stepped inside to grab some snacks. The gas station was old, the kind of place that looked like it hadn't been updated in years. A couple of locals were sitting at the counter, chatting quietly as they drank coffee. John followed them inside, still feeling on edge, but he knew they couldn't stay in the car forever. He overheard a conversation as he approached the counter. Two men were talking in hushed tones, but the words made John's stomach turn. "You hear about those people who went missing?" one of the men said, shaking his head. "Animals, too. No one knows what's going on, but it's been happening a lot lately." The other man nodded grimly. "Yeah, people have been disappearing for weeks now. Dogs, cats, whole families. It's not just in this town either. It's spread across the whole area." John felt a chill run down his spine. He exchanged a quick glance with Emma, who had heard the conversation too. Her face was pale, her hand instinctively reaching for Rex, who had been quiet the entire trip. "Missing?" John muttered under his breath. "How is that possible? What's going on?" One of the men caught his eye and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're not from around here, are you?" "No," John replied, his voice tight. "We just moved here, but we're leaving. It's—" He stopped himself, unsure how to explain the terror they had just fled. "It's not for us." The man nodded knowingly, as if he'd heard this before. "Well, maybe you're better off gone then. People don't come back after they disappear, and it's only getting worse." John's stomach churned as he finished filling the car and quickly paid for the gas. He didn't want to hear any more. It was as if the town itself was cursed, a place where people vanished without a trace. The drive back to their old house felt longer than before. No one said anything. They just wanted to get home, to forget everything that had happened. When they finally arrived at their old house, they felt a strange sense of relief. They were safe, at least for now. They settled in, unpacking their things and trying to return to normal. But deep down, John couldn't shake the feeling that they had just narrowly escaped something far worse than they realized. The next few days passed in a strange sort of haze. John, Emma, Luke, Eli, and Rex settled back into their old home as if nothing had happened. The familiar walls of the house felt like a protective shield, keeping the terrifying memories of the past town at bay. But despite the comfort of returning home, something was different. John couldn't shake the nagging sense that something was wrong, something he hadn't fully understood yet. Emma was quiet, her smile forced as she went about the usual routine. Luke and Eli were more reserved, clearly still unsettled by their recent experience. Even Rex, usually so playful, seemed subdued. On the 5th day after their return, John decided to look up the house they had bought in the small town. It had been a good deal, too good, and he needed to know more about it. He sat down at his computer, fingers hovering over the keyboard. He typed the address into the search bar. There was nothing. No listings. No news stories. He even checked the local archives from the small town they had moved to. Still nothing. It was as if the house had never existed at all. He tried searching the area around it. Nothing. It was as if the whole town was gone, wiped from the map. A sinking feeling settled in his chest as he went through each link and article, but there was no trace of the house, no mention of any family ever living there. It was like they had never been there. John rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He knew it wasn't just his imagination. The house, the town, it had all been real, hadn't it? The strange figures in the woods, the werewolf that haunted their every step. How could all of that just disappear? He opened a new tab and searched for the town's name, the one where they had been living. But when he hit enter, all that appeared was a message. This page no longer exists. His heart raced. He tried again, using different sources, but the results were the same. The town didn't exist anymore, as if it had been erased from history. John? What's wrong? Emma's voice startled him, and he turned to see her standing in the doorway. Her eyes were wide, concern etched on her face. I don't know, he said quietly, standing up. I'm looking up the house. I can't find anything about it, or the town. It's like it never existed. Emma's face drained of color as she stepped into the room. What do you mean? Never existed? The town, the house. We lived there. We were there. I know, John replied, but I can't find any trace of it. It's like it was all erased. No record of the house, no town, no people. They stood there, both silent, unsure of what to make of it. How could they have been so sure about everything? About the house, the creatures, the strange feeling they had when they left. And now, everything was gone? The air in the room felt colder, the familiar surroundings of their old home suddenly feeling alien and distant. John's mind raced as he thought back to that place. The woods, the werewolf, the missing people and animals. It was all connected. He was certain of it. But what was it? Why had they been drawn there, only to have everything vanish once they left? Maybe we should just forget about it. Well, Emma suggested, her voice barely a whisper. Maybe it's better that way. Just leave it behind. John nodded slowly, but in his heart he couldn't shake the unease. Something about it all didn't add up. And yet, as he looked at Emma's weary face, he realized she might be right. Maybe some things were better left forgotten. The family spent the next few days trying to settle back into their routine, trying to block out the strange memories. But the feeling of unease never quite left John. There were moments when he'd look out the window, half expecting to see the shadowy figures in the woods. But there was nothing, just the quiet, peaceful landscape they had once known. The weeks that followed their return to the old house were marked by an uneasy calm. John tried to put the events behind him, but the more he thought about it, the harder it was to ignore the questions that kept popping up. The town, the house, the terrifying creatures in the woods, everything had just vanished without a trace. He spent hours online searching for any hint, any sign of what had happened. But it was as if the entire chapter of their lives had been erased from history. No matter how hard he searched, nothing came up. At night, when the house was quiet and the family was asleep, John would sit at his desk staring at the blank screen. The more he looked for answers, the more he felt like he was slipping into a void, an abyss that had swallowed up everything about the town they had lived in. One night, as he was about to shut down his computer, his phone buzzed. It was a text from a number he didn't recognize. The message was short but chilling. The house is still there. The town hasn't forgotten. John stared at the screen, feeling a cold shiver run down his spine. Who could have sent this? And what did it mean? He tried calling the number, but it went straight to voicemail. A sense of dread settled in his chest as he thought back to everything they had experienced. Had they truly escaped? Or was it just the beginning of something even darker? Meanwhile, Emma noticed the change in John. She had seen how unsettled he'd been ever since their return, but now it seemed worse. He hardly slept, and when he did, he tossed and turned. His eyes were constantly darting toward the woods behind the house, as though he were expecting something to appear at any moment. John, you need to stop. This is starting to take a toll on you. Emma said one evening as they sat together in the living room. She gently placed her hand on his. We need to let go of it. We've made it out, and we're safe. That's all that matters. John looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of exhaustion and unease. I can't shake it, Emma. Something doesn't feel right. It's like the whole town was hiding something. Like it was just waiting for us to leave. Emma sighed, trying to stay calm. It's just your mind playing tricks on you. We've been through a lot, but we're here now and we're okay. But John wasn't convinced. He couldn't ignore the feeling that something was lurking just beyond the edges of their life, something that wasn't finished with them yet. The next day, John took a trip to the nearby town's library. He knew it was a long shot, but maybe, just maybe, there would be something there. A clue, a record, anything that could explain the mystery of the house and the town. He spent hours combing through old newspapers, archives, and town records. But again, There was nothing, not a single mention of the town they had lived in. It was as if it had never existed. Just as he was about to give up and leave, he overheard a conversation between two older women at a nearby table. They were talking in low voices, but their words sent a chill down John's spine. "You ever hear about that family that moved out to the old town a few years ago?" one of the women asked. The other woman nodded, looking around as though she was worried someone might overhear. "I heard they disappeared, vanished without a trace. No one ever found out what happened to them." John's heart raced. "What do you mean, vanished?" he asked, stepping forward. The women looked at him with surprise. "Oh, you're new around here, aren't you? It was a few years ago. A family moved into that house out by the woods, the one everyone avoids. After they left, the town just went quiet. Nothing was ever the same again." John felt his breath catch in his throat. Was this about the house they had bought? The same one he had tried to search for, only to find it erased from existence? "Why did they leave?" John asked, his voice tense. The first woman lowered her voice. "Some say they were warned. Others say they just couldn't take it anymore. Something about the woods, the people who lived there. Whatever happened, they never came back." The conversation trailed off, but John's mind was racing. He had to know more. But the women quickly stood up and left, leaving him standing there in the dimly lit library, feeling like a piece of the puzzle was finally falling into place. After hearing the conversation in the library, John was filled with a sense of urgency. He had to get answers. The strange disappearance of the family, the eerie silence surrounding the house, everything was starting to make sense. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than just a simple forgotten town. Later that evening, after dinner, John gathered his family together in the living room. Emma, Luke, Eli, and Rex were all there, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of everything they'd been through. "I don't think we can move on from this," John said, his voice low but determined. "Something's not right. I spoke with some people in the library today, and it seems like the town, the house we lived in, it's like it was erased. People remember us, but there's no record of the place, and they say that family, they disappeared." Emma's face paled, and Luke and Eli exchanged nervous glances. Rex, lying by the fireplace, lifted his head, sensing the tension. "What do you mean they disappeared?" Eli asked cautiously. "They were a family who moved into the house before us," John replied. "They left without warning, and no one knows what happened to them. Some people think they were warned off. Others say they just couldn't handle it anymore." "We can't keep running from it," Emma said quietly, her voice steady, but her eyes filled with concern. "We need to focus on moving forward, not looking back." "I agree with Emma," Luke added, though his voice lacked conviction. He was still uneasy about the entire situation. John nodded slowly. "I know, but I can't let this go. We need to figure out what's really going on. Maybe we can go back to the town, check it out one more time." The family fell silent, the idea of returning to the place that had haunted their every step for so long seeming both terrifying and inevitable. Part 19. A Shattered Return. The decision was made. John would take the family back to the small town. He couldn't shake the thought that there was something he had missed, something that was still hidden. Emma, reluctantly, agreed, though she made it clear that this would be the last time they set foot in that place. The drive back was tense, filled with an eerie silence. Luke and Eli sat in the back seat, clutching Rex, who seemed unusually quiet as well. Emma kept her eyes on the road, occasionally glancing at John, who seemed lost in thought. As they approached the outskirts of the town, the landscape seemed strangely familiar, yet unsettling. The forest loomed to the side, dark and foreboding, as if it were hiding something they weren't meant to see. When they reached the town, John parked in front of the old cafe where they had stopped during their first visit. It looked exactly the same, unchanged, untouched by time. He couldn't help but feel like something was watching them, hidden just out of sight. The family walked toward the cafe, their footsteps echoing in the empty street. The door opened with a creak, and they stepped inside. It was quiet, the air thick with a musty scent, as if the place hadn't been touched in years. The same old biker was sitting at the counter, staring at his drink with a vacant expression. He looked up as they entered, his eyes narrowing as he recognized them. "Well, look who's back," he muttered, his voice gravely. "I thought you'd learned your lesson." John's heart sank. "What do you mean?" The biker gave a bitter laugh. "You don't get it, do you? This town, it's not like other places. It was never meant to be remembered. But you tried to take something from it, and now it's never going to let you go." John's blood ran cold. "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" The biker's eyes gleamed with a strange intensity. "You weren't supposed to leave. The house, the town, it was all a trap, a test. You think you're safe? You think you've escaped? It's watching you, and one day, it'll come for you again." Before John could respond, the biker stood up and walked toward the back of the cafe, disappearing into the shadows. The eerie feeling lingered in the air long after they left the diner. John, Emma, Luke, Eli, and Rex drove out of the small town, the words of the old biker echoing in their minds. "Worst deal of your life," he'd said, but it was no longer just a joke. There was something about the town, the house, the forest. It all felt wrong. As they crossed the town limits, a silent agreement passed between them. They would never return. As the miles stretched between them and the town, the weight that had been pressing on their shoulders seemed to ease. John gripped the wheel with a newfound determination. He would not let this experience haunt them any longer. The family deserved peace, and that meant leaving everything behind. "We're done with that place," John finally said, breaking the silence. His voice was firm, but beneath it was the quiet relief of letting go. "We'll never go back." Emma nodded silently, her hand resting on Luke's shoulder as he sat in the back seat, his head against the window. Eli, unusually quiet, held on to Rex, who was curled up beside him. It was as if the decision had lifted something heavy off their hearts. The town, the house, the strange creatures, everything would stay behind in the rearview mirror. As they drove through the winding roads, they passed no more reminders of the town they had just left. It was fading from their memory with each passing mile. They made no more stops, didn't look back, didn't even speak of what had happened. It was as though they had agreed, without ever saying it out loud, that it was over. They would leave that chapter of their lives closed and locked away, never to be reopened. The long drive felt calming, almost like a cleansing. When they finally reached their old home, there was no talk of the strange house, the fears, or the darkness that had plagued them. They simply carried on with their lives, starting fresh in the place where they had always felt safe. They never spoke of the strange town again. And as time went on, the memory of it began to fade, like a forgotten dream. The family settled into their routine, building new memories without any trace of what had happened. They never discussed the weird figures in the woods, the fear they felt, or the strange atmosphere of that place. In 2007, John briefly searched the internet for any trace of the house they had lived in, but found nothing. The address was gone, no information, no mention of it anywhere. It was as though the house, the town, and the experience had never existed. He closed the search window with a quiet sigh, content that the past was gone for good. And so, the family lived on, happy and undisturbed, never looking back at the place they had left behind. They had found peace once more, in the present, and they had no intention of ever returning to the past. The end. Subscribe to the channel if you want more stories. This is a true story told on a UFO discussion forum in 2018. It started on a quiet evening in the rural town of Hollow Creek, nestled deep in the Midwest. The skies were unusually clear, revealing a blanket of stars that seemed closer than ever. 3 close friends, Ethan, Clara, and Lucas, were sitting around a campfire in Ethan's backyard, sharing stories and laughter. As the conversation ebbed and flowed, Clara pointed out a peculiar light in the sky. "Do you see that? It's too bright to be a star." The trio turned their heads toward the horizon, where a shimmering light hovered, pulsating in different hues, blue, green, and white. At first, they dismissed it as a plane or a satellite, but the way it moved was unsettling. It darted back and forth, pausing midair as if observing something. "That's not normal," Lucas said, his voice laced with both awe and apprehension. They watched in silence as the light performed impossible maneuvers, looping and spiraling with an otherworldly grace. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it shot upward into the sky and vanished without a trace. "What the hell was that?" Ethan muttered, breaking the silence. Clara shook her head, still staring at the spot where the light had disappeared. I don't know, but something's not right. Did anyone else see this? That night, as they each returned to their homes, a sense of unease settled over them. None of them could shake the feeling that something was watching them from above. The next morning, Hollow Creek was abuzz with rumors. At the diner, where most of the town gathered for coffee and breakfast, people whispered about the strange lights in the sky. I saw it too, said Mr. Hargrove, the town's elderly postmaster. Bright as anything I've ever seen. It wasn't a plane, too quiet for that. Quiet? Clara asked, overhearing the conversation. She and Lucas had stopped by for breakfast, still shaken by the previous night. Not a sound, Mr. Hargrove confirmed. It hovered right over the east field for a minute or two, then shot up into the stars. Lucas exchanged a glance with Clara. We saw it too, he admitted, his voice low enough to avoid drawing attention from the other diners. Think it's some kind of government thing? Clara asked. Mr. Hargrove leaned in, his eyes darting around the room as if someone might be listening. Government or not, it's nothing good. Mark my words. As they left the diner, Clara and Lucas met up with Ethan, who had been waiting outside. People saw it, Clara said, gesturing back toward the diner. Ethan frowned. If the whole town's talking about it, maybe we're not crazy. But what do we do now? Just wait for it to come back. Lucas hesitated before replying. I don't know, but something tells me this isn't over. That evening, the three friends decided to head out to the east field where Mr. Mofstat Hargrove had claimed to see the light hovering. Armed with flashlights, a camera, and a healthy dose of skepticism, they prepared for another sleepless night. The east field stretched out like an endless ocean of tall grass under the dim light of a crescent moon. Lucas, Clara, and Ethan stood at the edge, their flashlights slicing through the darkness. The air felt heavier here, almost charged, as if the ground itself remembered the strange presence from the night before. This is where Mr. Hargrove saw it? Ethan asked, adjusting the camera strap around his neck. Yeah, Lucas replied, scanning the horizon. He said it hovered right above that tree line. He pointed to the far end of the field, where the shadows of towering oaks created a black wall against the night sky. Clara shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her. Why does it feel so off here? Like we're not supposed to be here? Lucas didn't answer. Instead, he started walking, his boots crunching softly on the dirt path leading into the field. Ethan and Clara followed closely behind. For hours, they waited. They took turns scanning the sky and testing their camera equipment. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. This is pointless, Clara muttered, kicking at the ground. Maybe it was just a drone or something. People see weird stuff all the time, and it turns out to be nothing. Drones don't light up the entire sky, Lucas said, and they don't move like that. As if on cue, a faint hum began to vibrate through the air. Ethan froze, clutching his camera tightly. Did you hear that? He whispered. I feel it, Clara replied, her voice barely audible. The hum grew louder, resonating deep in their chests. A soft, pulsating light appeared on the horizon, just above the tree line. It started as a faint glow, but within seconds, it intensified into a brilliant orb of white-blue light. Turn off your flashlight, Lucas hissed, and they quickly obeyed, plunging themselves into darkness. The orb moved slowly, hovering just above the field. It didn't emit any sound other than the low hum, yet it commanded an almost overwhelming presence. Ethan raised his camera and began to snap pictures, his hands trembling. The light shifted suddenly, shooting up into the sky and then descending closer to them in a smooth, silent motion. Clara gasped, clutching Lucas's arm. It's coming this way, Ethan whispered, panic creeping into his voice. They backed away, but the orb stopped abruptly, hovering just a few hundred feet from where they stood. For a moment, everything was still. Then, without warning, the light shot straight up into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Silence fell over the field once more. Lucas was the first to speak, his voice shaky. Did you get it? Ethan looked down at his camera, flipping through the shots. I think so. I don't know what I got, but I got something. Clara's breathing was shallow. Let's get out of here. None of them argued. As they hurried back to their car, the field behind them remained eerily quiet. None of them noticed the faint, glowing residue left on the grass where the orb had hovered, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. Back in their small motel room, the trio huddled around the dim light of a desk lamp. The tension from the field still lingered in the air, each of them trying to come to terms with what they had just witnessed. Ethan had plugged his camera into the laptop, anxious to review the images. Clara sat on the bed, her eyes fixed on the screen. Lucas paced by the window, keeping an eye on the road outside. It had been a few hours since they left the field, but his mind raced. The silence in the room felt suffocating. "Okay," Ethan said, zooming in on one of the images. The grainy photo captured the light, faint, blurry, but undeniably present. The object had a shape, like a sphere, glowing softly against the backdrop of the darkened field. "That's it? That's all you got?" Clara asked, disbelief in her voice. Ethan frowned. "I don't know. I mean, it's hard to capture something like that in the middle of a field with just a basic camera. The resolution's not great, but you can tell it's there." Lucas leaned over Ethan's shoulder. He studied the photo closely. "It doesn't look like a drone. It's too organic, for lack of a better word. No drone moves like that." Clara shivered. It felt like it was alive. Ethan scrolled through more pictures, but nothing seemed to show more than vague shapes or blurred streaks. He sighed, closing the laptop with frustration. "I don't know if this is enough to convince anyone." "You don't have to convince anyone," Lucas said, his voice tense. "We saw it with our own eyes." "I know, but..." Ethan paused. "What if we didn't see it the way we think we did? What if there's a rational explanation for all of this?" "There isn't," Clara cut in sharply. "It was real, Ethan. There's no explaining that." Lucas glanced out the window again, scanning the parking lot. His mind wouldn't stop replaying the moment when the orb hovered above them, so close that he could feel the air around it change. It was the strangest, most terrifying thing he had ever experienced. "I think we need to talk to Mr. Hargrove again," Lucas said suddenly. The room fell silent. Ethan and Clara both turned to look at him. "Why?" Clara asked, her brow furrowing. "Because he knows something," Lucas replied, his voice calm but resolute. "When we talked to him last time, he knew about the lights, and I don't think it's a coincidence that he mentioned it right before we saw the same thing. There's something going on here, and we need answers." Ethan nodded slowly. "I think you're right, but we should be careful. What if he's involved somehow?" "What if he's not?" Clara countered. "What if he's trying to help us?" The debate lingered in the room as they gathered their things and prepared to leave. Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that they were all part of something much bigger than they realized. The mystery surrounding the lights, the eerie occurrences, and now, the evidence they had gathered, it was all connected. They had to go back to Hargrove. They had to find out what he knew. But as they stepped out into the chilly night air, Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The drive back to Mr. Hargrove's property was quieter than the last time. The weight of what they'd seen earlier that night hung heavy on their minds. The moonlight painted the landscape with a cold glow as they made their way toward the farmhouse. Lucas sat in the front seat, his hands gripping the wheel tightly, while Clara and Ethan sat silently in the back, each lost in their own thoughts. When they arrived, the house looked just as eerie as it had before. The flickering porch light cast long shadows against the weathered siding. Hargrove's truck was parked outside, but there was no sign of movement inside. It almost seemed too quiet. "I don't like this," Clara muttered, glancing nervously at the dark windows. "We have to do this," Lucas said, trying to keep his voice steady. "We need answers." Ethan hesitated, but nodded in agreement. They couldn't back out now. Not after everything they'd witnessed. They knocked on the door, the sound echoing in the empty night air. For a long moment, there was no response. Just as Clara was about to turn away in frustration, the door creaked open. Mr. Hargrove stood there, his eyes widening slightly when he saw them. "You're back," he said, his tone a little too calm. "I didn't expect you." "We need to talk to you," Lucas said, his voice firm. "About the lights, about what we saw last night." "You know something, don't you?" Hargrove's expression shifted, a brief flicker of something. Fear, perhaps, flashing across his face. He stepped aside to let them in, but he didn't say a word. Inside, the house smelled of wood and dust. The dim light from the single bulb hanging in the center of the room gave the place an almost oppressive feel. It was as though time had stopped here long ago. Hargrove motioned for them to sit at the kitchen table, and they did. But none of them took their eyes off him. He seemed to be struggling with something, whether it was fear, guilt, or some deeper secret. Finally, he spoke. "You saw it, didn't you?" "Yeah, we saw it," Ethan replied. "And it wasn't just some weird weather phenomenon or a trick of the light. That was something else." Hargrove sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. "I didn't want anyone else to get involved. It's dangerous. It's been dangerous for years, but I couldn't stop you from coming here. You were going to find out eventually." "Find out what?" Clara asked, leaning forward. Hargrove's eyes flickered toward the window, then back to the group. "You've heard the stories, right? About the disappearances, the strange sightings, the things that have happened in this area for decades?" They nodded. The stories were well known. Rumors about people going missing, strange lights in the sky, and unexplained noises. But they had dismissed them as urban legends. "They're not legends," Hargrove continued. "I've seen them. I've seen the things that come from the sky, and they're not like anything we know. They don't belong here. But they've been watching us for years. Watching and waiting." A chill ran down Lucas's spine. He exchanged a quick glance with Ethan and Clara, who were both staring at Hargrove in disbelief. "What are they? What do they want?" Lucas asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Hargrove's gaze darkened, and he leaned closer. "They're not here for us. Not really. They're looking for something. And when they find it, everything will change." The words hung in the air, heavy with a threat that none of them fully understood. "I don't know if we can stop them," Hargrove added quietly. "But I'm going to try. I've been trying for years to find out what they're after. I can help you, but you need to be ready. Once you've seen them, there's no going back." For the first time since arriving, Lucas felt the weight of the situation sink in. This wasn't just a strange occurrence. This was something far beyond their understanding, something dangerous. He glanced at Clara and Ethan, both of whom looked as unsettled as he felt. There was no turning back now. They had to know the truth, no matter the cost. Hargrove stood up slowly, his hands shaking. "You'll need to come with me. We have to go to the place where it all began." Lucas's heart raced. "Where is that?" "A few miles west. The old forest," Hargrove replied. And just like that, they were about to step into the unknown. The drive to the old forest was silent, the only sound the tires crunching over the gravel road as the moon cast long, eerie shadows across the landscape. Lucas gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing over at Hargrove every so often. The man was acting strange, more tense than usual, his eyes flicking nervously to the rearview mirror, as if he expected something to follow them. Clara sat in the back, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "What exactly are we looking for out there?" she asked, trying to mask her unease with a sharp tone. Hargrove didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was low and measured. "I don't know exactly what they're after, but I think it has something to do with the land. That's why they've been coming here, watching, waiting." Ethan, who had been quietly staring out the window, turned to Hargrove. "What do you mean by the land? What's so special about this place?" Hargrove was quiet for a moment, his hands gripping the armrests of his seat. "I don't know how to explain it," he said finally. "But whatever they're searching for, it's here. Somewhere in these woods. The lights, the strange occurrences, it's all connected." The road began to narrow, trees pressing in on both sides. The further they drove, the darker it seemed to get, as though the trees themselves were blocking out the moonlight. It felt unnatural, almost suffocating, like they were driving into a place where time itself had stopped. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the clearing Hargrove had been talking about. The car rolled to a stop, the headlights casting long beams across the edge of the forest. The air was thick with tension, a stillness that felt as if the world had held its breath. "This is where it all started," Hargrove said, his voice barely above a whisper. He looked at each of them in turn. "Be careful. Whatever happens, don't let them take you." "Take us?" Clara echoed, her eyes wide. "Who's them?" Before Hargrove could respond, a sudden noise cut through the silence, an unnatural, distant hum that seemed to vibrate the very air. It wasn't the sound of wind or animals. It was something mechanical, something otherworldly. Lucas's heart raced. "What is that?" Hargrove didn't answer right away. He was already stepping out of the car, his eyes scanning the dark forest. "Stay close. We're not alone out here." The hum grew louder, more distinct. There was no mistaking it now. It was coming from the forest itself. Clara reached for the door handle, but before she could open it, Ethan grabbed her wrist. "You don't want to go out there." But it was too late. Hargrove was already walking toward the tree line, disappearing into the darkness. "Do you think we should follow him?" Lucas asked, turning to the others. "I don't know," Ethan replied, his voice shaky. "But we don't have a choice now, do we?" With one last glance at the eerie glow in the distance, the trio stepped out of the car, following Hargrove into the dense woods. The trees seemed to close in around them as they walked, the only light coming from the faint glow of the strange hum that echoed through the air. It was cold, much colder than it should have been this time of year, and the ground beneath their feet was damp, as though the forest had been recently flooded. As they pushed deeper into the woods, the hum grew louder, vibrating in their chests, making it difficult to concentrate. The air was thick with the scent of pine and something else. Something metallic, like the tang of blood, though no blood was visible. Hargrove stopped abruptly, turning to face them. His face was pale, almost as if he had seen something that had drained the life from him. "We're getting close," he whispered. "This is where they come from." The trees around them rustled, not with the wind, but with movement, unnatural movement. Clara stepped back, a chill creeping up her spine. "What's out there, Hargrove?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Before he could answer, the humming sound intensified, and the air seemed to shimmer with energy, and then something moved in the shadows. They weren't alone. The shimmering air grew heavier, as if charged with electricity. Lucas felt the hair on the back of his neck rise, a primal warning that they were being watched. He scanned the trees, his flashlight cutting through the dense darkness, but the beam only seemed to emphasize the vastness of the forest around them. "Something's out there," Clara whispered, clutching Ethan's arm. Her voice trembled, but her grip was firm, almost painfully so. Hargrove turned abruptly, his finger pressed to his lips. "Quiet," he mouthed. The hum grew louder, oscillating between a mechanical whine and a deep, guttural vibration. The ground beneath them seemed to pulse faintly, as though something massive stirred below the earth. "Do you feel that?" Ethan whispered, his breath visible in the suddenly frigid air. Before anyone could respond, the trees on their left seemed to shift unnaturally. Shadows moved where no light should have cast them, darting between trunks in fleeting, fluid motions. "What is that?" Clara hissed, stepping closer to Lucas. Hargrove held up a hand to stop them. He crouched low, his eyes locked on the shifting shadows. "They're watching us," he whispered. "Who's watching us?" Lucas asked, his voice barely audible. Hargrove didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small handheld device, its screen glowing faintly green. It emitted a soft, rhythmic beeping sound, which quickened as he turned it toward the shifting shadows. "What is that?" Ethan asked, his curiosity overtaking his fear. "It's a detector," Hargrove muttered. "Measures electromagnetic anomalies. These woods are full of them. I've seen it before, but never like this." The beeping grew frantic, and the hum reached a near-deafening pitch. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. The forest fell silent, unnaturally so. No wind, no insects, no rustling leaves. "I don't like this," Clara said, her voice breaking the stillness. Hargrove stood slowly, his eyes scanning the treetops. "They're close," he muttered. Lucas shone his flashlight toward the direction of the shadows, but the beam flickered and died. He smacked it against his palm, but it remained stubbornly dark. "My flashlight's dead," he said. "So is mine," Ethan added, shaking his own useless light. Hargrove's device began to emit a low, steady tone. "They're interfering with everything," he said, his voice tight with tension. "We need to move. Now." "Move where?" Clara demanded, her panic rising. "Deeper into the forest? Are you insane?" Hargrove didn't respond. He turned and began walking quickly, motioning for them to follow. Reluctantly, the group trailed after him, their footsteps muffled by the damp forest floor. The silence was oppressive. Each sound they made amplified in the stillness. Then, just as they began to think the worst was behind them, a bright bluish-white light erupted from the trees ahead. It wasn't like a flashlight or a car's headlight. It was otherworldly, cold, and unnatural, casting sharp, jagged shadows across the forest floor. "What is that?" Lucas said, shielding his eyes. "Stay calm," Hargrove said, though his own voice was trembling. "Don't run. They respond to fear." Who are they? Clara demanded, her voice breaking. Hargrove didn't answer. Instead, he stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with terror as he pointed toward the light. Standing just beyond the glow were three tall humanoid figures. Their silhouettes were unnaturally elongated, their heads disproportionately large, with eyes that seemed to reflect the light in an otherworldly shimmer. They didn't move. They didn't need to. Their presence alone was enough to send a wave of primal fear through the group. Clara let out a small gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. Ethan stepped back, his hands trembling. "Don't move," Hargrove whispered. "Don't do anything." The figures tilted their heads slightly, as though studying the group. The hum returned, lower and more menacing than before, vibrating in their chests. And then, without warning, the figures vanished, the light extinguishing with them. The forest plunged into darkness once more, leaving the group standing in the oppressive silence, their breaths ragged and hearts racing. "We need to leave," Lucas said finally, his voice hoarse. "Now." For once, Hargrove didn't argue. He turned and led them back toward the car, the forest seeming to close in around them with every step. The group reached the car, breathless and shaken. The forest felt alive, watching their every move, though they saw nothing beyond their immediate surroundings. Lucas fumbled for his keys, his hands trembling as he unlocked the doors. "Get in!" he barked, glancing over his shoulder. They piled into the car, and Lucas wasted no time starting the engine. The headlights flickered for a moment, but then blazed to life, casting long shadows across the trees. As the car pulled onto the gravel road, the oppressive silence of the forest gave way to the crunch of tires on dirt and the faint hum of the engine. "Did you see their eyes?" Clara whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the car. "They weren't human," Ethan said, staring out the window. "They didn't move like us, like anything I've ever seen." Hargrove sat in the front seat, his head in his hands. "They're studying us," he muttered. "What do you mean, studying us?" Lucas demanded, his eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror. Hargrove sighed deeply, as if weighing how much to reveal. "They don't need to harm us. Their presence alone is enough to influence our minds, our behavior. They've been doing this for decades, maybe longer, collecting data, observing patterns." "Why?" Clara asked, her voice rising. "Why us? Why now?" "It's not just us," Hargrove said. "They've been watching humanity as a whole. But sometimes people stumble too close to where they operate. Those are the ones who notice, the ones who remember." The car rounded a bend, and the forest began to thin, the trees giving way to open fields. The tension in the car eased slightly, but the unease lingered. "Do you think they'll follow us?" Ethan asked, breaking the silence. "They don't need to," Hargrove replied. "If they wanted us gone, we wouldn't have made it out of those woods. They let us leave. For now." Lucas tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles white. "What do you mean, for now?" "They're testing boundaries," Hargrove said. "Seeing how far we'll go, how much we'll endure. They push, we react. It's all part of the experiment." The group fell silent, each lost in their thoughts. The hum they had heard in the forest seemed to echo faintly in their minds, as though it had imprinted itself on their consciousness. As they approached the edge of town, Lucas slowed the car, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. A strange sight made his heart skip a beat. A series of symbols had been etched into the pavement, glowing faintly in the darkness. The markings were intricate, otherworldly, and seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "What is that?" Clara asked, leaning forward to get a better look. Hargrove's face went pale. "I've seen those before," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Where?" Lucas demanded. Hargrove didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned closer to the windshield, his eyes scanning the symbols. "They're warnings," he said finally. "Markers of territory. They're telling us we're still in their domain." "Still?" Clara repeated, her voice trembling. "We're miles from the forest." "They don't operate on the same rules as we do," Hargrove said. "Distance doesn't matter. If they've marked us, we'll never truly be away from them." The symbols grew smaller in the rearview mirror as the car passed, but the unease in the car only deepened. "They've marked us?" Ethan asked, his voice crowded grimly. "They know who we are now. Wherever we go, they'll be watching." The car sped into the night, leaving the glowing symbols behind. But for the group, the sense of safety felt as distant as the forest they had just escaped. The group arrived back in town just as the clock tower struck midnight. The streets were empty, bathed in the yellow glow of streetlights. Lucas parked the car in front of Clara's house, but no one made a move to get out. The weight of their experience clung to them like a heavy fog, filling the silence. "What do we do now?" Ethan finally asked. "We can't just sit on this," Clara said, her voice firm despite the tremor beneath it. "People need to know what's happening out there." "And who's going to believe us?" Lucas countered, his tone bitter. "We don't have proof, just stories that sound like something out of a bad sci-fi movie." Clara opened her mouth to respond, but stopped when Hargrove leaned forward, his expression grim. "You're right, Lucas. No one's going to believe us, not without evidence. But going public isn't the answer." "Why not?" Clara asked. "Because they're listening," Hargrove said, his voice low. "The moment we try to expose them, we make ourselves targets. You think they won't notice if we start shouting to the world about glowing symbols and figures in the woods?" Ethan shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "So what do we do? Just pretend it didn't happen?" "No," Hargrove said. "We stay quiet for now. Gather information. We need to understand what we're dealing with before we make a move." Lucas sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Fine, but we can't just go back to our normal lives like nothing happened." "We won't," Clara said. "But we have to be smart about this. We don't even know what they want or why they let us leave." Hargrove looked out the window, his gaze distant. "They let us leave because we're still useful to them. As long as we're out here, we're part of their experiment." The group fell silent again, the weight of his words settling over them. Finally, Lucas broke the tension. "Let's at least get some rest," he said. "We're no good to anyone if we're running on fumes." The others nodded reluctantly, and one by one, they left the car. Clara lingered for a moment, watching as the others disappeared into the night. "You sure we're doing the right thing?" she asked Hargrove. He didn't answer right away. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with uncertainty. "I don't know, but it's the only thing we can do right now." Clara nodded, her expression hardening. "Then we stick together, no matter what." Hargrove gave her a faint smile. No matter what. As Clara turned to leave, Hargrove stayed behind, sitting in the car. The town was quiet, but the quiet felt wrong. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were still being watched, even here. When he finally stepped out of the car, the faint hum returned. It wasn't loud, but it was there, an almost imperceptible vibration in the air. He glanced up at the sky, half expecting to see the strange lights again. But the sky was clear, the stars twinkling innocently above, and yet the hum remained. The next day, Lucas woke to the sound of his phone buzzing incessantly on the nightstand. Groaning, he reached for it, blinking against the sunlight streaming through his window. "Yeah?" he mumbled into the receiver. "You need to come out to the Henderson farm," Ethan's voice said, tight with urgency. "Something's happened." "What are you talking about?" Lucas asked, sitting up. "Just get here," Ethan snapped, then hung up. Lucas threw on some clothes, grabbed his keys, and was out the door within minutes. The drive to the Henderson farm took him past rolling fields and the occasional house, but something felt off. There were fewer cars on the road than usual, and the fields looked wrong somehow. Like they were too still. When he arrived, he found Ethan and Clara standing by the fence near the cattle pasture, their faces pale. "What's going on?" Lucas asked as he climbed out of the car. Ethan gestured toward the field. "See for yourself." Lucas followed their gaze and froze. The entire herd of cattle, dozens of them, was gone. The field was empty, the grass undisturbed, as if the animals had simply vanished into thin air. "Where did they go?" Lucas asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's the thing," Clara said, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "There are no tracks, no signs of a struggle. It's like they were just taken." Lucas frowned, stepping closer to the fence. "Maybe they broke out and wandered off?" Ethan shook his head. "No chance. The fences are intact, and the Hendersons checked the entire property. The cattle didn't wander. They were taken. And look at this." He pointed to a spot near the center of the field. Lucas squinted, noticing a strange discoloration in the grass. It formed a perfect circle, the edges sharply defined as if it had been burned into the ground. "That wasn't here yesterday," Clara said. Lucas stepped closer, feeling a faint warmth radiating from the circle. "You think this is connected to the lights?" "What else could it be?" Ethan replied. Before anyone could say more, a truck pulled up behind them, and Hargrove climbed out. He looked at the field, his face hardening. More activity, he said, almost to himself. It's escalating. Lucas turned to him. Escalating how? What do they want? I don't know, Hargrove admitted. But whatever it is, they're not being subtle about it anymore. The group stood in tense silence, the enormity of the situation sinking in. This wasn't just about them anymore. It was spreading, affecting the entire town. We need to warn people, Clara said. And tell them what? Hargrove countered. That aliens are abducting cattle and burning patterns into fields? They'll think we've lost it. Maybe, Lucas said, his jaw tightening. But if we don't do something, this is going to get worse. Hargrove sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. All right, but we need to be careful. If we're not smart about this, we'll just be playing into their hands. The group nodded, a new sense of determination taking hold. Whatever was happening, they couldn't ignore it any longer. As they turned to leave, Lucas glanced back at the field one last time. The circle in the grass seemed to shimmer faintly in the sunlight, and for a moment, he thought he saw a shadow pass over it. Something too fast and too high to be a bird. The hum returned, faint but unmistakable. Lucas shivered and hurried after the others, the feeling of being watched growing stronger with every step. The end of Part 1. Part 2. That evening, Lucas couldn't shake the eerie feeling that had settled in his chest. It was a quiet night, the kind where you could hear the smallest sounds in the distance. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the wall, the image of the cattle field haunting him. The circle burned into the grass, the hum in the air. His phone buzzed again, breaking the silence. It was Ethan. Have you heard anything strange tonight? Ethan asked, his voice low and urgent. Lucas furrowed his brow. What do you mean? There's something going on. I don't know if it's related, but people are saying they're hearing voices, whispering, like someone's in their house, but they don't see anyone. Whispering? Are you sure? Lucas asked, trying to make sense of it. I'm telling you, Ethan insisted. I've gotten calls from 2 different people already, people who live way out of town. They've been hearing things, but when they go to check, there's no one there. Could be a prank, Lucas said, though even as he said it, he didn't believe his own words. It doesn't feel like a prank, Ethan replied. I don't know. Just be careful tonight. If you hear anything, don't go out to check. Stay inside, okay? Yeah, I'll keep an ear out. After hanging up, Lucas lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The house felt unusually quiet, and the strange feeling from earlier hadn't gone away. He listened intently, but all he could hear were the sounds of the town settling for the night. The faint creaking of his house, the distant hum of a passing car, the rustle of trees in the wind. But then he heard it. A soft whisper. It came from somewhere outside his window, a low murmur that seemed to crawl into his ears like smoke. Lucas shot up, heart pounding. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, like someone was speaking to him. The voice was close, too close. He jumped to his feet, heart racing. He grabbed his flashlight from the nightstand and headed to the window, but as he reached it, the whispering stopped. The silence was deafening. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the window latch, but then he remembered Ethan's warning. Stay inside. Reluctantly, Lucas backed away from the window, but just as he did, a figure moved in the shadows outside. A tall, dark shape that seemed to linger for a moment before vanishing into the trees. Lucas's heart thudded in his chest. He grabbed his phone and texted Ethan. Did you see something outside? No response. For a moment, he wondered if he had imagined it, if it had all just been his mind playing tricks on him. But deep down, he knew something was wrong. The hum returned, faint but persistent, like a low-frequency vibration deep in the earth. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Lucas's hands trembled as he turned off the lights and climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around himself. The night was far from over, and somehow he felt that it was only just beginning. The whispers were still there, lingering at the edges of his thoughts. He tried to block them out, but they kept creeping back. And with them came the feeling that he wasn't alone. Somewhere, just beyond the walls of his home, something was waiting. The morning light crept in through the blinds, but the unease from the previous night hadn't faded. Lucas barely slept. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind had kept him on edge. He reached for his phone, desperate for a sense of normalcy. There was a message from Ethan. "Sorry, phone died last night. Everything okay?" Lucas hesitated, his thumbs hovering over the screen. How could he explain the figure he saw, the whispers he heard, without sounding paranoid? He settled on, "I'm fine. Heard something weird, though. Let's talk later." He dragged himself out of bed and decided to check on the rest of the house. The kitchen was quiet, sunlight pouring through the windows. But when he stepped outside, he noticed something off. The dirt path leading to his house was covered in faint indentations. Footprints. They weren't his. They were too large, and the shape was odd, almost elongated, with toes that seemed unnaturally sharp. "Morning, Lucas." He jumped, turning to see Mrs. Caldwell, his elderly neighbor, standing on the edge of her porch. She was wearing her usual apron, holding a basket of freshly picked vegetables. "Didn't mean to startle you," she said with a smile. "You're up early today." "Yeah," Lucas said, forcing a smile. "Rough night." She nodded knowingly. "I heard a lot of strange noises last night. The coyotes must be active again." Lucas glanced back at the tracks. Those weren't coyote prints. He opened his mouth to say something, but Mrs. Caldwell continued before he could speak. "Be careful if you're out late. It's not safe to wander too far, especially with those lights people keep talking about. Makes the animals act strange." Lucas frowned. "What lights?" Mrs. Caldwell tilted her head. "Oh, just stories folks around here have been spreading. Strange lights in the woods late at night. Don't think too much of it. It's probably just kids with flashlights." Lucas forced a laugh, but his mind was already racing. He thanked her and walked back inside, locking the door behind him. The day passed uneventfully, but the strange tracks weighed heavily on his mind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lucas couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. He closed all the curtains and double-checked the locks on the doors. Around midnight, the hum returned. This time, it wasn't faint or distant. It was loud, like a swarm of bees trapped inside his head. Lucas pressed his hands over his ears, but it didn't help. And then, through the curtains, he saw it. A soft, pulsing light glowing in the forest beyond his backyard. It flickered and moved, almost like it was alive. Lucas's heart raced. He grabbed his phone and called Ethan. "Lucas, what's wrong?" Ethan answered, his voice groggy. "They're back," Lucas whispered. "The lights, I can see them. They're in the woods." Ethan's tone immediately shifted. "Don't go outside. Just stay where you are. I'm coming over." Lucas hung up and paced the room, his eyes darting between the curtained windows. The light grew brighter, casting strange shadows that danced across the walls. Suddenly, Rex began growling, low and guttural, his hackles raised as he stared at the back door. "Quiet, boy," Lucas whispered, his voice trembling. The growling stopped, replaced by a sharp whimper, and then the back door handle began to turn. Lucas froze, his breath caught in his throat. The back door handle twisted slowly, deliberate in its movement. His mind raced. Someone, or something, was trying to get in. Rex stood rigid by Lucas's side, teeth bared but strangely silent now, as if sensing the gravity of the moment. The handle stopped moving, but a soft tapping began instead. It was rhythmic and oddly precise, as though whatever was on the other side was testing the boundaries, gauging its options. "Ethan, where are you?" Lucas muttered to himself, clutching his phone in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. He dialed Ethan again, but it went straight to voicemail. The tapping ceased. For a moment, there was nothing but the hum of silence. Lucas strained to listen, heart pounding in his ears. And then came the knock. 3 sharp raps on the glass pane of the back door. Lucas's knees nearly gave out. He backed away, his eyes glued to the door. The thought of opening it felt like madness, but the idea of standing there, frozen, seemed worse. "Who's there?" he managed to croak, his voice barely above a whisper. No answer. Instead, the knocking resumed, louder this time, almost urgent. Rex barked once, a short, startled sound, and then backed away, whimpering again. The dog rarely acted afraid, and seeing him cower only deepened Lucas's fear. The knocking stopped again, and then Lucas saw it. A shadow moved past the small window on the door. It wasn't human. The outline was tall, unnervingly so, with elongated limbs that seemed to sway unnaturally as it moved. Lucas stumbled backward, nearly dropping the knife. He reached for the curtains on the nearest window and peeked out. The glowing light was closer now, pulsating and shimmering just beyond the tree line. And in its glow, he could see more shapes. Silhouettes, at least 4 of them, standing motionless in the woods. His phone buzzed in his hand, and he nearly screamed. It was Ethan. Ethan! Lucas whispered harshly, answering immediately. Lucas, I'm almost there. What's going on? Ethan's voice was laced with urgency. They're here, Lucas said, his voice trembling. The lights, the figures, something tried to open the back door. Don't open it. Don't go near it. I'm pulling into your street now. Just hang on. Lucas barely heard him. His focus was on the shadow that moved back toward the door. This time, it lingered by the window. He could make out more details now. The elongated arms, the way its head tilted unnaturally to the side as though it were listening. The hum grew louder, vibrating through his chest. The figure stepped back, disappearing into the darkness. Lucas's relief was short-lived as a sudden loud thud reverberated through the house. It wasn't the back door. It came from the roof. Lucas, are you there? Ethan shouted over the phone. They're on the roof, Lucas whispered, his voice barely audible. Ethan cursed. Stay inside. Don't move. I'm parking now. A flash of headlights swept through the living room as Ethan's car pulled into the driveway. Lucas bolted for the front door, flinging it open just as Ethan jumped out of his car. Get inside, now, Lucas shouted. But as Ethan reached the porch, a sharp, high-pitched sound pierced the air. It was unlike anything Lucas had ever heard, a mix of static and a shrill scream. Both men clutched their ears, stumbling backward. Lucas looked up and saw it. A massive, glowing object hovering silently above the house. The hum was deafening now, and the light from the object bathed everything in an otherworldly glow. Ethan grabbed Lucas by the arm. We need to get out of here. But before they could move, the light grew impossibly bright, blinding them both. Lucas and Ethan shielded their eyes as the piercing light from the craft above illuminated the entire area, turning night into an eerie, artificial day. The sound that accompanied the light, a low, thrumming hum, vibrated through their bones, making their knees weak. Rex barked wildly from inside the house, his frantic yelps mixing with the unnerving noise. What is that? Lucas shouted, his voice barely audible over the pulsating hum. I don't know, Ethan yelled back, his eyes fixed on the glowing object hovering silently above the trees. Its edges shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, and it seemed almost alive, pulsating gently like a heartbeat. The light shifted, casting strange, long shadows across the yard. Ethan grabbed Lucas by the arm and pulled him toward the car. We need to leave. Now. But just as they reached the vehicle, the light dimmed slightly, the hum tapering off until it became a faint vibration. Everything fell still, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Lucas turned to look back at the house. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw something move in the corner of his vision, a faint silhouette just at the edge of the forest. It was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed to bend in ways that defied human anatomy. Do you see that? Lucas whispered, his voice trembling. Ethan followed his gaze, his face pale. Let's get out of here. The figure didn't move closer. Instead, it remained partially obscured by the trees, watching, its vague outline illuminated by the craft's faint glow. Lucas felt an overwhelming sense of being observed, as though every move he made was being cataloged and analyzed. Ethan fumbled with the car keys, unlocking the doors with shaky hands. They climbed in, slamming the doors shut. As Ethan started the car, the hum from the craft above grew louder again, and the light intensified. It wasn't directed at them, but it illuminated the figure in the woods for the briefest of moments. Lucas gasped as the creature's shape became clearer. Its elongated limbs and featureless head seemed like something out of a nightmare. Drive, Lucas urged, his voice tight with fear. Ethan hit the gas, and the car sped down the driveway, kicking up dust as they tore away from the house. Neither of them spoke as the light faded behind them. When they finally reached the main road, Ethan glanced in the rearview mirror. The glow from the craft was still visible, but it wasn't following them. Instead, it seemed to hover above their house, as if it had claimed the property as its own. They're not chasing us, Ethan said, his voice filled with a mix of relief and confusion. Lucas nodded, though his chest still felt tight. But they're not leaving either. The silence in the car was heavy as they drove toward town, leaving the eerie light and the strange figure behind. But both of them knew that whatever had come to their house wasn't finished. Not yet. Lucas and Ethan parked outside a small diner in town, their nerves frayed and their minds racing with questions. Inside, the faint hum of casual conversation and clinking silverware contrasted starkly with the surreal events they had just escaped. They chose a corner booth, away from prying eyes, and sat in tense silence for a moment. "What just happened back there?" Lucas finally asked, breaking the quiet. His voice was low, almost a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might invite unwanted attention. Ethan shook his head, running his hands through his hair. "I don't know. I've read about UFOs, strange lights, and unexplained sightings, but that was something else." Rex lay under the table, his usual playful energy replaced with an uneasy stillness. The dog occasionally let out soft whimpers, his ears twitching at every sound. "I think we're being watched," Lucas muttered, glancing out the diner's window at the empty street outside. "By who?" Ethan asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. "Or what?" Lucas corrected. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice further. "That thing in the woods, it wasn't human, Ethan. And it wasn't just watching us. It felt like it was studying us." Ethan opened his mouth to respond, but a sudden loud thump outside made them both jump. They turned their heads sharply toward the window, their hearts pounding. A garbage can had tipped over, spilling its contents onto the pavement. A stray cat darted out from behind it, its tail puffed up as it disappeared into the alley. Ethan exhaled a shaky breath, laughing nervously. "We're both on edge. It's just a cat." Lucas nodded, though the unease in his chest didn't dissipate. "I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. What if they're still at the house?" Ethan paused, his jaw tightening. "Then we need to go back and figure out what's going on." Lucas's eyes widened in disbelief. "Go back? Are you serious? After what we just saw?" "We can't just run away," Ethan argued, his voice firm. "This is our home, Lucas, and if we leave, we might never know what's really happening." Rex let out a low growl, drawing their attention. His gaze was fixed on the diner's entrance, where the door had just swung open. A tall man in a dark coat entered, his face partially obscured by a hat. He didn't look at them as he made his way to the counter, but there was something about his presence that felt off. "Let's get out of here," Lucas whispered, sliding out of the booth. Ethan hesitated but followed, throwing a few bills on the table to cover their untouched coffee. They stepped outside into the cool night air, the street eerily quiet. As they walked back to their car, the feeling of being watched returned. Lucas glanced over his shoulder, but saw nothing unusual, just the dim glow of streetlights and the occasional flicker of neon signs. "Let's not go back to the house tonight," Lucas said as they climbed into the car. Ethan nodded reluctantly. "We'll figure it out tomorrow." But as they drove away, Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that tomorrow might be too late. The following morning, Lucas and Ethan sat in the motel room with drawn curtains, sipping bitter coffee from styrofoam cups. Rex lay by the door, his ears flicking at every faint noise outside. The dog's unease mirrored their own, a silent reminder of the tension that refused to fade. Ethan tapped his phone screen, trying to find information about similar UFO sightings in the area. "There's nothing recent," he muttered, scrolling through outdated forum posts. "It's like nobody's seen anything like this in years. But we saw it. We felt it." Lucas stared at the wall, his thoughts racing. What if that's the point? What if people did see it, but no one lived to tell the story? Or worse, no one believed them? Ethan looked up, frowning. "That's a stretch, even for you." But he hesitated, the words catching in his throat. "It doesn't feel right, does it? Like we're part of something we don't understand." The room felt heavy, the air thick with unspoken fears. Finally, Lucas stood and paced the small space, his movements restless. "We need to go back to the house," he said abruptly. Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Are you out of your mind? After what happened last night?" "We left everything there," Lucas argued. "Our equipment, our notes, everything. If we just leave it all behind, then we're giving up. And you said it yourself, we need to understand what's happening." Rex let out a sharp bark, startling both men. His gaze was fixed on the window, where the blinds were slightly ajar. Lucas moved cautiously toward the glass and peered out. The parking lot was empty, save for a few cars, but something felt off. The air seemed charged, like the static before a thunderstorm. "I don't see anything," Lucas said, though his voice wavered. Ethan stood, his posture tense. "Maybe we should wait until tonight, when it's darker. If they're still watching, it'll be easier to avoid them in the shadows. Lucas shook his head. No, if we wait, we'll lose our nerve. We go now, while there's daylight. Reluctantly, Ethan agreed. They packed what little they had into their car and left the motel, the tension thick between them. As they drove back toward the house, the landscape grew more familiar, yet somehow more alien. The trees lining the road seemed taller, their shadows stretching unnaturally long. The air grew colder, and Rex whimpered softly from the back seat. Almost there, Ethan said, his voice hollow. When the house finally came into view, it looked the same as they had left it, quiet, unassuming, and eerily normal. Yet both men felt the weight of the previous night pressing down on them, a heavy reminder that appearances could be deceiving. Lucas parked the car and turned off the engine. They sat in silence for a moment, neither wanting to make the first move. Finally, Ethan spoke. Let's grab our stuff and get out as fast as we can. Lucas nodded. No distractions, in and out. They stepped out of the car, their footsteps crunching on the gravel driveway. Rex stayed close, his tail low and his ears perked. The house loomed before them, its windows dark and reflective, like empty eyes. As they approached the front door, Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching from within. They entered cautiously, the familiar creak of the floorboards sounding louder than usual. The house felt colder than it should, and the silence was oppressive. I'll check upstairs, Lucas whispered. Ethan nodded, heading toward the kitchen to retrieve their notes. As Lucas climbed the stairs, Rex remained at the base, growling softly. Lucas glanced back, his heart pounding. It's okay, boy, he said, though his voice betrayed his fear. But deep down, he knew it wasn't okay. Not by a long shot. Lucas's footsteps echoed faintly on the wooden staircase as he ascended. Every creak and groan of the house seemed amplified, reverberating in the unsettling silence. He gripped the banister tightly, his pulse hammering in his ears. Rex stayed at the base of the stairs, his low growl a constant reminder that they weren't truly alone. Lucas paused midway up, glancing over his shoulder. The dog's eyes were fixed on the upper landing, hackles raised. Stay there, Rex, Lucas whispered, though he wasn't sure who he was reassuring, the dog or himself. The hallway at the top was dark, the weak daylight filtering through grimy windows barely illuminating the space. Lucas hesitated, his gaze darting to the open doors of the bedrooms. He knew where their equipment was stored, in the small office at the end of the hall. As he moved, the air grew heavier, thick with an unexplainable charge. It felt as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting. Lucas reached the office door and pushed it open, his hand trembling slightly. The room was just as they had left it. Their notebooks, cameras, and other gear were scattered across the desk and floor. Lucas stepped inside, exhaling a shaky breath. Almost done, he muttered to himself, reaching for the nearest notebook. Downstairs, Ethan was busy rummaging through the kitchen, collecting papers they had spread across the counter during their initial investigation. The silence pressed down on him, broken only by the occasional rustle of papers. He glanced toward the living room, where the front door stood slightly ajar. Lucas, you okay up there? He called out. Yeah, just grabbing the stuff, Lucas's voice echoed faintly in response. Ethan turned back to his task, but something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. A shadow that seemed to move, even though nothing else in the room stirred. He froze, his grip tightening on the stack of papers in his hand. The shadow lingered just beyond the doorway to the living room, shifting slightly as though alive. Lucas? Ethan's voice wavered. What? Lucas called back, the sound of his footsteps descending the stairs following his reply. Before Ethan could respond, Rex let out a sharp bark from the bottom of the staircase. Lucas appeared moments later, arms full of their equipment, his expression tense. What's wrong? Lucas asked, glancing between Ethan and the dog. Ethan pointed toward the living room, his hand trembling. There was something there. I swear it moved. Lucas followed his gaze, but the room appeared empty, the shadows still. Let's not stick around to find out, Lucas said firmly. We've got everything we need. Let's go. Ethan nodded, and they hurried toward the front door, Rex keeping close to their heels. But as they stepped outside, the air shifted. The oppressive stillness of the house followed them onto the porch, and the faint hum that had haunted them before returned. Lucas and Ethan exchanged a look, their unspoken fear clear in their eyes. They quickly loaded the equipment into the car and climbed inside, their movements rushed and frantic. As Lucas started the engine, Ethan glanced back toward the house. For a moment, he thought he saw something in the upstairs window, a figure standing motionless in the shadows. "Go," Ethan said urgently, his voice tight. "Just go." The car sped down the gravel driveway, the house growing smaller in the rearview mirror. But the unease lingered, a weight neither of them could shake. "We're not coming back," Lucas said quietly, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Ethan didn't argue. There was no point. Whatever secrets the house held, they were better left behind. The drive back to town was silent, except for the hum of the car engine. Lucas and Ethan sat in a shared tension, each too absorbed in their own thoughts to speak. Rex, lying across the back seat, whimpered occasionally, his ears pinned back. As they reached the edge of town, the bright lights and familiar sights brought a fleeting sense of relief. Yet, the ominous weight of their encounter lingered, refusing to be shaken off. Lucas pulled into a gas station, the need for fuel and a moment of reprieve compelling him to stop. "I'll fill the tank," Lucas muttered, stepping out into the cold night air. Ethan watched him through the windshield, his fingers drumming nervously on the dashboard. His mind replayed the shadow he'd seen in the house, the way it seemed to shift and pulse, as if alive. Inside the station, Ethan grabbed 2 bottles of water and a bag of snacks, hoping to distract himself. At the counter, the cashier, an older man with a weathered face, eyed him curiously. "Late night?" the man asked. Ethan hesitated. "Something like that." The cashier nodded, ringing up the items. "Out at the old house on Harper's Road, weren't you?" Ethan froze, his blood running cold. "How do you know that?" "Small town," the cashier said with a shrug. "Word gets around when strangers start poking their noses where they don't belong." Ethan forced a laugh, though it sounded hollow. "We weren't poking around, just passing through." The man's gaze lingered on Ethan, his expression unreadable. "Best to keep it that way. Some things out there aren't meant to be disturbed." Ethan hurried out of the store, his heart pounding. Lucas was leaning against the car, the tank full, watching the dark road ahead. "You okay?" Lucas asked as Ethan approached. "Yeah," Ethan lied, handing him one of the water bottles. "Let's just get back." The rest of the drive was uneventful, but the silence between them was heavy. They returned to their motel, the small, sterile room offering a meager sense of safety. Lucas slumped onto the bed, exhausted, while Ethan sat by the window, staring out into the night. The town seemed quiet, ordinary, yet the feeling of being watched persisted. "We need to figure out what's going on," Lucas said finally, his voice low. Ethan nodded. "But not tonight. Let's just get some rest." They turned off the lights, loud, though sleep didn't come easily. The faint hum they had heard before seemed to echo in their ears, growing louder as the hours crept by. And as the clock ticked past midnight, a faint glow appeared on the horizon, an unnatural light that seemed to pulse, beckoning. Neither of them noticed it until the next morning, but by then it was too late. The events they had tried to leave behind were far from over. The next morning arrived with an eerie calm. The sky outside the motel window was overcast, casting the town in a dull gray light. Lucas and Ethan sat at a small table in the corner of the room, the remnants of a rushed breakfast between them. "We can't just leave this alone," Lucas said, breaking the silence. His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed his unease. Ethan shook his head. "And do what? Go back out there? Look for more? Signs?" Before Lucas could respond, Rex barked sharply, startling them both. The dog was standing near the door, his hackles raised. "What's gotten into him now?" Lucas muttered, walking over to calm the dog. But when he opened the door to look outside, he froze. The horizon, faintly visible between the buildings, glowed with an otherworldly light. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but unmistakably unnatural. "Is that—" Ethan joined him at the doorway, reckoning, his face paling as he took in the sight. "Same as before," Lucas said grimly. "It's the same light." Ethan closed the door, his hands trembling. "Why is it still here? We left the house. We left everything behind." "Maybe it's not about the house," Lucas said, pacing. "Maybe it's the area, or us." They sat in silence, the implications of Lucas's words sinking in. Rex whined softly, his tail tucked between his legs. After a long pause, Ethan spoke. "If this thing isn't tied to the house, it means it's still out there, watching. Waiting." Lucas nodded. "And we're not going to get any peace until we figure out why." Reluctantly, they decided to drive back to the area where they had first encountered the light. Not to the house itself. They weren't ready for that, but close enough to observe from a distance. As they left the motel, the glow on the horizon grew stronger, as if guiding them. The quiet streets of the town felt oppressive, and the further they drove, the heavier the air seemed to become. When they reached a hill overlooking the forest near the house, Lucas parked the car and cut the engine. The light pulsed faintly in the distance, just beyond the treetops. "This is as far as we go," Ethan said firmly, his voice barely above a whisper. They sat in the car, watching the glow. Minutes stretched into an hour, and the unease in the air seemed to grow thicker. Then, without warning, the light vanished. "Did you see that?" Ethan whispered, his voice shaking. "Yeah," Lucas said, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Rex growled low in his throat, his eyes fixed on the forest below. And then they saw it, a shadow moving through the trees. It was distant, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A shape that defied logic, shifting and bending in ways no living thing should. "We need to go," Ethan said urgently. But Lucas didn't move, his eyes locked on the figure. "Lucas!" Ethan shouted, snapping him out of his trance. They drove away in a frenzy, the oppressive weight lifting only as they reached the outskirts of town. Neither of them spoke as they returned to the motel, but they both knew that the mystery wasn't over, and whatever was out there wasn't going to let them leave so easily. Lucas, Ethan, and Clara sat in Lucas's living room, the glow of the television illuminating their exhausted faces. The local news reported a meteorological anomaly over their town, dismissing the strange lights as weather phenomena. The three exchanged knowing glances. They had seen too much to believe such an explanation. The town had returned to normal, at least on the surface. The animal disturbances had stopped, and the eerie hum no longer filled the night air. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Yet, none of them could shake the feeling that they had been watched, studied. Ethan opened his laptop, scouring forums and conspiracy websites, trying to find any mention of similar experiences. But there was nothing. No reports, no news articles, no government statements. It was as if the entire incident had been erased. Clara sighed. "Maybe we should stop looking. If someone or something wanted this covered up, maybe it's best we don't dig any deeper." Lucas leaned back, rubbing his temples. "But what if it happens again? What if we were just lucky this time?" Silence settled between them. They all knew the truth. The strange lights, the eerie encounters, the feeling of being watched. It was real. But without proof, they were just another group of people with a story no one would believe. As they left for the night, Ethan hesitated at the door. "If they come back," he began, but he didn't finish the sentence. Lucas gave a small nod. "We'll be ready." Outside, the sky was clear. No lights, no hum, just the vast empty darkness stretching into the unknown. The end. Subscribe to the channel if you want more stories. This is a true story told on a forum dedicated to urban explorers in 2012. Eric, Matt, and Stewie had been planning this trip for months. As passionate urban explorers, they had visited countless abandoned places in the U.S., forgotten factories, deserted amusement parks, and crumbling hospitals. But this time, they wanted something bigger, something legendary: Chernobyl. In 2012, gaining access to the exclusion zone wasn't easy. Official tours were available, but the real adventure was going in illegally, sneaking past guards, avoiding radiation hotspots, and surviving in the desolate remains of Pripyat. It was dangerous, but for them, that was part of the thrill. The three friends arrived in Kyiv, Ukraine, blending in with the tourists. They had backpacks filled with supplies, food, Geiger counters, masks, and camping gear. They met up with their contact, a local guide named Dima, who had smuggled people into the zone before. He gave them last-minute warnings. Stay away from the reactor ruins, don't drink the water, and most importantly, if you see something strange, you turn around and leave. They laughed nervously. That night, under the cover of darkness, they slipped through a hole in the perimeter fence. Ahead of them, the ghost city of Pripyat loomed, waiting to reveal its secrets. The moment they crossed the fence, a strange silence surrounded them. No cars, no city noises, just the rustling of the wind through dead trees and the distant creaking of abandoned buildings. It felt like stepping into another world. Dima led them through the thick underbrush, following a path known only to experienced stalkers. Their Geiger counters clicked occasionally, reminding them that this place was still very much alive in a way they couldn't see. After an hour of hiking, they reached the outskirts of Pripyat. The first buildings they saw were residential apartment blocks, their windows dark and hollow. Faded Soviet murals peeled from the walls. Rusted swings in a playground stood motionless, frozen in time. "Welcome to Pripyat," Dima whispered. Eric, Matt, and Stewie stood in awe. They had seen pictures, watched documentaries, but standing here in person, it was different. The air was heavy with history, with loss. "We'll rest in one of these buildings," Dima said. "Guards don't patrol this far at night." They climbed into a second-story apartment, careful not to disturb the broken glass and debris. They set up their sleeping bags, ate a quick meal of canned food, and whispered excitedly about the adventure ahead. As they settled in for the night, Stewie glanced out the window. The city was pitch black, except for the pale light of the moon. Then, just for a second, he thought he saw movement, something darting between the buildings. Probably just an animal, he muttered to himself. But deep inside, he wasn't so sure. The night in Pripyat was colder than they had expected. A chilling breeze seeped through the broken windows of the abandoned apartment, making their breath visible in the dim light of their flashlights. They had agreed to take turns keeping watch, though none of them really expected any trouble, at least not from anything human. Eric took the first shift, sitting by the window with his flashlight off, peering into the darkness below. The silence was unsettling, almost unnatural. Every now and then, a distant creak or an echoing clang would break the stillness, making his pulse quicken. But it was just the wind, he told himself. It had to be. Somewhere around 3 a.m., Matt shook him awake. "Your turn, man," he whispered. Eric groggily switched places, stretching his stiff muscles before curling into his sleeping bag. Matt stared out into the empty city, his mind drifting. He imagined what life must have been like before the disaster. The streets bustling with people, children playing in the parks. Now it was just a decaying ghost town, nature slowly reclaiming it. Then something caught his eye. A shadow moved across the street below. At first he thought it was an animal, a dog, maybe a fox. But the way it moved was strange. It wasn't walking on 4 legs, nor did it move like any human he'd ever seen. It was fast, but not in a natural way. It seemed to glide, vanishing into the ruins as quickly as it had appeared. Matt swallowed hard, gripping his flashlight. He wanted to wake the others, but what would he even say? "Hey guys, I saw a weird shadow?" They'd just tell him it was his imagination. He decided to stay quiet. But as the hours passed and dawn finally began to break, one thing was certain. Pripyat wasn't as empty as they had thought. As the first light of dawn painted the ruined city in pale gold, the 3 friends packed up their sleeping bags and prepared to move. None of them had slept well. Something about the night felt off, but no one wanted to be the first to admit it. Matt kept glancing over his shoulder as they made their way down the crumbling stairwell of the apartment building. He hadn't told Eric or Stewie about what he had seen. Maybe it really was just his tired mind playing tricks on him. "All right, let's head toward the amusement park," Eric said, unfolding their map. "We'll get some shots of the Ferris wheel, then make our way to the hospital." The amusement park was one of the most famous landmarks in Pripyat, its rusting Ferris wheel standing as a haunting reminder of the city's sudden abandonment. As they walked, they passed crumbling buildings covered in vines, children's toys left scattered in the dust, and old Soviet propaganda posters peeling from the walls. "This place is insane," Stewie muttered, snapping photos with his camera. "Like, it's creepy. Yeah, but it's also kind of beautiful in a weird way." As they stepped onto the cracked pavement of the amusement park, a soft crunch beneath Eric's boot made him freeze. Footprints. Fresh ones. And they weren't theirs. The 3 of them exchanged uneasy glances. "Could be other explorers?" Stewie whispered, though his voice lacked confidence. Eric crouched down, studying the prints. They were deep, suggesting something or someone heavy, and they weren't shaped like normal footprints. The edges looked wrong, like the weight had been unevenly distributed. "Maybe security patrols?" Matt offered, but Eric shook his head. "Nah, security wears boots. These look barefoot." A shiver ran down Stewie's spine. "Okay, so best case, we've got some weird guy running around barefoot in radioactive ruins. Worst case?" No one finished the sentence. For the first time since they had arrived, the city didn't just feel abandoned. It felt like they were being watched. The wind whistled through the skeletal remains of the Ferris wheel, rusted metal groaning under decades of decay. The three friends stood frozen, staring at the strange footprints in the dust. Eric was the first to break the silence. "We should keep moving." Matt nodded, gripping the straps of his backpack. "Yeah, if it's another Urbex group, we don't want to run into them. And if it's something else, I'd rather not stick around to find out." They moved quickly, skirting past the abandoned bumper cars and heading toward the hospital. The deeper they walked into the ruins, the heavier the silence became. Pripyat had always been eerily quiet. No cars, no voices, only the occasional sound of the wind. But now it felt like the silence had weight, like something unseen was pressing down on them. Every so often, Stewie would turn, swearing he saw movement in the corner of his eye. But each time there was nothing, just the hollow buildings, standing like tombstones in the empty city. As they approached the hospital, the air grew thicker, heavier. The structure loomed ahead of them, its windows dark and empty. The entrance was partially collapsed, but they managed to slip through a gap in the rubble. Inside, the darkness swallowed them whole. Dust hung in the air, disturbed only by their cautious footsteps. The hallway stretched before them, lined with rusted gurneys and discarded medical equipment. Old papers and Soviet-era documents littered the floor. "Welcome to one of the most radioactive places in Pripyat," Matt muttered. Eric scanned the Geiger counter strapped to his chest. The clicks were steady, higher than normal, but not dangerous as long as they didn't linger too long. "This is where they treated the first responders," Eric whispered. "After the explosion, they brought them here before flying them to Moscow," Stewie shuddered. "And their gear is still in the basement, the most radioactive stuff in the whole city." They moved cautiously, weaving through the wreckage. A rusted wheelchair sat in the middle of the hallway, its wheels long frozen in place. On one of the walls, faded handprints streaked down in a rusty brown color. "Blood?" Stewie whispered. "Or just rust," Eric said, though his voice lacked conviction. As they rounded a corner, a sudden sound made them freeze. A soft shuffling. Not the wind, not the building settling. Something else, something inside the hospital with them. Eric slowly turned, lifting his flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a figure standing at the far end of the hallway. It wasn't human. It was tall, unnaturally so, with elongated limbs and pale, almost translucent skin. Its eyes, if they were eyes, reflected the light like an animal's in the dark. And then, in an instant, it was gone. Vanished into the shadows. The three friends stood frozen, their hearts hammering in their chests. "Tell me you saw that," Stewie breathed. "I saw it," Matt whispered. Eric didn't say anything. He was too busy listening, because now there were footsteps, and they were getting closer. Eric's hand tightened around his flashlight as the footsteps grew louder. The sound was slow, deliberate, almost as if whatever was out there was taking its time. "Move," he whispered, barely audible over the sound of their own breathing. The three of them turned and hurried down the hallway, careful not to trip over the debris littering the floor. The walls seemed to close in on them as they ran, the shadows stretching and shifting unnaturally. They reached a door marked with faded Cyrillic writing. Eric shoved it open, and they stumbled into what looked like an old operating room. Rusted surgical equipment was scattered across the floor. A gurney with its torn mattress sat in the center, its metal frame caked with years of dust. Matt spun around and pressed the door shut, his back against it. "Did you see where it went?" he panted. "No," Stewie said, his voice shaky. "It just disappeared." Eric checked his Geiger counter. The clicking had increased, but it wasn't from radiation. It was from their rapid movement and stress. He turned his flashlight toward the far side of the room, illuminating another door. "We need to get out of here," he said. Matt nodded and grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. "Locked," he cursed. Stewie turned back toward the door they had come through. "So, what do? We can't just..." A noise cut him off, a low scraping sound. Something was moving outside the room. They all held their breath, pressing against the wall as the sound grew closer. The door handle rattled. Stewie's hand shot out, gripping Eric's wrist. His face was pale, his eyes wide with terror. Eric turned off his flashlight. The room plunged into darkness. Silence. Then soft breathing from the other side of the door. It was standing there, waiting. A long moment passed. The air was thick with tension. Then the footsteps slowly receded. One step, another, fading into the darkness of the hospital. Eric exhaled, his body trembling. We need to go. Now. Matt reached for his backpack and pulled out a crowbar. Step back, he whispered. With a grunt, he jammed the crowbar into the door on the far side of the room and pried it open with a loud crack. The three of them slipped through the gap, finding themselves in a stairwell leading down into the basement. Eric hesitated. The basement is where they kept the first responders' clothing. I don't care, Stewie cut him off. I'd rather take my chances with radiation than whatever that was. Matt shined his flashlight down the stairs. The passageway descended into complete darkness, the steps covered in layers of dust and debris. Eric took a deep breath and started down. One by one, they disappeared into the depths of the hospital. Behind them, somewhere in the shadows, something watched. The cold air thickened as they descended the crumbling staircase, their flashlights casting flickering beams of light against the damp concrete walls. The deeper they went, the heavier the silence became, oppressive, almost unnatural. Stewie wiped the sweat from his forehead. I swear, if we run into another one of those things... Eric shot him a look. We don't even know what we saw. Matt kept his eyes on the steps ahead. We know enough, and we know it wasn't human. The stairs ended at a rusted metal door, slightly ajar. A faint musty smell seeped through the opening, a mix of damp decay and something else. Something metallic. Eric nudged the door open with the end of his crowbar, and it creaked painfully. Their flashlight beams swept across the room beyond. Rows of abandoned lockers lined the walls. Tattered firefighter uniforms, stiff with age, hung in eerie stillness. Some were draped over rusted benches, others crumpled in piles on the floor, their once bright colors faded to dull brown. A thick layer of dust coated everything, disturbed only by their footsteps. This is where they left their gear, Eric whispered. The first responders who rushed in after the explosion. Stewie exhaled sharply. Yeah, well, it doesn't look like we're alone. They turned to where he was pointing. Footprints, fresh footprints, leading deeper into the room. Matt crouched, examining the tracks. They were large, too large for any of them, and irregular, as if whoever left them had an unnatural gait. Eric's stomach tightened. We need to be careful. The three of them followed the tracks cautiously, moving past overturned lockers and scattered debris. The footprints led toward a partially collapsed corridor, where a jagged hole in the wall revealed another chamber beyond. A deep, echoing drip sounded from somewhere inside. Eric hesitated. We don't have to go in. Stewie tightened his grip on his flashlight. Yeah, we do. Matt exhaled, then took the lead, stepping through the crumbling opening. The others followed. They found themselves in a room lined with old radiation suits hanging from hooks, their plastic visors covered in dust. Some of the suits had collapsed inward, as if whatever had been inside had rotted away completely. The footprints led to the center of the room, then stopped. No exit. No sign of where they had gone. Eric's breath came shallow. What the hell? A scraping noise echoed from the darkened far corner of the room. Stewie's flashlight flickered as he swung it toward the sound. Something shifted in the shadows. Low, labored breathing filled the air. Then, movement. From within one of the hanging radiation suits. The fabric shuddered, as if something inside was trying to move. Then it took a step forward. Matt stumbled back, nearly dropping his flashlight. Go! Now! They turned and bolted for the exit, scrambling through the jagged hole in the wall. Behind them, the sound of shuffling footsteps grew louder. Not just one set, many. The radiation suits moved in unison, as if waking from a long, restless slumber. Eric didn't look back. He didn't want to see. They reached the stairwell and hurled themselves up the steps, their breaths ragged, hearts pounding. Only when they burst through the hospital doors, back into the open air of the dead city, did they finally stop running. Chest heaving, Matt turned back toward the building, his face pale. What the hell was that? Eric swallowed hard. I don't know. But deep down, he had a feeling they hadn't seen the last of it. The trio stood outside the hospital, panting, hands on their knees as they caught their breath. The night was eerily silent, except for the distant rustling of wind through the empty streets. Stewie wiped his face with his sleeve. Tell me we're done with basements. Eric shook his head. We need to be smarter. We don't know what the hell is going on here, but we can't keep rushing into places like that. Matt was still staring at the hospital entrance. The doors hung slightly open, swaying ever so slightly as if something inside had disturbed them. Then he noticed something else. "Guys," he said, voice hushed, "we're being watched." Eric and Stewie froze. Slowly, they turned, following Matt's gaze toward a crumbling apartment block across the street. On the third floor, in a shattered window frame, a figure stood perfectly still. A tall, humanoid silhouette. No features, no movement, just watching. A chill crawled up Eric's spine. "How long has it been there?" "I don't know," Matt whispered. "I just saw it." Then, movement. Another figure stepped into view on the fourth floor, then another on the second. Stewie let out a sharp breath. Okay, that's not normal. One by one, the figures emerged from different windows, silent, unmoving. Their presence felt wrong, like shadows cast by something that wasn't there. Eric's instincts screamed at him to move. "We need to go, now." Without another word, they turned and hurried down the street, resisting the urge to break into a full sprint. The empty city loomed around them, abandoned cars and skeletal trees casting distorted shadows under the moonlight. Every so often, Matt glanced back. The figures were still there, watching, not following, just standing in the windows. Eric's grip tightened on his backpack strap. "We need to get out of the open." Stewie scanned their surroundings, then pointed to a rusting bus overturned near the remains of a supermarket. "There. We can hide until morning." They scrambled toward it, slipping into the hollowed-out interior. The air inside smelled of mildew and old metal. Stewie peeked through a crack in the bus frame. "Do you think they're still there?" Matt didn't answer right away. Then, in a slow, measured voice, he said, "One of them is closer." Eric tensed. "Where?" "Near the road, just standing there." Silence filled the bus. None of them dared move. The only sound was their breathing. Then, without warning, a soft but deliberate tapping echoed from the roof of the bus. Tap, tap, tap. Eric's stomach dropped. Something was right above them. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate. Each tap echoed throughout the abandoned bus, sending shivers down Eric's spine. Stewie, who had been crouched by a cracked window, froze and glanced at Matt. "What the hell is that?" Matt didn't answer right away. He was focused on the sound. "It's not human," he whispered, his eyes wide. Eric tried to keep his breathing steady. "We need to stay calm. Maybe it's just the wind or an animal." But deep down, he knew that wasn't true. This wasn't like anything they'd encountered before. Stewie couldn't sit still. He slowly crept toward the entrance of the bus and peered out into the dimly lit street. "We need to know what it is," he muttered. "We can't just hide here." Matt shook his head. "We wait. No sudden moves. Let's see if it goes away." The tapping stopped suddenly. An eerie silence filled the bus, stretching out in every direction. Eric held his breath. Then, without warning, a loud scrape sounded from above the bus. Something heavy, far too heavy for any animal, shifted on the roof. Matt's eyes went wide. "It's not leaving. It's circling us." Stewie's face was pale. "I don't care what it is. We need to move. Now." Eric knew Stewie was right. The tension had built too much, and they couldn't afford to sit and wait any longer. They needed to get out of the bus. Matt slid open the door, and the rusty hinges squealed in protest as they quickly slipped out into the cold night air. They didn't look back as they ran down the street, their feet pounding against the cracked pavement. But the heavy presence followed them, something unseen lurking just beyond their peripheral vision. "We're being watched," Eric whispered, glancing over his shoulder. Stewie, his breath ragged, nodded. "I can feel it. We need to get out of the open." They ducked down an alleyway, at the shadows offering temporary concealment. They pressed themselves against the crumbling walls of an old building, trying to stay as quiet as possible. From their hiding spot, they could hear the scraping again. It was moving closer. Eric's heart pounded in his chest. "It knows we're here." Matt strained his ears, listening carefully. "We can't stay here forever. We need to find a safer place." They waited in the darkness, barely daring to move. Time stretched on, and still the tapping continued. Always close, but never quite near enough to see what was causing it. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. Eric didn't move. He stayed pressed against the wall, his eyes scanning the dark street ahead. After a few minutes of silence, Matt spoke in a barely audible voice. "It's gone, for now." Stewie let out a shaky breath. "We need to go before whatever that thing was comes back." Eric nodded grimly. Let's keep moving. We're not safe here. The three of them set off into the empty streets once more, their hearts racing as they left behind whatever had been stalking them in the night. The streets of Pripyat were eerie and desolate, but it was the decaying buildings that unnerved the trio the most. They had wandered through several empty streets, and the sense of being utterly isolated was beginning to weigh on them. We need to find shelter, Eric said, his voice low. Somewhere we can figure out our next move. Matt nodded. I agree, but we have to be careful. We don't know what's still out there. After a few more minutes of walking, they turned a corner and came upon an old, crumbling hospital. Its broken windows and rusted gates seemed to beckon them forward. The structure was massive, almost as if it had been abandoned overnight. Let's check it out, Stewie said, his curiosity getting the better of him. Maybe there's something useful inside. They cautiously approached the entrance, the ground littered with broken glass and debris. The doors to the hospital were wide open, creaking as they swayed in the wind. They exchanged nervous glances but decided to go in. As they stepped inside, the air grew musty. The stench of decay and mildew hung thick, but the darkness within the building was far more overwhelming. They turned on their flashlights, the beams cutting through the blackness and revealing rooms that had long been forgotten. I don't like this, Matt muttered, looking around. This place feels wrong. Eric and Stewie stayed close, navigating through the abandoned hospital's long hallways. The walls were adorned with faded posters, some torn and yellowed from years of neglect. They came across examination rooms, some of which still had old medical equipment scattered about. But the deeper they went into the hospital, the more uneasy they became. It wasn't just the decaying building. It was the feeling that something was watching them, lurking just out of sight. This place is giving me the creeps, Stewie said, shivering. Let's just find a place to rest and get out. They found their way to what appeared to be a small lounge area. There was an old couch, the fabric worn and covered in dust, but it would have to do for a short rest. As they sat down, they noticed a strange noise coming from somewhere deep in the building, a low, rhythmic thumping. It echoed through the corridors like something moving, something with purpose. Not again, Eric whispered, his heart starting to race. Stay still, Matt urged, his voice tense. Let's listen. The thumping grew louder. It was now accompanied by dragging noises, like something heavy scraping across the floor. It was coming closer, and whatever it was, it didn't sound like it belonged in the hospital. Stewie looked around frantically. We need to leave, now. But as they tried to stand up, the thumping stopped. A chilling silence took over the room, and for a moment, they thought maybe it had been their imagination. Suddenly, the distant sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, faint but unmistakable. The noise grew louder, and a shadow passed by the cracked doorframe. Someone, or something, was walking through the hospital, and it was moving in their direction. Move, Eric hissed. Now. They quickly gathered their belongings and dashed down the hallway, trying to keep their footsteps as silent as possible. The last thing they wanted was to draw attention to themselves. They reached the entrance of the hospital just as the footsteps grew louder. A dark figure emerged from the shadows behind them, but they didn't stop to look. Without hesitation, they sprinted out of the building and into the open street. Breathing heavily, they stopped for a moment to catch their breath. The figure had vanished, but they all knew it was still out there. We can't stay in that city any longer, Stewie said, his voice trembling. We need to move out of here. Fast. Eric nodded, eyes scanning the empty street. This place is not safe anymore. Let's get out of here before things get worse. The trio took one last look at the eerie hospital, the door creaking in the wind behind them, and they ran off into the night, uncertain of what dangers still awaited them in the abandoned ruins of Pripyat. The end of Part 1. Part 2. As they continued their hurried exit from the hospital, the oppressive silence of Pripyat seemed to hang in the air. Their hearts were still pounding from the tense encounter in the abandoned building, and now, with every step, they felt as though someone, was still watching them. I'm starting to think we made a mistake coming here, Stewie muttered, glancing over his shoulder as if expecting to see something or someone emerge from the shadows. Too late for that now, Matt replied, his voice sharp. We're already in this. and we need to keep going. The trio moved quickly through the narrow, crumbling streets of Pripyat. The buildings around them were like hollowed-out shells, their glass windows shattered, their metal frames rusted. It felt as though the city itself had been abandoned by time, and the eerie quiet only intensified their unease. "I've been thinking," Eric said, his tone quieter than usual. "We've been in this city for days, and we haven't seen a single person, not even a stray animal. It doesn't feel like we're just in an abandoned town. It feels like we're being kept here." Stewie nodded slowly. "You're right, it's too quiet, almost unnatural." "I don't know," Matt said, looking around with growing concern. "But whatever is going on, we need to stick together. We can't afford to split up again." They paused near an overgrown street corner. The road ahead was blocked by a collapsed building, but there was a narrow alley that led around it. They could see the remains of a streetlight still flickering faintly in the distance. "Let's keep moving. We don't want to stay out here too long," Eric urged. The group silently made their way down the alley, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible. Their flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating more decaying remnants of the once thriving town. But just as they rounded a corner, a sudden noise broke the silence. Something that sounded like a door creaking open, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. "Did you hear that?" Stewie whispered, his eyes wide with fear. The others froze. The footsteps weren't normal. There was something strange about the rhythm. It wasn't the sound of a human, but more like something dragging itself along the ground. The trio quickly ducked into the nearest doorway, their hearts racing. The footsteps grew louder, and then they stopped, right outside the building they were hiding in. The air felt thick with tension, and the hairs on the back of their necks stood up. For what felt like an eternity, they held their breath, waiting for the sounds to fade. Finally, the dragging noises continued, moving away from them into the distance. "That was too close?" Matt muttered, exhaling deeply. "We can't let our guard down again." Eric nodded in agreement. "This place is alive with something, or someone, but it's not human." They waited a few more minutes before cautiously stepping out of the doorway. The street was empty again, but the unsettling feeling hadn't gone away. If anything, it had only intensified. "We need to find a way out of here," Stewie said, scanning the horizon, "before whatever that was comes back." "Let's head for the outskirts of the city," Eric suggested. "We can find a place to camp out, figure out our next move." With a shared sense of urgency, the trio continued their trek through Pripyat. The quiet streets seemed to stretch on forever, but in the back of their minds, they all knew the city held secrets far darker than they could comprehend. As they moved deeper into the ruins, their path began to feel more like a maze, every turn seeming to lead them in circles. They were lost, both physically and mentally, and the weight of their situation was beginning to sink in. Suddenly they heard it again, a low, unsettling growl, echoing from somewhere in the distance. This time, it was closer. "We're not alone," Stewie whispered, his voice barely audible. "Let's move, fast." The trio broke into a sprint, their footsteps pounding against the cracked pavement. But no matter how fast they ran, the growl followed them, as though something or someone was keeping pace, never too far behind. It was clear now, the abandoned city was not as empty as it seemed, and whatever was lurking in the shadows was not going to let them leave without a fight. The growl echoed once again, louder this time, sending a chill down their spines. The trio pushed themselves faster, desperation fueling their every step. They darted down alleys and through forgotten doorways, hoping to lose whatever was pursuing them. But no matter how many corners they turned or how fast they ran, the growl seemed to stay just behind them, never letting up. "Something's following us," Stewie gasped, his breath shallow as they rounded yet another corner. "We need to find somewhere to hide." "Keep going," Eric shouted, eyes scanning the dark, desolate streets for any kind of refuge. "We can't stop now." They came to a large open square, the remnants of a once bustling marketplace now overtaken by weeds and decay. Their only options were the abandoned buildings surrounding them, but none of them looked safe enough to hide in. "Over there." Matt pointed to an old maintenance shed tucked away behind a row of crumbling structures. "That's our best shot." Without hesitation, they rushed towards it, their hearts pounding in their chests. The growl was growing louder now, more distinct, more menacing. Whatever was hunting them was closing in, and they had no idea what they were up against. The shed door creaked as they pushed it open, quickly slipping inside. The small space was dark and smelled of mildew, but it was their only refuge for the moment. They pressed their backs to the walls, holding their breath as they listened for the sound of footsteps. The growl had stopped, but they could hear something else, something far worse. Scratching. It started faintly at first, like nails against metal, but it soon grew louder, more frantic. "Did you hear that?" Stewie whispered, his voice tense with fear. Eric and Matt exchanged glances, both of them equally unnerved. "Yeah," Eric murmured, his hand tightening around the flashlight. "It's close. Whatever it is, it's right outside." The scratching noise grew more insistent, then abruptly stopped. There was a long pause, a silence that stretched on far too long. They could hear their own hearts thudding in their ears, the tension in the air thickening with every passing second. Then, bang. The door to the shed slammed against the wall with enough force to rattle the entire building. It was as though something had just thrown itself against the door, and for a split second, they were sure it would break through. "Move!" Matt shouted, grabbing the others by the arm and pulling them deeper into the shed. They backed into a small corner, trying to stay out of sight. The scratching resumed. This time, it was coming from above. The thing outside was climbing the walls, its claws scraping against the wood and metal. It was toying with them, getting closer, drawing out the moment before it attacked. "This isn't good," Stewie muttered, his face pale with fear. "We're trapped." Eric nodded, his mind racing for a way out. "We need to find another exit, fast. It's not just going to stop." Matt glanced at the small, rusted window in the far corner of the shed. "There's a way out, but we have to move now." They darted toward the window, pulling off the old, rotting boards that had covered it. As soon as they made enough space, they squeezed through one by one, barely avoiding the outstretched claws of whatever was outside. Just as they made it outside, they heard a loud thud, followed by a guttural growl. The creature was on the move again. "Go!" Eric yelled, leading the way into the dark street. They sprinted, adrenaline pushing them harder than ever before. But as they ran, they realized the creature wasn't alone. Shadows seemed to move along the edges of the streets, watching them from the darkness. "We're not just being hunted," Stewie panted. "We're being herded." The trio pushed forward, their legs burning with exhaustion, but they couldn't stop. The thing following them, whatever it was getting closer with each passing second. And the deeper they went into Pripyat, the more they realized that they had only scratched the surface of the horrors lurking within the city's decaying walls. Whatever hunted them wasn't just an animal. It was something far more intelligent, and it wasn't going to let them escape without a fight. The cold night passed slowly, the terror of their narrow escape still fresh in their minds. The following morning, the trio woke in the ruins of an old building they had taken refuge in. The sky was overcast, and the sun barely pierced the thick clouds, casting an eerie pall over the abandoned city. They hadn't dared venture outside the night before, but now the threat that had stalked them seemed to have retreated, at least for the moment. "Do you think it's gone?" Stewie asked, his voice hesitant as he pulled himself to his feet. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the remnants of a restless sleep. Eric stood near the window, cautiously peering outside. The streets were still empty, eerily so, but the silence was unnerving. No growls, no sounds of scratching claws, just the distant whisper of wind through the crumbling buildings. "I don't know," Eric replied, his tone serious, "but I'm not sticking around to find out. We need to keep moving." They gathered their things quickly, though none of them had much of an appetite after the terror of the previous night. The unsettling feeling that they were being watched never left, but the immediate threat seemed to have disappeared. As they made their way down the abandoned streets of Pripyat, it felt as if they were walking in the shadow of the city's tragic past. Buildings stood frozen in time, remnants of a life that had been abruptly halted. Toys scattered across playgrounds, newspapers long turned to dust, and personal belongings left behind, as if the inhabitants had vanished without a trace. "This place feels wrong," Matt said, his voice low. "Like it's not just abandoned, it's been abandoned for a reason." Eric nodded grimly. "We're in the heart of it now, no turning back." They continued exploring, moving deeper into the city, though every step felt heavier than the last. They couldn't shake the feeling that the answers they sought were buried somewhere within the decaying buildings. But the longer they stayed, the more they began to wonder if the city was truly abandoned, or if someone, was still lurking in the shadows. As they passed a desolate hospital, the silence around them became almost unbearable. Stewie stopped in his tracks, suddenly feeling a chill crawl down his spine. He looked at his friends, but neither of them had noticed. "What's wrong?" Matt asked, seeing the look on Stewie's face. "There's something wrong with this place," Stewie muttered, glancing nervously at the cracked windows of the hospital. "I can feel it. It's like we're not alone here." Before they could discuss it further, a distant rumbling sound echoed through the city, breaking the heavy silence. It was low and constant, as though something huge was moving beneath the earth. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet, and for a brief moment it felt as if the entire city was alive. "What the hell was that?" Matt asked, eyes wide with alarm. Eric raised a hand, signaling for them to be quiet. "I don't know, but we need to find out." They began moving toward the source of the sound, their footsteps quickening. The rumbling grew louder with each step, until it was almost deafening. It led them to a large, sunken structure, perhaps once a government building or an underground facility, that had been buried beneath years of rubble. As they approached, the air grew thick with tension. The ground shook more violently now, and the noise seemed to be coming from deep underground. But when they peered inside the building's shattered entrance, all they saw was darkness. "This doesn't feel right," Stewie said, his voice barely a whisper. "We're too close to something." But before he could finish, the ground trembled again, this time much stronger. They were jolted backward as if something was rising from the earth itself. The noise intensified, reverberating through their bodies, and the city seemed to shake in response. Suddenly, everything stopped. The rumbling ceased. The ground stilled. For a moment, the trio stood frozen, unsure of what had just happened. Then, from the depths of the sunken building, a low hum began to emanate. It was not mechanical, not human. It was something far more otherworldly. And in that moment, they realized they had only scratched the surface of the horrors that lay buried within Pripyat's decaying heart. "We need to go," Eric said, his voice tense. "Now." But Stewie, Matt, and Eric all knew deep down that leaving now would only mean facing the unknown later. The city had something to tell them, and they couldn't leave until they had uncovered its secrets, no matter what it took. The trio hurried away from the sunken structure, their footsteps echoing off the cracked pavement. Whatever had been beneath the earth had gone silent, but the oppressive feeling of being watched had returned tenfold. "Did you hear that?" Stewie asked, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "I don't know what I heard," Eric admitted, "but I know we shouldn't be anywhere near this place when night falls." Matt, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, stopped suddenly. He stared at a collapsed apartment building, its skeletal remains jutting into the gray sky. "Guys, look at that." The others followed his gaze. The building itself wasn't unusual, just another ruin in a dead city, but something had been moving inside. A shadow, quick and deliberate, had disappeared behind one of the broken walls. Eric clenched his jaw. "We need to know what's out here. If something's living in this city with us, we can't keep running from it." Against their better judgment, they approached the ruined apartment block, stepping carefully over the debris. The silence around them felt too complete, as if even the wind had decided to hold its breath. They climbed through what had once been a doorway, their flashlights cutting through the dim interior. The place was a disaster, furniture covered in decades of dust, broken glass littering the floor, and walls covered in peeling Soviet-era posters. Then they saw it, a pile of bones. Not just animal bones, there were human remains mixed in. Skulls, rib cages, and femurs, some cracked as if they had been gnawed on. Matt took a step back, his face pale. "This isn't from the disaster. This is recent." Before anyone could respond, a loud crash sounded from above. Something was moving on the higher floors, a heavy, deliberate step. Then another. Eric raised his flashlight toward the stairwell. "We're not alone," he whispered. For a brief moment, they saw a figure. Tall, humanoid, but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its movements unnatural, as if it was trying to mimic the way a person would walk. The thing tilted its head toward them, and then it vanished into the darkness. "Go," Eric ordered, his voice barely above a breath. They ran, scrambling out of the building. They didn't stop until they were far from the apartment block, panting and wide-eyed. The city remained silent, as if nothing had happened. Matt bent over, catching his breath. "What the hell was that?" "I don't know," Eric admitted, scanning the area. "But I think we're starting to understand why this place is really abandoned." Stewie looked back toward the ruins. "We need to decide. Do we keep pushing forward, or do we leave before we end up like those bones?" The wind howled through the empty city, and for the first time, Pripyat felt like it was answering them. The three friends sat in silence for a long time after escaping the apartment building. The night had settled in fully, draping Pripyat in an eerie darkness that seemed to absorb all sound. The strange figure they had seen, whatever it was, hadn't followed them. Or at least, it wasn't making its presence known anymore. Eric finally broke the silence. "We can't leave in the middle of the night. We'd never make it back through the forest without getting lost." Stewie nodded, still shaken. "So what do we do? Just sit here and wait for something else to find us?" Matt rubbed his face. "We stay put, find a defensible spot, and wait for sunrise. Whatever is out here, it doesn't seem to like showing itself in daylight." Reluctantly, they agreed. They picked a building that still had most of its walls intact, a small, abandoned store. The windows were broken, but there was enough cover inside to keep them hidden. They set up in the farthest corner, taking turns keeping watch while the others got some rest. The night passed slowly. Every creak of the wind against the broken buildings made their hearts race. Distant noises, impossible to identify, drifted through the empty streets. At one point, Stewie swore he heard breathing just outside their shelter, but when he peeked through the broken window, nothing was there. By the time the first gray light of dawn stretched over the horizon, they were exhausted but alive. "We made it," Eric muttered, stretching his stiff limbs. Stewie stood and peered outside. The city in the early morning looked almost peaceful, its abandoned streets bathed in pale light. Matt slung his backpack over his shoulder. "We need to keep moving, but let's not take any more risks. No more underground tunnels, no more dark buildings." Eric hesitated before nodding. "Agreed. Let's just explore what we can in the open, take our pictures, and then get the hell out of here." With that, they set off, moving cautiously through the empty streets. Pripyat, in the daylight, was still haunting, but without the oppressive weight of night, it was easier to push away the fear. They walked through the amusement park, past the rusting Ferris wheel, and into the overgrown streets leading to the city's outer districts. For a while, it almost felt normal again. Just three friends on an Urbex adventure, but all of them knew, deep down, that something was watching. And it was only a matter of time before it made itself known again. The city felt different in the daylight, less like a ghost town and more like a place that still had eyes on them. Eric, Matt, and Stewie moved cautiously, sticking to the shadows where they could. They had all agreed, no more taking unnecessary risks. Just explore what they could in the open, take their last photos, and get out. They made their way through the amusement park, past rusting bumper cars swallowed by nature, and onto a wide road leading toward an old apartment block. They had just stopped to take a few pictures when Stewie stiffened. "Guys," he hissed, "we've got a problem." Eric and Matt turned to follow his gaze. At the far end of the street, two men in dark uniforms were walking in their direction. "Guards," Matt muttered. "Shit," Eric swore under his breath. "They're not supposed to patrol this deep into the city." Stewie glanced around frantically. "What do we do?" "Run," Matt said. Without another word, they bolted. The guards shouted behind them, and the sound of boots pounding against the cracked pavement sent adrenaline surging through their veins. Eric led the way, weaving through the abandoned streets as fast as his legs would carry him. They turned a corner, cutting between two buildings. The overgrown foliage clawed at their clothes as they pushed through, their backpacks bouncing against their backs. "There!" Stewie pointed toward an old department store, its glass doors shattered. They ducked inside, careful not to step on the broken glass. The air inside was stale, filled with the scent of decay and dust. They crouched behind an overturned counter, struggling to catch their breath. The sound of footsteps slowed outside. The guards were close. Eric held his breath, his heart hammering in his chest. Through a broken window, he could see one of the men standing just outside, scanning the area. The other was speaking into a radio. "They're calling for backup," Matt whispered. "We can't stay here," Stewie murmured. "We need a distraction." Eric's mind raced. Then he spotted something. A chunk of concrete on the floor. Carefully, he picked it up and threw it toward the far end of the store. It crashed against the wall with a loud bang. The guards reacted immediately, turning toward the noise with their hands on their weapons. "Now!" Matt hissed. They darted out the back entrance, sprinting through the alleys as fast as they could. They didn't stop until they were deep in the ruins of another building, hidden from sight. Panting, Stewie leaned against a wall. That was way too close. "We need to get out of here," Eric said, his voice low. "Tonight." Matt nodded. "Agreed. No more exploring. We've pushed our luck enough." They had come to Pripyat for an adventure. Now, they just wanted to make it out alive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the three friends remained hidden inside the crumbling remains of an old apartment building. They had barely spoken since their close call with the guards earlier that day. Tension hung in the air. One wrong move, and they could be caught. Eric peeked through a broken window. The streets were quiet, bathed in the eerie glow of moonlight. "I don't see any movement," he whispered. Matt tightened the straps on his backpack. "If we're going to leave, now's the time." Stewie hesitated. "Are we really done? I mean, we came all this way." Eric shot him a sharp look. "Yes, we're done. We were lucky earlier. If they catch us, it won't just be a slap on the wrist." Stewie sighed but nodded. "All right, let's move." They crept out of the building, sticking to the shadows as they navigated the maze of abandoned structures. Every distant sound made their nerves flare. An animal scurrying through the debris, the wind whistling through broken windows, the faint rustling of leaves. Their route led them back through the amusement park, past the skeletal remains of the Ferris wheel. It loomed over them like a silent guardian, its rusting frame a stark reminder of the city's tragic past. As they reached the outskirts of the city, they spotted the checkpoint in the distance. The road leading out of Pripyat was watched carefully, floodlights cutting through the darkness. "We can't go through there," Matt whispered. "Too risky." Eric motioned toward the trees. "We go through the forest. It's longer, but it's safer." They hurried into the thick brush, branches snapping beneath their feet. The deeper they went, the darker it became. The silence of the forest was unsettling, as if the land itself was holding its breath. After nearly an hour of navigating through the wilderness, they finally spotted the road they had used to sneak in days before. Relief flooded them. "We made it," Stewie exhaled. But before they could step onto the pavement, something moved in the trees behind them. A shadow, a flicker of motion. Something was watching them. Eric turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just the dark expanse of the forest. "Let's go," he said quickly. Without hesitation, they sprinted across the road, disappearing into the safety of the night. Eric, Matt, and Stewie crouched in the thick underbrush, their breaths shallow as they watched the checkpoint from a safe distance. Their plan to escape had hit a major obstacle. There were far more guards than they had expected. Flashlights swept across the road, and they could hear the muffled voices of men talking and the occasional crackle of a radio. "Damn it," Matt whispered. "There's no way we're getting through that." Eric clenched his fists. They must have increased patrols after what happened earlier. If we try to sneak through, we're done. Stewie exhaled slowly, looking back toward the city. "So what do we do? Hide in the forest all night?" Eric shook his head. "Too risky. If they have patrols here, they might start sweeping the woods. We need to go back into Pripyat, find a better hiding spot, and wait it out. Maybe try again tomorrow night." Matt sighed in frustration, but nodded. "Fine, let's move before we get spotted." Carefully, they turned back toward the city, moving through the dense trees to avoid open spaces. The forest around them was eerily quiet, the only sound being the soft crunch of their boots against the leaf-covered ground. Then a noise, a rustling in the undergrowth. The three of them froze. The sound came again, something moving through the trees behind them. Heavy, deliberate steps. Stewie slowly reached for his flashlight, but stopped when Eric grabbed his wrist. "Don't," he whispered. The rustling grew closer. A low guttural growl rumbled from the darkness. Then, just beyond the faint moonlight filtering through the trees, they saw it, two glowing eyes staring at them from the shadows. A wolf. It was massive, its thick fur matted and dark, blending almost perfectly with the forest. Its eyes reflected the dim light, unblinking and predatory. Matt swallowed hard. "Is it rabid?" he whispered. Stewie barely moved his lips. "I don't know. Just don't run." The wolf stepped forward, its head lowering slightly as if assessing them. Its breath was visible in the cold air, slow and steady. Eric knew that turning their backs and running would be the worst thing they could do. Instead, he slowly raised his arms, making himself appear larger. "Easy. We don't want any trouble," he murmured. The wolf's ears twitched. For a long moment, it simply watched them. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it turned and disappeared into the trees. The three stood frozen, barely daring to breathe. Finally, Stewie let out a shaky exhale. "Okay, that was terrifying. Let's get out of here," Eric muttered. Without another word, they hurried back into the ruined city, realizing that Pripyat, despite its emptiness, was far from abandoned. Eric, Matt, and Stewie moved quickly through the outskirts of Pripyat, their nerves still rattled from the encounter with the wolf. The creature had left them alone, but the feeling of being watched never left. It wasn't just the animals, the patrols, or even the eerie emptiness of the city. It was something else, something they couldn't quite explain. They made their way back to the apartment complex they had used before, an old Soviet-era building with peeling paint and broken windows. As they stepped inside, Matt leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. "That was insane," he muttered. "I don't know what's worse, the guards or the damn wildlife." Eric peeked through the dusty blinds, scanning the streets below. "We got lucky. If we had kept going, we would have been caught for sure. We need a better plan." Stewie set his backpack down and sat on the floor. "So what do we do? Wait for another night?" Eric nodded. "Yeah, but we need to find a different route out. If security is this tight, they must have cameras or motion sensors we haven't seen." Matt groaned. "We're running out of food. We planned for a few days, but not this long. If we don't get out soon, we're going to have bigger problems." A deep silence fell over them. They had underestimated just how difficult leaving Pripyat would be. After a while, Eric stood up. "We should get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll check out the train tracks, maybe follow them out of here." The others nodded, too exhausted to argue. They secured the doors and windows, making sure they wouldn't be taken by surprise. But as they lay down to rest, a new sound reached them, something scraping against the outside of the building. Stewie's eyes snapped open. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Eric sat up, listening. The sound was faint but steady, like nails dragging across concrete. Matt slowly moved to the window, peeking through a crack. His breath hitched. "Guys, you're gonna want to see this." Eric and Stewie joined him, peering outside. There in the middle of the street stood a figure. It was human-shaped but too thin, its limbs slightly too long. It stood motionless, facing the building. Stewie swallowed hard. "That's not a guard." Matt pulled away from the window. "I don't care what it is. We are not going outside tonight." The three of them backed away, their hearts pounding. Pripyat wasn't just dangerous because of the guards, the radiation, or the animals. Something else was here, and it didn't want them to leave. The figure outside remained motionless for what felt like an eternity. Eric, Matt, and Stewie barely dared to breathe as they watched from the window, afraid to make any sudden movement. The way it stood, rigid, unnatural, made their skin crawl. Then, without warning, it was gone. Not in the way someone would turn and walk away. It was just no longer there. 1 second, it was in the street. The next, nothing but empty space remained. Matt swallowed hard. "I hate this place." Eric exhaled, trying to shake the tension from his body. "We're getting out of here at first light." None of them slept. The hours stretched on, every creak of the abandoned building making them flinch. As soon as the first hints of dawn filtered through the broken windows, they packed up their gear and prepared to leave. Moving quickly, they navigated through the crumbling apartment complex and out into the desolate streets. The city, bathed in the cold light of morning, felt even more abandoned than before. They had planned to follow the railway tracks leading toward the outskirts of Pripyat, but after checking their surroundings, they decided on a safer route, through the ruins of an old marketplace, away from open spaces where they could be spotted. As they weaved through the skeletal remains of old buildings, they heard distant voices. Eric signaled for them to stop. They crouched behind an overturned truck, peering toward the sound. A small group of guards was patrolling a street near the Ferris wheel, talking amongst themselves. "Let's go the other way," Stewie whispered. They turned and moved in the opposite direction, taking a longer but safer route. The last thing they needed was to get caught trespassing. They passed through an old grocery store, the shelves long empty, then through an alleyway filled with rusted bicycles and abandoned strollers. The eerie silence of Pripyat was suffocating. When they finally reached a section of the city close to the woods, Eric pointed toward an old industrial facility. "If we go through there, we can circle back to our original exit point. No more detours after that." They hurried inside, moving through dusty corridors and rusting stairwells. Just as they reached the far exit, Stewie suddenly grabbed Eric's arm. "Do you hear that?" A faint, clicking sound echoed from the hall behind them. Not footsteps, something else. A mechanical rhythm, distant yet distinct. Matt's face paled. "We need to move." They didn't wait to find out what it was. Breaking into a run, they darted out of the building and into the open air, sprinting toward the tree line. By the time they reached the edge of the forest, the city loomed behind them in silence. No voices, no footsteps. Whatever had been following them, if anything had been following them, was gone. They kept moving. Hours later, as they finally reached their extraction point near the exclusion zone's border, Stewie glanced back at the skyline of Pripyat. "I don't think we were supposed to be there," he murmured. Eric adjusted his backpack. "We were lucky. Let's not push that luck any further." Without another word, they turned and left the ghost city behind, carrying with them memories they would never be able to explain. End of Part 2. Part 3. Eric, Matt, and Stewie moved quickly through the outskirts of Pripyat, keeping low and avoiding any open areas. The city had already proven itself to be more than just an abandoned ruin. Something else lurked within its depths, something beyond their understanding. They weren't about to take any more chances. As they reached the exclusion zone's perimeter, they spotted the familiar rusted fence that marked their entry point. It was still intact, just as they had left it. Climbing over would be the easy part. The real challenge was ensuring they weren't seen. Matt checked his watch. "If we time this right, we should be able to slip through without any patrols catching us." Stewie exhaled sharply. "Let's just get this over with." One by one, they climbed over the fence, carefully dropping onto the other side. For the first time in days, they were technically outside of the forbidden zone. Yet, none of them felt relieved. They stuck to the tree line, moving deeper into the forest that stretched beyond Pripyat. They had stashed extra supplies a few miles from the city, just in case they needed them for the journey back. The plan had always been to hike to a rendezvous point where a contact would drive them back to Kiev. As they walked, the eerie silence of the forest pressed in around them. Even the birds seemed hesitant to make noise. After what felt like hours, they reached the small hidden cache they had left behind before entering the zone. Bottled water, some protein bars, and a change of clothes to make them look less like trespassers. Eric pulled out a map and double-checked their route. "We stick to this road for a few miles, then wait at the old bus stop. Our ride should be there by nightfall." They moved as quickly as they could, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on them. Every rustling branch or snapping twig sent a jolt of paranoia through their bodies, but they never saw anything. Finally, as the last light of day began to fade, they spotted the rundown bus stop, a small concrete structure covered in faded Soviet murals. The road beside it was cracked and overgrown, a relic of a time long past. Matt sat down on the cold concrete bench. "We actually made it." Stewie, leaning against the wall, let out a nervous chuckle. "Yeah, I guess we did." Eric stayed standing, staring back toward the direction they had come. The skyline of Pripyat was no longer visible, but the feeling of being watched hadn't faded. Something had been in that city with them. Something had followed them. And though they had left Pripyat behind, he wasn't sure if Pripyat had left them. The distant hum of an approaching vehicle cut through the silence. Their ride was almost here. It was time to go home. The black SUV rolled to a slow stop in front of the bus stop. The driver, a middle-aged Ukrainian man with a cigarette hanging from his lips, lowered the window just enough to get a look at them. "You the guys?" he asked in a thick accent. Eric nodded. "Yeah." The man gave them a long look, as if sizing them up. You look like hell, he muttered before unlocking the doors. They wasted no time getting inside. The seats were worn, but to them, they felt like pure luxury compared to the cold concrete and rusted ruins they had called home for the past few days. As the SUV pulled away from the abandoned road, Matt exhaled. I can't believe we actually did it. Stewie laughed, rubbing his face. I can't believe we're still alive. Eric, however, stayed quiet. He watched the darkening forest pass by outside, his mind still trapped in Pripyat. The encounters, the shadows, the strange figures, they had left the city, but something deep inside him told him that the city wasn't done with them yet. The driver glanced at them in the rearview mirror. Tourists, huh? He smirked. You got your little adventure? More than we wanted, Matt muttered. The driver snorted. You're lucky. Many don't come back. The weight of his words settled over them. They had seen things in that city that no one would believe. And yet, as they sat in the SUV, speeding farther and farther away from the zone, they realized that the hardest part was still ahead of them, returning to normal life. Would things ever feel normal again? Eric wasn't sure, but one thing was clear. Pripyat had changed them. The drive back to Kiev was long, but in a way, it felt like a dream. The landscape around them began to change, slowly but surely, from the decaying remnants of the exclusion zone to the more familiar, cultivated fields of Ukraine. The sun had set completely now, casting long shadows across the land. Stewie leaned his head back against the seat, eyes closed, and sighed. I can't believe we're really leaving it behind. You think that's it? Matt asked, raising an eyebrow. You think we just walk away from all that and it's over? Stewie didn't answer right away. Eric, who had been silently staring out the window, turned to them both. What do you mean? Matt ran a hand through his hair. I don't know. I feel like we're not the same anymore. Like that place, it's still with us. Eric nodded. He had the same feeling, the one that gnawed at the edges of his thoughts, making his stomach twist. It was as if something in that place had marked them. But what? And why? The car moved steadily, the rumbling of the tires on the road almost lulling them to sleep. But the quiet in the vehicle felt unnatural after everything that had happened in Pripyat. There were so many questions, so many memories. The strange creatures, the eerie silence of the deserted city, the chilling moments when they felt like they were being watched. Every little detail lingered in Eric's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't really done with Pripyat yet. You guys ever wonder what's still in there? Eric finally asked, his voice quiet. Stewie looked at him. What do you mean? Like, what if there's still something waiting for us? Matt smirked, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. You mean like ghosts? You think there's something left in that place? After everything's been abandoned for so long? I don't know, Eric muttered. Ed, but I keep thinking about those creatures, the figures we saw, the way everything felt so off. What if we weren't the only ones who noticed? Stewie shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Man, don't say that. I don't want to think about it. The driver, who had been silent up until this point, suddenly spoke. It's not ghosts you should be worried about. Eric turned to him, startled. What do you mean? The man's eyes darted briefly in the rearview mirror. Some things never leave that place. Some things live on. A heavy silence fell over the car as the words hung in the air. Eric felt the temperature in the vehicle drop a few degrees. You can't go back, the driver added quietly. You don't go into that city without paying a price. And even if you leave, it doesn't always let you go. Eric's heart began to race. He exchanged a glance with Matt and Stewie. The driver smirked slightly. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a guy driving a car. They didn't speak again until they reached the outskirts of Kiev. The feeling of unease lingered, but the city's lights were a welcome sight. It was the first real glimpse of normal life they had seen in days. Yet, even as they left the eerie silence of Pripyat behind them, the question remained. Would they ever truly leave it? The city of Kiev seemed to breathe in contrast to the stillness of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. It was busy, alive with people, cars, and the rush of urban life, a stark difference to the empty silence they had left behind. But as Eric, Matt, and Stewie settled back into their hotel, a strange feeling gnawed at them, a sense of disconnection. Their bodies were back in the city, but their minds were still tangled in the twisted labyrinths of Pripyat. They sat around a small table in the hotel room, surrounded by empty cans of beer, each of them lost in their own thoughts. I thought I'd feel better once we left, Matt said, breaking the silence. He threw his can into the trash and stood up, pacing around the room. But it's like, I don't know. Like there's still something unfinished. Yeah, Stewie replied. It doesn't feel like we've fully left it behind. That city. Something was wrong there, man. I keep thinking about the faces we saw, and that thing in the forest. Eric was silent for a moment before speaking. It wasn't just the place. It was us too. We changed in there. We saw things we weren't supposed to see. We felt things that didn't make sense. Then why does it feel like we're still being watched? Matt asked, pausing to look out the window at the darkening skyline. Stewie shuddered. Stop. I don't want to hear that right now. I'm just trying to get back to normal. But Eric couldn't shake the feeling. No matter how many times he tried to tell himself it was just exhaustion, just the adrenaline of surviving something dangerous, deep down, he knew something else was at play. The next morning, they found themselves walking through the streets of Kiev. They were going through the motions, buying coffee, checking in on their phones, trying to shake the memories of Pripyat. But nothing felt the same. They saw the city through different eyes now. The usual hustle and bustle seemed distant, like a world that no longer fully belonged to them. The city felt too loud, too fast. They walked in silence, their footsteps echoing strangely as they moved through the crowd. I think we need to talk about what happens next, Eric finally said, breaking the silence. You mean, what happens when we get home? Stewie asked. Eric nodded. Yeah, this experience, it's going to change everything. We can't just go back to our regular lives after all of this. Matt chuckled dryly. Speak for yourself. I'm getting back to normal. I'm not going to let this whole thing ruin me. But Stewie wasn't so sure. You think you can just forget about it? You think we can just move on like it never happened? I don't know, Matt said quietly, his tone more serious than usual. I'm just saying we can't let it control us. We went there. We saw things. But we're still here. That has to count for something. They stopped in front of a cafe and ordered more coffee, still processing the events that had unfolded. But even in the relative safety of the cafe, the doubts lingered. There was something about Pripyat, something about that place, that they could never truly leave behind. The fear, the unease, the sense that they had uncovered something too powerful to ignore. None of it was gone. And no matter how much they tried to push it aside, it would follow them. Like a shadow in their minds, lurking just beneath the surface. They weren't sure what to do with all the impressions they had gathered, how to process the bizarre experiences and the eerie creatures they had encountered. And no matter how much they wanted to pretend they could go back to normal, the truth was that something inside them had changed. The world would never look the same again. But for now, they were alive, and maybe, just maybe, that was all they could hold on to. Weeks passed since they had left Pripyat. The normalcy of everyday life seemed to slowly creep back in, like a fog lifting. Eric, Matt, and Stewie tried to focus on their jobs, their relationships, their routine, but the remnants of their experiences haunted them. It was a quiet evening when Eric sat down to look through his camera. He had taken dozens of photos during their trip, trying to document everything they encountered. But as he flipped through the images, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was a picture of an abandoned building in Pripyat, the once bustling city frozen in time. The windows were broken, the walls covered in peeling paint, yet the image looked so ordinary. And yet, when Eric stared at it longer, he felt an unease he couldn't explain. Matt, sitting across from him in the dim light of the apartment, noticed the tension in Eric's face. What's up? Eric shook his head. It's nothing. Just looking at these photos, I don't know. Something feels off. Yeah, Matt muttered, rubbing his temple. I know what you mean. It's like we're stuck with this. Stuck with the memories, the sounds, the weird things we saw. Stewie, who had been quiet, looked at his two friends, his face drawn with worry. We're all trying to forget, but we can't. It's not that easy. Eric exhaled slowly, closing the photo album. You know, I've been thinking maybe it's time we face it. Maybe it's time we tell someone what happened. Matt immediately tensed. Tell someone? Are you crazy? Do you think anyone would believe us? I'm not talking about telling everyone, Eric replied, but maybe we need to talk to someone who understands, someone who's not going to dismiss us as crazy. Stewie looked between them, considering the idea. Maybe. But who do we talk to? Who's going to get it? You heard what people say about Chernobyl. People think we're lucky to be alive, but they don't really understand what we went through. I know, Eric said quietly, but we can't just keep pretending it didn't happen. We need to figure out what it was, what we saw, and most importantly, why. The conversation fell into silence. It felt like they were stuck in limbo, unsure of how to move forward. What had they really uncovered in Pripyat? And what were they supposed to do with the experiences that were now a part of them? Matt looked at Eric, his expression dark. What if the answers are better left unknown? What if some things shouldn't be figured out? Eric met Matt's gaze. I don't know, but I feel like if we don't do something, it'll keep following us. We'll never really be able to move on. Stewie sighed. All right, let's say we do try to figure it out. What happens then? Will it change anything? Will we just go back to our regular lives, or will we keep digging until we're in deeper than we can handle? I don't know, Eric admitted, but I don't think we can keep running from it. Not forever. The weight of their decisions pressed down on them. They didn't have answers, only questions. The past few months had been nothing short of surreal, and the events they experienced felt like something out of a nightmare. But somehow, they couldn't escape the feeling that it was all connected to something bigger, something beyond their understanding. As the night stretched on, they sat in the quiet of the room, contemplating their next move. The world outside felt distant, almost unreal. They were living in a strange in-between, suspended between two realities, the one they left behind and the one they now faced. For the first time, they wondered if returning to Pripyat might be the only way to truly find the answers they needed, or if doing so would plunge them even deeper into the mystery they had already barely survived. One thing was certain, the adventure they'd embarked on wasn't over. It had only just begun. The days following their conversation were filled with uncertainty. Eric, Matt, and Stewie couldn't stop thinking about Pripyat and the haunting experiences that followed them. The unease they felt was more than just the shadow of an adventure gone wrong. It was a sense of something unfinished, a thread that they couldn't let go. It was late one night when Eric made the decision. He stood in the dim light of his apartment, staring at the maps they had used on their journey, the abandoned areas of Pripyat, the structures they hadn't explored, the places that seemed to hold the answers. The question gnawed at him. What if they had missed something? Matt, Stewie, he said, his voice steady, but carrying the weight of determination. We need to go back. We missed something, and I can't shake the feeling that the answers are still out there. Matt, sitting on the couch, looked up with a frown. We've been over this. We can't keep going back. It was dangerous enough the first time. I know, Eric said, pacing slowly, but I can't stop thinking about it. What if there's more? What if we didn't see everything? I know we promised ourselves we'd never go back, but I don't think we can live with the doubt. Stewie, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. You're right. Something still doesn't sit right with me. Maybe it's because we didn't finish it, didn't get the answers we need. Eric turned to him, a small sense of relief washing over him. Exactly. We need to know what we were up against, and we need to be sure it's really over. This feeling, it won't go away until we do something about it. After a long silence, Matt exhaled and rubbed his face, clearly exhausted. All right, fine, I'll go. But if this ends badly, I'm blaming you. Stewie gave a short laugh, clearly nervous but resolved. I guess we're all in this together, huh? The decision was made. A week later, the trio found themselves back at the borders of the exclusion zone. The cold wind cut through their jackets as they stood near the old checkpoint. The landscape had not changed much since their last visit. The same eerie quiet hung in the air, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the overgrown vegetation. Matt was looking at the watch on his wrist, frowning. I still don't know about this. We promised ourselves we wouldn't come back. I know, Eric replied. But we have to. We'll be in and out. Just a quick scan. We won't stay long. Stewie, now fully geared up for the expedition, stared at the crumbling city in the distance. We might find what we're looking for, or we might get in deeper than we can handle. Eric gave him a determined nod. We can handle it. We have to. Together, they started their journey toward the heart of the city, moving quickly through the overgrown streets of Pripyat. As they passed the abandoned buildings, the air felt thicker, more oppressive. It was as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to make the next move. They passed by the Ferris wheel, the iconic symbol of the city's abandonment, and Eric paused for a moment. "Remember when we first saw this? We had no idea what we were about to get into." Stewie grinned weakly. "Yeah, it was just an adventure then. Now it feels different." Matt, always the practical one, checked the map again. "We should head for the north side. There are some places we missed last time. Maybe something there will give us a clue." The hours stretched on as they ventured deeper into the heart of Pripyat. The buildings around them seemed even more unsettling in the daylight, their once proud facades now decaying and covered in vines. The air was thick with dust, and the city was still, as if it had been waiting for them. After several hours of exploring, they arrived at a forgotten complex, hidden behind a line of trees. This building was unlike any they had explored before. It was sealed off, its windows dark, and there was an overwhelming sense of unease as they stepped closer. "I don't like this," Matt muttered, eyeing the structure warily. "We're almost there," Eric said, taking a deep breath. "Let's see what's inside." They carefully made their way inside, the door creaking loudly as they pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, and the smell of old decay lingered. The walls were lined with old, rusting equipment, and the flickering light of their torches revealed a mess of broken machinery. It was clear no one had been here for a long time. Suddenly, Eric's light landed on something that made his stomach drop. A set of strange markings on the floor. Symbols, unfamiliar and unsettling. They seemed to pulse with a strange energy, almost as if they were alive. "We've seen these before," Stewie said quietly, his voice filled with awe. Eric nodded, his heart pounding. "Yeah, these are the same symbols we saw in the other building, the ones we couldn't understand." Matt shook his head. "You're telling me those symbols are all over this place? What does that mean?" Before Eric could answer, there was a soft, low sound from somewhere in the distance, something barely perceptible, like a hum vibrating through the air. It was a sound they had heard before. "Not again," Matt muttered, his voice tight with fear. Eric held up a hand, signaling for them to stay quiet. The hum grew louder. Something was out there. Something was watching them. The hunt for answers had led them here, and now they would finally discover whether they were ready to face whatever had been lurking in Pripyat all along. The low hum that filled the air sent a shiver down Eric's spine. It was deep, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably there. The three of them exchanged uneasy glances, their flashlights casting trembling beams of light across the dust-covered walls. "Tell me that's just the wind," Stewie whispered, gripping his flashlight tighter. "It's not the wind," Matt replied, his voice barely above a breath. Eric took a cautious step forward, his eyes locked on the strange symbols on the floor. They looked old, much older than the Soviet-era ruins surrounding them. But what disturbed him most was the faint sensation of something watching them. It was the same feeling they had experienced during their first days in Pripyat, the feeling of being observed by something just beyond the edge of their perception. A sudden noise echoed from the far end of the corridor, something shifting in the darkness. The sound was small, subtle, but enough to make their blood run cold. "We need to move," Eric whispered. "Now." Matt didn't hesitate. He turned toward the exit, but just as he did, the humming sound changed in pitch, rising to a sharp, almost mechanical whine. Then silence. The three of them stood frozen, listening, their hearts pounding. Stewie exhaled shakily. "I think we woke something up." Eric swallowed hard. "Then let's get out before it finds us." They moved quickly but cautiously, their steps barely making a sound as they navigated through the abandoned facility. The air inside felt heavier now, as if the very walls were closing in on them. Every shadow seemed to stretch unnaturally, and the deeper they went, the more the sensation of being watched intensified. As they reached the main entrance, Stewie hesitated. "Wait," he said. "What if we're walking right into whatever was making that sound?" "Then we don't stop moving," Matt replied. Eric took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The cold night air hit them like a wave, but something was wrong. The usual sounds of the wind rustling through the trees, the distant creaks of decaying buildings, everything was eerily silent. It was as if the entire exclusion zone was holding its breath. "We need to get back to the hotel," Eric said. "We regroup, think this through." No one argued. They slipped through the ruins of Pripyat as quickly as they could, keeping their flashlights low to avoid drawing attention. The sense of unease never left them, but no figures emerged from the darkness. No strange creatures lurked in their peripheral vision. Yet the feeling remained. Something had changed in Pripyat that night. Something had stirred. And they weren't sure if they had the courage to find out what it was. Back at their makeshift shelter in the abandoned hotel, Eric, Matt, and Stewie sat in silence, their minds still processing what had happened. The oppressive feeling that had followed them through the underground corridors had lessened, but it hadn't disappeared entirely. "That was different," Stewie finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "We've had weird stuff happen before, but that sound, those symbols, it was like something wanted us to find them. Or wanted to scare us away," Matt added, rubbing his temples. Eric stared out the broken window. The city was as lifeless as ever, but the silence felt unnatural now. He had spent years exploring abandoned places, but Pripyat was unlike anywhere else. It had its own presence, one that was watching them more closely than ever. "We leave tomorrow," Eric finally said. "We've pushed our luck enough. We get some rest, pack up at first light, and head back to the checkpoint." No one disagreed. The excitement of their adventure had turned into something more unnerving, something none of them could fully explain. Matt unrolled his sleeping bag near the door, keeping his backpack close. Stewie muttered something about keeping a flashlight within reach before settling down. Eric, however, struggled to relax. Even as exhaustion weighed down on him, his mind wouldn't let go of the unease. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind that whistled through the shattered windows, everything felt amplified, as if the city itself was restless. And then, just as he was about to drift into sleep, he heard it. A sound outside, faint, distant, but unmistakable. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps on the pavement below. Eric's breath caught in his throat. He turned his head slightly, meeting Matt's wide-eyed gaze. He had heard it too. Without a word, Matt reached for his flashlight, but Eric shook his head. No lights. Not yet. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, a rustling sound, as if something was shifting through debris nearby. Stewie sat up abruptly. "Guys, shh," Eric whispered. The three of them remained frozen, listening. The noise didn't come closer, but it didn't go away either. Something or someone was out there. Minutes passed, stretching endlessly. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. Nothing. The city was silent again. Matt exhaled shakily. "It's probably just an animal," he murmured, though he didn't sound convinced. "Maybe," Eric said, but deep down, he wasn't sure at all. None of them slept well that night. As dawn broke over Pripyat, a pale, ghostly light filtered through the ruined buildings. Eric, Matt, and Stewie sat in silence, their backs against the crumbling hotel wall. None of them had slept well. The strange noises outside had left them on edge, and every shadow seemed to stretch just a little too long. Eric rubbed his face. "All right, we're leaving today. No more detours, no more exploring. We pack up, get to the edge of the city, and make it back to where we came in. Agreed?" Matt and Stewie nodded. They had all pushed their luck too far, and the weight of the past few days had finally caught up with them. They packed quickly, stuffing their gear into their backpacks and making sure they left no trace behind. As they stepped out into the empty streets, the morning air felt unnaturally still. No birds, no wind, just a heavy silence. Walking cautiously, they made their way through the deserted city, avoiding the open streets where any wandering patrols might spot them. Despite the eerie quiet, something about the atmosphere felt different. The presence they had felt before wasn't as strong. It was almost as if whatever had been watching them had retreated. "Maybe we imagined half of it," Stewie muttered, but even he didn't sound convinced. They moved through the cracked roads, past rusted-out vehicles and overgrown buildings. At one point, they passed the Ferris wheel again. The skeletal frame of the ride stood frozen in time, a haunting reminder of the city's past. Matt stopped for a moment, staring at it. "You know, as terrifying as this place is, it's kind of beautiful in its own way." Eric sighed. "Yeah, but it's time to go." They pressed on, reaching the outer edges of Pripyat. The exclusion zone's perimeter was still miles away, and they had a long trek ahead. As they slipped through a collapsed section of a fence, Eric took one last look at the city behind them. Pripyat stood still, silent, and unchanging. Whatever mysteries it held, they would remain buried. For now. The journey out of the exclusion zone was long and tense. Every snapped twig and distant rustle sent shivers down their spines. Though the overwhelming sense of being watched had faded, none of them felt truly safe until they were miles away from Pripyat. After hours of careful trekking, they finally reached the rendezvous point where their contact was waiting. A rusted van sat hidden behind a line of trees. Its driver, a quiet, middle-aged man with a thick beard, barely acknowledging them as they climbed inside. The van rumbled to life, and as they drove away, the ruined city disappeared behind the thick forest. The ride back was silent. None of them spoke about what they had seen, the things they had felt, or the shadows they had glimpsed in the night. It wasn't until they were back in the safety of their hotel room in Kiev that they finally exhaled. Matt collapsed onto the bed. "We actually did it. We survived Pripyat." Eric leaned against the window, staring at the city lights outside. Barely. Stewie pulled out his camera, flipping through the photos they had taken. There were shots of rusted playgrounds, abandoned apartments, and long-forgotten Soviet murals. But as he scrolled, his face slowly paled. "Guys, look at this," he whispered. Eric and Matt leaned in. One of the pictures, taken near the hospital, showed a dark, humanoid figure standing in the background. It wasn't clear, almost like a smudge or distortion, but its shape was unmistakable. A chill ran through the room. None of them had seen it when they were there. Stewie shut off the camera. Maybe we don't talk about this to anyone." Eric and Matt nodded. Some things were better left behind. The next morning, they boarded a flight back to the United States. As the plane lifted into the sky, Eric looked out the window. In the distance, far below, the forests of the exclusion zone stretched endlessly. Somewhere within them, the ruins of Pripyat stood silent, waiting for the next group of explorers foolish enough to enter. And whatever lurked in the shadows would be waiting. The end. Subscribe to the channel if you want more stories. This is a true story shared on a pyramid exploration forum in 2012. Jake and Paul had been best friends since childhood, bound by a shared fascination with the mysteries of the ancient world. Growing up in a small American town, their interests led them down many rabbit holes: aliens, lost civilizations, and, most of all, the secrets of the Egyptian pyramids. The towering structures, built thousands of years ago, had always seemed like something more than just burial sites. Jake, a meticulous researcher, spent countless nights poring over old forums, dusty books, and grainy internet videos. Paul, a more adventurous spirit, loved to talk about all the wonders they could one day see. "One day, we're going to crack it, Jake," Paul would say, eyes sparkling. "We're going to find the truth about those pyramids." As the years went by, they both pursued careers, Jake as a historian and Paul as a documentary filmmaker. But their childhood obsession never faded. And then one day, they stumbled upon something that would reignite their dream: an old, archived forum post from 2004. It claimed that the Egyptian pyramids contained hidden passages and chambers, secret tunnels concealed beneath the ancient stones, and that the walls inside held symbols. Symbols that, when pressed in the right sequence, would open hidden doors. The post was full of speculation, a mix of folklore and unverified reports, but it was enough to make the idea seem plausible. Jake and Paul had heard rumors before, but this was different. The details matched up with their own research, and the excitement was palpable. "Let's go," Jake said one night after a long discussion, his eyes wide with the kind of enthusiasm that only came with the possibility of an adventure. "Let's do it. Let's go to Egypt." Paul grinned. "You really think we're going to find something? We could be the first to uncover the truth." "We won't know unless we try," Jake replied. The decision was made. With a mixture of disbelief and excitement, they booked their flights to Egypt. The dream they'd shared as kids was about to become real. They were going to see the pyramids up close, to search for secrets hidden deep within their ancient stones. But little did they know, this journey would lead them down a path that neither of them could have ever predicted. The flight to Egypt felt surreal, As the plane descended toward Cairo, Jake stared out of the window, watching the vast desert stretch endlessly beneath them. Paul sat beside him, scrolling through old forum threads, refreshing his memory on every detail they had gathered over the years. "Still think we're chasing a ghost story?" Paul asked, smirking. Jake chuckled. "Maybe. But I'd rather check it out myself than spend my whole life wondering." Their plane landed in the bustling capital, and soon they found themselves navigating the chaotic streets of Cairo. The city was alive with the sounds of car horns, street vendors calling out, and tourists chattering excitedly. The air smelled of spices, heat, and ancient stone. They checked into a modest hotel near Giza, their room offering a distant but breathtaking view of the pyramids. Seeing them in real life was a completely different experience. The Great Pyramid of Giza loomed in the distance, its silhouette against the setting sun sending a shiver of excitement through both of them. "That's where we're going tomorrow," Jake said, nodding toward the pyramids. "And if those forum posts were right, we need to find that specific wall with the symbols." Paul exhaled sharply. "We don't even know if it exists, but hell, let's find out." That night, neither of them got much sleep. The anticipation was too great. Their childhood dream was about to become a reality. Tomorrow, they would step into the heart of the ancient world and begin their search for a secret that had been buried for millennia. The next morning, Jake and Paul joined a group of tourists on a guided tour of the Great Pyramid of Giza. The guide, a middle-aged Egyptian man with a thick accent, spoke enthusiastically about the history and construction of the pyramid. But Jake and Paul weren't paying much attention. Their focus was elsewhere, on the walls, the passageways, and anything that might hint at the secret entrance they were searching for. Paul leaned in and whispered, "We need to find a way to break off from the group." Jake nodded. "We'll have to do it carefully. If we get caught, we're done." They continued moving with the tour, their eyes scanning every inch of the stone walls. According to the forum posts, there was a hidden section somewhere deep inside, with ancient symbols that had to be pressed in a specific sequence. But no one had ever confirmed if it was real. As they moved through the narrow corridors, an opportunity presented itself. The group paused in a chamber while the guide explained something about the hieroglyphs. A small, darkened passage branched off to the right. Paul nudged Jake. "Now or never." Without hesitation, they slipped away, moving quickly but quietly down the side passage. Their footsteps echoed in the tight stone corridor as they ventured deeper into the unknown. The air grew stale, thick with the scent of dust and history. After a few minutes, Paul checked behind them. "No one's following us." Jake exhaled in relief. "All right, now let's find that wall." They had no idea if the secret passage was real or if they were simply chasing an old internet myth. But as they pressed forward, the excitement of the unknown pushed them deeper into the ancient structure. Jake and Paul moved carefully through the narrow passageways of the pyramid, their flashlights casting long, eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls. The temperature had dropped noticeably the deeper they ventured inside, and the air was thick with dust, making each breath feel heavy. "This place feels endless," Paul muttered, running his fingers along the rough limestone. "You sure we're even looking in the right area?" Jake checked his phone, scrolling through the saved forum discussions. "According to what we read, there should be a hidden section somewhere off the main corridors. But it's not like they left a map for us." He sighed, glancing around. "We just have to keep looking." The friends moved deeper, slipping past a roped-off area where restoration efforts had been left unfinished. They were now far beyond the tourist paths, where the walls were darker, the hieroglyphs untouched for centuries. A thick layer of dust coated the floor, broken only by their footprints. Paul shone his light along the walls, studying the carvings. "You think they really hid secret tunnels in here?" Jake hesitated before answering. "I don't know, but people have been talking about them for years. There's always been speculation about hidden chambers, about things that were never meant to be found." Paul smirked. "And we're the ones who are going to find them?" "Someone has to," Jake said. They pressed on, scanning the walls for anything unusual, anything that might match the vague descriptions from the old forums. Most of what they saw were standard hieroglyphics, depicting scenes of daily life, gods, and pharaohs. Nothing that suggested a hidden entrance. Minutes stretched into an hour. The deeper they went, the heavier the silence became, Paul exhaled sharply. Man, I don't know. Maybe that forum was just full of conspiracy theorists. Jake didn't answer immediately. He was staring at something up ahead, a fork in the passage. One side continued downward, while the other led to what appeared to be a small chamber. He turned to Paul. Let's check that room. Paul hesitated. You sure? What if it's blocked off for a reason? Jake shrugged. Only one way to find out. The two stepped inside. The chamber was small, barely big enough for the two of them to stand comfortably. The walls were lined with faded carvings, but they weren't like the ones in the main corridors. These were older, worn down by time. Some were barely recognizable. Paul ran a hand through his hair. Well, this is different. Jake walked along the wall, brushing dust off a particularly faded section. His brow furrowed. These symbols, they don't look like normal hieroglyphs. Paul stepped closer, intrigued. What do you mean? Jake shook his head. I don't know, but I think we need to keep searching. We're close to something. I can feel it. Paul sighed. Fine, but if we don't find anything soon, I say we head back before we get lost. Jake gave him a confident smirk. Deal. But deep down, he knew they weren't going back anytime soon. Jake and Paul pressed deeper into the pyramid, moving carefully through its maze-like corridors. The deeper they ventured, the more they realized how easy it would be to get lost. Every hallway looked the same. Smooth limestone walls covered in faded hieroglyphs, the occasional narrow doorway leading to another chamber. Their footsteps echoed softly, swallowed by the overwhelming silence. We should have brought chalk, Paul muttered, running a hand along the stone as they turned another corner. Or something to mark where we've been. Jake glanced at his phone, but there was no signal, not even a hint of a connection. He wasn't surprised. We'll be fine, he said, though he wasn't entirely sure. We just have to keep track of where we came from. Paul scoffed. Yeah? Because it already feels like we've passed this same hallway 3 times. Jake wasn't about to admit that he felt the same way. Instead, he focused on the carvings on the walls, hoping to spot something, anything, that stood out. According to the old forum posts, there was supposed to be a hidden entrance somewhere, but the descriptions had been vague at best. A wall with strange symbols, one post had said. Another mentioned a passage that doesn't belong. Not exactly helpful when the entire pyramid was covered in symbols and passages. They continued forward, their flashlights barely piercing the darkness ahead. The deeper they went, the more the air seemed to change, thicker, heavier, as if the very walls were pressing in on them. It wasn't just the lack of ventilation, it was something else. Paul stopped suddenly, placing a hand on Jake's shoulder. Hold on. What? Paul turned his flashlight to a section of the wall. The carvings here were different. While most of the hieroglyphs they had seen depicted gods, animals, and pharaohs, this section was stranger. The figures were taller, with elongated limbs and large hollow eyes. Some were pointing upward, others downward. Between them, a circular shape was carved into the stone. This isn't normal, is it? Paul asked, his voice quieter now. Jake stepped closer, his fingers tracing the circular carving. No, he murmured. This isn't normal at all. Paul shifted uncomfortably. You think this is it? The entrance? Jake shook his head. I don't know, but I think we're getting closer. For the first time since they had entered the pyramid, neither of them was entirely sure if that was a good thing. Jake and Paul stood in silence, their flashlights illuminating the strange carvings on the wall. The figures, with their elongated limbs and large hollow eyes, sent a chill down Jake's spine. He had seen plenty of Egyptian hieroglyphs before, but nothing like this. Paul exhaled slowly. So, what now? We just keep looking? Jake nodded. Yeah, if this is different from the other walls, maybe we're on the right track. They pressed on, moving carefully through the dimly lit corridors. The deeper they went, the more the walls seemed to change. The typical hieroglyphics depicting gods, pharaohs, and daily Egyptian life became less common. Instead, they saw more strange figures, some tall and humanoid, others grotesque and monstrous. There were swirling patterns, unfamiliar symbols, and in some places, markings that looked hastily scratched into the stone, as if someone had carved them in a rush. This is getting weird, Paul muttered, running his fingers over one of the symbols. Do you think these were made by the Egyptians? Jake hesitated. I don't know. Some of these carvings look older, and others look like they were added later. Paul gave him a skeptical look. Later? By who? Jake didn't answer. He didn't have an answer. They turned another corner and found themselves in a larger chamber. The ceiling arched high above them, barely visible in the faint light of their flashlights. The walls here were even stranger, covered in carvings that were more abstract, almost chaotic. Jake's gaze landed on one particular section, where a group of human-like figures stood in a row. In front of them, a much taller figure loomed, its hands reaching toward the smaller ones. The heads of the smaller figures were tilted upward, as if they were looking at the towering entity in awe or fear. Paul shuddered. Okay, this is officially creeping me out. Jake nodded in agreement. The air in the room felt different, stifling, charged with something they couldn't explain. They carefully moved around the chamber, scanning every inch of the walls for anything resembling the symbols mentioned in the old forum posts. But despite the eerie artwork, there was no sign of a hidden entrance, no panel, no suspicious cracks or seams in the stone. Maybe we were wrong, Paul said after a while. Maybe there's nothing here. Jake frowned, unwilling to give up so easily. Let's keep looking. The forum mentioned symbols that needed to be pressed. Maybe we're just missing something. Paul sighed but nodded. They continued their search, trailing their hands over the walls, checking for anything out of place. Minutes stretched into an hour. Their water bottles were running low, and the heat inside the pyramid was starting to get to them. Paul leaned against the wall and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dude, I hate to say it, but I think we might be chasing a myth. We've been wandering down here forever. Jake wanted to argue, but doubt was creeping into his own mind. Maybe they had misunderstood the clues. Maybe this so-called secret passage was just an internet legend with no real basis. But then, click. The sound was soft, almost imperceptible, but it sent a jolt through both of them. Paul straightened immediately. What was that? Jake's eyes widened. His hand was resting on one of the strange symbols, one that was slightly recessed into the wall. He pressed it again. Nothing happened. But before he could step back, something else caught his eye. A few feet away, another symbol was now slightly protruding from the wall, as if waiting to be pressed. Paul's breath hitched. No way! Jake exchanged a glance with him. This is it, he whispered. This is what they were talking about. Their exhaustion was forgotten. Their fear was momentarily pushed aside. They had found the first step to unlocking the hidden chamber. Jake and Paul exchanged nervous glances, their excitement battling with unease. The symbol Jake had pressed had triggered something. But what exactly? Paul wiped his sweaty palms on his jeans. Okay, so if this works the way they said on the forum, we need to press these in the right order. Jake nodded, his mind racing. He tried to recall the details from the old posts. The symbols had to be pressed in a specific sequence, but had the forum ever specified what that sequence was? He took a deep breath. Let's think. What did the forum say? Something about patterns in the stars? Or was it something about the gods? Paul frowned, looking at the protruding symbol. It was shaped like an eye, much like the Eye of Horus. Another symbol further down the wall, a bird-like figure, had also slightly moved. I remember something about constellations, Paul said. Maybe these symbols correspond to star patterns? Jake hesitated, then nodded. It's worth a shot. He reached out and pressed the eye symbol again. Nothing happened. Paul tried pressing the bird symbol next. For a moment, the chamber remained silent. Then, a low, grinding sound echoed through the corridor. Dust rained down from the ceiling as a section of the wall in front of them shuddered slightly. Paul jumped back. Did we do it? Jake's heart pounded. I think so, but it's not fully open. They scanned the wall again. Another symbol, this one resembling a pyramid with rays above it, had now shifted slightly. Jake pressed it. The grinding noise grew louder. A section of the wall, once indistinguishable from the rest of the chamber, suddenly shifted backward. A fine layer of sand poured from the cracks as the hidden doorway slowly slid open, revealing a dark, yawning passage beyond. Paul swallowed hard. Dude, this is insane. Jake's hands were shaking, but he nodded. We actually did it. They shone their flashlights into the opening, but the passage ahead was pitch black. The air that wafted out was stale, ancient, and carried a faint metallic tang. Paul hesitated. You sure we should go in? Jake looked at him, then at the passage. Every logical part of his mind was screaming at him to turn back. But the weight of discovery, the thrill of knowing they had just uncovered something no tourist had ever seen, was too great to resist. "We didn't come all this way to stop now," Jake said. Paul exhaled sharply. "All right, man, let's do this." With that, they stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the unknown depths of the pyramid. Jake and Paul stepped cautiously into the dark passageway, their flashlights casting narrow beams of light against the ancient stone walls. The air inside was thick, stale, and carried a faint metallic scent. The grinding sound of the stone wall settling back into place behind them made them both pause, exchanging nervous glances. "We're in now," Paul murmured. "No turning back." Jake swallowed and nodded. His heart pounded, but excitement overpowered his fear. "Let's just take it slow. We don't know what's down here." The passage sloped gently downward, the walls covered in faded hieroglyphs and intricate carvings. Some of them depicted familiar scenes, pharaohs, gods, and ceremonies, but others were strange, unlike anything they had seen in textbooks or museums. Paul ran his fingers over a carving of what appeared to be a tall, slender figure with an elongated head. "This doesn't look like a normal depiction of a god," he whispered. Jake studied it closely. "It almost looks alien." A chill ran down his spine at his own words. He had always been fascinated by ancient astronaut theories, but seeing something like this deep beneath a pyramid was surreal. They pressed on, the silence around them amplifying every step. The further they went, the more the carvings changed. The traditional depictions of Egyptian life faded, replaced by bizarre images, humanoid figures with glowing orbs, large creatures resembling primates walking alongside humans, and, most unsettling of all, what appeared to be a detailed star map stretching across an entire section of the wall. Paul shone his flashlight over it, his breath hitching. "Jake, look at this." Jake stepped closer, tracing the symbols with his fingers. "This looks like a constellation, but I don't recognize it." Paul took a shaky breath. What if this is why they tried to hide this passage? What if the ancient Egyptians knew something? Jake's mind raced. If this was a hidden chamber, it could rewrite everything historians believed about Egyptian civilization. But why had no one ever found it before? And why had that forum been the only place to mention it? A soft sound echoed from deeper within the passage, almost like a whisper carried through the stone corridors. Paul tensed. "Did you hear that?" Jake nodded, gripping his flashlight tighter. "We're not alone down here." Both men stood frozen for a moment, straining to hear any other sounds. The whispering stopped. Silence fell once more. Paul exhaled slowly. "Maybe just the air moving through the tunnels?" "Maybe," Jake said, though he wasn't convinced. With renewed caution, they continued forward, deeper into the passageway. The walls narrowed and the air grew colder. Then, suddenly, the passage opened into a larger chamber. Jake swept his flashlight across the room. The ceiling arched high above them, covered in carvings more intricate than anything they had seen before. In the center of the room stood a large stone pedestal, and on it rested something that sent a shiver through Jake's entire body. A metallic object, sleek and unnatural, embedded within the ancient stone. Paul's voice was barely a whisper. "Jake, what the hell is that?" Neither of them moved. Neither of them breathed. They had just found something that wasn't supposed to exist. Jake and Paul stood motionless, their flashlights illuminating the metallic object resting atop the ancient stone pedestal. It was smooth, rounded, and unnervingly pristine, completely out of place in the centuries-old chamber. Jake was the first to move, stepping cautiously toward it. "Paul, this thing doesn't belong here." "No kidding," Paul muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He tightened his grip on his flashlight, scanning the rest of the chamber. "What if it's modern? Maybe some archaeologist left it." Jake shook his head. "Look at it. No dust, no corrosion, no signs of age, but also no markings. It's not like any artifact I've ever seen." Paul hesitated before reaching out to touch it. Just as his fingers brushed the surface, a faint vibration pulsed through the air, sending a tingling sensation up his arm. He jerked his hand back. "Did you feel that?" he asked. Jake nodded. It reacted. A creeping sense of unease settled over them. The deeper they explored, the less this felt like just an undiscovered chamber. The images on the walls, the elongated figures, the star maps, the strange creatures, it all pointed to something bigger, something that had been hidden for a reason. Paul turned his flashlight toward another section of the chamber. His breath caught. "Jake, look at this." Jake followed his gaze and felt his stomach drop. More carvings covered the far wall, but these were different. Unlike the careful, symmetrical hieroglyphs they had seen before, these looked hurried, almost desperate. One scene showed human figures kneeling before towering, faceless beings. Another depicted what looked like an eclipse with jagged lines emanating from the darkness. And beneath it all, a series of symbols repeated over and over. Paul squinted. "You think this is a warning?" Jake exhaled slowly. "Maybe." A sudden noise echoed from the passage behind them. A shuffle. A faint scrape against the stone floor. Both men spun around, flashlights trembling slightly. "Did something follow us in here?" Paul whispered. Jake's pulse pounded in his ears. He stepped back toward the pedestal, instinctively placing himself between the object and whatever was out there. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Then, another whisper. This time, it was unmistakable. Not just a shift of air, not just the settling of ancient stone. It was a voice, but it wasn't coming from the passage. It was coming from the object. Jake and Paul exchanged a horrified look. Then, the metallic surface of the artifact pulsed. Just once, a faint glow, barely perceptible, like a dying ember reigniting. And in that moment, they knew. They had found something they were never meant to find. Jake and Paul stood in the dimly lit room, the weight of their discovery hanging heavily in the air. The walls around them were covered in strange symbols and images, figures that didn't seem to belong to ancient Egypt. Some appeared to be humanoid, others were twisted and unrecognizable, resembling creatures that didn't belong on this planet. The atmosphere in the chamber felt thick, almost oppressive, and neither of them could shake the feeling that they were standing on the edge of something far bigger than they had anticipated. Jake's flashlight flickered as he scanned the room again. This is insane," he muttered under his breath. He wiped his brow, feeling the sweat form as the room's oppressive silence seemed to close in on him. Paul leaned against the wall, his mind racing. "Yeah, I'm starting to think this was a mistake. I mean, look at this place. It's like nothing we've ever seen." They had been exploring for hours, and the initial excitement was starting to fade, replaced by a growing sense of unease. The deeper they went into the pyramid, the more it felt like they were intruding on something ancient and possibly dangerous. Jake turned to Paul. "We've found something huge here, but maybe it's time we head back. We need some time to think about all of this." Paul nodded, his face tense. "Yeah, I think you're right. We've seen enough for one night. Let's go back to the hotel and figure out what to do next." With one last glance at the strange symbols and the eerie figures on the walls, the two friends made their way out of the room. The air seemed to shift as they moved through the narrow corridors, their flashlights casting long shadows on the walls. It was as though the pyramid itself was watching them leave, its secrets lingering just out of reach. They retraced their steps carefully, making their way back through the dark passageways. The further they got from the chamber, the more the tension seemed to lift, but they still couldn't shake the feeling that they had just uncovered something far beyond their understanding. Once they reached the entrance of the pyramid, they both let out a collective breath, relieved to be out of the stifling darkness. The night air was cool, a sharp contrast to the heavy atmosphere inside the pyramid. They made their way back to the jeep, their minds still reeling from what they had just experienced. As they drove back to their hotel, the Egyptian landscape stretched out in the distance, the distant pyramids looming like ancient sentinels. Jake couldn't help but glance at Paul, wondering if they had made the right decision. They had uncovered something extraordinary, but at what cost? "I can't stop thinking about that room," Jake said quietly, breaking the silence between them. "Those walls, those symbols." Paul nodded, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. "Yeah, it felt like we were looking at something ancient, something that wasn't meant to be found." Jake swallowed hard, the weight of their discovery settling in. "We have to figure out what to do next. We need to know what those symbols mean and why they were there." Paul glanced at him briefly. "We need to be careful, Jake. I don't know what we've uncovered, but I'm starting to feel like we're not supposed to be messing with it." They pulled into the hotel parking lot, the lights from the building casting a soft glow in the darkness. As they parked, the weight of the evening's events seemed to follow them. They had found something monumental, but it was clear that they were in over their heads. They both sat in silence for a moment, before Jake finally spoke again. Tomorrow, we'll figure out what to do. But tonight, I think we should just get some rest. Paul didn't argue. Yeah, rest sounds good. They left the Jeep and walked into the hotel, the door closing behind them with a soft click. They had no idea what the future held, but for now, they needed to clear their minds and prepare for whatever came next. The secrets of the pyramid were still waiting for them, but for the moment, they decided to leave them behind, at least for the night. The end of Part 1. Part 2. The next morning, Jake and Paul woke up to an unsettling quiet. The strange sense of mystery from the previous night still hung over them like a thick fog. They had gone to bed exhausted, but with restless minds, unable to shake the images of the symbols and the eerie atmosphere of the pyramid. It wasn't just the discovery that bothered them. It was the feeling that something bigger, something they didn't fully understand, was happening. They met in the hotel lobby and discussed their plans for the day. Paul was already pulling out his camera, which had captured pictures of the strange symbols inside the pyramid. They'd been so focused on getting out of there safely that neither of them had fully processed the significance of the images. "We should review the photos," Jake suggested, his voice low as he sat down at a table with Paul. "Maybe there's something we missed." Paul nodded and started scrolling through his camera. He had taken several pictures, some of the symbols, some of the figures on the walls, and a few shots of the strange object that had been in the room. It had all felt so surreal in the moment, but now, looking at the photos, it felt even stranger. Jake leaned in, looking over Paul's shoulder as the photos loaded. "What the hell?" he muttered. The photos that had shown strange symbols, figures, and the mysterious object inside the pyramid were completely blank. Every single one of them. The walls appeared completely bare, as though the symbols and images had never been there at all. Paul's hand trembled as he scrolled through the pictures again. This doesn't make sense. He clicked through them again, but the result was the same. Empty walls, no signs of the strange figures they had seen the night before. Jake grabbed the camera from him. "Let me see." He clicked through the photos, his disbelief growing. "There's nothing here. But we saw it, Paul. We saw it with our own eyes." Paul's face was pale. "I don't know what's happening. This is insane. We both know what we saw." Jake sat back, his mind racing. "Someone's messing with us. I don't know who, but this doesn't feel like a coincidence." Before they could say anything else, the hotel phone rang. Paul answered it, and there was nothing but silence on the other end. He frowned, holding the receiver away from his ear for a moment. "Hello?" he asked again, but the line was dead. "What the hell?" Paul muttered, hanging up the phone. "That's the second time this has happened today?" Jake was already walking toward the door, his eyes narrowing. "I've got a bad feeling about this." They both stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what was happening. Something was definitely wrong. The strange occurrences in the pyramid had followed them back to the hotel. They couldn't explain the disappearance of the photographs, and the mysterious phone call only added to their unease. They decided to go out for a walk to clear their heads. As they left the hotel, the oppressive heat of the Egyptian desert surrounded them. The air felt heavy, thick with tension, and the usual sounds of the city seemed muffled, distant. They walked down the dusty streets, trying to process the strange events. The further they went, the more they noticed something unsettling. It felt like they were being watched. They couldn't see anyone following them, but the sensation of being observed was impossible to shake. Paul glanced over his shoulder and spotted a black car parked further down the street, its windows tinted so dark that he couldn't make out who was inside. He shrugged it off at first, but then the car started moving, slowly creeping in their direction. Jake noticed it too, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. "Do you think they know we were in the pyramid?" Paul's jaw clenched. "I don't know, but I don't like it. We need to get out of here. Now." They quickened their pace, walking briskly back toward the hotel, the black car following at a distance. Every time they glanced over their shoulders, it was there, always just a few steps behind. When they finally made it back to the hotel, they rushed inside, hearts pounding. They immediately locked the door behind them, feeling the weight of the situation settle over them. "This is getting out of hand," Jake said, staring at the door, waiting for something, anything to happen. Paul nodded grimly. I think we're in over our heads. Someone doesn't want us here. They both stood in silence, unsure of what to do next. Whatever they had uncovered in the pyramid was bigger than they realized, and now it seemed like there were people or something watching their every move. I think we should book a flight out of here tonight, Jake suggested, his voice low. Paul agreed, and they both rushed to the front desk. The receptionist, a middle-aged man with dark, tired eyes, greeted them, but when they inquired about flights, his response was unnerving. I'm sorry, gentlemen, the man said, his tone strangely flat, but all the flights to the United States have been canceled indefinitely. Jake and Paul exchanged a look of disbelief. What do you mean canceled? All of them? Paul asked, his unease growing by the second. The receptionist nodded slowly, as though rehearsing the line. Yes, the airport has been closed until further notice. No explanation provided. You'll have to wait for an update. They thanked the man and turned away, their minds racing. A wave of panic began to settle over them. Something about this felt wrong, too coordinated, too deliberate. They hadn't heard anything about airport closures before, and the fact that all flights to the U.S. were canceled at once made no sense. What's going on here, Jake? This isn't just a coincidence, is it? Paul asked, his voice a whisper. I don't know, man, but I don't like it, Jake replied, running a hand through his hair. We need to figure out what's going on. They decided to head out and investigate. Maybe they could find someone at the airport who knew more about the situation or get a glimpse of any irregularities that might explain why they couldn't leave. They took a cab to the airport, but even as they neared it, they could see something was wrong. The streets around the terminal were eerily empty, and the usual bustle of travelers had disappeared. A sense of dread seemed to hang in the air, thick and palpable. As they entered the airport, the usual noise and activity were replaced by an uncomfortable silence. The counters were deserted, the baggage claim area empty. A few airport employees were walking around in a daze, not acknowledging Jake and Paul as they passed. The eerie quiet made their skin crawl. They approached the ticket counter, but before they could speak, a man in a dark suit stepped up beside them. His face was stern, and his cold, calculating gaze locked onto theirs. I don't believe you're supposed to be here, the man said quietly, his accent heavy. I suggest you return to your hotel and stay there until further notice. Jake stiffened. The man's words had a strange weight, as if they weren't just a suggestion, but a command. Paul stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. Who are you? Paul asked, his voice low. The man didn't respond. Instead, he turned on his heel and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the terminal. Both Jake and Paul exchanged a look, their unease growing. We're definitely being watched, Jake muttered. They turned to leave the airport, feeling the eyes of strangers on them, though no one was overtly following them. It was the sort of subtle, unnerving presence that made every step feel wrong. Back at the hotel, they packed their bags quickly, deciding to try another way out. They couldn't explain it, but they felt like the world around them was closing in, like they were being pushed into some corner they didn't belong in. Every street, every corner, felt like it was part of some larger trap they hadn't yet figured out. Let's just get a taxi to the nearest border, Jake suggested. Maybe we can make it into another country and fly out from there. Paul nodded in agreement, though his mind raced. He couldn't shake the feeling that they had already crossed a point of no return, that the strange happenings in the pyramid weren't just random events. Everything that had happened since they discovered the hidden room felt orchestrated, as if someone or something had been guiding them all along. I don't care what it takes, Paul said. We just need to get out of here. But as they stepped out into the street, they noticed something that made their hearts race. A black, tinted car was parked across from the hotel. It didn't belong to anyone they recognized. It had been there since they had returned from the airport. The moment they locked eyes with the car, the engine rumbled to life, and it began to move toward them, slowly, as if waiting for them to make a move. Jake and Paul froze. They were being followed. Jake and Paul quickly turned, trying to act casual, though their hearts were racing in their chests. They didn't speak, but the message was clear. They had to get away from the hotel and out of sight. Every step they took felt like it was watched. the hairs on the back of their necks standing on end as they glanced nervously behind them. They made their way down the narrow street, trying to blend into the crowd as best as they could. But no matter how quickly they moved, the dark car kept pace. Every turn they took, the car was still there, just far enough behind to not draw attention, but close enough to make it impossible to ignore. "This is bad, Jake," Paul muttered under his breath, his voice tight with anxiety. "They're onto us. Someone knows what we found in that pyramid." Jake looked over at him, trying to maintain his composure. He was certain now they weren't just dealing with ordinary people. There was something more to all of this, something far beyond anything they'd expected. "We need to get to the nearest exit," Jake said, his voice low. "We need to lose them." They walked faster, cutting down side streets, hoping to throw off their pursuers. But the black car followed every turn, its engine growling in the background. It felt like a game of cat and mouse, and they were starting to realize just how trapped they were. As they neared a small alley, Paul grabbed Jake's arm. "There," he whispered urgently, pointing toward a narrow side street that led toward a busier road. "We can blend in with the crowd, maybe lose them." Jake nodded quickly. The alley was their only hope, and they darted down it, ducking into a building that looked like an abandoned store. They huddled by the door, trying to keep quiet, but they could still hear the sound of the car's engine echoing through the alley. They waited, holding their breath, hoping the car would pass by. Time seemed to slow as the seconds ticked by. Then, suddenly, the sound of the engine grew louder, closer. It was getting nearer. Jake's pulse quickened. Through the crack in the door, they saw the black car slowly roll down the alley. It stopped right in front of their hiding spot. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. They both held their breath, praying they hadn't been seen. The car sat still for what felt like an eternity. Then, without warning, it reversed, disappearing back into the darkness of the night. Jake and Paul exchanged a relieved look, but didn't dare let their guard down. They waited for a few more minutes before stepping cautiously out into the street. It was quiet now, but the tension in the air was thick, like something dangerous was looming just out of sight. "We're not safe here anymore," Paul said quietly, his eyes scanning the street. "We need to get out of Egypt. Fast." Jake didn't argue. He felt the same. The whole situation had spiraled beyond anything they could have imagined. The pyramid, the strange walls, the odd events, they were in something far bigger than they'd ever expected. The city around them seemed to close in, its walls pressing down on them with an invisible weight. Every step they took felt like it was leading them deeper into a mystery they couldn't escape. They needed answers. But first, they needed to leave. They made their way back to the hotel, but this time, they didn't go inside. They quickly gathered their things, their minds racing with plans to get out of the country. The black car, though it was no longer visible, was a constant presence in their thoughts. As they reached the front door of the hotel, Jake turned to Paul. "We'll figure this out once we're out of here, but we can't wait any longer. Let's get to the border and find a way out." Paul nodded. "I agree. The longer we stay, the worse it's going to get." They stepped into the night, feeling the eyes of unseen watchers on them. The pursuit wasn't over, and the truth, whatever it was still just out of reach. The road ahead would be difficult, but they knew one thing for certain. They had to leave Egypt before it was too late. The next morning, Jake and Paul woke early, their rest disturbed by the uneasy tension that had settled over them since the events of the previous night. They couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, and the sight of the dark car lingering outside the hotel only confirmed their suspicions. As they sat on the edge of their beds, preparing to leave for the day, there was a soft knock at the door. Jake exchanged a glance with Paul before walking over to answer it. He opened the door to find a hotel maid standing there, dressed in the standard uniform, her expression unreadable. "Good morning," she said in a thick accent, her voice low and almost mechanical. "I will be cleaning the room now. You need to leave for a while." Jake hesitated, eyeing the woman carefully. There was something odd about her demeanor, something almost forced in the way she spoke, as if she were delivering a message she had no control over. Her movements were too precise, almost robotic. Sure," Jake said, trying to keep his voice casual. "We'll head out for breakfast. We'll be back in a bit." The maid nodded, stepping aside to let them pass. As they left the room, Paul raised an eyebrow. That was strange. Did she seem off to you? Jake shrugged. Maybe just a weird maid, but after everything that's been going on, I wouldn't be surprised. They made their way downstairs to the hotel lobby, their thoughts still racing from the previous night's events. The maid's strange behavior lingered in the back of their minds, but they pushed it aside for the moment. They needed to get some food and figure out their next move. The sooner they got out of Egypt, the better. The hotel's small dining area was almost empty, save for a few other early risers. Jake and Paul took a seat at a corner table, both of them keeping an eye on the entrance, still on edge. They ordered their breakfast in silence, neither of them saying much, their minds focused on the urgency of the situation. As they ate, they couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The maid's odd behavior, the strange phone calls, the black car, it all seemed too much to ignore. And the walls they had seen in the pyramid, those images of UFOs, Bigfoot, and other strange phenomena were still burned into their minds. We need to figure out who's behind all of this, Paul said quietly, his voice tinged with frustration. But I don't know where to even begin. Jake looked over at him, his face set in determination. First things first, we need to get out of here. We'll deal with the rest once we're back home. The thought of leaving Egypt gave him some comfort, but it was only temporary. Even in the safety of the hotel, he still felt the looming presence of something unseen. The night's events had shaken him more than he was willing to admit, and he couldn't shake the feeling that whatever they had stumbled upon in the pyramid wasn't just a fluke. After finishing their meal, they stood to leave. As they headed back toward the stairs, the maid was there, waiting by the door with a strange smile on her face. Her eyes met Jake's, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw something flicker in her expression, a glint of recognition of something more than just a simple hotel worker. "Have a good day," she said, her tone almost too sweet. Jake nodded quickly, not wanting to engage any further. The sooner they got out of the hotel, the better. They made their way back to their room, still unsettled by the encounter. Once inside, they gathered their belongings, making sure everything was packed. As they stood in the doorway, ready to leave, Jake glanced over at Paul. "Let's just get out of here." Paul agreed, and together they stepped out into the bustling streets of Cairo, both of them feeling the weight of the past few days pressing down on them. Whatever was happening, they knew one thing for sure. They couldn't stay in Egypt any longer. The strange events were piling up, and with each passing hour, they felt more and more like they were being drawn into something they couldn't control. And as they walked away from the hotel, the sound of the maid's voice, sweet and almost knowing, echoed in their minds, leaving them with one chilling thought. The mystery was far from over. Jake and Paul wandered through the crowded streets of Cairo, the air thick with the heat of midday. As they walked, they exchanged few words, both lost in their thoughts. The maid's strange behavior lingered in their minds, and the weight of the mystery they had uncovered in the pyramid was pressing harder with each step. They stopped at a street vendor to grab a quick drink. As Jake reached into his bag to pay, a wave of frustration washed over him. He fumbled through his belongings, feeling a tightening knot in his chest. "Paul, my flash drive. It's gone." Paul glanced over at him, his expression turning serious. "What do you mean, gone?" "I mean, it's not here. Neither is my phone," Jake said, pulling at his bag's straps as if the missing items might just reappear. But the more he searched, the more the reality of it set in. Everything was gone. All the photos, all the evidence of what they had found in the pyramid, the images of UFOs, Bigfoot, and the strange hieroglyphs, they were all lost. Paul's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, same here. My phone's gone too." They both pulled out their bags, searching frantically, but there was nothing. No phones, no flash drives, no evidence of what they had experienced deep beneath the pyramid. This doesn't make sense," Paul said, his voice shaky with a mixture of anger and confusion. "We had everything with us. We didn't even leave the room for long." Jake's mind raced. "No, we didn't, but we did leave the room to go down for breakfast. And the maid, she was there right after we came back from the pyramid. What if she took them?" Paul's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "You think she was in on it? That wasn't a real maid?" Jake didn't respond immediately, but his gut told him something wasn't right. The way she had acted, the oddness in her voice, it was as though she was just a tool in a much larger plan, not an innocent hotel worker. "No way this is a coincidence," Jake muttered. "That woman knew exactly when we'd leave the room. And she was just too perfect in the way she played her role. No sign of her when we left the room. It doesn't add up." Paul's mind was spinning, the pieces of the puzzle beginning to fit together in an unsettling way. This isn't just some weird mix-up. Someone's watching us. Someone knew what we had found. Jake clenched his fists, and they knew we had photos. They knew we were onto something. The thought of their discovery being erased, of someone trying to wipe out all the evidence, made Jake feel both helpless and furious. They had stumbled upon something too big to ignore, and now someone was determined to make sure no one ever knew. "What if that wasn't even a maid?" Paul whispered. "What if she was part of whatever is going on here?" Jake's mind raced. There were too many unanswered questions. The missing photos, the strange encounters, the black car following them. It was all connected. And they weren't just dealing with some random people. This was bigger. Someone didn't want them to uncover the truth. "We need to find out who's behind this," Jake said, his voice low and determined. "But first, we need to get out of here. I don't trust anyone in this city anymore." They turned away from the vendor, making their way back to the hotel, their hearts pounding with a sense of urgency. Whoever had taken their phones and flash drives wasn't just trying to stop them. They were trying to bury the truth. Jake stood outside the hotel, his mind racing. The events of the past few days, the strange disappearances, the missing phones and flash drives, it was all starting to get to him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something more was going on, and it gnawed at him. But Paul, standing beside him, was trying to keep him grounded. "Jake, listen," Paul said, his voice calm. "It's all right. The photos, they were just empty walls. There was nothing on them. We couldn't have lost anything important." Jake clenched his fists, still frustrated. "But why take them? Why erase them?" "Because there was nothing to erase," Paul replied, his tone reassuring. "The walls were blank. You saw it yourself. Nothing was there. No symbols, no figures, just empty space." Jake rubbed his forehead, trying to focus. "Yeah, but why did they go through all this trouble if there's nothing to hide? It doesn't make sense." Paul gave him a firm look. "What doesn't make sense is stressing over nothing. We didn't lose anything. We never had anything on those photos in the first place. So why are we still letting this get to us? Let's just forget about it." Jake let out a long breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts. Paul was right, he knew that. The photos were just empty walls, and there was nothing hidden on them. The whole situation still felt strange, but at least they hadn't lost any real evidence. "You're right," Jake finally said, his voice quieter now. "But still, it feels like someone's been watching us, pulling the strings. Maybe we'll figure it out when we get home." "Maybe," Paul agreed. "But for now, let's just leave it behind. We've got enough to deal with without chasing shadows." They stood there for a moment, the heat of the Egyptian sun making everything feel surreal. Jake felt the weight of the past few days starting to lift. Maybe they'd never get the answers they were looking for. Maybe there was nothing more to find. And maybe, just maybe, it was time to let it go. With a final nod, they turned and headed back toward the hotel, the mystery still lingering in the back of their minds, but a little less pressing than before. When Jake and Paul returned to their hotel room, they immediately noticed something unusual. Their phones and flash drives were neatly arranged in a single row on the desk, as if someone had placed them there intentionally. It was as if they'd never been missing, never been taken. Jake's heart skipped a beat, and his stomach churned with unease. He walked over to the desk, reached for his phone, and turned it on. The screen flashed briefly before it loaded to its home screen. With shaking hands, he opened the gallery app, his eyes scanning for any trace of the photos they'd taken in the pyramid, the ones of the strange underground room. But there was nothing. He checked his phone again. No photos, no images, not a single trace of what they'd captured. He switched over to the flash drives, hoping maybe they had been saved there. But again, empty. His mind raced, confusion flooding him. How could they have all disappeared? He had even tried to recover them earlier, and now everything was wiped clean. Paul stood behind him, peering over his shoulder at the devices. This doesn't make any sense, he muttered. We were looking at the photos right before they disappeared, and now it's like they were never even there. Jake let out a frustrated breath. It's impossible. I remember seeing them clearly, those walls, those markings. They were there. I know they were. Paul frowned, his gaze now scanning the room as though expecting something, anything, to explain what was happening. But there's nothing now. It's like they never existed. The walls, the symbols, the photos, none of it. Jake turned away, his mind racing. I don't understand. Why would they erase everything? There's nothing on those photos, just bare walls. What's the point? Paul shook his head. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe there's a reason we can't remember or keep any of it. But why? Jake's voice cracked with frustration. Why is someone going to all this trouble for nothing? The room felt unnervingly silent, the weight of their unanswered questions pressing down on them. They stood there for a long time, both trying to make sense of what had happened, but neither could come up with a clear answer. After a long pause, Paul finally spoke, his voice quieter now. Maybe we're not supposed to understand. Maybe we just have to leave it, let it go. Jake stared at the empty devices, his heart still heavy with confusion. I don't think we can just let it go, Paul. Something's not right. But for now, they had no choice. There were no photos, no answers. Only questions they couldn't seem to shake. The mystery of the pyramid and everything connected to it remained unsolved. And as much as they wanted to forget it, Jake knew deep down that they never would. The next morning, Jake and Paul woke up early, the events of the previous night still lingering heavily on their minds. They both knew they had to leave Egypt. The strange occurrences, the missing photos, the eerie feeling that something was always watching them. It had all become too much. As they made their way to the hotel lobby to check out, Jake's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, his heart giving a small leap. It was a news notification from an app he had installed before the trip. The headline read, "New flights from Cairo to the U.S. available. Airport restores service after previous delays." "Paul, look at this," Jake said, showing him the screen. The news seemed almost too good to be true, considering their previous struggles with canceled flights. Paul's eyes widened. Finally, maybe it's a sign. We've been stuck here long enough. They quickly made their way to the airport, the relief of finally getting the chance to leave Egypt outweighing their lingering doubts and confusion. As they entered the terminal, they saw that things were back to normal. Lines were moving, check-in counters were open, and flights to the United States were indeed available. They stood in line at the ticket counter, staring at the board displaying the departure times. Jake's fingers drummed nervously on the counter as they waited for their turn. The reality of their situation was still setting in. Whatever they had discovered in the pyramid, whatever had happened to their phones and flash drives, still felt unresolved. But as the agent behind the counter confirmed their booking for the next available flight, Jake couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. They were finally leaving this strange place behind. The thought of getting on the plane, of finally heading home, was comforting. The streets of Cairo, the oppressive heat, and the eerie events surrounding the pyramid would soon be nothing more than memories. Their lives would return to normal. Or so they hoped. As they made their way through security and to their gate, there was a sense of finality in the air. It wasn't just about leaving Egypt. It was about leaving behind the unsettling experiences that had followed them from the moment they stepped foot in the country. They boarded the plane, found their seats, and as the aircraft slowly taxied down the runway, both Jake and Paul looked out the windows. The city of Cairo shrank away below them, and the vast desert spread out in the distance. For the first time in weeks, they both felt a strange sense of peace. The flight to the U.S. was long, but it would be their escape, away from the mysteries they couldn't explain, away from the unknown forces they still didn't understand. And yet, as the plane soared higher into the sky, a nagging feeling remained. What had really happened in the pyramid? Would they ever find answers? Would they ever stop feeling like they were being watched? But for now, they had done what they could. They were finally going home. A couple of months had passed since Jake and Paul had returned to the United States. Life had slowly started to return to normal. The strange feeling of being followed had faded, and they hadn't heard from anyone, or anything, that seemed to be connected to their time in Egypt. The plane ride back had felt like an escape, and for a while, it seemed as though the events they'd experienced in the pyramid might just have been some bizarre, unsettling chapter in their lives they could leave behind. But there was always something nagging at them. Despite the relief of being home, the unanswered questions continued to circle in the back of their minds. The photographs, the missing images, the strange disappearance of their phones and flash drives. It all still felt unresolved. One afternoon, as they sat in Jake's apartment sipping coffee and chatting, Paul broke the silence. "We should try again," he said, tapping his fingers against the table. "I keep thinking about those photos, even though we know they were just empty walls. Maybe there's something we missed, something we can't see with our eyes." Jake nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I agree. It's just so strange that nothing showed up on the files. Not even a blurry image. And the phones and flash drives, they were wiped clean. Almost like someone didn't want us to know what was on them." After a long silence, Jake suddenly stood up, his mind made up. "Let's take them to the experts. There are services that specialize in recovering deleted files. If anything was on those devices, they might be able to get it back. It's worth a shot." Paul looked at him, his eyebrows raised. "You really think they'll be able to recover something from those phones?" Jake shrugged, a mix of hope and uncertainty in his eyes. "I don't know, but I've got to try. I need to know what was on those devices. Even if it's just empty walls, I need to see it for myself." Paul thought about it for a moment. The idea of diving back into the mystery made him feel uneasy, but he could see the resolve in Jake's face. He didn't want to stop him from finding answers, even if it meant digging up things best left buried. "All right, let's do it," Paul agreed. "We've been through too much to just let this go without at least trying." They gathered up the phones and flash drives, making plans to visit a well-known data recovery service in the city. The thought of walking back into a world where the unknown was still waiting for them made Paul feel a little anxious, but Jake's determination was contagious. He couldn't help but feel a small spark of hope that maybe, just maybe, they would find something that would shed light on what had really happened during their time in Egypt. As they drove to the service, Paul glanced at Jake, who was staring out the window, deep in thought. Paul had no idea what they would find, or if they'd find anything at all. But something inside told him that the mystery wasn't over. Not yet. Maybe they hadn't uncovered everything during their trip. Maybe the answers were still hidden, just waiting for them to discover. Jake and Paul arrived at the data recovery service early that afternoon, the two of them still unsure of what they hoped to find. The process seemed straightforward enough. They handed over the phones and flash drives, explaining their situation and the strange disappearance of the photos they had taken in Egypt. The technician, a middle-aged man with glasses, assured them that the company was one of the best in the city and that they would do everything they could to recover the missing files. He said they could return in a few hours. As they sat in a nearby cafe, the minutes seemed to drag on. Both of them were quiet, lost in their thoughts. The lingering feeling of unease from Egypt still clung to them, but they tried to focus on the present, trying not to get their hopes up too much. When the time came, they returned to the service, their steps heavy with anticipation. The technician greeted them, a slight frown on his face. "We've gone through everything, and we were able to recover the files," he said, pointing to a laptop on the desk. "Here are the photos that were on your devices." Jake and Paul leaned over, scanning the screen. It was full of ordinary, unremarkable pictures, vacation selfies, some random snaps they had taken over the years, but nothing from Egypt. No images of the mysterious underground room, no photos of the strange symbols or figures on the walls. "There's nothing from Egypt?" Paul asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. The technician gave a reassuring smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Like I said, we're the best at what we do. We've recovered everything that was there. If there had been something, we would have gotten it back. These are all the files that existed on your phones and flash drives." Jake's heart sank. He had been certain that there would be something, anything, that could explain the strange events they had encountered. But there was nothing, just empty space where the missing images should have been. So, you're saying that there's no chance those files were ever on the devices? Jake asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The technician nodded. Correct. We recover data from devices every day, and we've never missed anything. We've even restored files that were deleted years ago. If there was something on these devices, it would be here. Jake and Paul exchanged a look, the finality of it all sinking in. The mystery they had been chasing, the strange events they had experienced, seemed to be slipping through their fingers. The photos they had thought would hold the answers were gone, and no one seemed to believe they had ever existed in the first place. After a long moment of silence, Paul sighed, his shoulders sagging. Well, I guess that's it then. We've been chasing ghosts. Jake gave a slow nod. Yeah, maybe it's time we let this go. We've got nothing left to go on. No photos, no evidence. As they left the service and walked out into the crisp evening air, the weight of the mystery finally started to lift. They'd spent so much time looking for something they couldn't quite define, and now, with no photos or evidence to back it up, they were left with nothing but a feeling they couldn't shake. Sitting down at a cafe, they ordered tea, the quiet hum of the city surrounding them. I guess we'll just never know what happened over there, Jake said, staring into his cup. Paul looked at him and nodded. Yeah, but maybe that's for the best. Some things are better left unexplored. They both sat in silence for a while, allowing the tension to ease. They were tired, exhausted even, from the chase. And finally, it felt like they could close the door on the whole Egypt adventure. The mystery was over, and with that, they both agreed. Some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved. The end. Subscribe to the channel if you want more stories. This is a true story told by an American traveler on a forum in 2012. James Carter had always been drawn to the unknown. As a seasoned traveler and amateur survivalist, he had explored remote regions across the world, but nothing captivated him quite like the Amazon rainforest. The vast, untamed wilderness held secrets that few had ever uncovered. Legends of lost civilizations, hidden tribes, and creatures unknown to science fueled his curiosity. And so, in the summer of 2012, he found himself deep in the heart of the Amazon, ready for his greatest adventure yet. His journey began in Manaus, Brazil, where he hired a local guide named Diego to help navigate the unforgiving terrain. They traveled by boat down the Rio Negro, the dark waters cutting through the endless sea of green. For days, they ventured deeper into the rainforest, far beyond the reaches of civilization. The air was thick with humidity, and the chorus of unseen creatures filled the night. James kept a detailed journal of everything he saw: vibrant birds with iridescent feathers, massive trees older than any human civilization, and insects of impossible colors and sizes. He felt alive in the wilderness, far removed from the distractions of modern life. On the 6th day of the expedition, they set up camp near a small tributary. Diego warned James about the dangers of the jungle: jaguars, venomous snakes, and territorial tribes that had never made contact with the outside world. James listened carefully, but deep down, he was eager to see something extraordinary. The night was restless. The jungle never truly slept. James lay in his hammock, listening to the symphony of chirping insects, rustling leaves, and distant howls. A strange unease settled in his chest, though he couldn't explain why. He was used to the unpredictability of nature, but this felt different, like something was watching them from the darkness. Morning arrived with a thick mist hanging over the trees. As James packed his gear, Diego spoke in hushed tones. "Something is wrong," he said. "The jungle is too quiet." James paused, realizing that the usual chorus of birds and insects was absent. A heavy silence loomed over the rainforest, as if the jungle itself was holding its breath. That was when James saw it, a series of strange, human-like footprints in the damp earth. But they were unlike any he had seen before. The toes were elongated, the arch unnaturally deep. They led into the trees, disappearing into the shadows of the unknown. James felt a shiver crawl down his spine. His adventure had truly begun. James stood frozen, staring at the strange footprints in the mud. His first instinct was to follow them, to uncover the mystery, but Diego's voice brought him back to reality. "We shouldn't follow those," Diego warned, his voice low and strained. "There are things in these forests you don't want to find." James glanced at him, skeptical. Diego had lived most of his life in the Amazon, guiding adventurers and researchers through its dense wilderness. But his reaction was unlike any James had seen before. This wasn't the usual caution one might expect from a guide. It was fear. "What do you mean?" James asked, his voice carrying the intrigue of a man driven by curiosity. Diego hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a hushed tone. "There are stories about tribes that never make contact with the outside world. They live deep in the forest, and they don't take kindly to strangers." James nodded, trying to suppress his excitement. He had heard rumors of such tribes, groups so isolated from civilization that they hadn't even been documented by anthropologists. The idea of encountering one of them, of observing their way of life, was exactly the sort of thing he had dreamed of. But Diego wasn't done. "They are different. They know the forest in ways we can't even understand. They can disappear into it without a trace. If they don't want you to find them, you never will." James wasn't one to back down from a challenge. He had already ventured into some of the most dangerous places on Earth, and this was no different. In fact, it was precisely what he had come here for, the unknown. "We'll just follow them for a while," James said, trying to reassure Diego. "We don't need to get close. We'll keep our distance." Diego's eyes flickered with unease, but he said nothing more. He packed his gear in silence, clearly uncomfortable with the direction their journey was taking. As they trekked deeper into the jungle, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew thicker, the shadows longer, and the sounds of the forest more ominous. James couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, just beyond the trees. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it, a presence lurking in the undergrowth, just out of sight. The path was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. The trees seemed to close in around them, their trunks twisted and gnarled, as if the forest itself was trying to keep them away. The footprints they had followed seemed to disappear and reappear, leading them in circles. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, James realized they had lost their way. The jungle had swallowed them whole, and there was no clear path back. The only thing they could do was press forward. "We need to make camp," James said, turning to Diego, but the guide was already staring into the distance, his face pale. "Something's not right," Diego muttered. "We shouldn't be here." James ignored his fears and set to work, gathering wood for a fire. But as the flames flickered to life, the air grew still. The usual sounds of the jungle had fallen silent once more. No birds, no insects, just an eerie quiet that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. As the night drew on, the unease in the air only deepened. James couldn't help but feel that they weren't alone. He kept his eyes on the shadows at the edge of the firelight, half expecting to see a figure emerge from the dark. And then, just as he was about to nod off, a strange rustling sound echoed from the underbrush. It was faint, but unmistakable. It was the sound of something large moving through the forest, and it was coming closer. Diego tensed, his hand instinctively reaching for the machete at his side. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. James nodded, his heart racing. But whatever was out there, it didn't make a sound beyond the rustling. No footsteps, no breathing, just the quiet, unsettling movement of something unseen. Suddenly, a shadow passed between the trees, just a glimpse, too quick for James to make out what it was. "We need to go," Diego said urgently, his voice trembling. James hesitated. He wanted to know more, to see what was out there. But the look in Diego's eyes told him everything he needed to know. They were being watched. They gathered their things in a rush and hurried to put out the fire. But the feeling of being hunted lingered, pressing in on them from every side. As they moved deeper into the jungle, James couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was tracking their every step. The hunt had begun. James and Diego moved cautiously through the thick jungle, their senses heightened by the eerie silence that surrounded them. The distant rustling had stopped, but the uneasy feeling of being watched remained. The fire was out, and the night was swallowing the last remnants of light. Diego led the way, his machete cutting through the dense vegetation as quietly as possible. James followed closely behind, his breath steady but his heart pounding in his chest. "Where are we going?" James whispered. Diego hesitated before answering. "Away from here. We can't stay in one place. If they're watching us, they'll know where we are." James swallowed hard. You think it's them? Diego didn't answer. He just kept moving. After nearly an hour of trekking through the darkness, Diego finally stopped in a small clearing. Moonlight barely pierced through the jungle canopy above, but it was just enough for them to see. We rest here, Diego said, lowering his pack. Not for long. James sat down on a fallen log, wiping the sweat from his brow. His body ached from the endless walking, but his mind was too alert to relax. Tell me the truth, Diego, he said, keeping his voice low. What do you know about these people? Have you seen them before? Diego hesitated. He stared at the ground for a moment before finally speaking. I've never seen them, he admitted, but I've heard the stories. James leaned in, listening intently. There are tribes in the Amazon that don't want to be found, Diego continued. Some of them are peaceful. Others are not. James nodded. He had read about isolated tribes before, some of which had violently rejected contact with the outside world. But something in Diego's tone suggested there was more to this than just an uncontacted group of people. And this tribe? James asked. The one we're dealing with? Diego shook his head. No one speaks of them. The locals avoid these parts of the jungle. They say they are different. James frowned. Different how? Diego sighed, rubbing his temples. They don't just live in the jungle. They are part of it. They move without a sound. They leave no tracks. If they don't want to be seen, you will never find them. But if they want to find you... He trailed off, shaking his head. James exhaled slowly. You think they're hunting us? Diego met his gaze, his expression grim. I think they already know we're here. A shiver ran down James's spine. He had come to the Amazon seeking adventure, hoping to uncover the unknown. But now, he wasn't sure if he had found something truly remarkable or something he was never meant to see. The jungle around them was silent, too silent. No insects, no birds, nothing. Then, in the distance, a faint sound reached James's ears, a rhythmic, low hum, almost like a chant. It was distant but unmistakable. James turned to Diego. Do you hear that? Diego's face had gone pale. We need to move. Now. Without another word, they grabbed their belongings and disappeared into the jungle once more, the haunting chant echoing behind them. They were not alone. James and Diego pushed through the dense undergrowth, their movements quick but cautious. The eerie chant behind them had faded, swallowed by the vastness of the jungle, but its echo remained in James's mind. Every step he took felt heavier, as if the jungle itself was resisting his presence. Diego led the way, his machete slicing through vines with controlled precision. James followed close behind, his eyes scanning the trees, half expecting to see shadowy figures watching them. How much farther? James whispered. Diego didn't answer right away. He glanced at the sky through a small opening in the canopy, judging the time. A little more. We need to find a safe place before sunrise. James frowned. Why before sunrise? Diego hesitated, then finally spoke. Diego finally broke the silence. Because at sunrise, they move. James's heart skipped a beat. Who moves? Diego didn't answer right away. Instead, he quickened his pace, forcing James to struggle through the thick vegetation to keep up. The jungle around them felt suffocating, the air heavy with humidity and an unshakable tension. After what felt like an eternity, they reached a small clearing near a fallen tree. Diego gestured for James to sit while he searched the area. James wiped the sweat from his forehead. You keep talking like something is out here. What did we hear back there? Diego sighed. A ritual. One of many. This jungle is old, and some tribes, they do things outsiders shouldn't see. James felt a chill crawl down his spine. But we're far enough now, right? Before Diego could answer, a rustling sound came from the trees behind them. James turned, his breath caught in his throat. Through the dense foliage, two faint glowing eyes stared at them. They blinked once, then vanished into the darkness. James's breath came in shallow gasps as he stared into the dark foliage where the glowing eyes had been. His body tensed, every instinct telling him to run, but Diego remained still, watching the trees with a grim expression. Was that an animal? James whispered, his voice barely audible. Diego shook his head slowly. No. James swallowed hard. Then what was it? Diego glanced at him, his face unreadable. We shouldn't stay here. Without another word, he grabbed James by the arm and led him deeper into the jungle, away from the fallen tree and the unseen watcher. The dense vegetation swallowed them whole, branches clawing at their clothes as they moved quickly and silently. James wanted to ask more, but he sensed that now wasn't the time. Instead, he focused on keeping up, his mind racing with possibilities. He had read about uncontacted tribes in the Amazon, people who lived completely isolated from the modern world. But something about Diego's behavior unsettled him. This wasn't just fear of an ordinary tribe. After nearly an hour of navigating the thick jungle, Diego finally slowed down. They reached a small, shallow stream, its water reflecting the dim moonlight filtering through the canopy. Diego crouched beside the water, motioning for James to do the same. "Listen carefully," he said in a hushed tone. "We are close to their land now. You must not make noise. If they hear us—" He hesitated. James leaned in. "If they hear us, what?" Diego looked into the jungle with wary eyes. "Then we pray they don't see us first." James's heartbeat pounded in his ears as he crouched by the stream, his muscles tense. Diego's words echoed in his mind. "We pray they don't see us first." The thick jungle around them was eerily silent, except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. James scanned the darkness, feeling exposed despite the cover of vegetation. "Who are they?" James finally asked in a whisper. Diego hesitated before answering. "An old tribe, very old. No one knows how long they have lived here. They do not welcome outsiders." James frowned. "But there are many uncontacted tribes in the Amazon, right? Most just avoid people." Diego gave him a hard look. "This is not like other tribes. They do not just avoid, they protect." James shivered at the way Diego said the word. "Protect what?" Diego didn't answer. Instead, he motioned for James to follow as they moved parallel to the stream, walking carefully to avoid making noise. The moonlight barely reached them through the dense canopy, casting ghostly shadows on the forest floor. After a few minutes, Diego suddenly stopped, raising a hand. James froze. Something was moving in the trees. A soft rustling, rhythmic and deliberate, circled them from multiple directions. It wasn't the chaotic movement of an animal. It was calculated, controlled. James's breath caught in his throat. They weren't alone. Diego grabbed his arm and whispered urgently, "We leave. Now." James didn't argue. They turned back the way they had come, moving swiftly but silently. But after only a few steps, Diego halted again, eyes wide. James followed his gaze, and his stomach dropped. Bare feet, half hidden behind the trees, barely visible in the dim light, were several pairs of feet, motionless, watching. They had been surrounded. James's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the bare feet in the darkness. They were close, too close. Yet the owners remained eerily still, blending with the jungle's shadows. He couldn't see their faces, only the vague outlines of their forms, partially obscured by the trees. Diego's grip on James's arm tightened. His breathing was slow, controlled, but James could feel the tension in his body. "Do not run," Diego whispered, barely moving his lips. "They are watching. If we run, they will chase." James swallowed hard. His instincts screamed at him to bolt, but he forced himself to stay still. For what felt like an eternity, neither he nor Diego moved. The figures remained in place, silent and motionless, as if testing them. The only sounds were the distant calls of night creatures and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the watchers melted back into the jungle. No footsteps, no noise, just gone. James exhaled shakily. "What the hell was that?" Diego let go of his arm and took a slow step back. "We were lucky." "Lucky? How is that lucky?" Diego didn't answer immediately. Instead, he scanned the darkness, his expression unreadable. "They let us go." James shivered. He realized his shirt was damp with sweat. The air was humid, but the cold dread seeping into his bones had nothing to do with the temperature. "We should leave this area," Diego said finally. "Now." James nodded quickly. The jungle around them suddenly felt more oppressive, the trees towering over them like silent sentinels. They moved cautiously, stepping carefully to avoid making too much noise. Diego led the way, following a different path than before, taking them away from the stream and deeper into the jungle. James kept glancing over his shoulder, expecting to see the watchers again. But they were gone, vanished as if they had never been there. Still, the uneasy feeling in his gut told him one thing. They weren't alone, and they never had been. James followed Diego through the dense jungle, his pulse still pounding from their eerie encounter. Every sound, The crunch of leaves, the distant calls of animals, even his own breathing felt amplified, as if the jungle itself was alive and listening. Diego moved with precision, his steps calculated, his ears always attuned to their surroundings. James envied his calm demeanor, but he could tell the guide was just as disturbed as he was. Diego's eyes darted around, scanning the trees, the shadows, the darkness between the leaves. After what felt like an hour of silent trekking, Diego finally stopped near a fallen tree. He turned to James, his expression serious. "We rest here." James hesitated, his body still tense. "Are you sure it's safe?" Diego exhaled through his nose, then gestured for James to sit. "Nowhere is safe, but moving without rest is worse. We must keep our minds sharp." James reluctantly sat on the damp log, wiping sweat from his forehead. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "Who were they?" he finally asked. "Those people watching us?" Diego looked past him, as if expecting to see something in the trees. "Uncontacted. They do not know our world, and we do not know theirs." James frowned. "If they wanted to hurt us, wouldn't they have done it already?" Diego nodded. "Perhaps, but they are cautious. They watch first. They decide." The words sent a chill down James's spine. "Decide what?" Diego didn't answer. Instead, he motioned for James to stay quiet. He listened. James strained his ears, but all he could hear was the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. Yet Diego's expression was hard, his muscles tense. "We are still being watched," Diego finally whispered. James's stomach clenched. He wanted to turn around, to look into the jungle behind him, but he resisted the urge. Diego's hand tightened around the handle of his machete. "They are not leaving us alone." James felt a slow, creeping realization settle over him. They had not escaped. They were being studied. James could feel it now, that suffocating sensation of being watched. The jungle, once merely an overwhelming maze of green, now felt like it had eyes in every direction. Diego stayed still, his body tense, listening. James followed his lead, gripping the straps of his backpack as if it would somehow make him feel more secure. A faint rustling in the trees. Not the wind. Not an animal. Something else. James swallowed hard. His instincts screamed at him to run, but Diego had warned him before. Panic could get a man killed in the jungle. After a long, agonizing moment, Diego whispered, "We keep moving. Slowly. Do not run." James nodded, his body stiff with fear. Every step forward felt wrong, like he was trespassing where he didn't belong. The further they went, the heavier the air became, thick with tension. Then Diego suddenly stopped. James nearly bumped into him. Ahead of them, on the narrow path, was something new, a structure. It wasn't natural, a totem of some kind, crudely made, yet deliberately placed. It was tall, wrapped in vines, decorated with bones, small animal skulls, dried feathers, and something else James didn't want to identify. The air around it was wrong, thick settling. Diego exhaled slowly. "This is a warning." James's mouth went dry. "Warning for what?" Diego hesitated. "For us." James turned, scanning the trees behind them. He couldn't see anyone, but he didn't have to. He could feel them, unseen figures lurking just beyond the leaves, hidden yet present, watching, waiting. James's breath came in shallow, controlled inhales as he stood frozen beside Diego, staring at the eerie totem. The bones rattled softly as a breeze passed through, as if whispering a message neither of them could understand. Diego was the first to move. He reached into his belt and pulled out a machete, holding it tightly. "We should go. Now." James nodded, but couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in his gut. He turned, scanning the dense jungle, convinced that unseen eyes were burning into his back. He still couldn't see anything, but he knew they were there. The two of them stepped around the totem carefully, making sure not to disturb it. Diego led the way, his steps precise, barely making a sound on the damp jungle floor. James followed, but every crack of a twig beneath his boots made him flinch. For what felt like an eternity, they walked in silence. The jungle noises had changed. The usual hum of insects, the occasional distant call of a bird, even the rustling of leaves, all of it had quieted. It was unnatural. Too quiet. James licked his dry lips. "Diego," he whispered, "are we being followed?" Diego didn't answer at first. He only walked faster, his knuckles white around the handle of the machete. "We do not stop. We do not look back," he finally said. "If you see something, do not react." James felt his skin prickle with cold sweat. If he saw something, that meant Diego already had. A branch snapped somewhere behind them. James flinched but kept his eyes forward, focusing on Diego's steady pace. Another snap, closer this time. Then a breath. A deep, slow exhale from something that wasn't them. James clenched his jaw. His instincts screamed at him to turn around, to look. But Diego's warning rang loud in his head. Do not look back. His heart pounded violently against his ribs as they quickened their pace, moving through the thick undergrowth, the dense vines clawing at their clothing. Another sound. Footsteps. Soft. Deliberate. Multiple sets. They weren't alone. James wanted to run. Every fiber of his being urged him to bolt, but Diego kept walking, his movements calm, controlled. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Diego whispered, "We are close to the river. Keep moving." James swallowed and did as he was told. But the oppressive feeling of being watched never left, because whoever was behind them, whatever was following them, wasn't going away. The sound of rushing water grew louder as they approached the river. But James couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt thicker now, dense with the tension that had been building since they had first ventured into the jungle. Every shadow seemed like it could conceal something watching them, waiting. Diego led the way with unshaken resolve, but even he couldn't hide the slight wariness in his steps. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes narrowing. James followed his gaze, but there was nothing. Still, that feeling of being pursued clawed at him. As they neared the water's edge, the dense trees began to thin, the jungle opening up to a wide river that stretched out before them like an endless expanse. The river was fast-moving, its dark waters swirling beneath the trees. On the opposite bank, the thick, untouched jungle continued as if the river separated two worlds. "This is where we make camp," Diego said, stopping abruptly. James blinked. "Here? Now?" Diego didn't answer immediately. Instead, he crouched down near the bank, pulling out a small knife and beginning to scrape at the bark of a tree. "The river is our boundary. We stay here tonight." James wasn't sure what he meant by that, but the urgency in Diego's voice made him comply. He set his backpack down on the ground, feeling the weight of the situation pressing in. They were in uncharted territory, and every decision seemed more critical than the last. Diego finally stood, his face grim. "The people of the jungle know this place. They will not cross it." James's mind raced. "What are you talking about? Who are they?" Diego looked around, ensuring no one was listening, and then nodded toward the far side of the river. "The people across the river, the ones who do not welcome outsiders." James felt a shiver run down his spine. "But they're not here, right?" Diego didn't answer directly. Instead, he gathered some dry leaves and started a small fire. The crackling of the fire seemed almost loud in the unnatural stillness around them. James sat down, trying to calm his breathing, but something still didn't feel right. The jungle was silent again, too silent. He kept his gaze fixed on the river, but his mind kept drifting back to the forest behind them. The footsteps. The strange sounds they had heard earlier were still fresh in his memory, like a persistent echo. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence, coming from the thick jungle behind them. It was subtle at first, but unmistakable. Someone, or something, was there. James tensed, his muscles coiling in anticipation. He glanced over at Diego, whose eyes were trained on the trees. There was no panic in his gaze, only the calm certainty of someone who had seen it all before. Diego slowly rose to his feet, his hand reaching for his machete. "Do not move," he said, his voice low and steady. "Stay close." James nodded, his heart racing. The rustling grew louder now, unmistakable. Footsteps. Human? Animal? He couldn't tell, but it was coming closer. James's thoughts raced. What was out there? What had they stumbled into? His hand instinctively tightened around his backpack strap. A shadow moved at the edge of the trees. James held his breath. Then, a figure stepped into the light. It was a man, but unlike any man James had ever seen. His skin was dark, almost like the earth itself, and his hair was wild and tangled. He was covered in simple cloths, and his eyes gleamed with an intelligence that made James shiver. The man stopped at the edge of the river, not crossing it, but watching them. He didn't speak, didn't make a sound, only studied them with piercing eyes. Diego didn't flinch. He stood his ground. His machete held at his side, but his posture was calm. "The watchman," he murmured. "He is a guardian of the river." James's mind spun. A guardian? The figure remained silent, but his gaze never wavered from them. He was watching for something, waiting. For a long moment, the only sound was the rushing of the river. The tension in the air thickened, and James felt a sense of dread creep into his bones. Then, as silently as he had appeared, the man turned and melted back into the jungle. Diego relaxed but didn't speak immediately. James stared at the spot where the figure had vanished, still unsure of what had just happened. Finally, Diego spoke. "We are safe, for now, but do not forget, this place is not ours. We are guests here, nothing more." James could only nod, his mind still racing with questions, but one thing was certain. This was only the beginning of something much bigger. The jungle, the people, and the strange magic that seemed to pulse in the air. He hadn't even begun to understand what he had gotten himself into. The night air was thick with humidity, the scent of damp earth and burning wood mingling as James and Diego sat near the small fire. The encounter with the mysterious figure by the river still weighed on James's mind. He had vanished so seamlessly into the jungle, as if he had never been there in the first place. James shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting between the trees on the far bank of the river. The weight of the night pressed in around them, an oppressive silence hanging in the air. "You called him a guardian," James finally said. "What does that mean?" Diego poked at the fire with a stick, his expression unreadable. "He watches the river. He watches for outsiders." James furrowed his brow. "Like us?" Diego exhaled, nodding. "But he was not here for us, not yet." James swallowed hard. Then, who was he watching for? Diego didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pack and pulled out a small cloth bundle. He unwrapped it carefully, revealing what looked like a handful of dried leaves and small bones. Whispering something under his breath, he tossed the leaves into the fire. The flames crackled and flared, turning an eerie shade of blue for a brief moment before settling back into their natural orange glow. James tensed. "What was that?" Diego didn't look at him. "A precaution." James didn't like that answer. The night was quiet, too quiet. The jungle, usually alive with the sounds of insects and nocturnal creatures, had fallen into an unnatural stillness. Then, just beyond the reach of the fire's glow, came the sound of movement. James's breath hitched. It wasn't the sharp crack of a branch underfoot, nor the rustling of an animal moving through the brush. It was softer, slower, like the deliberate steps of someone trying not to be heard. He exchanged a glance with Diego, who was already gripping his machete tightly. "Stay low," Diego whispered. James obeyed, crouching near the fire, his pulse hammering against his ribs. The sound came again, closer. James turned his head toward the jungle behind them, his eyes straining to see through the darkness. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, movement. A shifting shadow, blending so seamlessly with the trees that he almost doubted it was real. Diego inhaled sharply. "They are here." James's stomach turned to ice. "Who?" Diego's voice was barely above a breath. "The ones who do not welcome outsiders." James swallowed hard, his fingers curling into fists. His first instinct was to run, but Diego didn't move. He remained crouched, eyes locked on the trees. The rustling stopped. Silence. James's skin prickled. They were being watched. Seconds passed like hours, stretching the moment into unbearable tension. Then, without warning, the jungle came alive again. Crickets chirped, distant animals called, and the eerie quiet was gone. The watchers, whoever they were, had retreated. Diego exhaled, lowering his machete. They were only looking. James let out a shaky breath. "Looking for what?" Diego met his gaze, his expression grave. "To see if we are worth following." A cold chill ran down James's spine. He wasn't sure which was worse, the idea that they had been watched or the implication that this wasn't over yet. James barely slept that night. Every rustling leaf, every distant animal call sent his nerves on edge. He knew they had been watched, silent figures hiding among the trees, observing them from the darkness. But why? And more importantly, would they return? When dawn broke, Diego was already awake, standing by the river with his machete in hand. His expression was unreadable as he scanned the jungle, his stance tense and alert. James pushed himself up, groaning at the stiffness in his muscles. "Did you sleep at all?" he asked. Diego shook his head. "It is better to stay aware." James rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the exhaustion. "Do you think they're still out there?" Diego didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed to the edge of their campsite. James followed his gaze and felt his stomach drop. There, etched into the dirt, was a symbol, a crude, circular shape with jagged lines running through it. It hadn't been there the night before. James knelt beside it, running his fingers over the freshly disturbed earth. "What the hell is this?" Diego exhaled slowly. A warning. James felt a chill run through him. From who? Diego hesitated. The tribe. They know we are here. James's pulse quickened. You mean the same people who don't welcome outsiders? Diego nodded. Yes, but this means they are watching closely now. James clenched his jaw. So what do we do? Leave? Diego studied the symbol for a long moment before shaking his head. Not yet. They have not attacked. If they wanted us gone, they would have already tried. James wasn't so sure. The silence of the previous night, the feeling of being watched, it all felt like the calm before a storm. He stood up, brushing the dirt from his hands. Then what's the plan? Diego slung his pack over his shoulder. We move carefully. We do not disturb their land, and we do not give them a reason to act. James let out a slow breath. And if they do act? Diego met his gaze, his expression firm. Then we run. The weight of those words settled heavily in James's chest. He glanced back at the ominous symbol in the dirt before turning to the dense jungle ahead. They weren't alone, and now it was only a matter of time before the tribe made their next move. James and Diego moved cautiously through the jungle, their steps careful and deliberate. The deeper they ventured, the more James felt an unshakable presence around them, an eerie awareness that they were being observed. The jungle had grown unnervingly silent. Even the usual hum of insects and distant calls of wildlife seemed subdued, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. James wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heart pounding. Are you sure we're not pushing our luck? He whispered to Diego. Diego didn't answer immediately. His sharp eyes scanned their surroundings before he finally muttered, We are already too deep in. James swallowed hard. What does that mean? Diego knelt beside a tree and pointed to its bark. Symbols, similar to the one they had found at their camp, had been carved into the trunk. They looked rough, hastily made, but they carried an unsettling weight. These are boundary markers, Diego explained. We have crossed into their sacred land. James felt a chill crawl down his spine. You knew this, and we still came this way? Diego stood up, adjusting his machete. We have no choice. The way back is no safer. They are watching both directions. James exhaled shakily, glancing over his shoulder. The dense foliage seemed to move unnaturally, as if the trees themselves were shifting. Every rustle of leaves made his nerves spike. So what now? Diego motioned forward. We move quickly but carefully. No sudden actions. If we act like we belong, they may let us pass. James wasn't convinced, but he had no better plan. Swallowing his fear, he followed Diego deeper into the forbidden territory. As they pushed forward, James began to notice strange things. Small totems hanging from tree branches, made of bone, twigs, and human-like figures crafted from vines. Some were arranged in clusters, others spaced apart like warnings. Then, something else caught his eye. Through the trees in a small clearing, he saw them. A group of figures, barely visible through the thick foliage, crouched near a fire. Their skin was painted in dark patterns, blending with the jungle's shadows. They were chanting in low, rhythmic voices, their bodies swaying in unison. James froze, his breath catching in his throat. Diego? He whispered. Diego had seen them too. He grabbed James's arm and slowly backed away, motioning for silence. James's pulse pounded in his ears. The air around them felt electric, charged with something ancient and terrifying. As they crept backward, one of the figures abruptly turned its head. For a brief moment, James locked eyes with it. A pair of hollow, pitch-black eyes stared back at him. James's breath hitched. His instincts screamed at him to run, but Diego's firm grip on his arm kept him in place. Then the chanting stopped. The jungle fell into complete silence. James knew without a doubt that they had been seen. The end of Part 1. Part 2. The jungle stood still around them, thick and suffocating, as if time itself had frozen. The figure with the black eyes continued to stare, unblinking, its face expressionless. But its gaze was heavy, pressing down on James like an unseen weight. Every instinct told him to run, but his legs felt like stone, frozen in place by fear. Diego's grip tightened on his arm, but his eyes were calm, betraying no hint of panic. Instead, he slowly began to back away, guiding James with careful, deliberate steps. "Don't make any sudden movements," Diego whispered in a low, steady voice. "We need to leave, now." The tension in the air was suffocating. Every rustle of leaves felt like a shout in the silence. James could barely breathe, every breath shallow and quick, his heart pounding in his chest. He dared not take his eyes off the figure in the clearing, but as they retreated, the figure did not move. And then, as quickly as it had started, the moment passed. The figure turned back to the fire, its attention seemingly diverted, its chanting resuming in soft, rhythmic waves. James let out a long breath, his legs shaking with the weight of the fear that had almost paralyzed him. "What the hell was that?" he breathed, barely able to form the words. Diego didn't answer immediately, his eyes scanning the shadows around them. "I told you not to come here." His voice was harsh, but it held a note of regret, maybe even fear. "They are not just people. They are something else." James shook his head, trying to clear the fog of fear clouding his thoughts. "What are they? What do they want?" Diego hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a low voice, almost as if he was afraid to say the words aloud. "They are a lost tribe, yes, but they have been changed, altered by something older, something dark. They perform rituals to summon things. They are the guardians of this land, the jungle. You saw what they did. It's not just magic, it's real." James struggled to process what Diego had said. "You mean they're connected to the jungle? To something in it?" Diego nodded grimly. "Not just connected, they are the jungle. It's a part of them. This place, it's not just remote, not just isolated. There's power here. Dark, ancient power." A cold shiver ran down James's spine. He had heard stories, of course, tales about tribes and rituals, but hearing it like this, from Diego, someone who had lived and breathed the dangers of the Amazon, it felt too real. Diego gestured toward the jungle. "We need to get out of here. We've pushed too far already. If they notice us again, they'll track us, and then we won't have any chance of escape." James nodded quickly, his mind racing. "Where do we go? How do we get back?" Diego surveyed the jungle ahead, his brow furrowed. "We stay on the edge of the river. We can follow it back to where we last crossed, but we have to be fast. If they know we're here, they'll find us." James swallowed hard, his eyes lingering one last time on the clearing where the figures sat. They hadn't moved, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were still watching, waiting. Diego took the lead, his machete cutting through the dense underbrush. James followed, every crack of a branch underfoot feeling like a signal, a giveaway. They moved quickly but cautiously, hearts pounding in the tense silence that seemed to hang between them like a tangible force. As they walked, James couldn't help but wonder, how far would they have to go to escape the dark grip of this cursed jungle? And even if they did, what would be left of them when they made it out? James and Diego pressed forward through the dense jungle, their movements cautious, their senses heightened. The deeper they ventured, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The usual buzz of insects and distant calls of birds had faded into an eerie silence, as if the jungle itself was holding its breath. James wiped the sweat from his brow, his muscles tense. He felt exposed, like unseen eyes were tracking their every step. Diego, walking slightly ahead, kept his machete low, using it more to brush aside vines than for cutting. He moved with precision, his gaze flickering between the trees as if searching for something or someone. "We should be getting close to the river by now," James whispered. Diego didn't respond immediately. He slowed his pace, raising a hand for James to stop. His eyes locked onto the ground ahead. James followed his gaze and felt his stomach tighten. The dirt path they had been following was no longer just earth and fallen leaves. Strange symbols had been etched into the soil, circles, jagged lines, and spirals. The patterns were chaotic, but James couldn't shake the feeling that they held meaning. "What is this?" he asked in a hushed tone. Diego knelt down, brushing his fingers over the markings. His face was unreadable, but James could sense his unease. "A warning," Diego murmured. "These are not natural. People, put them here." James glanced around, his pulse quickening. The jungle had always felt overwhelming, but now it felt oppressive, as if it were slowly closing in around them. "Are we being followed?" he asked. Diego exhaled slowly, standing up. Maybe. Or maybe they're letting us know we've gone too far. A heavy silence hung between them. James felt a prickle on the back of his neck. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. "We should turn back," James said, his voice barely above a whisper. Diego hesitated, looking at the markings one last time before nodding. Carefully. No sudden moves. As they retraced their steps, James couldn't shake the feeling that they were no longer just explorers lost in the jungle. They were intruders, ones who had wandered too deep into something they were never meant to see. James and Diego moved slowly, retracing their steps with deliberate care. The eerie silence of the jungle made every rustling leaf and snapping twig beneath their feet feel deafening. James fought the urge to look over his shoulder every few seconds, convinced that something, or someone, was watching them from the dense foliage. "Stay calm," Diego whispered. "We don't run unless we have to." James nodded, though his heart pounded in his chest. The unsettling symbols they had found moments ago still burned in his mind. Who had carved them into the earth? What did they mean? He had read about isolated tribes deep in the Amazon, ones that had never made contact with the outside world. Could they have stumbled into forbidden territory? They walked for what felt like hours, though James knew it was only minutes. The jungle ahead seemed unchanged, but James couldn't shake the feeling that something was different, like the very air had thickened with unseen tension. Then Diego stopped abruptly. "Do you see that?" he whispered, barely moving his lips. James followed Diego's gaze to a massive tree trunk a few feet away. At first, it looked like nothing more than a tangle of vines and moss. But then, James saw it. Hidden among the twisting roots, nearly blending into the tree itself, was a small bundle. A collection of sticks tied together with thin twine, feathers jutting out from the sides. Small animal bones dangled from its center, clinking softly as a faint breeze passed through. It was a totem. James swallowed hard. That wasn't here before. Diego's expression darkened. No, it wasn't. James took a cautious step backward, scanning the trees. He couldn't see anything, but the oppressive feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. A cold bead of sweat trickled down his back. "They know we're here," Diego murmured. James clenched his fists. "We need to leave. Now." Diego nodded. They turned and moved as quickly and quietly as they could, stepping over roots and ducking beneath thick branches. Every fiber of James's being screamed at him to run, but he fought the impulse. If someone or something was watching them, sudden movement might provoke a reaction they wouldn't be able to escape. A low rustling sound echoed from behind them. James's breath hitched. He didn't turn around. Neither did Diego. They kept walking, faster now, moving toward the direction they had come from, praying that the jungle would let them go. The humidity in the air thickened, and James felt a shift in the atmosphere. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves with a frantic energy. Above the dense canopy, the sky darkened ominously, signaling an approaching storm. "We need to find shelter," Diego muttered, glancing up at the forming storm clouds. "This is going to be a bad one." James wiped the sweat from his forehead, his nerves still on edge after discovering the totem. The oppressive feeling of being watched hadn't left him, but as the storm clouds churned, a new sensation settled in: urgency. The jungle wasn't just dangerous because of its hidden inhabitants. Nature itself was a force they couldn't ignore. Thunder rumbled in the distance, sending a deep vibration through the ground. The first heavy drops of rain splattered against their skin, quickly turning into a downpour. "There!" Diego suddenly pointed toward a rocky outcrop partially concealed by thick vegetation. James followed Diego's lead, pushing through the wet foliage. As they got closer, they saw a dark opening at the base of the rock formation. A cave. The rain intensified, hammering down on them as they ducked into the entrance. Inside, the air was cool and damp, but it was a welcome refuge from the storm. Water dripped from their clothes, forming small puddles at their feet. James took out his flashlight and swept the beam across the walls. The cave was larger than he expected, stretching further into darkness. The ground was uneven but dry, and there were no immediate signs of dangerous wildlife inside. Diego exhaled heavily, shaking off the rain from his arms. "Looks like we got lucky." James wasn't so sure. His mind was still fixated on the totem, on the unseen figures he was sure had been watching them. But for now, the pounding rain outside masked any other sounds. Maybe, just maybe, the tribe had lost track of them in the chaos of the storm. Or maybe they were simply waiting. James sat against the rough stone wall, listening to the relentless downpour. The jungle outside was alive with the sounds of rain drumming against leaves and the occasional crack of thunder. The storm had bought them some time. But deep inside he knew this was only temporary. The relentless rain showed no signs of stopping. The wind howled through the jungle, carrying with it the distant echoes of snapping branches and rustling leaves. James and Diego sat near the entrance of the cave, their bodies finally starting to dry from the earlier downpour. The fire they had hastily built flickered, casting long dancing shadows against the damp stone walls. James leaned against the rough surface, exhaustion weighing on his muscles. Despite his fatigue, his mind refused to rest. He turned to Diego, who was sharpening a knife with slow, deliberate strokes. "Diego," James began, his voice quieter than usual. "Back in the village before we left, you mentioned stories about the uncontacted tribes. You said some of them perform rituals." Diego's hands stilled. He glanced up, his face illuminated by the glow of the fire. "Si," he said after a long pause. "I have heard many things." James shifted forward. Diego exhaled deeply and set the knife down. He seemed to weigh his words carefully before speaking. "There are tribes deep in the Amazon that no outsider has ever spoken to and lived to tell the story," he began. "Some say they are protectors of the jungle. Others believe they are something far more sinister." The fire crackled between them. "What kind of rituals do they perform?" James pressed. Diego ran a hand through his damp hair, his eyes dark with thought. "I've heard stories from old hunters, those who ventured too far and returned changed, if they returned at all. These tribes worship the spirits of the jungle, believing that the rainforest itself is alive, filled with forces beyond human understanding. They perform rituals to communicate with these spirits, to gain their favor or their power." James felt a chill crawl up his spine. "Power?" Diego nodded. "Some say they can control nature itself, summon animals, change the weather. Others whisper of darker things, curses, transformations, even the ability to walk between this world and another." James swallowed hard. He thought back to the totems, the strange markings on the trees, and the eerie sensation of being watched. It all seemed to align with what Diego was saying. "And the sacrifices?" James asked hesitantly. Diego hesitated before answering. "Blood offerings. Some say they give parts of themselves to the jungle, others say they take from outsiders." His gaze flickered toward the cave entrance, where the rain still poured in heavy sheets. "The ones who go missing are never found." James clenched his jaw. He suddenly felt very aware of how deep they were in the wilderness, how far from safety they had truly wandered. The jungle outside roared with the storm, but inside the cave, a heavy silence settled between them. "Let's get some rest," Diego finally said, his voice quieter now. "We'll need our strength for tomorrow." James nodded, though he wasn't sure how much sleep he would actually get, because now for the first time, he wasn't just afraid of getting lost. He was afraid of being found. James awoke to the faint sound of movement near the cave entrance. His body tensed as his senses adjusted to the dim morning light. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and earth, and the fire they had built the night before had nearly burned out, leaving only faintly glowing embers. Diego was already awake, crouched near the entrance, watching something outside with intense focus. His breath was slow and measured, his posture rigid. James carefully moved beside him, careful not to make a sound. When he followed Diego's gaze, his stomach twisted. Just beyond the tree line, the uncontacted tribe had gathered again. But this time, it wasn't just silent observation. They were performing a ritual. A small fire crackled at the center of the gathering, its flames sending flickering shadows across their painted faces. The tribespeople moved in synchronized motions, swaying side to side, whispering in low, rhythmic voices. Some held intricately carved wooden masks shaped like the faces of animals, monkeys, jaguars, and birds. Others had smeared a dark, clay-like substance over their arms and faces. The shaman, an older man with deep-set eyes and a headdress of woven vines and feathers, stepped into the center of the circle. He held a small clay bowl filled with a thick, dark liquid. He dipped his fingers into it and began tracing intricate patterns on his chest and arms, humming in a low tone that sent chills down James's spine. One by one, the other tribespeople followed. They smeared the dark substance onto their own skin, painting symbols and shapes that seemed almost alive in the firelight. Their chanting grew louder, echoing through the trees like a hypnotic melody. Then, something strange happened. One of the men let out a deep, guttural breath and stumbled forward, gripping his arms as if in pain. His body trembled violently. His fingers curled, his back arched, and for a moment, James thought he was having a seizure. But then, right before their eyes, his form began to shift. His muscles twitched unnaturally, his spine curved, and his face contorted. It wasn't an illusion. His body was physically changing. His arms shrank, his legs bent at odd angles, and his fingers became shorter, more nimble. Patches of fur sprouted along his limbs. His mouth pushed forward into a small snout. His ears grew rounded. Within seconds, where the man once stood, there was now a monkey. James' breath caught in his throat. He felt a chill run down his spine as he stared, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. The monkey, formerly a man, let out a sharp cry and leaped onto a low-hanging branch. It looked at the others, tilting its head as if still aware of its former self. But there was no fear in its eyes. The ritual continued. More of the tribespeople stepped forward, smearing the substance over their bodies. One by one, they trembled, convulsed, and shifted. The air around them seemed charged with something unnatural, something beyond human understanding. James turned to Diego, his voice barely a whisper. "Are you seeing this?" Diego nodded slowly, his face pale. This is not just a ritual. This is something else." James swallowed hard. His mind screamed at him to run, but his body refused to move. The jungle had felt strange before, but now it felt utterly alien. They were no longer just observers. They were witnessing something that should have been impossible. James tore his gaze away from the surreal sight unfolding before them and turned to Diego. His companion's face was pale, his breathing unsteady. For the first time since their journey had begun, Diego looked truly shaken. "Diego, what the hell is happening?" James whispered, his voice barely above a breath. Diego swallowed hard, still watching as yet another tribesman trembled, his body shifting, limbs shortening, bones reshaping. In mere moments, a second monkey darted up into the trees, vanishing into the jungle canopy as if it had always belonged there. Diego finally tore his eyes away and looked at James, his expression conflicted. "I've heard about this before, but I never thought it was real." James narrowed his eyes. "Heard about what?" Diego hesitated for a moment, then exhaled sharply, as if resigning himself to a truth he had long tried to forget. "My father, he used to tell me stories when I was a kid, about the tribes deep in the Amazon, the ones no outsider has ever truly seen. He always said there were those who could change." James stiffened. "Change? You mean into animals?" Diego nodded. He called them the curse-born, the ones who were chosen, or maybe condemned, to take the shape of the jungle itself. He said the transformation was part of a ritual, something tied to the spirits of the land. But I always thought they were just myths, scary bedtime stories meant to keep kids from wandering too deep into the rainforest. James clenched his jaw. "Well, it's not a bedtime story anymore." They both turned their eyes back toward the tribe. The ritual was still in progress. More figures were shifting. Some into monkeys, others into birds. One man crouched near the fire, let out a deep groan before his form stretched unnaturally. A moment later, his body melted into the shape of a jaguar, sleek and powerful. The massive feline blinked slowly, then prowled into the shadows of the trees, disappearing into the night. Diego inhaled sharply. "My father said they weren't just transforming for the sake of it. He said they did this to protect something." James felt a chill crawl down his spine. "Protect what?" Diego shook his head. "I don't know. He never told me. Or maybe he didn't know himself." A heavy silence fell between them. The jungle was alive with the sounds of insects and rustling leaves. But now, those sounds felt different, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, watching them just as they had been watching the tribe. James clenched his fists. They had spent days running, hiding, trying to stay unnoticed. But now, as he watched humans become creatures before his very eyes, he realized something chilling. They weren't just lost in the jungle anymore. They had stumbled into something ancient, something forbidden. And now, the question remained, had the tribe noticed them? And if they had, what would happen next? James and Diego remained completely still, their bodies tense as they observed the strange ritual unfold before them. The tribe continued their eerie transformations, men turning into animals, blending seamlessly with the jungle as if they had never been human at all. The flickering fire cast long shadows across the damp cave walls, making the entire scene feel even more surreal. James gritted his teeth, waiting for the inevitable moment when one of them would turn their gaze toward the cave. He expected sharp eyes to pierce the darkness, sensing their presence, calling out in alarm. But that moment never came. The tribe never looked in their direction. They moved methodically through their ritual, each participant seemingly lost in their own world. Slowly, as if obeying an unspoken command, the transformed figures disappeared into the jungle. The fire crackled one last time before the remaining tribespeople covered it with earth, extinguishing its glow. The clearing darkened, the last remnants of their presence fading into the whispers of the rainforest. Then, just like that, they were gone. James let out a slow, shaky breath. Did they not see us? Diego hesitated, his gaze still locked on the now empty clearing. I don't know. Maybe they didn't care. Maybe we weren't part of whatever they were doing. James exhaled, running a hand through his damp, unkempt hair. Either way, we can't stay here. If they come back. I know. Diego cut in, already grabbing his gear. We should move before the sun rises. Carefully, they stepped toward the cave entrance. The humid night air greeted them, thick with the scent of wet leaves and earth. The rain had finally stopped, leaving behind a ghostly mist that slithered between the towering trees. The jungle was eerily silent, as if even the animals were waiting for something. James felt a deep unease settle in his chest. He had expected to feel relief now that the tribe was gone, but instead, a lingering dread clung to him. What they had witnessed wasn't just some strange cultural ritual. It was something far older, something beyond their understanding. As they made their way out of the cave, James turned to Diego. Which way now? Diego hesitated, then pointed toward the dense foliage. We keep heading east. If we're lucky, we'll find the river again. James gave a firm nod. Then let's get the hell out of here. With one last glance back at the empty clearing, they disappeared into the jungle, the mysteries of the tribe still weighing heavily on their minds. The dense jungle seemed to press in on them from all sides as James and Diego carefully made their way through the underbrush. The wet, slick ground made every step treacherous, and their clothes clung to their skin, heavy with moisture from the rainstorm. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves felt like it might draw attention, though whether from the tribe or the jungle's unseen predators, they couldn't be sure. The night was thick with shadows, and the silence that followed the tribe's departure felt almost suffocating. James kept glancing over his shoulder, his senses heightened, expecting to see something, anything, that would make them stop and hide. But there was nothing. The jungle was still. Diego, leading the way with quiet urgency, occasionally paused to listen to the sounds around them. We're not far now, he murmured after a particularly long silence, his voice tight with a mixture of exhaustion and determination. The river should be just through here. James nodded, but his mind kept drifting back to the ritual they had witnessed. The images of the transformed figures, moving effortlessly between man and beast, were burned into his memory. How could they have done that? And why had they seemed so indifferent to their presence? The unanswered questions gnawed at him, making the weight of the jungle feel even heavier. They pushed forward, careful not to make too much noise. The path was narrow and tangled with vines, but every now and then, Diego would catch a glimpse of the faint glint of water through the trees. Almost there, he whispered, though James wasn't sure if he was speaking to himself or to James. Another hour passed. The jungle seemed to grow darker and more oppressive with each step, the air thick with moisture and the lingering scent of the rain. Yet, despite the eerie atmosphere, James felt a strange sense of relief. If they could just reach the river, they would be able to find their bearings and, hopefully, get back to the village or find help. Finally, through the heavy canopy, they saw it, the river. A wide, slow-moving stream, its waters dark and muddy after the rain. The sound of the river's flow was like music to their ears after the tension of the jungle. It was a lifeline. James exhaled deeply. "We made it," Arpy muttered, stepping closer to the bank and kneeling down to splash his face with the cool, fresh water. The sense of accomplishment was brief, though. The river, while a relief, was also a reminder that they were still very much in the heart of the Amazon. They weren't safe yet. Diego joined him by the water, squatting beside him. "We need to follow it upstream," he said, his tone firm but tired. "It'll lead us toward the next village. But we need to move fast before—" He trailed off, his eyes darting back into the dark jungle. James glanced at him, feeling the same unease. "Before the tribe comes back." Diego didn't answer, but James could see it in his eyes. They both knew that the tribe, if it even cared to find them, could easily track them through the jungle. The sense of danger hadn't dissipated, and it wouldn't until they were far away from this place. With no more words between them, they both stood up, their eyes still scanning the jungle as they slowly began to follow the river upstream. The night was far from over, and the dangers of the Amazon had not yet revealed their full face. The darkness of the jungle seemed endless, the weight of it pressing in on them as they made their way along the riverbank. The rain had slowed to a light drizzle, but the air was thick and humid, and their clothes clung to them like a second skin. Every step they took felt heavier than the last, their legs sore from the hours of walking through the dense, wet jungle. James's exhaustion had begun to settle in, his body aching from the constant tension and the strain of the journey. His mind was foggy, the haunting images of the ritual and the transformation still fresh in his mind. Despite their narrow escape, his thoughts kept circling back to the tribe, what they could do, what they were capable of. He hadn't been able to shake the unsettling feeling that something was watching them, even when they thought they were alone. Diego, too, looked worn out. His face was grim, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The sense of urgency in his movements had faded, replaced by a quiet weariness. The journey had taken a toll on both of them, and the exhaustion was beginning to set in. After what seemed like another hour of walking, Diego suddenly stopped. He looked over at James, his expression tired but resolute. "We need to rest," he said, his voice hoarse. "It's too far to the camp tonight. We're not going to make it." James hesitated, glancing over his shoulder at the dark jungle. He was reluctant to stop, not wanting to risk being caught by the tribe or any other danger lurking nearby. But his body ached, and the weight of the situation had taken its toll. "I agree," he said quietly. "We'll stay here for the night. We'll need to be strong for tomorrow." They found a spot on the riverbank, sheltered by a thick cluster of trees. It wasn't much, but it would provide some cover from the elements. The sound of the river flowing softly beside them was oddly soothing, a quiet contrast to the tension in the air. James sank down onto the ground, feeling the cool, damp earth against his legs. His eyes closed for a moment, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The sound of the water and the gentle rustling of the leaves in the breeze offered a sense of calm he hadn't felt in days. It was a fleeting comfort, but it was enough. Diego, sitting nearby, seemed equally grateful for the moment of rest. He pulled his legs close to his chest and stared out at the river, lost in thought. "I never thought it would come to this," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "I never thought we'd see anything like this. What kind of people are they?" James opened his eyes and turned to him. "I don't know, Diego, but I don't think we can stay here much longer. We're too close to them. Too close to whatever that was." His voice trailed off as the memory of the ritual flashed before his eyes again. For a long while, neither of them spoke. They both just sat there, listening to the river and watching the shadows of the trees stretch long across the ground. The exhaustion from the journey was finally catching up with them, and despite the fear gnawing at the back of James's mind, his body craved rest. After a few more minutes of silence, Diego stretched out on the ground beside the river, pulling his jacket tighter around him for warmth. "We need to sleep. We'll figure things out in the morning," he said, his voice heavy with fatigue. James nodded, though his mind was still racing. Sleep would be a welcome relief, but the uncertainty of what lay ahead kept him from fully relaxing. The jungle wasn't done with them yet, but for now, there was nothing they could do but rest. Tomorrow, they would have to keep moving, keep pushing forward. James lay back, his eyes scanning the dark sky above, and tried to push the thoughts of the tribe and the strange, terrifying magic out of his mind. Sleep came slowly, but eventually the exhaustion took over, and the river's gentle sound lulled them both into an uneasy slumber. The morning light filtered through the dense canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The jungle around them was eerily still, the usual chorus of birds and insects momentarily silent. James slowly opened his eyes, feeling the lingering tension in the air. The calmness felt unnatural, like the world was holding its breath. He could hear Diego shifting beside him, but his senses were on high alert. A rustling sound broke the silence, a soft, cautious movement in the underbrush. James's body tensed. He wasn't sure if it was an animal, the wind, or something else entirely, but the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He could feel Diego's eyes snap open as well, both of them instinctively becoming aware of the growing tension. From the corner of his eye, James saw a pair of glowing eyes watching them from a few yards away. His heart skipped a beat. At first, he thought it might have been a trick of the light, but as the figure stepped forward into the shadows of the trees, he realized what it was. A jaguar. Its sleek, muscular body was poised in the undergrowth, its golden eyes locked onto them with an intensity that sent a chill down James's spine. The jaguar's coat blended seamlessly with the jungle around it. And for a moment, James couldn't tell if it was real or if it was part of the dreamlike world they had been trapped in. Diego's hand shot to the machete at his side, his grip tightening around the handle. His voice was a low whisper, but it carried the urgency of someone who had seen too much in too little time. "It's watching us," he murmured, barely audible. "I don't like this, James. Could be more than just an animal." James nodded slowly, his mind racing. "It's too aware. Do you think it's one of them? From the contact tribe?" The thought made his stomach turn. The idea that the jaguar might not be an animal at all, but a human in disguise, was a terrifying possibility. The line between the natural and the supernatural was becoming increasingly blurry. The jaguar didn't move, its eyes unwavering. It was as if it was studying them, assessing their every move, as though it knew something they didn't. "Maybe it's just a jaguar," James said quietly, though doubt lingered in his voice. "But why isn't it attacking? Why just watching?" Diego clenched his machete tighter, his knuckles white. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. They could feel the weight of the jaguar's gaze, a quiet, predatory presence that seemed to pierce through them. James could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the sound deafening in his ears. Finally, after what felt like hours, the jaguar made its move. But it wasn't an attack. Instead, it slowly backed away into the thick undergrowth, its eyes still locked onto them as it retreated. It was as though it had decided they weren't worth the trouble. Or perhaps it was waiting for something. Either way, the jaguar was leaving them for now. Diego lowered his machete, but didn't relax. His eyes remained trained on the spot where the jaguar had been. "That wasn't just an animal, James. I don't know what it was, but I don't trust it." James swallowed, his heart still racing. "Neither do I. But it didn't attack. That's something." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air was thick with the aftershock of their encounter, and it felt like the jungle itself was holding its breath. James wondered if this was just another test. He thought about the strange rituals, the magic they had witnessed, and the transformations that had haunted their journey. What if this jaguar was connected to all of it? "We need to keep moving," Diego said finally, breaking the silence. "We can't stay here, not with whatever that was out there." James nodded in agreement, though his mind was still reeling from the encounter. As they packed their things, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, even now. Something was out there, and it wasn't just the jungle. The jaguar had retreated, but the mystery of what they were facing in these woods had only deepened. They both knew they had to be careful. The line between the natural and the supernatural was becoming dangerously thin, and they had no idea what was waiting for them next. As the morning progressed, James and Diego made their way along the narrow path leading back toward their camp. The sounds of the jungle seemed to have returned to their usual rhythm, birds calling and insects buzzing, but there was an underlying sense of unease in the air. They moved cautiously, each step taken with the weight of recent events hanging heavy on their shoulders. With every step, the feeling that they were being watched didn't leave them. But as they pushed further into the dense jungle, James noticed something strange. There were signs, footprints in the mud, fresh scratches on tree trunks, and broken branches along the path. The signs were new, too new to be from the jaguar. It seemed as though something or someone had passed through here recently. But there was no sign of danger, no immediate threat lurking in the shadows. "This doesn't feel right," Diego murmured, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "We shouldn't be seeing these signs so clearly if we're still being watched. They're too clean, too obvious." James glanced over at him, his brow furrowing. "You're saying it's like they're letting us go?" Diego nodded slowly. "Exactly. I don't know why, but it's as if the jungle or the people here are just letting us pass. But why?" James couldn't answer. The idea of being allowed to leave felt wrong in a way he couldn't explain. He had seen too much to believe that anything in this place happened without a reason. The strange encounters, the magic, the rituals, it all pointed to something much larger than they could understand. They continued along the path, moving cautiously but steadily. The sounds of the jungle began to feel more familiar, and the weight of the tension that had been clinging to them for days seemed to lift, ever so slightly. It was as though the jungle was shifting around them, opening up in a way it hadn't before. As they walked, James began to think back to the last few days, the strange magic they had witnessed, the transformations, and the way they had been watched so intently. Could it be possible that the tribe or the jungle had some kind of plan for them? That they had been allowed to witness these things for a reason? Or perhaps, more ominously, they were part of something larger, something beyond their understanding. "Maybe they don't want us to leave," James said quietly, voicing a thought that had been creeping into his mind. "Maybe they're just waiting for the right time." Diego didn't answer right away, his mind clearly racing with the same questions. He had seen enough of this place to know that there were layers to it, layers that could take a lifetime to understand, if ever. But he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being given some kind of freedom that might come at a steep cost later. The road ahead seemed clearer, less cluttered than before. The dense jungle that had been closing in around them now felt almost inviting, as if it were opening up, allowing them to pass through with little resistance. Eventually, they reached a clearing, the first they had seen in what felt like days. The sunlight broke through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. It felt almost like a passage, a border between the unknown and the known, between the magic of the jungle and the safety of their camp. But even in this moment of relative calm, the question still loomed large in James's mind. Why had they been allowed to walk through this jungle without interference? What had the tribe seen in them, or perhaps in their journey, that had led them to this moment? "We need to keep going," Diego said, breaking James out of his thoughts. "We're not out of this yet." James nodded, though his mind was still far away. They continued down the path toward their camp, each step feeling like the beginning of a new chapter. But the feeling of being released, of being allowed to go, haunted him. Something was still watching them, and whatever it wasn't finished with them yet. For now, they would return to the safety of their camp. But James couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Whatever had been watching them, whatever force had guided their path through the jungle, still had a purpose, and they would soon learn exactly what that purpose was. After days of tension and uncertainty, James and Diego finally made their way back to the camp where their journey had begun. The once foreboding jungle now seemed much quieter, its dense canopy casting long shadows over the path. The sound of the Amazon's wildlife was no longer accompanied by the lurking fear of being watched. The tribe was far behind them now, deep in the thick, untraveled parts of the forest. The danger had receded, leaving only the remnants of an unsettling experience in their minds. As they arrived at the camp, a feeling of immense relief washed over them. The familiar faces of other tourists and guides brought a sense of safety they had longed for. The camp, which had once seemed like a simple starting point, now felt like a sanctuary. The bustling atmosphere around the fire and the sound of other travelers preparing for their own expeditions filled the air. James and Diego settled by the fire, their tired bodies grateful for the familiar comfort of the camp. They both stared into the flames for a long moment, each silently processing the events of the last few days. "It's hard to believe it's finally over," James said, breaking the silence. His voice was low, almost as if he were trying to make sense of what had happened. That tribe, the rituals, it all feels so unreal now. Diego nodded in agreement, though his face remained thoughtful. "Yeah, it's like a bad dream." But it wasn't. It really happened. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. "I never imagined something like that could exist out here. I've been to many places, but nothing like this." They both fell into silence again, watching the flames dance in the fire. The camp had become a place of normalcy, a stark contrast to the wild, unknown world they had just left behind. Yet, neither of them could shake the strange feeling that something profound had occurred, something that had changed them. "Do you think we'll ever truly understand what we saw?" James asked after a while. "I don't know," Diego replied. "I've heard stories before, but I never thought any of it was real. I always thought those were just legends. My father told me about the rituals of the Amazon tribes, but he never mentioned anything about the transformations." James leaned forward, his face serious. The transformation, it was the most terrifying part. Becoming something else, something not human. It was like we were just pawns in some ancient game. But I have to admit, there was something mesmerizing about it too. Like, maybe we're not supposed to understand it all. Diego remained silent for a moment, his mind drifting back to the ritual they had witnessed, the way the tribe had chanted, the eerie movements, the power they had seemed to wield. It was something that didn't belong in the modern world, something that existed only in the deepest corners of human imagination. "Maybe it's just better that we don't understand it," Diego finally said. "Maybe it's a part of this world we don't need to touch. We saw enough." James agreed, and they both sat back, letting the heat from the fire warm their tired bodies. The jungle was no longer a place of danger, but the memories of what they had encountered would linger. They had escaped the grip of the tribe, but the knowledge of what they had witnessed in the Amazon would stay with them forever. For now, though, they were safe. The tribe was far behind them, lost in the depths of the forest, and the world outside the jungle awaited them. They could rest, reflect, and soon return to their lives with the strange and terrifying experience of the Amazon forever etched into their memories. The fire crackled, the sound of the jungle night blending with the murmur of the other travelers around them. As they sat in the warmth of the fire, they knew their journey had ended. But the questions it had raised would remain unanswered, hidden in the shadows of the Amazon. As the night deepened and the fire burned low, James turned to Diego with a thoughtful expression on his face. The flickering flames cast shadows on their faces, and the sounds of the camp around them felt distant, almost like a dream. The jungle had a strange hold on their thoughts, and though they were safe now, their experiences felt incomplete, unfinished. "You know, Diego," James began cautiously, "we could go back, go down that path we weren't supposed to take, the one that led to the tribe. We could see them again, maybe even learn more about what happened. Maybe we didn't fully understand it all, but we could try." Diego stiffened, his eyes narrowing as he considered the idea. He had been quiet for some time, his mind working through the events of the past days, but this suggestion, this idea of returning, made his stomach churn. "James." Diego's voice was firm, with a hint of warning. "We can't. You saw what happened out there, the ritual, the way they transformed. That wasn't something we should have witnessed. That was their world, their power. If we go back, this time they won't just let us leave." James leaned forward, his eyes bright with excitement. "But think about it. We saw something no one else has, something beyond belief. What if we can understand it, document it, maybe even—" Diego cut him off, his tone growing more serious, almost urgent. "No, James. We barely made it out alive. Do you honestly think they'd just let us go back, knowing what we've seen? If we try to return, they'll see us as a threat, something that could expose them, something they can't let live. This isn't just curiosity. It's dangerous. You saw what they were capable of. They might have let us go this time, but next time, they won't be so merciful." James hesitated, the weight of Diego's words sinking in. His enthusiasm began to fade, replaced by a cold, creeping realization. They had survived. But at what cost? The tribe was powerful, and their customs were far beyond anything they had ever imagined. What had seemed like an adventure was, in hindsight, a brush with something far darker and more mysterious than either of them had understood at the time. "I get it," James muttered, leaning back against a nearby log. I don't know. I can't shake the feeling that there's more to discover. But you're right, we shouldn't go back." Diego nodded, his eyes weary as he looked toward the jungle in the distance. The night was quiet, but the memories of their encounter with the tribe still lingered in the air like a fog. "Sometimes, James," he said softly, "it's better not to know. Not everything needs to be uncovered. We got close to something we shouldn't have. Let's leave it at that." James stared at the fire for a long moment, his mind wrestling with the temptation to return, to uncover more of the mystery that had shaken them both. But Diego was right. There was no coming back from what they had seen, and some things were best left untouched. They sat in silence for a while longer, the fire crackling between them. It was the kind of silence that comes when two people understand something deeply, something that cannot be put into words. They had ventured into the heart of the unknown, and they had barely escaped with their lives. The jungle, with all its secrets, had shown them its power, and now it was time to leave it behind. The tribe was gone, lost to the shadows of the Amazon. James and Diego would never forget what they had witnessed, but they had learned an important lesson. Some paths were meant to remain closed. Some mysteries were too dangerous to unravel. And now, as the fire burned low and the sounds of the jungle faded into the night, they knew that the best thing they could do was to leave the Amazon behind and never look back. The sun was beginning to rise over the distant hills, casting a soft golden light over the camp. The fire had burned out, leaving only the faint scent of smoke lingering in the air. The sounds of the jungle had quieted for the morning, replaced by the quiet chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It felt like a new beginning, the dawn of a new chapter. James sat on a log, looking down at his gear, feeling the weight of everything that had happened over the past few days. His backpack was packed and ready to go. The adventure had come to an end. It was time to leave the jungle behind. He felt a strange sense of relief mixed with regret. There was so much he still wanted to understand, so much he still wanted to know. But Diego was right. Some things were better left alone. Diego approached slowly, his face tired but calm. He had been up since the early hours, preparing his own things, checking their equipment one last time. He looked at James, offering a small but genuine smile. "You ready?" Diego asked, his voice steady, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. James nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, I guess I am. It's time to go home." Diego sat down beside him, his gaze lingering on the jungle beyond. "You'll be fine back home, James. It's easy to get lost out here, but where you're going, you've got a chance to find your way again." James nodded, looking around at the camp, at the place where everything had changed for him. It felt like a lifetime ago that they had first arrived, ready to explore the unknown. Now, that unknown felt like a shadow he could never escape. "I'll miss you, man," James said quietly. "I never thought I'd get so close to something like this. But I'm glad I had someone like you with me, someone who knew when to stop." Diego smiled faintly, clapping James on the back. "I'll miss you too. You've got a good heart, James. Just don't go chasing ghosts when you get back. The Amazon has a way of pulling people in, and it's hard to let go." James stood, adjusting his pack and taking a deep breath. "I'll try, but I'm going back to what I know. I'm going to put this all behind me." Diego stood as well, holding out his hand. "Take care, James. Stay safe." James shook his hand firmly. "You too, Diego. Stay out of the jungle, all right?" Diego gave him a final nod, watching as James turned to leave. The path ahead was long, and the journey back to civilization felt almost surreal. The jungle, with its mysteries and dangers, was behind him now. The tribe, the rituals, the transformations, they were all part of a world he couldn't understand, a world that had changed him in ways he wasn't sure how to explain. But as he walked away, he realized that some stories weren't meant to be told, and some places were meant to remain untouched. James made his way through the forest, the weight of the journey heavy on his shoulders. He didn't look back. There was nothing left for him in the Amazon. The jungle had given him its secrets, and now it was time for him to leave them behind. As he arrived at the clearing where the boat waited to take him back to the city, he paused one last time to look out at the jungle. The vast green expanse seemed endless, full of unknowns. But James was done with it now. He had lived the adventure, and now it was time to return home. He boarded the boat, leaving the Amazon behind. The boat began to move down the river, slowly disappearing into the distance, the jungle receding into the past. The Amazon would always be there, hiding its secrets, its mysteries, its magic. But for James, it was over. The adventure had ended. And as he sailed away, a part of him knew that the memories of the jungle would never leave him. They would stay with him, quietly haunting him as a reminder of the dangers of the unknown and the wisdom of knowing when to let go. The end. Subscribe to the channel if you want more stories. This is a true story shared by a participant on a Sea Monsters forum in 2017. The dimly lit bar in a small Norwegian fishing town hummed with the usual murmur of conversation, the occasional clink of beer glasses, and the smell of salt carried in from the docks. Lars and Svein sat in their usual corner, sharing a bottle of beer after another long day at sea. Their rugged faces, marked by years of battling the North Sea, showed skepticism as they listened to their friend Henrik recount a tale he had told many times before. "I'm telling you," Henrik insisted, leaning closer over the wooden table, his voice barely above a whisper. "I saw something out there, bigger than any whale. The water turned black around my boat. And the tentacles? They were as thick as the mast of a ship." Lars scoffed, shaking his head. "You've had too much aquavit again, Henrik. The sea plays tricks on you when you're alone out there." Henrik slammed his glass down, making the table tremble. "I know what I saw. You think I'd make this up?" His eyes darted around the bar as if making sure no one else was listening. "It was the Kraken. Lars, the real thing." Svein chuckled and took another sip of his beer. "And I suppose it waved at you too?" Henrik didn't laugh. He leaned back and crossed his arms. "Believe what you want, but mark my words. The Kraken is real. And if you had been in my boat that night, you'd never go back out there again." Lars and Svein exchanged a glance. There was something about Henrik's tone this time, a conviction in his voice that sent a slight chill down their spines. "All right," Lars finally said, a playful smirk forming on his lips. "Then let's prove it. If you're so sure, Henrik, we'll go out there ourselves. We'll sail out to the deep and see if your Kraken is real or just another old sailor's tale." Henrik scoffed. "You wouldn't last a night." "Then we'll prove you wrong," Svein added, grinning at Lars. "We'll take the boat and head further than we ever have before. If the Kraken is out there, we'll find it." Henrik shook his head, chuckling darkly. "I hope you know what you're getting yourselves into." Lars raised his glass. "To adventure, then. Let's find this Kraken of yours." They clinked their glasses together, but in the back of their minds, a lingering doubt remained. Was Henrik just telling another tall tale? Or had he truly seen something that night out in the endless, dark waters? Neither of them knew yet, but soon enough, they would find out. The morning air was crisp as Lars and Svein stood at the dock, their breath visible in the cold breeze rolling in from the sea. Their small fishing boat, Havmone, bobbed gently in the harbor, waiting for them to decide whether they truly intended to go through with this. "You know," Svein said as he adjusted the straps of his weathered oilskin jacket, "this might be the stupidest idea we've ever had." Lars chuckled, checking the ropes securing their gear. "Probably. But if Henrik won't stop talking about the Kraken, we might as well put an end to it." They had spent the evening after the bar carefully planning the trip. Henrik had reluctantly given them rough coordinates where he claimed to have encountered the beast, farther out than most fishermen dared to go. It was a place where the ocean floor dropped into a dark abyss, a place whispered about by the oldest men in town. Some called it cursed, others just called it suicide. Svein tossed a heavy sack of provisions onto the deck. "We've got food and water for a few days, extra fuel, and the spare radio. If we don't see anything after 2 nights, we're heading back." Lars nodded in agreement. He wasn't reckless. He knew the dangers of the open sea. But something about Henrik's story, the way his voice had trembled, made him want to see for himself. A voice called from the dock. "You're really doing this?" They turned to see Henrik standing there, arms crossed, a look of disapproval on his face. "You think this is some kind of joke?" Henrik continued. "The sea isn't a game, and what's out there, it isn't something you want to find." Lars smirked, stepping onto the boat. "Then why are you so afraid of us proving you wrong?" Henrik sighed, running a hand through his unkempt hair. "It's not about proving me wrong, Lars. It's about making sure you come back." Svein patted Henrik on the shoulder. "Relax, old friend. We'll be back in a couple of days. If we don't find your monster, you owe us drinks for a month." Henrik didn't laugh. He just shook his head and muttered, "I hope you do come back." Then, without another word, he turned and walked away. Lars and Svein exchanged a glance. There was something unsettling about Henrik's warning, but neither of them wanted to admit it. Svein took his place at the helm, while Lars untied the last mooring rope. With a deep hum, the boat's engine roared to life, and Havmone pulled away from the dock, gliding toward the endless horizon. As they left the safety of the harbor, the sun barely rising over the distant mountains, neither of them realized that their journey had already begun, and there would be no turning back. The salty wind lashed against their faces as Havmone cut through the choppy waters, its engine humming steadily beneath them. Lars stood near the bow, hands in the pockets of his thick coat, scanning the horizon. Svein was at the helm, his eyes fixed on the compass, occasionally adjusting their course. The town had long disappeared from view, leaving them alone with the sea and sky. It was an odd feeling, one that both men had experienced countless times as fishermen, yet today there was a different weight to it. "So, what do you actually expect to find out here?" Svein asked, breaking the silence. Lars smirked, leaning against the railing. "Nothing. And that's exactly what I want to find. Once we come back empty-handed, Henrik will have to admit he was seeing things." Svein shook his head. "And if we do see something?" Lars chuckled. "Then we turn around and pretend we didn't." The ocean stretched endlessly before them, its deep blue depths concealing secrets neither of them wanted to think about. They had set their course for the coordinates Henrik had given them, an area known for its treacherous currents and uncharted trenches. Few fishermen ever dared to go that far. The sea was unpredictable, and they weren't keen on becoming another lost vessel. The day passed in steady silence, the occasional chatter between them growing scarce as the reality of their expedition settled in. It wasn't long before they reached waters that neither had ever fished before. The waves were rougher here, as if the ocean itself was warning them. By late afternoon, the sky had begun to change. Dark clouds gathered in the distance, creeping toward them with unsettling speed. Svein glanced at Lars. "That storm looks bad." Lars frowned. "It wasn't in the forecast." Svein adjusted the throttle, slowing their speed. "Doesn't matter. We'll have to ride it out if it catches us." As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the first gusts of strong wind rocked the boat. The waters grew restless, swelling beneath them like a beast waking from its slumber. Lars tightened his grip on the railing. "I don't like this." The storm was coming faster than expected. The wind howled, carrying with it the distant growl of thunder. Svein gritted his teeth and turned the boat slightly east, trying to navigate around the worst of it. But the ocean had other plans. A wave, larger than any they had seen all day, rose ahead of them, crashing down with a force that sent Havmone tilting dangerously to one side. Svein swore, gripping the wheel. "Hold on." The boat rocked violently as rain began to pour, drenching them in seconds. The sky had turned an angry shade of gray, and the sea below matched its fury. Lars grabbed onto a metal bar, his knuckles white. This isn't normal. The waves tossed them like a toy, dragging them farther from their intended course. The compass spun wildly, and the GPS flickered in protest. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, the storm began to ease. The wind softened, the rain turned to a drizzle, and the sea, though restless, no longer threatened to capsize them. Svein exhaled heavily, wiping seawater from his face. That was too fast. Storms don't just come and go like that. Lars didn't respond. He was staring out into the distance, his expression unreadable. Svein followed his gaze. The ocean ahead was eerily calm, too calm. And there, in the far distance, barely visible against the misty horizon, was something neither of them had expected. A shape. Dark, massive, and unmoving. Lars swallowed hard. "That's not an island, is it?" Svein gripped the wheel tighter, his throat dry. No, it wasn't. The mist clung to the water like a thick shroud, making it difficult to judge distances. Lars and Svein stood motionless, eyes locked on the dark shape in the distance. It was too large to be a shipwreck, too unmoving to be a drifting mass of debris. The ocean around it was unnaturally still, a stark contrast to the raging storm that had just thrown them off course. Svein swallowed hard. "We need to check the map." Lars nodded, stepping inside the small cabin, dripping seawater onto the wooden floor. He yanked open the waterproof case where their maps were stored and unrolled one across the table. His finger traced their intended route, then the approximate area where the storm had tossed them. "There shouldn't be anything here," he muttered. Svein leaned in, his brow furrowed. No islands, no land, nothing. Lars looked up at him. "Then what the hell is that?" Outside, the shape loomed closer. As the mist shifted, revealing more of it, they realized it was an island, though unlike any they had ever seen. Jagged black rocks lined the shore, jutting out at sharp angles, like the ribcage of some long-dead creature. No trees, no signs of life, just stone and darkness. Svein exhaled. "We need to stop." Lars shot him a look. "Are you serious? We can't navigate in the dark, and we don't know how far off course we are. If we keep going blind, we might hit something worse." Lars hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn the boat around and get as far away from this place as possible. But Svein was right. They needed to regroup, get their bearings, and wait for daylight. With a heavy sigh, Lars nodded. "Fine. But we stay on the boat." Svein didn't argue. He carefully steered Havmon toward the calmer waters near the island's shore, avoiding the sharp rocks. They dropped anchor in a relatively stable area where the waves weren't as fierce. As night fell, an uneasy silence settled over them. The only sound was the gentle lapping of water against the hull. Inside the cabin, they sat opposite each other, eating what little food they had left from their provisions. Lars poked at a piece of dried fish, his appetite gone. Svein exhaled, leaning back. "You know, if we had gone missing in that storm, Henrik would have had a field day." Lars smirked despite himself. "Yeah, he'd be telling the whole town how we got eaten by the Kraken." Svein chuckled, shaking his head. "It's funny, isn't it? We came all this way to prove him wrong, and now we're stranded on some unmarked island in the middle of nowhere." Lars's smirk faded as he glanced out the cabin window, back toward the looming mass of land. Something about this place didn't sit right. He just didn't know why yet. The night was long and restless. Though they had planned to stay on the boat, neither Lars nor Svein could sleep. The island loomed over them in the darkness, and the mist that had carried them here refused to dissipate. It felt unnatural, as if the air itself resisted their presence. Lars lay in his bunk, staring at the wooden ceiling, listening to the rhythmic rocking of Havmon. Every now and then, he swore he heard something, faint sounds beyond the water's movement. A low, almost imperceptible hum. Svein turned over in his own bunk. "You hear that?" Lars hesitated. "I don't know, maybe it's just the wind." Svein sat up. "There is no wind." Silence. Lars pulled his blanket off and sat up as well, rubbing his face. His nerves were raw. Maybe it was just exhaustion playing tricks on them. Maybe they were imagining things. But then it happened again. A sound just beneath the surface of perception. Not the moan of shifting tides or the call of distant seabirds. Something else. A deep, resonant vibration, as if the sea itself was breathing. Lars and Svein exchanged uneasy glances. "We need to go on land," Svein said suddenly. Lars narrowed his eyes. "Are you crazy? We can't just sit here all night. Something's off about this place, and I want to know what." Lars hesitated. Every instinct in his body told him to stay on the boat. But Svein was right. If they stayed put, they'd just keep spiraling into paranoia. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just the echoes of waves against the rock formations. With a reluctant nod, Lars grabbed a flashlight and climbed out onto the deck. Svein followed, securing the rope ladder over the side. The rowboat they had brought was still tied to the stern, bobbing gently in the water. They lowered themselves into it and rowed toward shore. The beach was made of smooth black pebbles that crunched beneath their boots. The mist was thinner here, but the island was still eerily silent. No wind, no insects, no birds. Just the two of them and the vast nothingness. Svein knelt down and picked up a stone. "Volcanic rock," he murmured. "This island must have been formed from an eruption ages ago." Lars scanned the landscape with his flashlight. Beyond the shore, the island sloped upward into a series of jagged cliffs. The terrain was uneven, almost unnatural, as if something had violently torn through it long ago. Svein exhaled. All right, let's have a look around. Lars sighed. Just for a few minutes. They walked further inland, careful to watch their step on the uneven ground. Then they found something that made them stop in their tracks. A single, massive indentation in the rocky soil, like the imprint of a tentacle. Lars and Svein stood frozen, staring at the massive imprint in the rocky soil. It was unlike anything they had ever seen before. Nearly 5 meters across, the indentation was deep, as if something impossibly heavy had pressed into the ground and then vanished. The edges of the mark were uneven, curling into long, curved grooves, like the suction marks of a tentacle. Lars swallowed hard. Tell me I'm imagining things. Svein crouched beside the imprint, running his fingers over the edges. The rock was cracked and brittle, as if whatever had made this mark had crushed the ground with immense force. He exhaled sharply. Lars, this isn't natural. This looks like something alive did it. Lars's stomach twisted. He wanted to dismiss the thought, to rationalize it as some geological phenomenon, an old volcanic scar, an erosion pattern. But deep down, he knew the truth. Svein stood up, brushing off his hands. It's real, Lars. Henrik wasn't lying. Lars ran a hand through his damp hair. This doesn't make sense. If something that big was moving around out here, people would have seen it. Maybe they have, Svein said grimly. A chill ran down Lars's spine. They both turned their eyes toward the dark cliffs ahead. The mist swirled around the jagged rock formations, and for a moment it almost looked like something was shifting within it. A trick of the light, or something watching them. Svein exhaled. We should get back to the boat. Lars didn't argue. They turned on their heels and hurried back toward the shore. The stillness of the island pressed down on them, making every crunch of their boots sound deafeningly loud. As they reached the beach, Svein suddenly stopped and pointed toward the water. The rowboat was still there, bobbing in the gentle tide. But something was wrong. The rope securing it to the shore was frayed. Not cut cleanly, but shredded, like something had gnawed or dragged its way through the fibers. Lars's pulse pounded in his ears. That wasn't like that before. Svein grabbed the remaining rope and pulled the boat closer. We're leaving. Now. They jumped into the rowboat and paddled furiously back to Havmen. The water beneath them was calm. Too calm. Not a single ripple aside from the ones they made themselves. As they climbed back aboard their fishing boat, Lars cast one last glance at the island. The mist had thickened again, curling like fingers around the cliffs. For the first time in his life, he felt truly small. They had come here seeking the Kraken as a joke, but something had already found them. Back on Havmone, Lars and Svein stood silently on the deck, watching the island fade into the mist. Neither of them spoke for a long while. The weight of what they had seen, the unnatural imprint, the shredded rope, the eerie stillness, sat heavy between them. Lars finally exhaled and rubbed his face. All right, he said. Let's be rational. That mark on the ground, maybe it was an old rock formation that got eroded by the tide. Svein shot him a look. And the rope? What, did the tide chew through it? Lars had no answer. He leaned against the railing and stared down into the water. It was dark, impossibly dark. Though the surface was still, something about it unsettled him. It felt like the ocean was watching them. Svein was busy checking the boat's condition. The storm had left Havmone battered but intact. Some of the fishing gear had come loose, but nothing serious was damaged. Lars turned back to his friend. What do we do now? Svein sighed. We came out here to prove Henrik was full of nonsense, but I don't think we can say that anymore. Lars hesitated before nodding. So what? We keep looking? Svein was quiet for a moment. Then, with a firm nod, he said, We didn't come all this way just to turn back. Lars felt a mix of relief and dread. Part of him wanted to leave, to pretend they had never seen that mark on the island. But another part, the same part that had made him agree to this journey in the first place, needed to know the truth. They checked their supplies. They had enough food and water for several more days. The engines were still running fine. There was no reason to turn back yet. As night began to fall, they set a course further into the open sea, deeper into the waters where legends of the Kraken had been whispered for generations. The sky turned a deep indigo, the stars emerging one by one. The ocean stretched endlessly around them, black and still. Then, just past midnight, the first ripple broke the surface. Svein was the first to notice. He leaned over the railing, frowning. "Did you see that?" Lars moved to his side. "What?" A second ripple, then another. The water shifted, just slightly, not like a wave, not like the usual movement of the sea. It was something else. Something beneath them was stirring. Lars's throat went dry. Maybe it's a whale. Svein didn't look convinced. "Then why is it circling us?" Lars felt his stomach drop. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now he saw. The ripples weren't random. They moved in a slow, deliberate arc around the boat. Something was down there, and it knew they were here. The night air grew heavy as Lars and Svein stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the shifting water around Havmona. The ocean, so calm just moments ago, now carried an eerie unease. The ripples, too large for fish, too calculated for simple currents, circled them like a silent predator. Lars swallowed hard. "You think it's... shut up?" Svein's voice was barely above a whisper. He gripped the railing, his knuckles white. His eyes darted across the black water, searching. Another ripple. Closer this time. Lars grabbed the flashlight from the cabin and clicked it on. The bright beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the sea. At first, there was nothing, just endless black waves stretching into the void. Then, for the briefest moment, the light caught something beneath the surface. A shadow. Massive. It moved quickly, too quickly for Lars to fully comprehend its shape. But his gut told him one thing. It was bigger than the boat. His breath hitched. "Svein, I saw it." Lars swept the light across the water again, but whatever had been there was gone. Only the slow, deliberate ripples remained. Svein grabbed an oar and dipped it into the water, testing the depth. It disappeared into the blackness with no resistance. "It's deep here, deeper than it should be." Lars clenched his jaw. "We need to go." Svein hesitated, then nodded. He rushed to the controls and started the engine. The hum of the motor echoed across the still water. They turned the boat, setting a course away from the strange disturbance. For a moment, nothing happened. The ripples faded, the sea returned to its deceptive calm. Then Havmona lurched. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the current. Something had pushed them. Lars lost his balance, gripping the side of the boat as Svein fought the wheel. The engine roared, but the boat struggled as if caught in an invisible grip. Then came the sound, a deep guttural groan from below. Not a whale, not anything Lars had ever heard before. It was ancient, primal, and impossibly vast. The water beneath them swelled, lifting Havmona ever so slightly before releasing it. The boat wobbled, then steadied. Silence. The ocean was still again. No ripples, no movement. But they weren't fools. Lars and Svein locked eyes, their unspoken agreement clear. They weren't alone. Something had found them. And it was still down there, watching, waiting. The next few hours passed in a tense, suffocating silence. Lars and Svein sat in the small cabin of Havmona, their eyes darting nervously between the ocean and each other. Every creak of the boat, every whisper of the wind, seemed amplified. The terrifying growl from beneath the waves echoed in their minds, the noise still fresh, still hanging in the air. Svein stood by the window, staring out into the darkness. His breath fogged up the glass, and he wiped it clean, peering into the vast, empty sea. "It's like it knows where we are," he muttered. Lars ran a hand through his hair, trying to steady his nerves. This isn't normal. We shouldn't be out here." Svein turned, his face grim. "You don't think I know that?" His voice was hard, but there was an edge of doubt underneath it. "We're in it now. If we turn back, it might come after us." Lars clenched his jaw. The idea of facing whatever was out there, whatever Henrik had been talking about, was too much. But the thought of fleeing and leaving it behind, of letting it follow them back home, was equally unbearable. "I don't care if it comes after us," Lars said, finally. "We go back to shore. We'll get help. We're not built for this. None of this makes sense." Svein's eyes softened for a moment, but then a wave of fear seemed to wash over him, and he turned back to the window. "We can't outrun it. We don't even know what it is." The boat suddenly lurched again, the engine sputtering as if something was pulling on the hull. Lars barely had time to react before Svein slammed the throttle into reverse, but it was too late. Havmona was no longer moving away from the disturbance. It was being drawn toward it. With a wrenching sound, the boat scraped against something hard beneath the water, and Svein scrambled to turn the wheel. Lars rushed to the edge of the boat. his heart pounding. What the hell? In the dim light, something enormous rose from the depths. It wasn't just a shadow. It was massive, with great curling arms that seemed to stretch far and wide, wrapping around the boat like a living entity. It looked like a giant squid. No, a colossal octopus, its limbs nearly as long as the boat itself. The suction cups on its tentacles glinted in the moonlight. Its body was monstrous, dark, and impossibly vast, dwarfing Havmona in size. Lars felt a chill run down his spine as the creature's eyes, huge, unblinking, and ancient, fixed on them. It felt as though the creature could see straight into their souls, and in that moment, Lars realized Henrik hadn't been lying. The Kraken was real. It's real, Lars whispered, his voice barely audible. Svein slammed the throttle forward, trying to break free, but the Kraken's limbs tightened, pulling the boat closer, almost dragging them into the depths. The boat groaned under the pressure, the hull scraping against the creature's writhing body. "Hold on!" Svein shouted. "Get the harpoon! Now!" But Lars was too stunned, too terrified to move. The boat was at the mercy of the beast. Every attempt to escape seemed to only draw them closer to the thing's massive, suffocating embrace. A tentacle shot out suddenly, smashing against the boat with a deafening crack. The force of the impact sent Lars crashing to the floor, his head spinning. He barely had time to react before Svein yanked him up by the arm. "Get up! We need to fight back!" Svein yelled, urgency in his voice. Lars could barely comprehend the situation, but he instinctively grabbed the harpoon gun and aimed it at the creature's writhing mass. His hands shook as he pulled the trigger. The harpoon shot out, striking one of the Kraken's massive arms. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a terrifying roar, the creature recoiled, its tentacle jerking violently as it tried to free itself. But it was only a brief distraction. The Kraken's eyes narrowed, and with a chilling growl, the ocean around them erupted in a frenzy of movement. The sea seemed to boil as the creature prepared for the final strike. Lars and Svein had no choice but to prepare for the fight of their lives, not knowing if they would survive to tell anyone about what they had witnessed. The boat rocked violently as the Kraken's immense tentacles thrashed against the hull. Waves of water surged over the deck, flooding the small boat in seconds. Lars struggled to keep his footing as he gripped the harpoon gun, his heart racing, his mind clouded with panic. Svein, his face ashen, shouted over the roar of the storm, "We need to get away from it! We can't fight it head-on!" But the Kraken had other plans. With a bone-rattling screech, one of its tentacles shot forward, slamming into the side of Havmona. The impact sent the boat lurching violently to one side, and Lars was thrown to the ground, the harpoon gun skidding across the deck. Svein was on his feet in an instant, grabbing Lars by the arm and dragging him toward the stern. "We need to steer the boat away from it. Now!" Lars scrambled to his feet, his body aching from the fall. He had no idea how they were going to escape this nightmare. The Kraken wasn't just some ancient sea creature. It was a force of nature, a living disaster that seemed to have no end. He reached for the wheel, but as soon as his hands touched it, another tentacle shot up from the depths, curling around the boat's side with terrifying strength. It twisted and turned, cracking the wood beneath their feet. The sound of splintering wood filled the air, and Lars felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. They were trapped. "Help me!" Svein yelled, struggling to free the boat from the Kraken's grasp. But no matter how hard they fought, the creature's grip tightened. Lars's mind raced. They had no weapons, no way of defeating such a massive beast. But they had one thing the Kraken couldn't control: their will to survive. "We need to make it bleed," Lars muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Svein looked at him, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What? How do you?" But Lars was already moving, grabbing the harpoon gun and aiming it at the Kraken's thick, scaly skin. He knew it was a long shot, but it was the only chance they had. The Kraken's eyes glared at them, its massive, glistening pupils narrowing as it sensed the threat. It whipped its tentacles faster, pulling the boat further into the water, as if daring them to fight back. Lars aimed the harpoon again, his fingers trembling, and fired. The projectile sank deep into one of the Kraken's limbs, and the creature screamed in agony, thrashing wildly. The boat lurched again, nearly capsizing, but this time, the creature was momentarily distracted. "Get to the engine, now!" Lars shouted. Svein didn't need to be told twice. He sprinted toward the engine, yanking at the starter cord with all his strength. The engine sputtered, stuttered, and finally roared to life. But as soon as they started moving, the Kraken lunged again, its massive tentacles chasing them through the water. Lars gritted his teeth. They were running out of time. The boat was damaged, the Kraken was relentless, and the storm showed no signs of letting up. Every wave they crashed through seemed to push them closer to the edge. The Kraken's body rose from the water, its enormous form blocking their path. With a roar, it sent another tentacle crashing down onto the boat, splintering the wood and sending Lars tumbling to the floor. The pain was unbearable, but there was no time to stop. They had to keep moving. Svein shouted something, but Lars couldn't hear him over the deafening noise of the storm and the Kraken's growls. He staggered to his feet, his vision blurred, and made his way back to the wheel. They had to escape. They just had to. With every ounce of strength left in him, Lars steered the boat toward the open sea, praying that they would find a way out of this nightmare. The Kraken wasn't just trying to kill them. It was trying to drag them into the depths, to take them with it into the dark, unknown ocean. But Lars and Svein weren't ready to die yet. Not today. They fought the creature with every ounce of strength they had left, determined to survive, to make it back home. It was a battle they would never forget. The end of Part 1. Part 2. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Lars couldn't tell. The storm raged on, the sea swallowing the boat in waves of fury. The Kraken's tentacles were everywhere, grabbing, thrashing, pulling them toward the depths of the ocean. Yet somehow, Lars and Svein managed to keep the boat moving, narrowly dodging the creature's strikes. It seemed as though the Kraken had become relentless in its pursuit. Every time they thought they had escaped, another tentacle would shoot forward, slamming into the boat, forcing them to steer wildly to avoid being captured. Lars gripped the wheel with all the strength left in his hands, eyes squinting against the spray of salt water that stung his face. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of the madness of the situation. "We need to go further, Svein," he shouted over the roar of the storm. "We can't stay close to it. It's too dangerous." Svein, drenched and pale, nodded, but there was an unmistakable fear in his eyes. They had gone further into the open ocean than either of them had planned, and now they were running low on fuel. They had no more harpoons left, no more weapons, just the engine and their will to survive. But suddenly, amidst the crashing waves and the Kraken's enraged growls, the creature paused. Its tentacles retracted slightly, as though it had become aware of something else in the distance. Lars and Svein didn't wait to question it. "Now!" Lars screamed, turning the wheel sharply. The boat sped forward, cutting through the waves with newfound speed, as if the Kraken's attention had shifted, even if only momentarily. Svein pushed the throttle to its maximum, the engine roaring louder, but it wasn't long before the Kraken's attention returned. Its massive form loomed behind them, but now it seemed hesitant, almost as if it was unsure of its next move. The tension was unbearable, every second stretching out, but something strange was happening. The Kraken, though massive and terrifying, wasn't attacking as ferociously anymore. Lars glanced at Svein, his eyes full of disbelief. Could it be? Then, without warning, the creature let out a chilling guttural cry and retreated. Slowly, its immense body slipped back beneath the waves, its tentacles retracting like coiling serpents. Lars didn't hesitate. He pushed the boat harder, leaning into the wind as the Kraken finally disappeared into the abyss below. He didn't know why it had backed off, and he didn't care to question it. All that mattered was that they were alive and free, for the moment. Minutes later, the storm began to subside. The wind slowed, the waves calmed, and the sky began to clear. Lars and Svein looked at each other in disbelief, both soaked to the bone and exhausted, but grateful to still be alive. We made it," Svein whispered, his voice hoarse with exhaustion and shock. Lars nodded, but there was no relief in his eyes, only wariness. "We made it," he repeated, but deep down he knew this wasn't over. The Kraken was still out there, and somehow he knew they hadn't seen the last of it. They continued to motor through the now smooth waters, the island from earlier fading into the distance, but their thoughts were heavy, consumed with what had just happened and what might still happen. As they sailed toward the horizon, they could only wonder, had they truly escaped, or was this just the calm before the storm? The boat rocked gently on the calm waters as Lars and Svein sat quietly, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The storm had passed, leaving a haunting stillness in its wake. The terrifying encounter with the Kraken still felt surreal, like a nightmare that hadn't quite let go of its grip on them. They had survived, but just barely. And as they looked out over the water, they couldn't shake the sense that something was still lurking beneath the surface, waiting, watching. "We need to head home," Lars finally spoke, his voice quiet but firm. "We've been out here long enough. The Kraken, it's not something we can just leave behind." Svein nodded silently. His face was pale, his mind still racing with images of the creature's massive tentacles wrapping around the boat. He couldn't erase the memory of its eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, watching them, stalking them through the storm. "I never believed Henrik," Svein muttered as if speaking to himself. But he was right. It was real. It was all real. Lars remained silent, staring out at the endless expanse of ocean. He couldn't bring himself to argue. Svein was right. What they had seen, what they had survived, was real. There was no denying it now. Henrik, their friend who had told the tale of the Kraken in drunken jest, had spoken the truth all along. The journey back to shore was long and exhausting. They had no clear direction anymore, no landmarks to guide them. The vastness of the ocean seemed endless, and even though the storm had passed, there was still an unsettling sense of unease. Every wave, every gust of wind, made them think that maybe the Kraken hadn't let them go after all. By the time they reached the shore, it was already late in the evening. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of red and orange. The small fishing village was quiet, its familiar sights almost unrecognizable after the chaos of the open sea. They made their way to the dock, each step feeling heavier than the last. There was a strange, almost oppressive weight on them now. A weight that came with knowing they had seen something that defied all reason and understanding. The Kraken wasn't just a myth anymore. It was a reality that haunted them both. They reached the bar without saying much more. The wooden door creaked as they entered, the familiar warmth of the place a small comfort after the freezing cold of the sea. The usual patrons were scattered around the room, drinking and chatting, their voices low and muffled in the background. Lars and Svein made their way to their usual corner, taking their seats. The barman, an old acquaintance, gave them a nod of acknowledgement, but didn't ask any questions. The bar was quiet, and Lars felt an uncomfortable stillness in the air. Svein stared into his glass, his fingers tapping absently on the table. "What are we going to do now, Lars?" he asked, his voice heavy with the weight of their experience. Lars ran a hand through his hair, still trying to make sense of everything that had happened. "I don't know," he admitted. "Maybe we just move on. Maybe we just forget about it." But as he said those words, he realized that he couldn't. They had seen the Kraken. They had been in its presence, and nothing would ever erase that. No matter how hard they tried to forget, the memory of those massive tentacles, the roar of the storm, and the glowing eyes would haunt them forever. Conversation with Henrik came flooding back. He had warned them, told them that the Kraken was real. But they had laughed it off, thought it was just a crazy story. Now, sitting in the dim light of the bar, Lars realized just how wrong they had been. "Do you think it will come back?" Svein asked, his voice barely a whisper. Lars looked at his friend, the question hanging in the air like an unspeakable truth. He didn't know the answer. Could they ever escape it? Could they ever truly leave the Kraken behind? "I don't know," Lars finally replied, his voice quiet and distant. "But I don't think we'll ever be the same again." The two men sat in silence, the weight of their experience pressing down on them. The Kraken, the storm, the terror, they would carry it with them for the rest of their lives. And as they sat there in that quiet bar, they knew that no one would ever believe their story. No one would ever understand what they had seen, what they had survived. But they knew the truth. And that was enough. The following days in the village were a blur of quiet reflection and unease. Lars and Svein couldn't bring themselves to tell anyone what had happened out there in the open sea. How could they? Even though they had seen the Kraken with their own eyes, they knew the moment they spoke about it, they would be treated as crazy, just like everyone had treated Henrik. The two of them had returned to their normal lives as best they could. but the weight of their experience hung over them like a storm cloud that never quite dissipated. They avoided the usual spots where fishermen gathered to share their tales, wary of the questions they might be asked. The villagers had noticed their absence. They hadn't been around for a while, and it hadn't gone unnoticed. People had started to talk, quietly at first, behind Lars and Svein's backs. They were back from their trip, but the two of them weren't acting like themselves. They were withdrawn, distant, as though something had broken inside of them. At the local bar, the barman offered them both a drink without asking, understanding that the usual cheerfulness of the two friends had faded into something darker. The familiar chatter and laughter of the bar didn't feel as comforting as it used to. Lars and Svein didn't say much. They hadn't spoken of the Kraken to anyone, but the tension between them and the townsfolk was palpable. Even Henrik, who had once drunkenly spun tales of the creature, had become more of an enigma in their minds. Had he known all along? Did he understand the gravity of what he was saying? One evening, as they sat together, nursing their drinks, Lars finally broke the silence. "Do you think anyone would believe us if we told them what happened?" he asked, not looking at Svein. Svein shook his head. "No, no one would. We barely believe it ourselves." Lars glanced up at the worn wooden beams above the bar. "But it was real, wasn't it?" Svein's voice was low, as though the very act of acknowledging it out loud made the whole thing feel even more tangible. "It was real. It's like something out of a nightmare. But we saw it. We were there." Neither of them spoke for a while, both men lost in the haunting memories of the creature beneath the water. The images were seared into their minds, the tentacles, the eyes, the way the ocean had seemed to boil with rage. "I keep wondering why we survived," Lars muttered. "I don't know what kept it from finishing us off." Svein's response was quieter, almost hesitant. "Maybe it just wanted to let us know it was there, to remind us that it exists, to remind us that there are things out there in the deep we'll never fully understand." Lars took a long gulp from his glass. "I hope that's all it wanted, but part of me wonders if it's still out there." Svein didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared down into his drink, swirling it absent-mindedly. "Maybe, but even if it is, I don't think we'll ever go looking for it again." Lars chuckled darkly, the sound hollow. "I don't think I'll ever look at the ocean the same way again." They sat in silence for a while longer, lost in the oppressive quiet that seemed to surround them. The bar was quieter than usual, and the usual background chatter of other fishermen had faded away. Everyone knew that Lars and Svein had returned from their trip, but none of them dared to ask what had happened. The village was used to strange stories, but some things, some creatures, were best left unspoken. As the night wore on, Lars and Svein paid their tab and left the bar. They walked down the quiet streets of the village, the weight of their encounter still pressing on their shoulders. The air was cool, and the sea breeze carried a salty scent that seemed to cling to everything, reminding them of the vastness of the ocean they had just barely escaped. They didn't say much as they walked back to their small homes, the sounds of the village drifting away behind them. The Kraken was no longer just a myth. It was a truth they carried with them, one they couldn't shake, no matter how hard they tried. And as they lay in bed that night, staring up at the ceiling in the dark, one thing was certain: their lives would never be the same again. The Kraken was real, and it would always be there, waiting beneath the waves. The following morning, Lars and Svein had hoped to slip back into their routines unnoticed, but the sight of their battered boat made that impossible. As they walked down the village's narrow main street, they saw a small crowd gathering by the docks. The villagers, curious as ever, had noticed the damage to the boat right away. It was hard to ignore. The once sturdy vessel now looked like it had been through hell, its wood splintered, its sides battered and scarred. "Is this your boat?" someone called out as Lars and Svein approached. It was Olav, a fisherman known for his sharp eye and quick questions. Lars and Svein exchanged a glance, both of them suddenly feeling the weight of the past few days settle onto their shoulders. They hadn't spoken to anyone about what had happened at sea, and they certainly weren't eager to recount the horrors they'd encountered. "Yeah," Lars said, trying to sound casual. "Just a rough trip, nothing special." Olav looked at the boat again, his brow furrowed. "A rough trip? You don't get damage like that from a normal storm, my friends. That's not just the wind and waves. Svein shifted uncomfortably, his mind racing for something to say. We got caught in a bad storm. We made it to an island to wait it out. That's all. Olav wasn't buying it. A storm that bad, huh? You're lucky to be alive. Lars forced a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. Yeah, we were lucky. Where did you end up? Olav pressed, glancing at the small group of people that had started to gather. You were gone for quite a while. The last thing Lars and Svein wanted was to talk about the island, the dark, ominous waters, or the creature that had almost claimed their lives. They exchanged another silent look, both of them wondering how much they should share. We ended up on a small island, Svein said, his voice flat, just until the storm passed. On an island? And the boat ends up like this? Olav persisted. Was the storm really that bad, or is there something you're not telling us? Lars's patience was starting to wear thin. It was bad enough, he snapped, trying to keep his temper in check. We don't need to explain every detail. But that only seemed to draw more attention, and soon others in the crowd were asking their own questions. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Who had seen the storm? What had they done to end up with such damage? Svein stepped forward, trying to shut down the conversation before it spiraled. We don't want to talk about it, he said, his voice firm. It's over. We survived. That's all that matters. But the crowd wasn't satisfied. They had their suspicions. The boat was a mess, and the two friends were acting strange. The villagers weren't fools. They had seen too many strange things in the world of the sea to ignore the obvious. Come on, Svein. Lars, Olav said, a smile creeping into his face. We're fishermen here. We know what it looks like when someone's hiding something. You've been gone for days, your boat's wrecked, and you don't want to talk about it? You're telling us it was just a storm? Lars clenched his fists. He could feel the pressure mounting, the need to keep the truth hidden becoming harder to manage. They had only been gone for a few days. But already the villagers were poking at the edges of their story, looking for cracks, looking for something more. We don't have time for this, Lars said, his voice low and dangerous. We've been through enough. So if you want to gossip, do it somewhere else. The crowd fell silent. Olav stared at Lars for a moment, clearly taken aback by the intensity in his voice. He looked over at the rest of the villagers, who seemed unsure of how to proceed. It was clear they weren't getting the answers they wanted. Finally, Olav threw his hands up in defeat. Fine, he said, his voice carrying a note of resignation. Keep your secrets. But I'm telling you, there's more to this story, and one day the truth will come out. The crowd slowly dispersed, the whispers and murmurs continuing among the villagers. Lars and Svein watched them go, the uneasy silence settling back in. That was close, Svein muttered, wiping his brow as the weight of their encounter with the Kraken continued to hang heavy between them. Lars nodded grimly. Too close. They'll be talking about us for weeks. But the truth was, Lars didn't care what the villagers thought anymore. They could gossip all they wanted. The Kraken was real, and they had seen it. Nothing anyone said would change that. As the crowd dissipated, Lars and Svein turned away from the docks, heading back to their homes. But they both knew that the questions from the villagers would only grow louder. The village was beginning to sense that something wasn't right. And Lars and Svein couldn't hide the truth forever. The Kraken wasn't just a myth anymore. It was a part of their lives, a part of the sea, a part of their very existence. And no matter how hard they tried to forget, it would follow them for the rest of their days. The morning sun cast long shadows over the quiet fishing village as Lars and Svein made their way to the docks. The night had been restless, their minds filled with flashes of the Kraken's enormous limbs and the eerie silence that had followed its retreat into the depths. No matter how much they tried to convince themselves that they had survived, that it was over, the weight of their encounter clung to them like a curse. And there was only one man they could talk to about it. Henrik. They found him where he always was in the early hours, sitting at his favorite table outside the village's small seaside cafe, nursing a cup of black coffee. His rugged face, worn by years of battling the sea, was unreadable as he gazed out at the horizon. He didn't acknowledge them as they approached, but Lars and Svein knew he had seen them. Wordlessly, they sat down across from him. Henrik finally turned his gaze toward them, his eyes sharp. You two look like hell. Lars exhaled heavily. We've been through hell. Henrik raised an eyebrow but said nothing, waiting. Svein leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper. You weren't lying. Henrik's expression didn't change, but a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. He set his coffee cup down slowly. I know. Lars ran a hand through his hair, still struggling to put everything into words. We went out there. We went looking for it. We didn't believe you. We thought it was just another fisherman's tale, just another drunken story in the bar. He shook his head. But we were wrong. A long silence followed. The waves lapped gently against the shore, a stark contrast to the chaos they had witnessed at sea. Henrik sighed and leaned back in his chair. Tell me. Svein swallowed hard before speaking. We got caught in a storm. Twice. The second one pushed us to an island. That's where it found us. His voice trembled slightly, and he clenched his hands into fists. It was massive. Unbelievably massive. It was watching us, playing with us like we were nothing. And then it let us go. Henrik remained quiet, studying their faces. Finally, he nodded. Now you understand. Lars slammed his fist on the table, his frustration boiling over. Understand? Understand what, Henrik? That something out there shouldn't exist? That we're not the ones in control when we're out at sea? His voice was bitter. You could have told us how terrifying it really was. Henrik gave a small, humorless chuckle. And you would have believed me? Neither of them answered. Henrik continued, his voice low and steady. The Kraken doesn't need to kill. It doesn't need to sink every ship it sees. It knows what it is. It knows it's beyond us. Sometimes it reminds us. He picked up his coffee and took a sip. You're lucky it let you live. Lars and Svein exchanged glances, the weight of Henrik's words sinking in. Svein finally spoke. Why did it let us go? Henrik shrugged. Maybe it was curious. Maybe it was amused. Maybe it didn't see you as a threat. His expression darkened. Or maybe it wanted to make sure you'd spread the story. Lars narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Henrik met his gaze. The Kraken has been part of seafaring legends for centuries. People have stopped believing. Maybe it doesn't like that. He leaned forward slightly. Now you're believers, and you'll make others believe too, whether you want to or not. A chill ran down Svein's spine. Lars scoffed, shaking his head. No one's going to believe us. Henrik smirked. They don't have to. He gestured at them. Look at you. Shaken. Changed. People will notice. You might not say anything, but the way you act will tell them everything. Silence fell between them again. Finally, Henrik stood up, stretching his arms. You did what no sane man would do. You went looking for the Kraken and found it. But I'll give you one piece of advice. He leaned down, his voice serious. Forget about it. Lars frowned. How can we forget? Henrik's gaze was cold, because the more you think about it, the more it lingers in your mind, and the more it lingers, the more it calls you back. With that, Henrik walked away, leaving Lars and Svein sitting in the morning sun, their world forever changed. Lars and Svein sat in silence, watching Henrik disappear into the streets of the village. His words hung heavy in the air, like the last remnants of a storm that had passed but still left the scent of rain behind. Svein finally exhaled, rubbing his temples. Forget about it? He scoffed. How the hell are we supposed to forget? Lars leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. He knew we wouldn't. That's the point. He shook his head. The way he talked about it, it's like he understands something we don't. Like he's been living with this knowledge for years. Svein frowned, staring at the wooden table between them. You think he's seen it more than once? Lars hesitated before answering. I don't know, but I do know he wasn't surprised. He didn't react the way people do when they hear an impossible story. He knew exactly what we went through. Svein leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. He said the Kraken let us live, that it wanted us to spread the story. He shivered. Do you think that's true? Lars thought about the way the creature had loomed over them. Its eyes, if those even were eyes, locked onto them with a strange intelligence. It had played with them, tested them, and then it had simply let them go. I don't know what to think anymore, Lars admitted. But Henrik's right about one thing. People will notice. We're not the same as we were when we left. Svein sighed. We can't tell them the truth. Lars smirked bitterly. Oh, you think they'd believe us? Svein let out a humorless chuckle. No, they'd think we were drunk or out of our minds. His smile faded. But Henrik said something else, that the more we think about it, the more it calls us back. A cold feeling settled over them. Lars rubbed his hands together, trying to shake the chill. Do you believe that? Svein hesitated. I don't know. But if he's right, then what happens next? Neither of them had an answer. The village was quiet around them, the smell of salt water and fresh fish drifting through the air. It was a normal day, a peaceful day. And yet, for Lars and Svein, it felt as if something unseen was still lurking beneath the surface of their reality, waiting. Svein finally stood up. Let's go. We need a drink. Lars nodded, pushing himself up from the chair. Yeah, and maybe after that, we'll figure out what the hell we do next. But even as they walked toward the bar, neither of them could shake the feeling that Henrik was right. They had found the Kraken. And somehow, it wasn't done with them yet. The bar was dimly lit, filled with the scent of aged wood and seawater. Familiar faces surrounded Lars and Svein, villagers who had known them since childhood. Some of them had already heard rumors about their disastrous fishing trip, though none knew the truth. As they sat at their usual corner table with glasses of dark ale, Svein kept glancing toward the door, as if expecting Henrik to return. You keep looking for him? Lars said, taking a sip. Svein shook his head. No, I keep thinking about what he said. He leaned in, lowering his voice. You ever wonder if he's hiding something? Not just about what he saw before, but about the Kraken itself? Lars exhaled through his nose. He sounded like he understood it in a way we don't. And he wasn't afraid, not like we were. Svein drummed his fingers on the table, deep in thought. What if he's seen more than just the Kraken? What if he knows something about why it let us go? Before Lars could answer, one of the older fishermen, Eriksson, pulled up a chair beside them. He was a weathered man in his 60s, known for telling long tales about the sea. He eyed them both with interest. Heard you boys ran into trouble out there, Eriksson said, swirling the ale in his mug. Lars and Svein exchanged a glance. Bad storm, Lars replied carefully. Eriksson chuckled. A storm, eh? That why your boat came back looking like it got caught in the jaws of something? Svein stiffened. What are you getting at? The old fisherman leaned in, lowering his voice. There are stories, you know, about the deep, things that only show themselves to those foolish enough to go looking. He smirked. And from what I hear, you two went looking. Lars kept his face unreadable. We were just fishing. Eriksson chuckled again, but his eyes held something sharper beneath the amusement. You ever wonder why some stories get passed down while others disappear? Some things don't want to be found, boys. He tapped the table with his knuckles and stood. Just some advice. Let sleeping beasts lie. As he walked away, Lars and Svein sat in silence, his words echoing in their minds. Svein clenched his jaw. You think he knows? Lars exhaled. I think he suspects. Svein took a long drink and set his glass down. We should leave it alone, right? Lars nodded slowly. Yeah, we should. But as they sat there, neither of them could shake the same thought. It wasn't over. The night was still as Lars and Svein walked through the quiet village, the conversation with Eriksson lingering between them like a fog. The stars shimmered above the dark sea, their reflections flickering in the rippling water. They had agreed to meet Henrik outside the docks, away from the ears of curious villagers. When they arrived, he was already there, sitting on a wooden crate, gazing at the horizon. His expression was unreadable. You came, Henrik said, his voice calm but knowing. Of course we did, Svein replied, folding his arms. We need answers. Henrik sighed and nodded. I figured you'd want them. He looked between them, his face shadowed under the dim glow of a dock lantern. But the real question is, do you really want to know? Lars clenched his jaw. We saw it, Henrik. We barely made it back. You said something before we left, that it would call us back if we kept thinking about it. Henrik exhaled, rubbing his hands together. It will, Svein scoffed. That's ridiculous. Henrik's eyes darkened. Is it? He stood and took a step closer. Tell me, since you returned, have you felt normal? Have you slept peacefully? Have you gone a day without thinking about it? Lars and Svein exchanged glances. Neither of them spoke. Henrik nodded knowingly. That's how it starts, he pointed toward the sea. It doesn't need to chase you. It doesn't need to appear in your nightmares. It just needs you to remember. A shiver ran down Lars's spine. Svein shook his head. You're saying, what? That just by thinking about it, we're letting it in? Henrik gave a humorless smile. You don't understand yet, but you will. Lars took a slow breath. Then what are we supposed to do? Forget? Henrik's expression was unreadable. Can you? Neither of them answered. The waves lapped gently against the docks. The wind carried the faint scent of salt and decay. For the first time, Svein felt something deeper than fear, something that unsettled him to his core. Because the truth was, no matter how much he wanted to move on, he didn't think he could. The silence between them stretched as Henrik studied their faces, his expression unreadable. The night air carried the distant creak of boats swaying in the harbor, and the cold breeze smelled of salt and damp wood. Lars shifted uncomfortably before speaking. Then let's go back. Henrik blinked, clearly caught off guard. What? Svein nodded, stepping forward. You say it calls us back? Fine, let's answer. Let's find it again. Henrik let out a sharp breath, shaking his head. You're mad. Lars clenched his fists. Are we? We've already seen it, survived it, but we don't have proof. No one believes us. He looked out at the dark waters stretching beyond the village. We need to see it again, to be sure. Svein added, and this time, we won't just run. Henrik let out a humorless chuckle. Run? You don't run from the Kraken. It lets you go when it wants to. If you survived, it's because it allowed you to. His gaze hardened. You want to tempt fate twice? Lars and Svein exchanged a glance. There was fear in both their eyes, but also something else. Determination. We can prepare better this time, Lars insisted. Stronger boat, more equipment. We were caught off guard before. Henrik scoffed. And you think being prepared will make a difference? You still don't understand what you're dealing with. Svein folded his arms. Then come with us and make us understand. Henrik stared at them for a long moment, then exhaled slowly. If we do this, if I even consider it, you need to know there's no turning back. Lars felt the weight of those words settle in his chest. We never turned back to begin with, Svein said. Henrik's lips pressed into a thin line. He looked out to sea, as if searching for something. Finally, he muttered, Give me time to think. And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving Lars and Svein standing on the docks, the waves whispering against the wooden planks beneath them. Lars and Svein spent the next few days making preparations. Their last journey had nearly cost them their lives, and if they were to return to the sea in search of the Kraken, they had to be ready for anything. They spent long hours reinforcing their boat, checking every plank and nail, ensuring the hull was sturdy enough to withstand the unpredictable waters. They stocked supplies, more food, better ropes, harpoons, extra fuel, and a strong lantern to cut through the heavy mist they knew could descend upon them at any moment. Each night, they waited for Henrik, but he never came. By the third day, Lars was growing impatient. Maybe he's afraid, he muttered as they sat in the village pub, sipping dark ale. Svein took a slow drink, his eyes fixed on the fire crackling in the corner. Or maybe he knows something we don't. Lars exhaled sharply. Either way, we're running out of time. If we don't leave soon, the weather will turn. Svein nodded. Then we go without him. They returned to the harbor at dawn. The sky was gray, and the wind was picking up, whispering through the ropes of docked boats. Their vessel was ready, packed with everything they could think of. But still, Henrik was nowhere to be seen. As the sun climbed higher, Lars sighed, running a hand through his hair. That's it then. He's not coming. Svein looked towards the village one last time, hoping against hope. But the cobbled streets remained empty. He nodded. Let's go. They began untying the ropes, preparing to push off from the dock. The boat rocked slightly beneath them as the tide pulled at it, eager to take them back out to sea. Then, footsteps. Heavy, deliberate. They both turned at the same time. Henrik stood at the edge of the dock, dressed in a heavy coat, a bag slung over his shoulder. His expression was grim, but there was something in his eyes. A quiet resignation. Thought you'd leave without me? He asked. Lars smirked. We were starting to think you weren't coming. Henrik stepped onto the boat, setting his bag down. I almost didn't. He exhaled, looking out towards the open sea. But if you two fools are really going back out there, I can't let you do it alone. Svein grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. Then let's do this properly. With Henrik aboard, they pushed off from the dock, their boat drifting out into the endless gray horizon. The hunt for the Kraken had begun again. End of Part 2. Part 3. The open sea stretched endlessly before them, the waves rolling gently beneath their boat as they sailed further from the safety of the shore. The wind was steady, the sky a dull shade of gray, and the air carried the familiar, salty scent of the ocean. Lars stood at the helm, gripping the tiller tightly, his eyes scanning the horizon. Svein busied himself securing their supplies, ensuring everything was in its place. Henrik sat near the bow, silent, his gaze fixed on the water, as if expecting something to rise from the depths at any moment. "You never did tell us why you hesitated," Lars finally said, breaking the silence. Henrik exhaled, running a hand over his face. "Because I know what this thing is, and I know what happens when you chase it." Svein frowned. "You saw it once, just like us. You barely escaped, just like us." Henrik shook his head. "No, I saw it twice." Both men turned to him, eyes narrowing in confusion. "You never told us that," Lars said. Henrik let out a dry chuckle. "Would you have believed me?" He sighed, staring at the sea. "The first time was years ago, when I was younger. I thought it was a storm, just some monstrous wave. But when I saw it again recently, that's when I knew. The Kraken is real, and it doesn't like being hunted." A heavy silence fell over the boat. "Then why come back?" Svein asked quietly. Henrik looked at them, his expression dark. "Because if you two are stupid enough to chase a legend, you'll need someone who knows how to survive." Lars smirked, adjusting the sail. "Then it's a good thing we brought you along." The ocean deepened in color as they ventured further from shore, the waters turning a dark, endless blue. The sun dipped behind thick clouds, and a creeping unease settled over the crew. And then, without warning, the wind changed. The sail snapped violently, the boat lurching as a gust of wind pushed them off course. The waves grew restless, slapping against the hull. The sky darkened further, heavy clouds rolling in as the first drops of rain began to fall. Svein tightened his grip on the rigging. "This feels familiar." Henrik's jaw clenched. "It's starting again." Lars glanced at the sea, his stomach twisting. The last time they had encountered a storm like this, it had been just before the Kraken appeared. The waves surged, and the wind howled as their boat was pulled further into the unknown. They had started their hunt, but now something was hunting them. The sea churned violently beneath them, waves crashing against the sides of their boat with increasing intensity. The wind roared in their ears, and the sky had turned into an angry swirl of dark clouds, flashing with distant lightning. Lars gritted his teeth, fighting to keep the boat steady. "This is exactly like last time," he shouted over the wind. Henrik crouched low, securing the supplies. "No," he said, his voice grim. "This is worse." Svein, gripping the mast for balance, scanned the horizon. There was no land in sight, only the endless, chaotic ocean stretching in every direction. His stomach tightened with unease. "Something's pulling us in?" Lars didn't respond, too focused on keeping control of the boat. But he could feel it too, an unnatural force dragging them forward, deeper into the heart of the storm. A massive wave lifted the boat high before sending it plunging down with terrifying speed. Water sprayed into their faces, soaking them to the bone. "We need to turn back," Svein shouted, his voice barely audible over the storm. Henrik grabbed him by the shoulder. "It's too late," he pointed to the water. "Look!" Lars and Svein followed his gaze, and their blood ran cold. The ocean beneath them was shifting. A dark shape moved beneath the waves, massive and indistinct, barely visible in the stormy waters. It wasn't just the waves that were pulling them in. It was something else. A monstrous force lurked beneath them, waiting. The Kraken. Lars felt his hands tremble as he gripped the tiller. "Hold on," he shouted. "We're not going down without a fight." The storm howled around them, the sea rising in fury, and then the waters exploded. A deafening roar filled the air as the ocean erupted beneath them. A monstrous shape surged from the depths, sending waves crashing in all directions. The sheer size of it defied belief. Towering tentacles, glistening with seawater, curled and uncurled like writhing serpents, reaching toward the sky before slamming back into the water with thunderous force. Lars, Svein, and Henrik clung to the boat as it was thrown about like a toy in a hurricane. The wind howled, the rain lashed at their faces, and the monstrous form of the Kraken loomed over them, barely illuminated by the flashes of lightning. Lars felt his stomach drop as a massive tentacle swept through the air, barely missing their boat. "Row! Now!" he bellowed, grabbing an oar and trying to steer them away from the beast. Svein and Henrik scrambled to help, their hands shaking. But the waves were against them. Every attempt to gain distance was thwarted by the sea itself, as if the ocean conspired with the Kraken to keep them trapped. Then the boat lurched violently. A sickening crunch echoed in the storm. One of the tentacles had struck the hull. Wood splintered, and water rushed in. Henrik cursed, grabbing onto Svein to keep from being thrown overboard. "We're not making it out of this," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Lars's mind raced. They were outmatched. The Kraken wasn't just attacking them, it was toying with them, testing them. Then came the worst sound of all, a deep, guttural noise that vibrated through the very air around them. A sound that no creature of this world should make. The Kraken was calling. And from the depths, something answered. Another roar, this one more distant, but just as terrifying, echoed through the storm. Henrik's face went pale. "There's more than one." Lars and Svein exchanged a look of sheer horror. The Kraken had never been alone. Through the raging storm and the deafening roar of the Kraken, Lars fumbled desperately for the waterproof camera strapped to his belt. His fingers, numb from the icy rain, struggled to grip it. "We need proof," he yelled over the chaos, barely able to hear his own voice. Svein, still gripping the side of the boat to keep from being thrown into the sea, turned his head sharply. "Are you insane? We need to get out of here." But Lars wasn't listening. He raised the camera with trembling hands and focused on the monstrous shape rising from the ocean. Through the lens, he saw it in full, the writhing mass of enormous tentacles, the abyssal black eyes staring back at him, and the sheer impossible scale of the beast. Click. Nothing. He checked the screen. Only darkness. "Damn it!" he cursed, adjusting the settings, hoping it was just the storm messing with the exposure. Henrik, soaked to the bone and gripping an oar, turned to see what Lars was doing. "You think it's going to let you take its picture? That thing is older than time itself. It's not meant to be captured." Lars ignored him and took another shot. Click. The screen remained empty. Then a deep vibration ran through the air, rattling their bones. The Kraken's black eyes fixated on them as if it knew what they were trying to do. The boat lurched as a massive wave, seemingly summoned by the creature, struck them hard. Lars lost his grip, the camera flew from his hands and vanished into the sea. "No!" He reached out, but it was already gone, swallowed by the abyss. Svein pulled him back before another wave could send him overboard. "Forget it. We have to survive first." Lars could barely process what had just happened. No one would ever believe them now. The Kraken had made sure of that. The storm didn't relent, and neither did the Kraken. Its massive shape loomed beneath the water, circling their small boat as if toying with them. Waves crashed against them, more ferocious with each passing minute, and Lars and Svein struggled to keep the boat steady. Henrik had fallen silent, his face pale, and his gaze never strayed far from the dark water beneath them. The air felt thick with dread. It was like the very sea had turned against them. "Henrik," Svein shouted over the roar of the storm. "What now?" Henrik shook his head. "It's not going to stop until we leave. You have to believe me now. We're in its domain." His voice, though calm, carried a deep sense of resignation. Lars, struggling to keep control of the tiller, glanced over at Henrik. "So what do we do? We're too far from shore." Henrik's eyes flicked to the horizon, where the first signs of dawn were beginning to show, albeit faintly. "We move fast," he said, his voice growing firmer. "We get out of here, now." Just then, another wave struck, more violent than before, pushing the boat off course. The Kraken's tentacles surged from the depths, massive and black, reaching for them. "Get ready," Lars shouted. "We're going for it." With a desperate burst of energy, they rowed with everything they had, each stroke feeling like it would be their last. The Kraken's tentacles whipped around them, narrowly missing. A few inches more, and they would have been dragged under. But they were determined to make it. Henrik's steely eyes never wavered, and Svein's grit kept them moving forward. "Just a little farther," Lars grunted, trying to block out the terror clawing at his mind. And then, suddenly, the Kraken's movements slowed. The monstrous creature seemed to retreat into the deep, its dark shape fading away beneath the waves. The storm, too, seemed to lose its ferocity, as if the sea itself had exhaled. "We were free?" Svein gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Lars looked back over his shoulder, expecting to see the massive tentacles closing in on them once more. But nothing. Just the quiet of the ocean stretching out endlessly in all directions. "We're not out of the woods yet," Henrik said grimly, his eyes scanning the horizon. "But for now, we're alive." And with that, they rode on, every minute feeling like a miracle. The boat drifted away from the chaos of the storm, the once violent waves now settling into a haunting calm. But the tension between the three men remained, as thick as the air itself. The Kraken was gone for now, but none of them could shake the feeling that something had shifted. Svein was the first to speak. It wasn't just a beast, was it? It wasn't just some giant creature of the deep. His voice carried a tremor, but his mind was clear. That thing? It's different. It's not just a sea monster. Lars, who had been steering the boat, glanced at his friend. What do you mean? His hands still gripped the oars, as though instinctively holding on to something familiar. Svein swallowed hard. That thing was smart. It knew exactly what we were doing. It followed us. It waited for us to make a mistake. It didn't act like an animal. It was calculating, thinking, even anticipating our moves. Henrik, who had been staring off into the distance, finally turned his gaze to Svein. You're right, he said softly. It wasn't just the storm or the waves that nearly destroyed us. It was that creature's mind. It wasn't just hunting us for food. It was playing with us. Lars felt a chill run through him, and his voice was strained when he responded. It was trying to get inside our heads, to make us doubt ourselves, to make us run, before it even made a move. It's like it wanted us to think we were helpless. Svein nodded, his face pale. And it succeeded. I almost thought we were going to die, but we made it out, somehow. He looked down at the water beneath them. But I don't think this is over. It's not just a mindless creature, it's something else. Henrik gritted his teeth, his eyes hardening. That's why I told you, too, that we shouldn't have come back. It doesn't forget. And now that it's seen us, it knows we're not just random sailors. We've disturbed its territory. It's going to be waiting. Lars stared at Henrik, the reality of the situation sinking in. So we're just prey to it now? It's smarter than we thought. Exactly, Henrik said, his voice low and dangerous. It's not just a beast of the ocean anymore. It's something else. Something ancient, with a mind that's more dangerous than anything we can comprehend. I don't think we're the first to encounter it, and I don't think we'll be the last. Svein looked toward the horizon, where the last remnants of the storm were fading. I thought we had survived it, but now, I don't know. What if it's always watching us, even now? Lars clenched his fists, his anger and fear bubbling over. Then we'll have to be ready for it. We can't just run. It's not over until it's over. Henrik nodded gravely. You're right, but don't forget, it's not just its size that makes it terrifying. It's its mind, and that's what we have to be prepared for. The boat continued to drift on the calm sea, but in the minds of the three men, the Kraken had already cast its shadow. The monster wasn't just lurking beneath the waves. It was lurking in their minds, too. And as long as they remembered what had happened, it would never truly leave them. The days following their encounter with the Kraken felt like an uneasy silence. The ocean now stretching before them as an unwelcoming expanse. It was as though the world around them had gone into a deep, unsettling slumber. But deep down, Lars, Svein, and Henrik knew this silence was just a brief interlude, a calm before the next storm. We can't just pretend it didn't happen, Svein finally said, breaking the silence that had blanketed their small boat. He stared at the horizon, his voice almost a whisper. That thing, it's not just a creature of the deep. It's something more, and it knows we've seen it. Henrik looked over at Svein, his gaze hard. It's been hunting for much longer than we've known. This is just the beginning. Lars, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up, his voice low but firm. We don't have the luxury of pretending. Whatever it is, wherever it came from, we've now drawn its attention, and that means we have to face it. Svein nodded slowly, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. How do you face something like that? We tried to fight it off, but we were helpless. It toyed with us, made us think we were in control, and then crushed that illusion. It was toying with us like we were nothing. Henrik crossed his arms and stared out at the open water, his mind racing. That's what makes it dangerous. It's not like other predators. It's patient. It's intelligent, and it knows how to make its prey feel weak, make them doubt their instincts. Lars turned his attention to Henrik. What are you saying? You think it's still out there, watching us? It's always watching, Henrik said grimly. We only saw a glimpse of it, but I'm certain it's aware of everything we've done since we first set out. It knows us. It's been studying us. Svein shuddered at the thought. We were just a test for it then. to see if we would make it, if we would be worth its time. And now that it knows we're still alive, it won't let us go. The three of them fell into an uneasy silence, each lost in their thoughts as the boat gently rocked with the ocean's rhythm. There was no safety here, no guarantee that they would ever truly escape the Kraken's grasp. The more they thought about it, the more they realized that this wasn't just a simple encounter. It was the beginning of something far darker and more sinister. Lars spoke up, breaking the silence once again. We need to find a way to stop it. If it's as smart as we think, it's only a matter of time before it comes for us again. Henrik met his gaze, his eyes sharp. It's not about stopping it. It's about surviving it. Svein looked between them, his expression clouded with a mixture of fear and resolve. We didn't come all this way just to die at the hands or tentacles of that thing. We have to fight, even if we don't know how. The wind picked up again, a familiar chill creeping through the air as the sea seemed to shift in response to their words. The Kraken had seen them, it had studied them, and now they were marked. But there was one thing they all knew for certain. It wouldn't be easy to break free of its grip. And the next time they faced it, it would be ready. The open sea stretched before them, vast and endless, but to them it now felt like a vast predatory wilderness. And they were the prey. Let's prepare, Henrik said, his voice low and determined. It's not over, and when it comes for us again, we'll be ready. Lars and Svein nodded in agreement, their fear now tempered by the cold edge of determination. They would survive, if only because they had no other choice. The days that followed were filled with a strange quiet. The men had prepared themselves for another encounter with the Kraken, but as time passed, they began to realize something unsettling. The creature had vanished. The seas were unnervingly calm, with no sign of the massive beast that had haunted their dreams. Lars, Svein, and Henrik spent their time scanning the horizon, each one lost in thought, their minds preoccupied with the memories of the creature they had faced. The Kraken had been real, and they had seen it with their own eyes. Yet now, it seemed as though it had simply disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of unease. I don't like this, Svein muttered one evening as he sat on the edge of the boat, staring out at the horizon. It's too quiet. It feels like it's still out there, watching us. Henrik nodded, his eyes narrowed as he searched the endless expanse of water. It's like it's waiting. But waiting for what? Lars, who had been pacing back and forth, stopped suddenly. Maybe it's gone, he said quietly. Maybe it's not coming back. Svein shook his head. I don't believe that. After everything we've been through, it just disappears? No, it's still here somewhere, and it's biding its time. But despite Svein's words, the days continued to pass with no sign of the Kraken. The ocean remained calm, and the trio began to wonder if they had truly imagined the terror that had once gripped them. Each night, as they lay in their cramped boat, the silence was deafening. The Kraken had become a ghost, an impossible legend that had somehow found its way into their lives. But now, it seemed like that nightmare was slipping away, like the last remnants of a dream fading into the dawn. Henrik was the first to speak up after several days of silence. What if it's not just a creature of the sea? He said thoughtfully. What if it's something more, something that knows when to appear and when to disappear, something that is tied to the very nature of this place? Lars and Svein looked at him in confusion. What are you saying? Lars asked. I'm saying that maybe the Kraken isn't just an animal, Henrik continued. Maybe it's a force, something that doesn't just live in the ocean. Maybe it can sense when people are close when they're searching for it. And maybe, once it's seen what it wanted to see, it retreats, waiting for the next time it's needed. Svein frowned. So you think it's been watching us the whole time? Just waiting for us to figure it out? Henrik shrugged. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it feels like it's not over. Not yet. Despite Henrik's unsettling thoughts, the days dragged on with no sign of the Kraken. The sea remained calm, and the men began to wonder if the creature had indeed vanished, leaving only a trail of unanswered questions in its wake. One evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Lars stood up and stretched. I think we need to head back. We've been out here long enough. Maybe it's time to put this behind us. Svein nodded reluctantly. I agree. We've seen enough. We've faced the Kraken, but if it's not coming back, maybe it's time to go home. Henrik hesitated, his eyes still scanning the water. You're right. It's probably gone for now, but we should never forget what we saw out there. There are things in this world that we can't explain, things that we'll never fully understand. With heavy hearts, the three men began to steer their boat back toward the shore. The Kraken, for now, was a distant memory, a legend brought to life and then snuffed out just as quickly as it had appeared. As they neared the shore, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the water. The island they had left behind seemed smaller now, almost insignificant compared to the vastness of the ocean that stretched out before them. Lars looked at Svein and Henrik. We've made it through. We survived. And that's enough. Svein clapped him on the back. You're right. We've seen things most people wouldn't believe, and we've lived to tell the tale. Henrik smiled faintly. But the Kraken? It's not gone. It's still out there, watching, waiting. The three of them fell silent as they made their way back to the village. The Kraken might have vanished for now, but its presence would linger in their memories forever, and who knew? Perhaps one day they would meet it again. But for now, they were just three men who had faced the impossible and survived. Back in the village, the trio made their way to the familiar local bar, seeking warmth and a moment to rest their weary bodies. It had been a long journey, and they were eager for a drink and some respite. As they entered, the dimly lit room felt comforting, with the soft hum of conversation filling the air. The bartender, an old friend who had seen them come and go over the years, waved them over. You lads look like you've been to hell and back, he chuckled, wiping down the bar. What'll it be? Lars ordered a round of beers for the group, and they took a seat in the corner. The fire crackled in the hearth, its warmth adding to the coziness of the room. But despite the comfort of being home, their minds were still preoccupied with what they had witnessed on the open sea. Do you think it's really gone? Svein asked, leaning back in his chair. That Kraken we saw. Could it have been something else? Something we'll never fully understand? Henrik stared into his glass, swirling the contents absent-mindedly. I don't know. I still can't shake the feeling that it's not over. But I also think we've seen enough to know that it's not just some mythical creature. It's something far more intelligent, something with purpose. Lars nodded, his thoughts echoing Henrik's. We never even got a chance to understand it. We were so focused on survival, we missed the bigger picture. As they talked, a man sitting at the bar, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, leaned over with a sly grin. His weathered face was rough from years of sea exposure, and his eyes glinted with a strange knowledge. He had clearly overheard their talk about the Kraken. You three don't know half of it, the man said in a raspy voice, his accent thick and foreign. That thing you saw? It's no ordinary beast, and I'll bet you didn't understand what you were dealing with. Svein looked up, skeptical. What do you mean? The man leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I've heard stories about that creature, seen it once or twice myself. It's not just some mindless animal roaming the deep. No, it's much more than that. Henrik raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. What are you saying? That Kraken's got a mind of its own? The man nodded slowly, as if confirming something long believed. I've been on the sea longer than most, seen things that most wouldn't believe. And I can tell you this. The Kraken's intelligence is beyond anything you've ever encountered. It's not just a creature of instinct. It watches, it learns, and it adapts. Lars frowned, his mind racing. What do you mean, adapts? Are you saying it's like it's aware of us? The man chuckled darkly, taking a long pull from his mug. More than aware, my friend. It knows what you're thinking before you even do. It knows when to show itself, when to hide, and when to strike. It's been around for centuries, perhaps longer, and it's got a purpose. You don't just stumble across the Kraken. It chooses who it reveals itself to. Svein leaned forward, unable to hide his curiosity. But why? What does it want from us? The man's face darkened as he glanced around the bar, ensuring no one else was listening. That's the real question, isn't it? What does it want? I've heard whispers from old sailors, long before your time. Some say it's a protector of the seas. Others believe it's a harbinger of something worse. But I think it's something else entirely. Something that has a reason for everything it does. Henrik's eyes narrowed. You've seen it? The Kraken? The man nodded, his expression somber. Aye. And it wasn't the first time, but each time it's different. It's like it's learning, adapting, becoming something more. It's not just a beast anymore. It's something more intelligent than anything we can comprehend. Lars exchanged a glance with Svein. Their hearts raced at the thought of what they had experienced. Could it really have been that intelligent? The Kraken had never seemed like a mindless beast. It had always purposeful. But hearing this man's words, their unease grew. "How do you know all this?" Svein asked, his voice low. The man smirked, his eyes gleaming. "I've been hunting it for years, tracking it, and I've seen things most men would never live to speak of. The Kraken has been following me for a long time, ever since I first set sail," up abruptly, his face serious. "We've seen enough. We've survived it. I don't want to know any more about this creature. It's best we forget." But the man's voice stopped them. "You think you've escaped it? You haven't. Once the Kraken has set its eyes on you, it doesn't just let go. It'll follow you, watch you, wait for the right moment." The three friends fell silent, the weight of the man's words settling heavily on them. No matter how far they traveled, no matter where they went, the Kraken would always be out there, watching, waiting, and perhaps they had merely scratched the surface of something much larger than they could ever understand. As they left the bar that night, the wind picked up, and the distant sound of the waves crashing against the shore seemed to carry a new weight, a reminder of the creature they had faced, and the mystery that still loomed. The Kraken was out there, and it knew them. Years passed, and the days of chasing legends seemed distant, like a fog slowly lifting with the rising sun. Lars, Svein, and Henrik continued their lives, returning to the familiar routine of fishing, though their horizons had shrunk. They no longer ventured far from shore, and the deep waters that once called to them seemed less inviting, less certain. They had grown older, wiser perhaps, though the weight of what they had encountered still lingered in the back of their minds. The Kraken, once an omnipresent terror, became a story, something to be shared quietly over a drink, a tale to keep the younger generation guessing. They told it with a sense of finality, as though they had lived through something that only the sea could understand. But as much as they still talked about it, there was something unmistakable in their eyes, a kind of reluctant acceptance. The Kraken had been a chapter of their lives, a strange and terrifying encounter that they never truly understood. It had left them with questions that no one could answer. Their days on the water grew quieter, their conversations lighter. They still fished, still laughed, still worked together as they had before, but the adventure, the uncertainty of the open sea, was gone. The storm, the creature, the pursuit of the unknown, all of it seemed like another lifetime. And so, they spent their days in peace, fishing in the waters they knew best. The Kraken, however, was never far from their thoughts. Occasionally, the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks would bring a fleeting memory of the giant creature that had once towered over them. But the Kraken never came back. And with each passing year, the sharp fear they had once felt slowly dulled into something more like awe, an understanding that some things were simply beyond human comprehension. They never saw the Kraken again. And in the end, perhaps that was the greatest mystery of all. The sea remained as wild and untamable as ever, but Lars, Svein, and Henrik knew now that some legends were not meant to be fully understood. Some creatures were meant to stay hidden in the depths, their secrets buried beneath the waves. They had lived to tell the tale, and so they did. The end. Subscribe to the channel if you want more stories.